First story. So, if you found this data slate, that means you solved the riddle on the lockbox I left in front of the door. Since that means you know that Games Workshop is the company behind Warhammer, then you've probably been isekai like I was. You are way off the beaten path, and you're either looking for us, this ship, or a way back to your original home. If it's us, please don't bother, we've gone where others can't follow. If you are looking for our relics and stuff, then we left them in a place inside the ship you'll probably be able to find. If you get to them, take them with our and the God Emperor's blessings. If it's the ship you've been looking for, well, you found it. If it opens for you, great. If not, my advice is to leave. The storms get pretty bad here. If you're looking for a way back to your world, well, the archaeotech in the ship is stuff that tech priests would slaughter entire worlds for. There might be something, but I have no guarantees. I mean, I don't blame you for trying anything that might give you a remote chance of working. I remember my first reaction when I woke up and found that not only had I been isekai but put into the Warhammer 40k verse. Oh, I am so frocked. I groaned as I stared at the shrine to the God Emperor from by flattened cardboard box that was my bed. At that point, another worker grabbed me and told me to get to work. So that's what I did. Thankfully, it wasn't too hard, just take whatever was in Depot 8796 and take it to Depot 7438. They were drums about the size of an oil drum. They weighed about the same too. I didn't ask what was in them, and I didn't think it mattered, or that anyone knew. People weren't handling them with super care, so it probably wasn't excessively dangerous. My bet was Promethium. Actually, the group seemed to be a pretty good one. The overseer was pleasant and didn't feel the need to whip us, and when the crew got into a good groove, a few started singing. I even started up a shanty of my own to help. I hadn't checked to see how this body differed from my one back on non-everything's frocked up Earth, but it had the muscle and the stamina to do these jobs. These very long jobs. After a very long time, the overseer called out that our shift was done, and our group could go eat, pray, and presumably pass out until the next shift. We had 4 hours. I went with the rest of the 8790 SIXS and we gathered in a small group in a room that had more cardboard beds in it. Someone opened up a crate, and food bars were passed around along with small pouches of water. The bars were flavorless but filling, and the 8790 SIXS didn't talk much except about how lucky we were to not be the 9128s or the 2809s. Every once in a while, the guys would cycle who was praying in front of the little shrine in our common room that we had erected. I was still screwed. After all, the ship could get attacked and this whole section blown to hell. Chaos could surge through and slaughter us all in both body and soul. Drookery could raid us and slice every person here to ribbons. There was a long list of bad that could swing down my pipe. However, that was life for main characters. Laborers like me were just part of the endless faceless masses who labored day in and out. I didn't even know where I was, apart from the fact that I was on a ship. That I just knew by the writing on the walls. It was low Gothic, not English, but I understood it well enough. One of the guys was coughing. It didn't sound bad, just the result of living in a poorly ventilated tunnel. I got up, took his small Capri Sun bag of water, and went over to one of the pipes. I turned the faucet there, and a small trickle of water came out. I filled his bag, and handed it back to him. Here. It's not totally clean, but it should help the cough. I said. How'd you do that? The man said, sipping the water. That pipe's labeled as a cooling pipe for the engine we're right above. I said. Coolant water is a little recycled, but nothing that'll kill you, immediately. Hey, so Footfall can read hey. Another man said. Hey, can you read this? He flipped me off. I grinned. Well, they say that if that finger is longer than your ring finger, if you chop them both off, you have an enormous dick and are a fantastic lover. Really? The man instantly looked at his hand. The entire 8796 crew burst into laughter, and 2 swatted me on the back in pleasure at the good joke. Now where did that come from? The joke and story just popped into my head. I knew other things like that before, but... Hey, Footfall. One of the guys said. Come tell us what all this Grox shit means. I spent the time reading out all the labels, directions, and warnings that had been inscribed on the walls, and pipes. Apparently, the crew had all gathered here, and slept here because it was warmer in here, and that was because it was right above an engine, and its exhaust pipes. Good for survival, bad if the engine went down, or flared up. Then we'd freeze in moments, or get scalded to death by hot air. Thankfully, there were valves that adjusted that, and if we had time, we could prevent such deaths for long enough for everyone to get to relative safety. The leader of the 8796 crew pretty much named me second in command of the crew. Everyone else agreed, and using the coolant pipe, a second water ration was passed out to everyone. KYRX, the leader, raised us all in a toast, to the ship that gave us life and warmth. To Calamity's fortune. Wait. That's the name of the ship? That's the same name I gave my ship in the game. No. Well, there was one way to check. To the rogue trader. I said. KYRX nodded. To Celeste von Valancius. Hey. Okay. So, I'm not only in Warhammer 40k, I'm in Rogue Trader, specifically my Rogue Trader game. Or at least, the ship and the new leader of the von Valancius dynasty have the same names I gave them. That may be a good thing, since my playthrough was 100% iconoclast. But apart from her name, none of the 8,796 crew knew anything about the mythical woman who sat in the captain's throne. It was my turn to pray, and I kneeled before the small figure of the big guy, and 2 small candles that were nearly worn away. I closed my eye, bowed my head, and started praying desperately. Hi. I know you're really busy with other stuff, but if you can find some time, and no big rush, but I'd really like to go back to my home. Please. If you need my help to do something, I'm happy to try. I don't know if I'll be any use, but anyway, all praise to you, frack the chaos gods, they're schmucks. Thanks at least for putting me in a situation that's not an unbearable nightmare. Amen. I step away from the shrine, and lie down on my piece of cardboard. Some of the guys are talking instead of sleeping, they're hoping to see their families again. I listen. Apparently moving the depot is kind of a contract gig that gets assigned to people from lower deck families. Once this is done, they'll get to go back to the dorms, or bunkhouses where their families are, and have a crate of food bars and water pouches to give out. Everyone thinks that we are very very lucky, as we have a warm place to sleep, an overseer who doesn't unnecessarily use the punishment stick, and the job is looking like it'll be done ahead of schedule, which pleases the higher decks and hopefully means more work later. That will translate into more supplies given to their families. 8,796 is filled with the male members of 2 families from the same deck. The Neb family and the Halcott family. Friends for years, intermarried a bunch of times, obviously survived because they've been looking out for each other. They've been working on Calamity's fortune since before Theodora von Valancius and barely knew the changeover happened. The only reason they know about Celeste's ship gossip is all about her personally handling the small uprising on another deck. They're very loyal, and very devout. The kind of good people that the 40K universe loves to grind to bits. They've been surviving because they aren't important enough to be in anyone's story. Just another deck family. Probably just fodder for when Drukari or Chaos run through their area. They talk about me a little because they think I'm sleeping. I'm new blood picked up from Footfall, which means we're in Act 2 at least. I was just a person taking an empty bunk, and they thought nothing of me. KYRX thinks I might be lucky. If I know how isekai logic works, I'm more likely to get everyone they know and love killed. I hope I can avoid that. Also, as I drift off to the few hours of rest we're allowed, I feel the presence of someone else, 2 presences. Like there's people standing next to me, only we feel our thoughts bumping elbows. I can see one of them easy enough. He's the real Footfall, a simple lowborn of the station, who begged their way onto the ship so that they could get regular work and food. He's very confused by the situation, and has no way to understand my own thoughts. He's not freaking out yet, but that's only because he's seen all my thoughts about the God Emperor, so he thinks this is his will. I think I could kill him if I wanted. Just push my thoughts over his and send him to wherever forgotten thoughts go to. His life's been unspectacular. Born in abject poverty, forced to work from the beginning, took to it at least, a quiet mind that focused on surviving and earning a few thrones for his family. Threw his parents into the reprocesses with a few tears when they died, and didn't want to live with the ghosts. Now he's locked out of his own body, and now all the strange glyphs in the world that never meant anything now unlock before him. He has a name, but I'm not privy to it like everything else. I'd have to take it, or ask and have it given. I do neither, and I'm absolutely not going to kill him. We're in this together, and I'll do my best to keep him alive and hopefully make his life better. Maybe teach him to read at least. When I have these thoughts I feel a reaction from my other occupant. Kind thoughts to Footfall please the other presence. This one I can't see as clearly. Their thoughts are understandable, if concealed, so I think are human, or were human at least. Of course, there are demons who had been humans before they changed, so that means nothing. If they are of the archenemy, then they're either clever or patient, going for a long game. It'd be simple to emerge, blow up all the promethium we handle daily, and summon some demons from the resulting chaos. So, either this presence isn't of chaos, or it's using me for a bigger goal. Neither is comforting. I can't really do anything about it, unlike Footfall. I move my thoughts towards it, and they simply step away. I'll just have to deal with it when it makes its move. I should find a way to kill myself quickly, just in case. I get shaken awake by my fellow 8,796, and get up and head to work. Footfall is mostly in charge during this time. He likes my shanties and work songs. The shift stretches on, and the infinite barrels are shifted. The overseer is in a good mood, nodding at our hustle, and giving smug looks at Supervisor 9128, who's working the depot next to ours. No, none of the depots are numbered in an order that makes sense to me. 9128 is still mostly full, and the supervisor seems to enjoy beating his charges a little too much. About 11 hours and the supervisor blows his whistle, and we all stop. He doesn't look mad, and hasn't gotten out his discipline stick, so we're not afraid. Any of you good with kids? He asks. We're on rotation to manage deck 15, 17, and 22's orphans for the rest of the shift. This is a request from the upper decks. I got kids. Ajax says. But that's mostly why I'm here. We all laugh. I feel a prod from the other presence. I raise my hand. I can keep them busy. I know some stories to keep them sitting in one place. Perfect. Supervisor says. Footfall, they're all yours. Elevator to 2601. They get out of hand, it's your ass. Yes sir. I say, and take off to the lift. So, instead of looking at a huge supply depot full of promethium I'm staring at a horde of children. The other presence shifts, and words come to my mind. Words that I know, but slightly different, changed because there is no way I could tell stories of gods in this world, but, there is a way, it's chancy but. Who wants to hear a story about the chosen of the God Emperor? I cry out, and the kids all dutifully turn to look at me. I gesture for them all to sit, and they obey. Say one thing about 40k, it raises kids who obey adults. Now, this is not a story about the sacred primarchs. Hallowed be their names. I say. But this happened a long time ago, before the Imperium was what it is. Now the kids are interested. You see, there were other worlds once. Strange and different. That had strange peoples, that the Emperor needed to bring under his control. He needed aid, so he made a people for this planet called Midgard. They were known as the Aesir. Their leader was a man named Odin, a great warrior, wise and cunning, who sacrificed his own eye to the Emperor so that he be given the secrets of the universe. I then give a casting call of the Nordic pantheon, changed for 40k audiences. The kids were following along very well, and they really liked how I built Thor as a proto-Astartes, and made sure that everyone cried out a giant boom whenever Thor threw his hammer. There were also wide eyes and interest when I described Loki, the shape changer, whose heart was hidden and should not be trusted. The cast was filled, and no one was yelling heresy. So far so good. I then launched into a retelling of the treasures of Asgard. Everyone laughed at Thor threatening to break Loki's bones in order because he had shaved Thor's wife bald. There were more changes, the gnomes became tech priests, and the dwarves became, well, I didn't use the word squat, but the kids were able to follow without clarification. The story ended well with everyone laughing at me acting like Loki with his lips sewn shut and they all applauded at the end. Even the person behind me. Well told. You have a talent. A beautiful voice said. I turned and saw Sister Argenta standing there, in all her armored glory. Sister Argenta. I instantly dropped to my knees and bowed my head. I am unworthy to be in your presence. She laughed. Rise, please. I am no noble who requires genuflection. She turned to the group of children who were ecstatic to see her. She told them to do their daily exercise drills, and the kids started jumping jacks and running from one side of the room to another. She looked back at me. Thank you for keeping the children in order. Sometimes I arrive to find them climbing the walls, and beating each other. Also, your tale was quite interesting. I have never heard of those chosen of the Emperor. The stories of the Aesir are very old. I think some of it exists with the Astartes chapter known as the Space Wolves. I consider it my privilege to keep the old stories. I said. And does the storyteller have a name? Argenta asked pleasantly. The second presence shoved me aside and took over. I am Echo of Sha'era. Born of Footfall. I stepped back in. Echo will do. Very well. Argenta frowned and looked at me. Do you have another tale in you? The crates with the children's food are coming from another depot today, and may take some time. Absolutely. I said. If we can get them back into order, I know a good story about how the Aesir built their wall. Argenta clapped her hands and all the children snapped to attention. It was very clear that the sister had become the matriarchal figure for all these lost children. The nice thing was that it was very much mutual. She cared for them, and they cared for her back. So, it was a matter of moments, and calling one or two by name, that got them all sitting back down and at attention. I then launched into a solid retelling of the giant who built the wall, his horse Sveilfari, and how Loki had to trick the horse to stop the giant from stealing the sun, moon, and beautiful Freya. Whenever I spoke of Freya and her beauty, I'd always gesture to Argenta, which made the kids laugh. Argenta frowned the first time, but smiled when I spoke of her terrible wrath and how she'd vowed to kill Loki before she was given to the giant. In the end of the story, the builder reveals himself to be, not only a giant, but in league with the archenemy, and is duly smote by Thor and his hammer, with a huge boom from all the kids. I got applause again, also from Argenta. By now the food had arrived, and Argenta went into mother mode, getting all the kids fed. After food came prayers, led by the sister. I followed along, bowing my head and continuing to beg the Big E to please let me go back. After prayers came more exercises, and then everyone was led off by servitors to go back to their bunkhouse for evening prayers, confession, and bed. They'll sleep tonight with dreams of the God Emperor's chosen. Argenta said to me, as we watched the kids file away. Thank you. You have a gift. Thank you, sister. You do too. Few have a way with children as you do. I said. I should see myself back to my work depot. It's on my way. Argenta said. I'll walk with you. We took the elevator down to the supply tunnels, and began the walk. You were born on Footfall? She asked, making idle conversation. So you joined us when we arrived last? Yes. I said. My parents had passed, and there was nothing else there keeping me. I'm so sorry. Argenta said. I nodded, and noted that she really meant it. They got sick. They passed a few days between each other. Footfall told me. They were not in pain, and they were together. Such graces we can only thank the Emperor for. Argenta said. So tell me, why Echo of Sha'era? It's an unusual name. My mother was born on Footfall as well, the second presence said. They were lying now, too. But she was the Echo of Sha'era before I, and her father was the Echo before her. It reaches all the way back to Sha'era itself. Blessed be its sands. Sha'era is a planet. Argenta asked. Was. The second presence said. It was wiped clean by the archenemy. Only the echoes remain. It is our duty to remember the place, and its wonders. Argenta smiled and looked at me. So, you have many stories in you. As many as there were grains of sand in our deserts. The second presence said. One of my favorites is the straw girl. That is a story of Sha'era. We have some time. Argenta said, sounding very amused. Go ahead and tell it. The second presence stepped aside and let me take over. Not before letting me know the story. Apparently, they felt I was the better actor. Shows what you get for being a theater kid. The first thing you must know of, is the marketplace of Sha'era. I said. It was not just some simple trading floor, or collection of stalls. It was a wonder. I then went on to describe this incredible bazaar, where anything could be bought or sold, and how people would exchange fortunes and even planets as regularly as someone on footfall would buy a meal. Then I told the story of the straw girl. It's a familiar tale, that I recognized. A girl walks into this wondrous market with a single piece of straw, and through cunning and skill, trades her way up, first to marbles and strings, and then to tools and weapons. Then to grander things like vehicles and power armor. At the end she's trading mansions and spaceships, and retires on her own paradise world, looking at endless waving fields of wheat, which she names Straw Home. Not a bad story. Argenta really liked it. At the end, we had stopped walking, and she was leaning against the wall. She was actively guessing who the girl would sell to next, and what she would get in return. I love an involved audience. That was marvelous. Argenta said. Who you really should tell that story to is this cold trader we've taken on called Jay Hatery. She'd probably insist that the girl was one of her ancestors. Well, I said. Not that I would speak against any of the Lord Captain's retinue, but I've heard that cold traders tend to tell interesting stories of their own. If they are true or not, well, I'm sure Lady Hatery is a paragon of honesty. Argenta snorted and laughed a little. Of course. She sighed. This is where I must leave you. Thank you again with your help, it was above expectations. Your supervisor will be notified and praised. Thank you, sacred sister. It was a pleasure, and so was your company. I said, bowing. We split going down different tunnels, and I eventually joined up again with the 8796. They asked me how bad was it, and I said it wasn't bad at all. The kids sat down, listened to me tell stories, and then supervisors came, fed the kids, and took them back to their beds. Of course then, Darun wanted to know what story I told, to which I said it was just old tales about Holy Terra and the Emperor. That, naturally, led me into being annoyed by everyone to tell them a bedtime story. I told them that we only had 4 hours to pray, eat and sleep, and did they really want to waste that time listening to fairy tales? The answer was a resounding yes. The second presence was starting to tire by this point, but still responded, and the words came to me. This story felt historical, like it was something that really did happen. Also I remember seeing variations of the tale done by Gaiman and others. It is of a beautiful woman, the wife of the head of a family, and how one day, while her husband and the men were away, a horde of barbarians, soldiers of the archenemy, came upon her village. However, she was cunning, and welcomed in the soldiers, and had them come into their grand hall, where she and her fellow sisters fed them food and had them drink amasek in great quantities. The barbarians, slaves to the archenemy as they were, could not hold back their gluttony and indulged until they were sleepy and sluggish. That was when the head woman slit the leader's neck, and the other women fell upon them. The barbarians rallied and tried to fight back, only to find that the village's men had returned and they were slaughtered to a man. Everyone thought it was a pretty good story. Although two argued as to if that village was the origin of the Neb or Halcott families. The next 3 cycles, it was all hauling barrels and footfall was in the driving seat. I was actually getting used to this. We were a good team. The work would be done, and that meant our families would be fed and heated for another series of cycles. Even better, I was now officially part of the Neb/Halcott family and one of the guys was saying I should meet his daughter when we got back to the family deck. Frack me, but I had actually landed in 40K and had a positive outlook on life. It was still 20-hour work days of hard back-breaking labor with no breaks, in a world where painful horrible death was almost a certainty, but, well, Footfall had friends for the first time in his life and was truly grateful. Echo of Sha'era was calm, waiting for their next moment, and happily provided songs and the occasional story. I kept doing my best to pray to the Emperor, and get the sound of Argenta's laughter out of my mind. The depot was more than 50% cleared by then. The supervisor actually complimented us and gave us a full 10 extra minutes one shift. Apparently whatever Argenta had said to someone, probably Abelard, had given our supervisor either some perk or reward. He didn't share it with us, of course, but a happy boss isn't one gets upset when someone slips his grip on a barrel and drops it. It didn't break or dent. Barely slowed us down. Next to us, things were more in tune with the 40K setting. A kid shifted his grip on a crate and the supervisor watching him just went to town with the punishment stick, beating him to unconsciousness. 2 of us offered to help the guy to his feet, but the other men just glared at us and said if he was too weak to handle a little discipline he deserved to lie there. 9128 was just getting worse and worse by the day, and they still hadn't made a dent in their stacks of boxes. I really should have noticed that more carefully. It was worse than that, though. Work crews were given a supply crate at the start of their assignment. If it went empty before your work was done, then you just starved until it was done. Our crate was half empty, and that was thanks to KYRX's well-managed rationing, and the fact we had a water source from the coolant pipe. 9128 was rumored to have already eaten through everything and were licking condensation off of walls. Warning signs all over, really should have seen it coming. However, we were in good spirits, it was the rest period, and we were eating the flavorless bars, when we hear boots approaching. We all get to attention, and around the corner comes two upper deck guardsmen and Abelard Worsrian himself. We all salute and he nods. Which of you is Echo of Shira? He says. Sir. I step forward. Your presence is requested. Follow me, act accordingly, and show proper decorum. He said. Sir, yes, sir. I said. Also. Abelard sighed, as if he had to do something terminally embarrassing. I have been informed by your supervisor that your work group has been performing to slightly above quota. This is acceptable and speaks well of your crew and families. The Lord Captain has issued that, all work crews that are, meeting quota, shall be given incentive. He said this last part as if it physically hurt him to say it. One of the guards stepped forward and handed KYRX a small white box with the Von Valencia seal on it. KYRX opened it and found, small digestive biscuits, wafer thin and as big as a coin, one for each of the crew. My eyes bugged out. Something with flavor? Forget that, something with sugar. KYRX bowed to Abelard, and everyone including me, followed suit. Thank you Lord Seneschal. Glory to the rogue traitor. Hail Celeste von Valencius. We all said. KYRX then took the biscuits, sealed them, and placed them in our supply box. Abelard raised an eyebrow at that. He was probably used to people devouring them instantly. KYRX looked a little at a loss as to how to respond to the ultimate authority, so I stepped in. We secure and ration out all goods, sir. I said. The Neb/Halcott family do not waste when careful management will suffice. Abelard nodded, looking pleased. He looked at me. You are from Footfall. Do you now consider yourself to be of their clans? I saluted and nodded at KYRX. They're everything good servants of the Imperium should be. I consider it an honor that they've accepted me. Well said. Abelard said. Come. Going from the lower decks, to the upper decks is a trip. Both in distance and how things look. Things go from industrial nightmare, to 40K decor, and then you're walking through a hall with an actual window and you see the star field, you actually realize that you're on a spaceship. Abelard cleared his throat when he caught me staring out a window, and I apologized and resumed following him. He thankfully didn't seem too surprised at such a reaction. We came to a huge set of doors and Abelard and the guards stopped. He turned to me. Do not first speak or look upon the Lady Navigator, unless given permission by the Lady Navigator or myself. He said. If you try to touch the Lady Navigator, you will be executed immediately. If the Lady Navigator does not wish your presence, we will be leaving without comment. If the Lady Navigator wishes something of you, you will do so. Do not stare at the Lady Navigator in any fashion, nor are you to do anything that causes her discomfort with your presence. My eyes widened. The Lady Navigator? Kasha? This was Kasha's room? I was about to meet Kasha. Frack. This is the woman who thinks all commoners should have their tongues removed. She can literally turn me to ashes with a blink of her eye. She's also one of the most beautiful people in the Coronis expanse and vital to the Calamity's fortune getting around. What in the name of the God Emperor does she want with me? I understand. I squeak out, sounding appropriately intimidated. Abelard nodded, and knocked on the door. Come in. Another beautiful voice says. Kasha's room was full of books. She doesn't have her personal library in this timeline, so they're scattered all over the room in small piles and on any available surface. She is sitting in a chair at a small table, book in hand, glass of amasec on the table, next to a bottle of the stuff. There's a bowl of actual fruit on the table. Kasha was really tall, like hi, are you a basketball player or Olympian, tall. Also, she was also absolutely gorgeous, and then I saw her gills, how her eyes were just a tad not the right shape, and her hands ended in bone white, very sharp, talons. She's still amazing. She's dressed in silk and gold, jewelry that makes her look even more like a princess. I look at the ground in my workbooks, and regulation stock cargo pants, and again I wonder what the frack am I doing here? I sneak another look and I think, she looks really tired. Then it's back to studying my shoes. Master Worsrian. Kasha asks, sounding honestly confused. What is this? Great. She doesn't know either. This just gets better and better. The Lord Captain is aware of our last journey through the Immaterium was particularly taxing for you. Abelard said. She wishes to show you her appreciation for your efforts, and to help you recover. He gestured to me, still looking at my boots. This individual is known to be one of the better storytellers on this ship. Sister Argenta speaks of his ability. The Lord Captain has brought him here to entertain you. Oh. Kasha said, sounding surprised. Well, tell the Lord Captain thank you, but I rather prefer to read my stories than have them told. Especially by a commoner. Lady, you could call me whatever you want, if I can get out of this without you or Abelard killing me. Poor Footfall is terrified out of his mind. The damn Echo of Shira is being no help either. Yes, I know it'd be easier if I called them Echo or Eos, but the pedantic son of a bitch will never let me use anything less than its full name. Also, Echo's my handle. The Lord Captain told me that you'd say that. Abelard said, sounding like he rather agreed with Kasha. And I was to inform you that this individual has knowledge of stories that you do not have in your books. Ancient stories of the times before the Imperium, and of worlds lost and forgotten. Oh. Kasia said, and I could hear a curious hunger in her voice. The moment that tone was present, Echo of Shire had one emotion, gotcha. Well, perhaps if the commoner would write down one of those stories, I would be appreciative. My hand went up without me willing it. Frack you, Echo of Shire. I looked directly at Abelard. His eyebrows went up, but he nodded, allowing me to speak. I felt a goading pressure in my mind. Great, now it's my time to sell myself. Maybe I should tell one of my stories to the Lady Navigator. I said to Abelard. That way she can know if she wants to experience more of my tales. Afterwards I would be happy to record as many stories as I can. Lady Navigator. Abelard said, looking at Kasia. Perhaps that would be acceptable. Kasia said. It would be rude to turn this gift away entirely. Abelard nodded at me, and I took a breath and turned to look directly at Kasia or Celio. I suddenly knew exactly what story to tell her. I barely needed Echo of Shire to feed me the lines. My lady, I see you enjoy amasek. I said, as politely as I could. Did you know there were once other names that it was once called by? Whiskey, rum, absinthe, and wine. Oh. Yes. I've read of wine. Kasia said, her eyes going wide. Then I have a story to tell you about nobility, revenge, and wine. A very particular wine, in this story's case. A wine known as Amontillado. I said. Oh my. Kasia said, and got up from her chair and walked away. I instantly went back to looking at my feet, waiting for Abelard to take me away. Why did you stop? Kasia said. You had just started. Your ladyship walked away. I said. I assumed you had lost interest or had another desire. I just had to get my chalks and my sketch pad. Kasia said. I looked up, she had a package of colored chalks and was holding a large drawing sketch pad. The moment you said that word, such colors. Wine dark red, and embers of such intensity. I simply could not let such things pass my vision and not put them to page. Amontillado, such a word. Please, do continue. Very well. I said. For this story, we take place on a feudal world called Italy, in a city known as Venice. I will now speak in character, and I am a noble by the name of Montresor. Black and vermilion of such fury. Kasia gasped. Speak, Montresor. I then did the best damn rendition of the cask of Amontillado that I've ever done in either of my lives. With a few edits, for the love of the god emperor, Montresor, and such. It is my favorite poe, and I've heard Vincent Price say it, I've heard Christopher Lee say it, and I've recited that story at campfires, cafes, and on stage. Before, when I've told a story, I've felt Echo of Shire guiding me now and again. It's not great at performing, but sometimes it plays director and gives me cues on how to say things as well as what to say. This time, I could feel it sitting back just staring at me. Although it did give me the high Gothic needed for Nemo meum pun lacicit, and the last line. Requiesce in pace. I said in high Gothic, which is close to Latin, but very much not Latin. Really, all the languages here have this feel like they were normal languages once, and then put through Google Translate about 50 times to the point of ineligibility. Kasia put down her drawing pad, and leaned back and closed her eyes. She deeply exhaled. For a second I'd thought she'd ask for a lho stick, but maybe that was my ego talking. I went back to looking at my feet. Then I heard the sound of paper being flipped over. I looked up and saw that Kasia had prepared a fresh page on her pad. That was a pity, I wish I had gotten to see what she had made. Now knowing what I know about Kasia's art, maybe that was for the best, but I still wonder. Another. Kasia said. Your ladyship. Abelard said. Are you sure? I can still have them write down they. Another. Kasia simply said, getting her chalks ready. Would you like one from the same author, or another type of story? I said. Same. Kasia said. Then, I now speak as a madman. I said. Then launched into the Telltale Heart. That one I don't know as well, but Echo of Shire was there. It also made me realize that Echo of Shire was very very old. I know Telltale Heart's basics, sure, but I don't know it word for word, so they didn't get the story out of my brain. Now, there's no internet in 40K, no Wikipedia, and I really doubt that Mars has an STC on Gothic short stories. Then again, you never know. The point is that Echo of Shire knew all the words. That meant at some point they had access to the story, and Poe hasn't existed for millennia. That meant they were very very old, or could reach back and get it. Neither did much to dissuade me from the idea that Echo of Shire wasn't dangerous. It did make me think that they were the one who had pulled me here, and that I should be trying in my prayers to get the God Emperor to take a good long look at them. Of course, that was for when I had a moment to myself. Right now, I was pounding on the floor in front of Abelard, as I was having him stand in for the police, and howling. Villains. Dissemble no more. I admit the deed. Tear up the planks. Here. It is the beating of his hideous heart. I gasped, and then collapsed in on myself. I slowly got to my feet, and went back to looking at my feet. Kasia had put away her drawings, and now was getting up and heading towards an easel she had in the corner of a room, and Yuve was getting her personal paint kit out. Yuve was here the whole time, but he was standing in a corner and out of sight. Really he didn't so much even register on my mind until I saw him move. Lady Kasia. Abelard said, clearing his throat. I feel that I should be returning this individual to his duties. He has other obligations on the ship. If you wish to have him reassigned, I can speak to the Lord Captain on your behalf. Oh, but, just one more. Please. Kasia said. Honestly, my heart broke, and I felt such despair because she was talking to Abelard and not me. Still, I am but a slave to my audience, and there's only one way to end a reading of Poe. Excuse me. I said to Abelard. I know a poem by the same author. It's short. I think all she'll need is a piece of charcoal. Lady Navigator. Abelard said. Please. Kasia said with such glee, like of a child getting to stay up past bedtime 10 extra minutes. Once upon a midnight dreary, as I pondered weak and weary. I started. I don't know the Raven that well. I did not give it 110% like I did Cask or Heart. Kasia did not notice, she was going nuts with her stick of black, and her easel. I could see the picture this time, and it was, well, it was a blackbird-like shape. Its skull was more bone than flesh, and the wings were widespread and very pointy. Basically if you fed Warhammer 40k, Edgar Allan Poe, and Raven into an AI art generator, you might get something close to what Kasia did. Only hers was way better. By the Emperor, I'm looking back on that time and I'm still bothered that I didn't get to see her drawing that she made from the cask of Amontillado. Anyway, I finished, and she finished. She stepped back with a huge smile on her face, and she looked 100% refreshed. She beamed with good feelings, and then I felt it. I felt her good feelings and happiness and a laugh just jumped out of my throat. I clapped a hand over my mouth and looked down at my feet. I felt echo of Shahara's apology. Apparently, they had been filtering out Kasia's influence on people, but that last blast of glee had been too much for them to deflect. Again, I wondered what in the name of the God Emperor was this thing? Apologies. Kasia said, looking at Abelard, who was also coughing to hide the fact that he was laughing as well. Tell the Lord Captain that their gift was splendid and well received. I feel truly renewed and more that ready to serve in my duties. Of course. Abelard said. I am pleased to hear it, and I'm sure the Lord Captain will be as well. Come. That last bit he said to me. I nodded and turned. Wait. Kasia said. You. Storyteller. What is your name? I am Echo of Shahara. I said. I am at your service any time. Good. You did well. Kasia frowned. I am uncertain as to what to do, Master Seneschal. You are supposed to reward lessers when they please you, yes. I am sure the Lord Captain, or myself, can handle that. Abelard said. Still, what do you want? Kasia said, actually looking at me. I had a few seconds, and actually it was Footfall who made the save. I pointed at the bowl of fruit on her table. May I have one of those? I said. Oh? Is that it? Just a treat. Kasia smiled, got one of the fruits and gently placed it in my hand. Enjoy it. She said with the same smile you save for your new favorite dog. Very good. Abelard said. Now, we must go. We left Kasia to her reading, and went back to the elevators that took you away from Gothic Wonderland and back to Industrial Hell. I was holding the fruit, looking at it. It was not an apple. It was some fruit from some planet, but it was close enough to an apple so I'm calling it an apple. You eat the whole thing. Abelard said helpfully. Skin and all. I nodded. Thank you. But I'm saving it so I can share it with my crew. This will help us finish our work that much faster. Abelard nodded. He approved. You did well. The Lady Navigator was pleased. The Lord Captain will be as well. Personally, I did like the poem. Thank you, Lord Seneschal. I said. It is likely that we will call upon you again. Abelard said. The Lord Captain sometimes entertains guests, and will require excellent entertainment. They are who I live to serve. I said. Acceptable. He said. And with it we were back at 8790 SIXS corner, and I had 1 hour before shift started again. Frack it. What I had was too good. I woke everyone up, and showed them my prize for entertaining a noble. Everyone stared at the apple like it was some long-forgotten holy relic. KYRX took it from me, and took out a knife from his pocket. He carved a small sliver off it and tasted it. His eyes rolled back in his head, and he passed the apple and the knife to me. I took my small slice, and yep, you really learn to appreciate how freaking fantastic the little things are when you've gone without. Footfall was crying with happiness. The apple and knife was passed around, and everyone got a taste. Then the apple was carefully packed away along with the biscuits and ration bars. Then we got ready for work. I was not instantly called the next cycle to become the private storyteller to the rogue trader and her retinue. I was not called the cycle after that, or the one after that. I figured that Kasia and Celeste had moved on to other adventures and pleasures, and looked forward to finishing moving the freaking Prometheum. We were hyped as the cycles went by. Going by our rate of work, we were going to be finished next cycle. A whole cycle ahead of schedule, and we had food and water left in our supply crate. The feeling was that we would have a small feast with the biscuits, the apple, and the rest of the bars the rest period before we had our final shift. Then we'd be back to our families, and I'd be with my new family. Those were a good 2 hours. I look back on it, and that was the first time I realized that I could make things a little bit better. We were still slaves on a ship so massive we'd never see anything other than its insides ever again. We worked until we dropped. Then we got processed into the same bars we were eating, and no one would ever care. However, right now we were laughing. Right now, we sang songs. Right now, I wasn't the one telling the stories. We had a mouthful of apple and it was the best thing in the world we had ever tasted. This was everything Footfall had dreamed of when he was small and prayed to a statue he was told to venerate above his own life. Echo of Shira was feasting as well. The guys were telling stories to show me how it was done and most of them were funny stories of personal events and family legends, but KYRX and Irvil told urban legends, well, legends about Calamity's fortune. About the smiling servitor, and the miracle of the fourth vent. They were entertaining, and the rest of the guys helped by adding in comments and doing sound effects. These were new stories to Echo of Shira and I could feel them getting stronger as they heard them. Not a crazy lot, like a handful of change into a giant change jar that was half full already. They fed on stories. Hey, that was interesting, I supposed. We finished our feast, and turned in. I slept for 1 hour and 10 minutes. Then I had Echo of Shira screaming in my ear. Wake up! Wake up now and arm yourself. They're here. Something's wrong. I yelled jumping up. What? KYRX said. Everyone, get your knives, pipes, anything. Hurry. I shouted. Oh frack. I can hear it. And then everyone else did hear it. The chanting, and the screams. They weren't loud, and the engine below us almost drowned it out, but if you were listening, it was there. We should run. Sayas said. I nodded. Everyone agreed, head to the nearest guard post, find people who weren't trying to kill us and had guns. Good plan. Then Echo of Shira decided that my life wasn't interesting enough already. She made the voice more clear, and made me say it. Wait. I can hear someone yelling for help. My mouth said. It's Supervisor 8796. He's running from them. They're after him. You wanna know what makes the God Emperor almost right about humanity? Because when I said that, KYRX Neb said without hesitation. I'm going to get him. I'm with you. I said. No goading from Echo of Shira. Didn't think about it, really. He was my leader and he needed someone to watch his back. I say this with deep pride. None of the 8796 bailed. No one voiced doubt. Not even Abelard Worsrian would have discredited us if we had ran for the guard post. Probably would have preferred it. But we didn't. We grabbed knives and pipes and cutting tools, and what have you, and all of us ran towards the noise of the archenemy. I thought I was just feeling the adrenaline. I didn't realize that feeling was Echo of Shira turning on battle mode, and reaching out to other people. They're people. Cause this is one thing I learned about Echo of Shira that made me fear them a little less. They hate the Chaos Gods with a blinding passion that puts Argenta to shame. The situation was pretty typical for 40K. Faced with starvation, brutality, and an overwhelming sense of despair, 9128 had turned to the Chaos Gods for salvation. They had apparently started praying to them since before I did daycare with Argenta. Of course, the Chaos Gods can't resist a good joke. They multiplied the boxes that were in the depot as the 9128 were taking them out. They kept praying for strength, and to finish a task they could never complete. This made their supervisor hurt and punish them more, which made them more desperate, which only furthered their worship of the Chaos Gods, and now there was an uprising complete with mutations, warp fluctuations, and signs that something big and nasty was on its way. Supervisor 8796 had come to the depot early, to get ready for his triumphant finish, and walked into a nightmare. The 9128 cultists were destroying their hated boxes in a blind fury, and had triggered protocols that had sealed all the doors. Now I realize I haven't described the depots that well so far, because it wasn't important until now. The only thing you need to know, is that both depots were in a giant room, and there was a giant chain link wall separating 8796 and 9128. 9128 was in a state of destruction and chaos worship. Supervisor was trapped on the 8796 side, which had about 20 barrels of promethium left in it. Give or take. The supervisor was running across this giant more than 2 football field-sized room from door to door, trying to escape. Only finding every door sealed, or held fast by warp-based energies. So this has been happening for a bit. By the time Crew 8796 was on their way, the Horde has noticed Supervisor's existence. I don't know if it was personally motivated, or they were so crazed by that point that they'd kill anything living, but they started tearing at the fence wall to get to the other side and rip Supervisor apart. Also, that fence was not going to last long. Thankfully for Supervisor, never learned his name, ever, the crew burst through one of the doors. Thank you Echo of Shira for opening it for us. He runs towards us, and before he can push by us I say. Your gun. Here. He presses a small Loss pistol into my hands and takes off screaming for help. Now here's where I feared Echo of Shira a little more. When they go aggro, and reach out and give their power to other people, doing tactically smart things aren't an option. If they want something dead, they're not going to stop until it's dead. So, now that our beloved Supervisor was saved, did we do the smart thing and run for help and get people with big guns? Nope. If we don't stop them here, they're going to spread all over the deck. I heard myself say. They could make more of them. Summon demons. Then we stop them here. KYRX said, like a hero. My crew charged in, just as the cultists broke through to the other side. I should have detonated the promethium. I curse myself for not thinking of that. I had the damn gun. It would have blown nearly all of them to death and burned up the rest of them. We could have thrown the barrels. We could have poured the stuff on them. 20 plus barrels of flammable substance was right there in front of us, and we never even thought of touching it. It wasn't Echo of Shahara's fault, not completely. I know that. I felt their frustration at missing the simple answer when they realized it before me. Maybe their zeal to kill the archenemy made them blind to the option. Maybe the crew held those barrels sacred in some part of their minds. The idea that we'd sacrifice our family's future and safety in our victory was anathema. Maybe we didn't consider it because it happened so fast, because life isn't turn-based. Anyway, we didn't use the big red barrels. Call me an idiot. I've done it enough already. No, instead we in fine 40k fashion, charged the enemy and engaged them. It wasn't as suicidal as it seemed. We had equal numbers. Yes, they were powered by the Chaos Gods, but they were also starving, overworked, and abused. We were healthy, well-fed, rested, and in good physical condition. Their weapons were just as improvised as ours. I was the only one with a firearm. We also were being helped by Echo of Sha'ara, so chaos magic and warp fluctuations were not going to screw us. All we had to do was have the dice roll in our favor. We rolled a single one at the end. Don't get me wrong, we were kicking ass for the first couple of moments. Breaking heads, jabbing knives, and being badasses. I was zapping 9128s with the gun, hanging back, helping my crew who were having trouble. Some of us are taking a hit or two, but nothing putting us down. We're putting these guys down and it's dawning on us that we're winning. What we're not realizing is that when one of the 9128 goes down, the rest get a bit stronger, and a bit faster, and their pipes and knives are starting to glow purple. Still, it's not enough, the tide is turning and soon there's only 10 of them left. Then 5. Then 1. We surround the drooling bastard. His head's twitching, eyes rolling in his sockets, and screaming out blasphemies as KYRX lunges out and jams his lucky knife into the cultist's eye socket. The cultist just stands there, his arms grow limp, and KYRX is standing there, panting hard. Everyone looking around like, have we done it? I feel the warp pulse a second before Echo of Sha'ara does, and I get out a KYRX. Get away from H and then I'm blasted off my feet by the shockwave of the bloodletter exploding out from the last cultist's warp-charged body. Everyone's prone. Everyone but me has lost Echo of Shahara's protection, so the warp is currently frying everyone's brain. Nothing instantly fatal, blessed be the Emperor, but no one but me can so much as stand in unless I can shut it off now. Everyone else is going to start turning. The daemon is holding KYRX's struggling body in one hand, and holding that big frack-off sword in the other. My lost pistol's not going to make this thing itch, let alone hurt it. KYRX starts to scream, and I know this thing isn't going to kill him. It was never going to run amok on the ship with a bunch of half-starved fools. No, now it has strong healthy bodies, bathed in the glory of combat. It's going to break KYRX, and then the rest of us. Then we're going to go ravage and kill everything we love until Celeste and the others put us out of our misery. Echo of Sha'ara tells me what they can do to stop it. They can save the crew. They can stop this thing. But they need something first, and only I can do it. They need a sacrifice. I'm not sure if I'm thankful or I hate it for making me the one to do it. But I was the only one with a gun. I aim at KYRX. In his pain, he sees me, and, frack me, he looks hopeful, smiles, and closes his eyes. Echo of Sha'ara makes sure my aim is perfect, and I get him right in the temple. KYRX's body bursts with the charge warp energy and lays the demon out flat. Echo of Shahara is back with everyone else and shuts off the voices and visions. Everyone gets to their feet, and I run towards the bloodletter. This is part of the plan, but I have a personal goal. I grab KYRX's lucky knife, the knife that cut the apple of hope, and I scream at the daemon. Come on, you pansy ass prick. Gurn's got no balls. He sucks the Emperor's dick. I make probably one of the few times the Aquila has been used as an obscenity and walk backwards towards the Prometheum. Yes, now I had realized it was now an option. The daemon gets up, roars at me, and advances towards me. Slowly. It grinned. The crew knew what I was doing. I was giving everyone a chance to get away. Everyone else had families, I was the pickup from footfall. They ran, they make it to the doors. I kept backing towards the barrels and the bloodletter kept advancing. They were savoring this. My fear. My courage. The archenemy is like that, they crave the noble things humanity can do almost as much as the twisted version. It's part of the reason why Echo of Sha'ara hates them so much. I pointed my lost pistol at the barrels of Prometheum. The daemon stopped and chuckled. Go ahead. It said. I'll just come back later. But not today. I said, my finger on the trigger. For a second I thought that this is where my 40k isekai mercifully ended. Stopping a cultist outbreak, saving my crew, and a noble sacrifice? Not a bad run. Not a bad ending. But Echo of Sha'ara isn't nearly as satisfied. Echo. The most beautiful voice in the world shouted. Get down. I dropped to the floor as the world became all about Daka Daka Daka. The monster roared in pain as bolter shells impacted into it. Then there was the sound of approaching feet and the roar of a chainsword. I look up and saw Abelard cleaving into this thing and chopping one of its arms off. Then she stepped forward, a beautiful woman with long raven black hair, eyes the color of newly born stars, and wearing the cape of the von Valancius dynasty. She held out her hand to the creature, frowned, and snapped her fingers. Then the bloodletter's head exploded. Right, Celeste's a psyker. Forgot that. I got to my feet, and looked. There's Argenta, Abelard, and Celeste. Behind them are the crew, and supervisor. Of course. Who doesn't love getting saved in the last second by the cavalry? Echo of Shira, you cliché son of a bitch. Echo of Shira. Abelard said. You are unharmed. That's a bit of a mouthful. Celeste said. You make everyone call you that all the time. Usually I just go by Echo. I said. Well, like I'm one to talk. Anyway, Echo, I think I need to thank you. Celeste said. I need to thank all of you. I can't help it. It's too funny not to say, and it looks like the rest of the crew hasn't realized it yet either. We only did our duty to the God Emperor, and I'm sorry, you are. I said. Celeste smirked, and nodded at Abelard. Abelard, introduce me. Oh, by the Emperor, it got better. Abelard stepped forward and motioned to Celeste. No, you stand before Celeste Benedictus Triumphant von Valancius, rogue traitor of no compare. Heir to the von Valancius dynasty. Savior of Janus, peacemaker, mind-breaker, Lord Captain of Calamity's fortune, protector of Footfall, your liege and commander. Hi. Celeste said cheerfully. Oh, thank the Emperor, she is an iconoclast. Instantly me, the crew, and supervisor are all on our knees, head bowed. Glory to the rogue traitor. We all said in unison. Glory to von Valancius. Thank you. Celeste said warmly. You may all rise. You've earned that. She looks around at the mess we've made of the depot. Then she looks at me again. Echo of, wait, you're the storyteller, right? The one I sent to Kasha. Yes, your grace. I said. She was talking about it for days. Celeste said with glee. About wine and hearts and ravens, it was all scattered. She's hopeless. You have to do a repeat performance, just so I know what she's talking about. Oh, yes, your grace. I said. Perhaps, Abelard says stepping in. Someone can tell the rogue traitor what happened here. Yes, sir. I said. I stepped forward, and I told the story of Crew 8796. It's a good story of brotherhood and how the small victories of hard work bring hope to the most dismal. How the archenemy can take the smallest bit of despair and cascade it into a nightmare. About how when true sons of the Emperor hear their brethren in danger, they charge in to save them, and how they do not shirk in the face of danger, but face it head on. I tell them of KYRX's death, and I look away ashamed. I killed him. I said. He took me in and I killed him. No. Celeste said, reaching out a hand, to touch me on the shoulder. You saved him. Now he is with the Emperor, instead of being a prisoner of the warp. Still. I looked around at the gore. We don't even have a body to bring back to his family, just, this. I held out KYRX's lucky knife to Celeste and she took it reverently. She held it to her ear for a moment and there's a soft glow. Right, psyker. She smiled, and handed me back the dagger. Abelard, are you aware of this KYRX Neb's family? She asked. It will be found. He said. Good. Make sure that KYRX Neb's family receives a proper compensation for valorous service, and death in duty. She turned to look at the whole crew and smirks. Also, the Neb/Halcott families, I believe their talents are wasted doing what servitors could do. Let's move them all up to midship, and find them new postings. The crew goggles. Just, mouths open, eyes wide, stunned faces, and blinking, not comprehending that God herself has just descended and uplifted the entire clan. Abelard nodded. I, for once, agree, Lord Captain. The Neb/Halcott families are sensible and hard-working. I feel they will be an asset to midship. Splendid. But not you, Echo. She turned and pointed at me. You can go help your family move, but then you've got to report to your new duties. She grinned. Abelard will inform you. She then leaned in and whispered in my ear. Don't tell anyone, but Argenta thinks you're cute. Thank you, your grace. I said, flummoxed. Good. All right, let's find a Vox and see how Cash is doing. Also, nice shooting Argenta. Celeste said as she walked away, chattering pleasantly. Argenta looked at me over her shoulder and gave me an earnest smile and a firm nod. I nodded back, and she turned away. Codger looked to Abelard. Sir. Yes. The seneschal asked. Do we have to finish moving the barrels? The crewman said. Cause we can do it right now, sir. I swear to the God Emperor, the man nearly cracked a smile. Second story. So, turns out that moving from lower decks to midship is a pretty big frocking deal. Like, the second oldest grandma of the group, she's 32 and looks like she's 70, breaks down crying and calls you a living saint. Big deal. It's where everyone breaks out the hidden amasak, rations and biscuits that they've been hiding and has a massive party. It's where Footfall got his first kiss from a Halcott girl. It's where lots of stories are told of the clans, their feuds, their partnerships, the tragedies, the triumphs. A great and grand recollection of how after centuries of working the most awful jobs and living in the worst possible place to be on a ship, now the God Emperor has finally come to them and given his blessing. Echo of Shira ate it all up with vigor, and all the injuries they had taken from the fight were healed. I was a little alarmed at how much they needed that boost too. They weren't acting like it was a big thing at the moment, but afterwards I could feel how close Echo of Shire was to exhaustion, if not worse. That actually made it go up a click on the trust meter. If it had dropped a member or two of the crew during the fight because it was too hard, that would be one thing. However, they had gone out of their way to save everyone, despite the danger to themselves. Chaos demons didn't do things like that. We also had a big funeral for KYRX. Turns out he was the Neb/Halcott's leader in general, not just our crew. It wasn't a huge bad thing, there was a second in line to take his place, a nice guy called Wage Halcott. He ran the clan while the crew was out, and next big contract, Wage would be out leading the crew and KYRX would be here keeping the families together. Death was cheap in the lower decks, and if you aren't ahead of it, it would wipe out your clan faster than anything. The funeral was the last part of the party, which turned into a nice wake. People drank a little, said their stories about the man, and toasted with what was left of the amasec to KYRX's wife, Joy. She, in turn, said a beautiful eulogy to her husband, and then declared that the party was over and everyone should start getting ready for the move. Footfall's possessions were this, the clothes I was wearing. KYRX's lucky knife. One dirty throne coin. Therein ended the list. I did offer to give KYRX's knife back to his wife, but Joy said it was mine now. It was actually a really good knife for a lower deck crew. Actual plasteel blade. Later, I made a small sheath for it and kept it on me at all times. Really glad I did that. Soon, everyone's packed, everyone's dressed in their best regulation cargo pants and regulation shirts, and we're standing at attention when Abelard arrives. He sees all of us, and there are quite a lot of us, being as we're technically two clans at once. By the God Emperor, I look around at the filthy bunkhouse the Neb/Halcott lived in and marvel that they didn't kill each other, or that a Nurgle plague didn't spontaneously erupt. I see into the memories of the few nights Footfall had in this place. He shared a bed with 3 other people, and that was considered a courtesy to the new guy. They survived like this for generations, chalk up one for human resilience. Still, that was then, better days are now. Come. He said, and we all followed. The stains on the walls start to disappear as we all take the cargo lifts. We start seeing Gothic carvings and actual shrines to the Emperor, and not posters or a single icon with candle stubs. Clean floors. No vermin or bugs. Grandma starts crying again. We start down the halls and we have to stop because there's a window. For the first time in their lives, some of the Neb/Halcott see the stars. Abelard has to make his voice heard so the group gets moving again. We get a whole barracks to ourselves. Everyone has their own bed. There is a bathroom. There are showers. We even get clothes. Every bed has 2 uniforms on it, too. That means there will be laundry. People are freaking out. Abelard just nods, hands Joy and Wage a few data slates, said duties begin next cycle and left. Like KYRX, Joy and Wage could both read a little but not very well. I was called in along with the 2 other literate members of the clan and we sussed out the new reality. Part of me thought it was pretty bleak, but that version was still remembering what the old Echo's life was. 40K Echo thought we landed a pretty sweet deal. Lots of cleaning duties, cooking for the guard, tailoring, some working metals in a Gothic kind of carpentry, other tasks maintaining holy sites and performing rituals. The Adeptus Mechanicus had asked for a few volunteers for menial tasks. Hard work across the board, but life-threatening? No. When the work assignments were read out and people given their new duties, Grandma cried again when she was given floor polishing. Someone tells me that she used to clear coolant ducts, and had to pray that they wouldn't turn on while she worked or they'd kill her like all the others. The good times kept coming. The clan now got to use the midship cafeteria at the appointed times for their assigned jobs, and it was just 1 meal a day. That meant no more rationing or starvation. Also, Celeste had put in the effort to serve food with taste and flavor, so no more tasteless corpse starch bars. People really broke down when they sat down on their beds, clean from the shower, wearing actual clothes. There were a lot of people crying, and hugging. I'm with Joy when it finally hit her, and I saw that she was trembling. I sat next to her and she grabbed my hand and held it in a vice grip. This is real, right? She looked at me with eyes full of fear. They're not going to come next cycle, and put us all back in the hole. Right? This is how it is now? Please. I gripped her hand back and nodded. It's real. I said. I'm sorry he's not here to see this. KYRX wanted this for all of you. She hugged me. She was still shaking. KYRX kept us alive. We didn't get here until you showed up. Thank you so much. The Emperor sent you. It turned out, funny joke, I was the only one not assigned a bed. Thankfully it didn't really matter, as some of the family couldn't really get used to sleeping while being alone in a bed. The kids especially. I get some actual sleep, and it's so sweet. Still very short, but more than 2 hours. The alarms chime, and everyone gets up, gets dressed, and are standing ready for when Abelard, and some midship supervisors arrive. We give him the data slate with everyone's name put down and covering all requested duties. He states who goes with whom, and everyone marches out of the Neb/Halcott barracks and into their new lives. God Emperor bless them. So, there's just me, great-grandma, how she lived to be 41 down in the hole I have no Emperor-blessed idea, who minds the youngest children, and said little ones too young to work. Echo of Shire. Please attend. Abelard said. I march from my bed right up to the man and give him a salute. I apologize sir, for my state of dress. I said. I was not assigned a uniform, sir. I did, however, bathe, sir, as per regulations. Very good. Abelard said. Your uniform will be waiting for you in your new quarters. Follow me. I will not be bunking with my family. I mean the Neb/Halcots, sir. I said. No. The Lord Captain feels you should be more at hand for her disposal. Also, the barracks are unfit for your duties. Come. He turns and marches out. Tell everyone I'll come visit when I can. I said to Great-Grandma, and follow Abelard. So, I'm not living in midship. I'm actually on the, Emperor be damned, upper decks. Gothic architecture everywhere, floating servo skulls bobbing around everywhere, so many candles that probably it's one of the Neb/Halcots' jobs to keep them lit. Beautiful murals, gorgeous tapestries, and giant statues that look like they took fortunes and ages to make or carve around every corner. I'm living in a cathedral. More specifically the closet of a cathedral. These will be your quarters. Abelard said. I walk into my room. It's about half the size of a dorm room. An actual bed against a wall, a small bathroom with a toilet, a tiny sink, and a shower I barely fit in. A small table with a curious device on it. A small shrine set into the wall with fresh candles and 4 icons. There's enough room for me to take 2 steps in any direction. It's palatial. The rogue trader honors me too much. Footfall's words come out of my mouth. He can't quite grasp that all this space is his and his alone. It's twice the size of his home back on Footfall, and his parents had been successful. The machine on that table is called a Vox Dictation Caster. Abelard said. You will speak into it the stories you know, and it will transfer them to the blank data slates there. You are to do so to every story that you know. When you have no more stories to tell, you will be removed from this room, and taken back to your family's barracks. There you resume normal duties. There will be compensation for completion of this task. I understand. It may take me a while. I said. I can feel Echo of Shahara's glee at the prospect. The larger the final collection, the better. The Lord Captain will not be pleased if all you know are 2 stories and a poem. Abelard said. I get the feeling he still sees me as a nothing commoner, albeit a well-behaved one. I'll take what I can get. I know much more, sir. I say, smiling. The Lord Captain will be very satisfied. Also, the Lord Captain will call upon you to do recitations like before. You may be requested to do private sessions as well. The uniform on the wall is what you will wear from now on. There are 2 sets of it, wash them regularly. Appearing before the rogue trader or her retinue in slovenly appearance will be not acceptable. I understand, sir. I said. Does the rogue trader, blessed be her name, wish me to be ready with a recitation soon? Abelard nodded and gave that good boy smile. He likes it when the lower classes are quick on the uptake. She wishes to have one this evening for herself and her retinue. She specified that you should have ready the stories you told the Lady Navigator. 1 moment, sir. I said, and jumped on the dictation machine. It took a little bit to figure it out, but between the 3 of us inside one head, we got it working. I quickly rattled off a list of titles, and a few other things. I stepped away from the machine and handed Abelard the primed data slate. This is a list of all the stories written by that same author. I've included how long they are to recite, and what genre they are, along with indicating the ones I told the Lady Navigator. Please let the rogue trader see this and tell me which ones she would like to hear so I may be ready for tonight. Abelard nodded again. Excellent. She will be most pleased. I will leave you to get dressed, and your work. Yes, sir. Thank you, sir. Glory to von Valancius. I said. He leaves, and I am alone in my closet. I took another shower, with honest-to-God soap. Footfall had no idea what it was. Then I got into my new uniform. I almost call for a servant to come and burn the regulation clothing, but Echo of Shahara insists that I keep them for emergencies, so I stuff them under my bed. I put on my new clothes and look at myself in the small mirror. I hated it. It was what a standard bard's uniform would look like, though a 40K lens. Tights and long sleeves, a pair of gloves, instead of diamonds or other shapes, the pattern embroidered onto my doublet are skulls. I had an actual ruff, and right on my back was the von Valancius crest, so everybody knew whose property I was. I felt better armored in the regulation gear. Still, this was more suited for the spires than the Undercity, and I'd be entertaining this evening, so I decided to go with it for now, and see if Celeste wouldn't let me change afterwards. I was thinking this was more the historical costume of the von Valancius storytellers, not Celeste's personal pick. It kinda looked slightly Harlequin-esque really. There was a dangerous thought. I also finally got a look at what Footfall looks like. He was kinda cute. Nothing like how I looked like back in the old life. Tanned skin somehow, for a kid who never saw a natural sun. Shaved head with evidence of dark hair, but everyone down on the lower decks shaved their heads. Loose hair got you killed. That would grow out. Teeth were in better condition than they should have been, and I think occupant number 3 did a little dental work. I resembled an extremely healthy, sympathetic refugee you'd see in a commercial. The type activist influencers like to pose within their video diaries of how they helped better the world during their summer vacation. Oh frack, that's exactly who I was. Echo of Shahara wanted to get to work and had been annoying me about it since I got out of the shower. Just to shut them up, I sat down and started talking. First things first, everything Poe went out on a few slates. They were going to want everything that moody bastard ever did. That came quickly enough. After that, Echo of Shahara wanted to go big. Huge epic retellings of vital stories that held the world together before the imperial truth. Gilgamesh. Melville. Tolkien. Tolstoy. I started doing all the best short stories that ever came out of Tumblr. There was some confusion in our little groupthink. I explained. The boss wanted stories. If we had about 20 or 30 short flash fiction to give them, they wouldn't be upset when I started to take longer on the long ones. This was accepted as sound practice, and soon I was getting fed every bit of flash fiction made by the internet since 2000 AD. We filled another data slate, and moved to the next quite quickly. It was actually nice. I didn't know how they were doing it, but I didn't feel horse talking so much. I even felt my mind drift as I said the words about a particularly good humanity, frack yes story. They were going to freaking eat those up. Echo of Shire must have been doing the work. I hoped this wasn't a inhuman doesn't realize human body's limitations thing and I started spitting up blood. Then I started to wonder. Did Echo of Shire know the 40K stories? They came to me, the Horus Heresy, Gaunt's Ghosts, Chiffa's Cane, all of them. That had a lot of implications for Echo of Shire, but there was no way in the expanse that I could tell any of those stories. Not without the Inquisition, or the Ecclesiarchy, ordering me dead on the spot. Maybe later, I could ask for permission for war records, or make up some reason that I heard someone else tell me about them. Whatever came out was going to be heavily redacted. However, right now? No way. Thankfully, I still have a large bench to pull from. Also, Echo of Shire is fine with letting me stop and get some water. Turns out I have my own cup too. Such luxuries. I've got a small pile of completed slates full of flash fiction, and I've decided that Hemingway is as good a starting point as any. I'm actually discovering him myself as I dictate. He's pretty good. Normally I would have tried something I knew better like 1984 or Fahrenheit 451 but I doubted dystopia would play well in the biggest dystopia ever made. Although, maybe if I rewrote it a bit, The Hunger Games could do numbers. Echo of Shire is fine with redactions and rewrites. Stories are living things when healthy, and they need to fit their audience or you just get angry or confused people. That leads to bad things. Particularly our death, which all three of us want to avoid. I've finished Old Man and the Sea, and am halfway into For Whom the Bell Tolls, when Abelard knocks on my door and then opens it. He sees the completed data slates on my table, and the fourth one filled with notes and I get the good boy nod again. Really, that's what I am now. Other isekai maybe get to be Astartes or Inquisitors or Fracket, rogue traders. I got pet. Performing pet, to be exact. These are the stories that the Lord Capitan wishes to hear. He says, handing me a slate. I nod and accept it. Let's see, she'd added her own commentary to my list. Heart and Amontillado of course. Then Pendulum because she thinks the title is cool, and Raven because she knows Abelard likes it, because it reminds him of his wife. After that there's a few notes, let's see. Heinrich says he can figure out any Inquisitor story, so do one of those Depan the Inquisitor ones but don't make it too hard, or he'll sulk. Okay, then Purloined Letter should fit the bill. The interrogator should be able to figure that one out, and it's never a good idea to make yourself look smarter than the Inquisition. Diara says her voices say she'll like the one where Nurgle kills a bunch of nobles. I'm sure you may have some stories that are more warnings than tales of victory over the archenemy so, as long as it isn't summoning a demon, I think it'll be okay. The non-registered psycher's probably talking about the Red Death. Should edit that one a bit and it should be okay, probably should look over and tweak Pendulum beforehand too, then do it on the fly. Kasha just wants to hear Ammo hates it, the wine one again. Just so you know, she'll be painting the whole time, so don't feel bad if it's not looking like she's listening. Hat. I should ask Abelard to provide me props. Can't fail my first and best fan. Tech Priest Pascal wasn't interested in coming so he won't be there. His brother Abel will be though. He'll be in the back, and please try to not upset him. This is a big step out for him, and he doesn't like really flashy stuff. Abel Hanyaman, hey? Tech Priest. A part of many. Nearly completely nonverbal autistic. The most creative spirit ever to worship the Omnissiah. Some of the details are spoilers, but if you rescue him, which Celeste obviously did, and are nice to him, which Celeste obviously is, he composes a poem for you in Bin Eric. Which, you don't really get to see, or hear, in the game for obvious reasons. Echo of Shire begs me, they absolutely must hear one of Abel's poems. Okay. But what story would appeal to a tech priest? A well-written manual? Wait, an idea. It's my idea first, but Echo of Shire instantly likes it and starts pulling up every variation of the story they can find. Would that work? There'd have to be editing, a near-total retelling, but, well, why not? Worst comes to worst, Abel doesn't react to the story, goes back to shadowing Pascal and Celeste is happy because we tried to be nice to Abel. Argenta says they'd like to hear some more tales from Shire. She keeps saying that the planet sounds familiar to her. Do you know why? Anyway, do the straw one again that Argenta said was so good, but she also said that one was to entertain Jay. After that, she wants one showing how righteous your planet was. Echo of Shire surges. They know exactly what to tell. Good, cause at that point of the evening I'm going to be spent. Also, there will be another guest by my invite. She will not be as interactive as the rest of us, and will probably just meditate in a corner the whole time she's there. She may look strange, but I promise you she's not dangerous. To you. She might be rude. Please don't take it personally. Geralt the Ildari is going to be joining us then. Great, Stink Eye from Azenos. This is going to be a very interesting evening. I nod at Abelard. I am ready at a moment's notice. Also, the Lord Captain may like these. I hold out a data slate with a bunch of humanity, flash fiction on it. They're small stories that take but a moment to read, and they're all about the triumph of humanity. They could be considered as an appetizer to my later meal. That actually got a smirk out of the old man, but he took the slate. I will come later when you are to perform. You may now go to the upper deck cafeteria and have your meal with the off-duty guard. Return promptly. Follow the servo skull. Yes, sir. I say bowing. Good news, I get to eat. Better news, upper deck's cafeteria means I get to eat actual food. Bad news, I have to do it in this outfit. Still, Footfall is hungry too and it's his vocal cords that have been doing the heavy labor, so off we three go, following the bouncing skull. The cafeteria isn't hard to find, just a bit of a walk. It looks like every cafeteria I've been in my life. Dull lighting, long tables, people doling out food with no expression on their faces, they do not know how good they have it, and people eating alone or in cliques. Everyone's dressed in uniform. I see actual flak jackets and functional loss rifles. Oh Celeste, how do you like to spoil your crew? I get my food. Noodles and brown sauce with a piece of something orange that looks starchy. The noodles look like they're made from actual grain, not corpse starch. First an apple and now this? I tell the family that I have a personal toilet and they'll start bowing to me and calling me your grace. Sitting alone is asking for trouble. There are always bullies, and they go after those that look alone or weak. Also those dressed like they're about to recite a soliloquy, which I am. I need to at least look like I'm popular. I see a soldier sitting alone, quietly eating his food, and I walk up across to him. This seat taken? I ask. He shrugs, and I sit down across from him and start eating. For a while we do nothing but eat. The soldier relaxes when he sees I'm not trying to be his buddy, and after a bit he nods at me. You the storyteller? He asked. Yeah. I said. The outfit give it away. Theodora had her storytellers dress up like that. When she had one. He said. You worked for Theodora? You survived the mutiny? I asked. He nodded. Got lucky, was on the loading docks. Bastards were planning on taking them later, so we had a chance to bunker up before they came at us. I nodded. And now you work on the bridge. Celeste von Valancius gets the best. He smirked. She actually learned my name, can you believe it? I'm standing there on watch, and she walks out from her apartments, and I nod at her and she nods back and says hello, Battis and smiles at me. He shook his head. My family served on this ship for years, never even saw Theodora, and Celeste knew my name after just a few days. Wow. I said. This might be a good chance to figure out where exactly in the game we are in. I've heard she solved an uprising on Janus. Do you know of any other deeds I can talk about? There was this thing on Foulstone. She stopped a war from happening. Now they're one of her planets. Battis says. After that, she just goes out with her retinue and comes back with scars, bullet holes, lots of treasure, and a huge smile on her face. Theodora do much of that? I asked. She'd send out people first to get the scars and bullet holes, and when it was all done she'd come to collect the treasure and smile. Battis says. Also, you ever remember that you forgot something, but you don't remember why you forgot it in the first place? Maybe. I said, sounding very confused. Forget it. It's probably just a warp dream. You think about those too much they'll frack you up. Battis said. I nodded. That probably meant that this guy had been to Epitaph. Those were big endgame spoilers, so I was not going to push that at all. That also meant, as kind of a big joke to everything, Theodora did know him after all. Enough to wipe his memories clean. So, word is we still have Kievagama and Dargonis to visit. I said. Yeah, but the Lord Captain is still insistent on restoring the warp roots of the Expanse before she settles matters of personal nature. Battis said. I'm sorry? My knowledge of space travel is limited. I said. Navigators find paths through the warp that lets the ship go from one system to another. Battis says. Yeah, this guy's definitely been to Epitaph if he knows that much just offhand as a guard. People follow those routes because they're safe. A little while back, there was this big burst that happened, and now all the routes that we used to know got wiped away. The rogue trader, and the lady navigator, are plotting new routes to all the systems in her dynasty, especially to Janus and Footfall, as those supply food and trade to everywhere in the Expanse. It's taking a bit, and the really wild part is that Celeste von Valancius is in contact with the Winterscale and Corda dynasties and telling them about the routes she's found. Does she expect an exchange? I said. Swap routes, so that the Expanse becomes traversable again. Battis shrugs. Frack if I know. Maybe it's her way of taunting them. Brilliant, if it is. He finishes the last of his food. Nice meeting you. Echo. I said. Same. Next time I'll try to be the one who talks more. That is what they keep you around for now. He smirked and walked off. I thought for a bit as I ate the rest of food. So, we were in Act 2, and Janus and a lot of other side quests have been done. Otherwise we're just farting around the map. Now in the game you could only go so far and make so many routes safe, because that kept the game interesting. This wasn't the game. Celeste was trying to make safe routes throughout the expanse. That could take a while. True, this world didn't seem to run on game time. If she didn't go to Kyivagama pretty soon there'd be some dire consequences for that planet. Spoilers, but there wasn't that much I could do about that. Still, securing the expanse, that could take some time. A lot of time just dictating, and entertaining them until, like Theodora obviously, they got bored of me. I finished my meal, turned in my tray, and went back to my closet. I decided that I was going to be as hands-off as possible, regarding spoilers about the game. Saying you know the future, and then being correct is a good way to get into trouble in any universe, and this one has an expressway. Anyway, the biggest thing in my world is just going to be keeping out of the way of rogue chaos incursions, and Echo of Shire gives me an edge on that. Unless something way off script happens, I'm not going to be kidnapped by Drukari. I'm not going to be joining the Space Wolves on a campaign to take back a planet. I will be going into Necron space and Epitaph, but I am not leaving this ship when that does happen, and then Celeste will take us back to the Expanse, and I can retire to the Spires of Dargonis as the rogue trader's personal storyteller. Best case. What will probably happen is that I will be sent back to the family to scrub floors for the rest of my life. Again, if I lowered my expectations to better than the whole and work crew life was pretty palatable. Throwing the red rubber ball of Apollo around was just inviting the world of 40K to make my life a nightmare. I appreciate that Abelard knocks before entering my room, but it is clear that it's just a courtesy and a warning for me to be on my feet the moment he sees me. I can tell he finds the bard uniform a little amusing, as I can now spot the slight twitch in the corner of his mouth that means he's smiling. I salute. It is time. Come. He said. Sir. I reply. We do not go to Celeste's quarters, which slightly surprised me. We are at the top of the ship where the floors are carpeted and chandeliers of diamonds hang above my head. I am lead to a door and I enter what looks like a 18th century parlor lounge for French aristocrats who are partying while the revolution is outside. Big windows showing the stars, couches and chairs made of real wood and silk curtains. There's a grand piano in a corner, and on the table in the middle is a fruit platter with chocolate-dipped berries. Also, I'm a little weirded out by seeing everyone in more casual clothes. Naturally in the video game all you ever saw of the main character was their portrait, and the 3D figure. They were always in armor. Now everyone wearing shirts or robes, and normal pants. Still Regency formal with the 40K flair, Henrix is rocking a cravat with a skull-shaped pin holding it together, but no one's wearing a flak jacket to a night of light entertainment. Celeste sees me and frowns and shakes her head. What? No. Oh no. That's terrible. Who told you to wear that? She does not like my clothes. Blessed be the path of the iconoclast. I look at Abelard. He clears his throat. These are the traditional von Valancius storyteller garb, as commissioned by Lady Theodora. Celeste lets out a long groan and glares at the picture of Theodora von Valancius that hangs above the fireplace behind her. No. Go get him changed into a regular uniform. I can't enjoy this if I'm looking at that all night. We'll wait. Yes, Lord Capitan. Abelard said. Come. He says to me. I salute and follow. When a rogue trader has a whim, that get fulfilled faster than anything else on their ship. A uniform is made, and given to me in less than 10 minutes. It's a standard uniform similar to the one Battis was wearing, blue and white, gotta rep the colors, but there's a single braid stitched in, and the von Valancius crest over the heart. It looks like a dress uniform for a military academy's graduating class. By 40K standards it's pretty sparse. The seneschal desired a little pomp apparently. I like it. Less jester, at least. We're going back to the lounge when an aide runs up to Abelard and hands him a data slate. He reads it and looks at me. I have to attend to a matter. Go to the lounge, and attend to the Lord Captain. I will join you shortly. I nod and we split off. I hear voices when I reach the lounge door. I pause for a moment. Why don't you get rid of her picture? Jay said. You burned the one in your quarters. Abelard will sulk. Celeste said. Also, that one was her trying to remind me that it was her room. This one is her watching me enjoy her luxuries. It rubs it in. I knock on the door and enter. Much better. Celeste said when she saw me. Where's Abelard? The seneschal was called away on duties. I said. He says he will join promptly. All right, Celeste said. Do you like your new clothes? Would you have performed in that appalling outfit? Your Grace, you saw what I wore before, yes. I said. She nods. Those were the best clothing I had ever worn before then. To go above that. I smirk. If you wished me to dress and perform in a giant ambule costume I would do so. A small chuckle ripples through the room. Good, that joke landed. Ah, Celeste said. I guess it's my turn for introductions. Echo of Shira, this is Seer E. Dyrad Plass, Merchant Trader J. Hadery, Interrogator Heinrichs van Kalux, Magos Abel Haniaman and Kasha and Argenta you already know. That's everyone. Almost. E. Dyra says looking over my shoulder. I feel eyes behind me, and I turn to look. Yerlit is sitting in the far corner behind me, cross-legged. She's looking right at me. I can't not let my first encounter with a Xenos go without a reaction or people will think that's weird. I look back at Celeste with a look of concern and confusion. She raises a calming hand. It's fine. Just pretend she isn't here. She says. I nod, and begin my craft. Then, I am seeing that everyone has glasses of amasek, this evening. That is excellent. Did you know they were once different names for it, long ago? Whiskey, rum, absinthe, and wine. Oh, yes. Cassius says from her corner. The woman is in a long white gown with a giant painter's smock on front. Huge easel in front of her, and a collection of paints, brushes, and mixing boards around her. Girl came to work. Please tell us about the wine. She says her line with childlike glee. Nothing a storyteller loves more when the audience knows their lines. So I tell Amontillado again. It seems to go over well. I almost have a hiccup when I get to the high Gothic because I can see on Celeste's face that she doesn't know what it means. Thankfully, Kasia instantly chimes in with the translation. I know then that I am going to be doing this story over and over again for as long as her ladyship is on this ship. Everyone claps lightly at the end, I bow. That's when I notice the red-robed figure standing in the other corner by the fireplace. Abel Haniaman. The blue lights of his augmented eyes shift and twitch. He looks a little uncomfortable. Well, that's not acceptable, and I've had experience with this. Excuse me? Esteemed Magos. I addressed him. Abel looks at me. My next story has me waving my arms, and raising my voice a lot. If it's too much, please raise your hand or make dendritis so. I held up a hand. I will then lower my voice and make my moves less dramatic. Abel did a slight nod. I looked at Celeste and she smiled at me and nodded as well. Good, she really liked that. Abel doesn't ask me to stop, and I get super lucky. When the police arrive in the story, Abelard arrives at the lounge. He then, just as before, plays his role as standing there, looking at me as I lose my mind to the beating heart beneath my feet. I finish and everyone claps again. That is exactly how it goes. Heinrich said. Once, I asked a suspected heretic in, sat him down, looked at him for 10 minutes, and just offered him a glass of water. Confessed everything. That is because the archenemy is weak, and destroys itself. I said without thinking. Heinrich looked at me and nodded. Well said. Good, good. Celeste said. So, now I know why Kasia said you were so good. What's next? Would you like your request, or the seer's? I said. Do Idria's. Celeste said. So, this one's about Nurgle, right? Heinrich gave me a long, Inquisitor long, look. I clear my throat. The story takes place on a planet ravaged by a plague. At the end of the story, an avatar that represents the plague appears. The author who wrote this did not know of the archenemy's specific names or appearances, so while I can see how it may be interpreted, no, that form of the archenemy does not directly appear in the story. If anyone does not wish me to perform it, it is fine, and I can move on. No, no, no. Celeste said. I want to hear this, but Edira says it's a good one. Right. The voices have been arguing about it all day, Edira said. Really, maybe I can just pluck it from his head and skip it. I had to react now, even thought I was almost sure she was joking. I went wide-eyed and looked at Celeste. It's fine. She doesn't mean it. She said, giving her psyker some nasty glares. Go ahead. I like Mask of the Red Death a lot. There's a couple of ways you can shift things to portray Prince Prospero's party. It can be the progression of age, it can be debaucheries, it can be historical. I went with casting the prince's party as nobles who were celebrating the chaos gods in different ways. Then, as is their wont, they turned on them as they usually do. Bastards. Once more, everyone applauded. See? That wasn't so bad. Celeste said to Heinrichs. Heinrichs nodded. I forgot that your seer usually sees only a fraction of what is actually to come. It's an excellent story warning against the temptations of the archenemy. Well done. Thank you, my lord. Next, is the pit and the pendulum. I say. This story I had to rewrite a little, because, to those unfamiliar with the story, it's about a prisoner being tortured by the Spanish Inquisition. The Inquisition are the bad guys. Yet. Thankfully, you swapped that for heretics, and there's not much else I needed to alter. The tension of the deadly pendulum and yawning pit. The resilience of the prisoner as he holds on to his sanity and life. Great stuff. Everyone was eating it up. Argenta was in a simple nun's habit, minus the cowl. She was sitting on the floor on top of what looked like small black prayer rug. She was leaning forward a little, and I realize she's trying to memorize what I'm saying. She wants to retell my stories to her orphans. When I realize that I feel echo of Shahara's reaction. They're humbled. I was reaching the end, and decided that sucking up to the boss was never a bad thing. There was a discordant hum of human voices. There was a loud blast as of many trumpets. There was a harsh grating as of 1,000 thunders. The fiery walls rushed back. An outstretched arm caught my own as I fell, fainting, into the abyss. It was that of Celeste von Valancius. The Inquisition had entered Toledo. The heretics were in the hands of their enemies. I finished with a bow. Celeste colored and beamed. Everyone applauded again. Thank you. I said. And now, I have a puzzle for you. In the form of a story about Inquisitor C. Augusta Dupin and the case of the purloined letter. Henrik sat forward in his chair, curious and interested. I saw Edira smirk, and I had a bad feeling in my stomach. Better deal with that possibility now. Your Grace. I asked Celeste. Yes. She said, looking at me. I am aware there are some blessed by the Emperor with gifts. I keep looking at her and not anyone else. Sometimes these gifts allow people to see the end of my story before I get there. Once my mother was speaking to a crowd one of her mysteries, and one of those blessed cried out it was the Undertaker. It lessened the enjoyment of everyone. All right, Celeste nodded. I promise not to peek at the end. Edira. She looked at the psyker. The voices tell me what they tell me, she said, sipping her water. She stopped drinking. Okay, so don't have to worry about the incident. It's already happened. But, I promise to keep my mouth shut. Good. Celeste said. Henrix. I lack that ability. Henrik said. But I think I may not need it. I am quite good at puzzles. He gave me a predatory grin. Thank you, Your Grace. I said and start the story. See, Auguste Dupin was Sherlock Holmes before Sherlock Holmes. He was a detective who liked explaining things to his sidekick. Holmes is better, by far, and much more of a character I feel. Dupin's just clever. Still good, and I'm fairly sure Doyle was partially inspired by Poe. The case of the purloined letter, edited for 40K, is pretty simple. A noble suspects another noble of heresy, and believes the evidence is in a letter the noble received from another suspected heretic. The noble has had his people search the other noble's offices in secret for the letter, without tipping him off because if he knows, he'll just destroy it. At the end of his rope he comes to the Inquisitor. At this point in the story, Henrik snaps his fingers and grins. He's got it. I hope. The Inquisitor walked into the Count's study, and I gestured to the interrogator. Found the letter in the pile of letters on the Count's desk, where no one thought to look. Henrik said triumphantly. Well done, my lord. I said. Everyone clapped, and I finished up the story with the heretics captured and given to the Inquisition. The interrogator looked very pleased with himself. Then he looked at Celeste, but Celeste was talking to Edira. He got a look on his face and looked out the window at the stars. Oh dear. He's got a thing for her. In the game, that doesn't matter, in this case it might. However, a real good way to be executed by the Inquisition is poking into an Inquisitor's love life. I felt I should move the evening on. Now, bringing an end to tonight's featured author. A poem. This is, The Raven. Abelard actually sat down on a small ottoman and turned to look out the window. I paused and looked at Celeste. She looked at her seneschal curiously. Abelard. She asked. Please. He said. Continue. He did not look away. I got it and launched into the poem. This time I did it much better. Sometimes when you know a story is coming, you get hit with all the emotions you felt the first time you heard it all at once, and then a second time when you hear it again. It's what made Cassius so eager. I had actually hit the stoic old man's heart. When I spoke of Lenore, he heard his wife's name. Celeste didn't watch me, she watched the first father figure in her life mourn. If Celeste's history was the same as my playthrough, it was very interesting. Celeste was born to the nobility, a childhood among the spires of a hive city. She was never treated as a noble though, because she was a bastard. She left and entered the Navy Militatum, and served until her psyker powers emerged. Certified, and trained, she went out on campaigns, until it was found that the same rogue that caused her ignoble birth was actually of the von Valancius dynasty, making her suitable for Theodora's presence and plans. She was summoned to the Coronis Expanse, and brought to Calamity's fortune. Then the game began. She never had a father. Barely had a mother. Had been told that she was barely worth what she had been given. Missed being taken by the black ships by a hair. Now she had everything, and a grumpy old seneschal who scolded her like a child. Now she saw the pain in his heart from his loss. Quote the Raven, nevermore. I said. Abelard nodded, took a breath, and looked at me. Well said. He said. I bowed. I clapped my hands. I think everyone should take a short break for refreshments. Good idea. Celeste said. However, I said. While everyone else is refreshing their drinks, I have a private gift for Magos Haniaman. It's a short story, and it is intended for children, but I feel it is a tale of the Omnissiah and his work, that the Magos will enjoy. Abel. Celeste said looking at the tech priest. Do you want a story? Abel nodded very hard. I took 2 chairs and I brought one to Abel and sat down in the other. He sat down, and I quietly started to tell Abel, the tale of Pinocchio. 40K style. The puppet is now more clockwork than wood. He is 100% a machine spirit, not an abominable intelligence. The blue fairy is now the Omnissiah. Geppetto is a tech priest. The original story about the puppet boy are actually a bunch short stories about his misadventures and quests to become a real boy. Pinocchio here could care less about flesh, but he does seek to know his true function. I tell the stories of how Pinocchio found the CRKT subroutine that spoke of the Omnissiah's protocols, how his nose would extend upon expressing untruths, and how the here techs known as Fox and Cat lured him away from attending school with the promise of new augments. And he returned to his progenitor, knowing more of his true function. The end. For now. I said, finishing. Abel didn't move for a moment, and I was afraid I had gone too far for a moment, and then he launched into Ben Eric. The language of the tech priests. Now, to me, it sounded like screechy static, but Echo of Sha'era understood it perfectly. I nodded smiling. There are more stories about Pinocchio. Later, when you have spare run time, I would be happy to recite them. I said. Abel nodded and did more Ben Eric. I blinked in surprise. There is nothing a storyteller loves than having more stories. I said. Of course you may write your own. I would love to see them. Also, yes, they may be of Pinocchio. He is public domain, and free to all of the Omniscia's servants. Abel nodded. I got up from my chair and turned around. Celeste and Argenta were sitting on the couch right behind the two of us and had clearly been listening. Echo. Celeste said seriously. Thank you. You know Bin Eric? Argenta asked. Oh. Echo of Shahara is coming up blank. Time for some improv. I can't speak it. I said. But when you are trying to survive on footfall, if you know it you can get work from the tech priests there. My mother helped me learn. Your mother who was also Echo of Shahara? Argenta says. Yes. I see everyone's had food and drink and moved back to their seats. Yerlit hasn't moved and is still staring at me. I ignore her and move back to my spot in the center of the room. Oh, my mother, if you feel that I am talented or amusing, you should know that I am nothing compared to my mother. If she was here? Winterscale and Corda would be outside that door on their hands and knees listening at the crack to just get a glimpse. My grandfather would have had whole planets enraptured. The echoes of Shahara have faded as the millenniums pass, and in this age it is hard finding people to listen. But we prevail, scattered as we should be, and we remember Shahara. Jewel and home. Second only to Holy Terra. There are stories of that place, and I remember them all. Let me speak of the marvel that was the Great Bazaar. Then I go into the story I told Argenta about the market of Shahara and the straw girl. Echo of Shahara really elaborates on the market this time, now that we don't have a short time to do it. It really does sound like a fantastic place. Especially in the 40k world. Just as Argenta predicted, Jay gets super into the straw girl story. Before she had been lounging on a fainting sofa, dressed in a fancy-looking cocktail dress, with her bare feet on the couch. Now she's sitting up and looking at me. I've gotten to the third trade. The girl has swapped a marble for a thin piece of string. Oh, oh. She snaps her finger. She finds a person playing a musical instrument and gives it to them. Oh, you must know this story, Mistress Hatery. I say with a huge smile. For in return, she received a paper fan with a prayer written on it. Wait, she went to an old man resting in the shade who was very hot. Jay said with glee. After that it's no longer a story. It's a game. I keep telling Jay what item the straw girl gets, and Jay has to come up with an appropriate buyer. Everyone's watching this weird tennis match between us. It's a lot of fun, until Jay screws up. In return, the girl now holds in her hand a golden plate, engraved with the depiction of one of the saints. I volley back. She gives it to a priest preaching between stalls. Wait. No. No. She winces and swears in her native tongue. Everyone knows why she missed. She already used a priest as a trade. Sadly, there was not one of those there at the moment. I said, not skipping a beat. But there was a guardsman on leave from deployment, and he gave her his spare pistol, worn handle with the word faith carved into the handle. A market guard, standing between two statues of the emperor. Jay says. I notice that her accent slipped a little, and the look she's giving me is a bit more aggressive than playful. Better speed up the story. Jay completes the game and successfully gets the girl her paradise planet of straw home. She's back to her good mood. Of course, she laughs. Then some ashmag swiped the whole thing out from under her, leaving her with a single piece of straw. Are you telling us how you got your summer home? Celeste says, and everyone laughs. That was good, Muharaj, she says to me. We should play that again. I now have a nickname from Jay. Wow. I grin and nod. All things and all people can be found in the markets of Shahara. But, there's always a young girl walking in with a single piece of straw. I know I have heard or seen that name before. Argenta says. Shahara, tell us another story from there. Perhaps that will tell me where. I will tell one of the most important stories. I said, an echo of Shahara took over. If you find this tale familiar, know that stories echo from one universe to another and they are as true as each other. Once the planet had another name. This is long forgotten, and unimportant. It was a desert planet. Not greater than Talern or Cressid, but no lesser either. Mostly it was unremarkable. The people diligent and faithful. Its industry steady, and its beauty was pleasing, but rarely the subject of poems. The archenemy, however, decided that it would be theirs. The ruler of the world was given the title of Sultan, and he was what happens when nobles indulge instead of remembering their duty. He had chosen his latest mistress from the citizenry, and planned to take her. He did not care for the girl's will, or seek any part of her mind or spirit. Just wanted to consume her body, rip the fruit all the way down to the pit. The girl in question sought to escape such a fate, to be used, spent, and discarded. She found an ally in a palace guard, and together, they escaped the palace. They found a ship, left the planet, and lived an eventful life among the stars. That is another story, and told another time. The Sultan flew into a rage. He had been rejected. He had been betrayed. The archenemy, already present in his lusts, crept into his heart. They spoke lies to him. He was the greatest ruler, they said. His law was absolute, they said. He could have anything he wanted, even reach out to the stars and take back the girl. All he had to do was give the planet over to the warp. The Sultan agreed without a pause. Now, it takes time for a planet to be turned to the archenemy. Its people must be converted. Rituals must be made. Sacrifices performed. One man, even the Sultan, cannot do this, so the archenemy gave him powers to make it so. Every night, the Sultan reached out his will across the planet, and seized the souls of his people and turned them to chaos. Just a few at first, but more and more each night, and so the planet began to turn. Now, I must say that there are three kinds of heretics. The first are the true betrayers. Those that walked up to the archenemy and handed them their souls. The reasons do not matter, for they are all the same. Greed, sloth, and envy. They are to be killed and sent to their masters to find what kind of reward truly awaits them in that hell. Then there are the lost. These people are the ones beaten by life, often by the archenemy themselves, and in desperation, despair, and darkness, they reach out and take the hand of the archenemy. They extend it, offering help or salvation, and this is always a lie. There are ways to save them, but once they take the archenemy into their hearts, the best way is death. Then there are the taken. Those are the saddest of all, for those are good and loyal servants of the emperor, forcibly grabbed and ripped from his sight and made to dance like puppets. They did not yield to the archenemy in their hearts, and might yet still be saved. Only the Sultan was true, the rest of this planet were taken. The emperor knew that meant there was a chance, small that it was, that the planet might yet be saved. Now we go to a small shop, in a medium-sized market, in a city on this planet far from the great palace of the Sultan. It is a bookshop, and the man who owns it is a man named Jafar. He is good-natured, enjoys talking with his customers, mourns his late wife, and the emperor chooses this unremarkable man to become the second most important person on the planet. Jafar realizes what is happening. He does not despair, or seek to flee off planet. This is his home, and he will save it. He starts the evacuation. Shuttling people from the cities, in great packs acting like they're pilgrims, hidden in vehicles and cargo holds. Once he hollows out a large loaf of bread, and hides a baby inside it, and walks by the purple-eyed guards that watch the gates. He goes to other cities and does this over and over again. Out people are taken to the desert. To the sacred oasis that still has the emperor's protection, and more importantly, the caves beneath. Massive and huge, they're enough to hide thousands and thousands from the Sultan's grip. There, they pray. Jafar also secures a voxcaster and sends out a message to the stars. Help us! He cries. Our Sultan has gone mad. Every night he kills the souls of more and more. We shall fall if we are not saved. Perhaps it was the emperor, perhaps it was the arrogance of the archenemy, maybe it was dumb luck, but he is heard. A ship of the divine emperor's angels receives the message and changes course. Help is coming. Praise be. Argenta whispered. SSH. Celeste said. But, the archenemy loves hope, for they delight in snatching it away. They cause the immaterium to warp and shift, delaying the arrival of the emperor's angels. One of their demons whispers to Jafar in his dreams, telling him that the help he thinks is coming, will take 1,000 days to arrive. By then, the Sultan will have taken everyone, the planet will fall, and the only help the emperor's angels can give will be to announce exterminatus and destroy the world. Jafar weeps, for he has tried so hard, saved so many, and it is not enough. He prays to the emperor for guidance, for help, and he is given it, for his daughter has now had enough. Her name is Shaira and she is beautiful. She had been helping her father rescue people to the caves, and secure the transmission. She holds the emperor in her heart, and she has read every book in her father's store. The day after her father tells her of the 1,000 days, she leaves the caves, gets on a motorcycle, and drives to the capital city, drives through the streets of blaspheming, purple-eyed, heretics. She drives right up to the doors of the palace, and announces that she is here to become the Sultan's newest mistress. The taken guards dully lead her to the madman. He sat there on his throne, bathed in the power of the warp. He was preparing to reach out again this night and take the souls of more people. Shaira bows before him, and offers herself to him to slay his desires. The Sultan, slave to the archenemy as he is, greedily takes her to his bedchambers and prepares to devour her in 1,000 uncouth ways. However, Shaira smiles and asks if the Sultan would like to hear a story first, to help get him in the mood for passion. The Sultan agrees, humoring what is to be his feast. Shaira then begins her story. It is the greatest tale ever told. Words given to her by the emperor himself, and spoken by a master of the craft. The Sultan is enthralled. He sits on his bed, listening to the words, and the first night passes and none are taken. Dawn eventually breaks, and Shaira yawns and says she is tired and must rest. They will resume the passion in the evening. However, Shaira has done something, or rather she has not done something. She has not finished the story. It dangles on a cliffhanger, unsaid, uncompleted. If the Sultan kills Shaira now, he will never hear the end of the story. This is where the archenemy is weak, for they are creatures of greed and are never satisfied until they have more and more and more. It burns in his skull as Shaira rests, his need to finish the story and know its ending consumes his mind and all actions, and the day passes and none are taken. The night comes and Shaira is demanded to finish the story and begin the consummation. Shaira bows and continues, and the story keeps going, and the second night passes, and just as before Shaira leaves the story unfinished. The Sultan cannot help himself, he must know how this story ends. He must consume it as he will consume Shaira. But Shaira has him now, the story splits into other stories, tales have tales hidden inside them, and go off on tangents. Every night there is more to tell. Every morning it is not quite finished. Shaira does this for 999 nights. She does not falter, she does not slip, she never fears, and she never lets that piece of scum touch her. Then, she finishes the story. The Sultan howls and screams, and the walls bleed from the power of the warp unleashed. He is ecstatic. He has consumed all of Shahara's words, and now he will consume her. She stands there, calmly watching this little man jump around. It has been 999 days without anyone being taken. She knows her father has rescued nearly the entire planet to the caves, gotten them arms, made plans, and slowly taken positions around all taken strongholds. For now it is the 1000th day, and the skies open and the Emperor's angels descend with salvos from their macro batteries, destroying taken battlements and cannons. Jafar leads his uprising against the Sultan. The planet burns in righteous holy fire. The Sultan runs to the window and stares at the destruction. His jaw drops, he tries to reach out and take anyone, but the angels are here and do not allow it. He cries to the archenemy for help, but he hears only laughter and scorn as they have abandoned him in his failure as they do for anyone who takes their poisoned gifts. He turns with rage in his heart towards the woman that has been his downfall, and before he can say a word, Sha'ira blows his head off with a bolter pistol she had on her the whole time. Yes. Argenta leaps up from her position on the floor. Glory to the God Emperor. Glory to Sha'ira. The planet was saved, and reconsecrated. Jafar was named the new Sultan. He ruled wisely and well, remarried, and had several children who continued his legacy nobly. The old name of the planet was forgotten as it had the taint of corruption. Jafar, doting father that he was, renamed the planet after his daughter, for she had been the one who had saved it. As for Sha'ira, and how the planet that held her name became the marvel that it was, that is another story, told at another time. I bowed. Please. Argenta said. Please, another. I must know what happened next. Why did Jafar and Sha'ira run towards the danger? Celeste asked. It was their home. I said. It was their duty to protect it, as much as any book in Jafar's shop. You cannot run from the archenemy. You cannot pretend it's not there and it will go away. You cannot hide. You must face it, and conquer it. Celeste nodded, looking thoughtful. The mood was turning. The story had gone over like gangbusters. Argenta was still about to ask for more, but everyone else was starting to get a little tired of tales and poetry. Thankfully, there was a piano. I think we should change things around a bit. I said, walking to the piano. Would you all like some music? You know how to play piano? Jay asked. How does a beggar on footfall learn that? My mother served a noble who had one. I said smoothly. She then went to our little shack, and drew the keys on the ground in chalk. She would sing out the notes when I pressed them. Your mother could do that? Celeste asked. She was amazing. I say, and sit at the piano. I'm pretty sure I can get this right, I think something soothing would be best. Echo of Sha'ira guides my fingers, and Chopin's Raindrops begins. Now, Echo of Sha'ira didn't have any stories about this piece of music, apart from knowing Chopin's life. It's actually very interesting. However, I had, more specifically, I had written a 40K story about this particular music. Yes, I wrote other 40K fiction. Shocker. The problem was that there was no way I could tell that story. It wasn't that it was classified or anything, it was just, if Celeste, or more importantly Heinrichs, looked into it and found out the lie, probably wouldn't end well for me. Ah well, no worries. Then Edira grunted. Oh. She said. Edira. Celeste asked, sounding concerned. There's a story about this song. Edira said. The voices, it is, I'm sorry. No. No, it's okay. Celeste said. Keep playing, Echo. What's the story? The song's only about 6 minutes, so I kind of went into repeat for a few parts to stretch it out. Also, I was a little shocked at what was going on. Echo of Sha'ira had pulled the story from my head, and put it in Edira's. Also, they could apparently be one of Edira's voices, which was a click on the don't trust scale about them. It's from Krieg. The Siger said. No songs come from Krieg. Abelard said. If so, it must have been from before the rebellion. No, not before, during. Edira said, standing up. There was a noble who was a composer. His mother was a sculptor, they had a manor in the spires, and their garden was full of carved statues. When the loyalists launched the nuclear bomb to purge the rebels, it rained afterwards. Causing, burning, black rain. The composer watched as his mother's works were all eaten away by the raindrops, that's the name of this song. Regentrupfen. She sat back down. Everyone just listened to the music for a bit. I see no grey or black. Kasia said from her corner. Melancholy, yes, but white. Pure white. The marble of the statues. The faces of traitors and arrogance worn away, replaced with the white, ready to be made beautiful again. I finished the song. Nobody clapped, but I got the feeling that it was appreciated. I think. Celeste said. I'm good for entertainment tonight. Thank you everyone for coming, I hope everyone had fun. We're going to do this again. There was a chorus of agreement. People started to gather their things, and head back to their own quarters. Nobody thanked me. Abelard just gave me a look, and I followed him. Again, I didn't get to see what Kasia was painting. Given how the night bounced around, I had no idea what it might look like. I was taken back to my closet. I looked up at the wall my door was in and saw I was right below a giant painting of some female saint. She was typical 40K, dressed in armor, halo around her head, smiting enemies. Sir? I asked. Yes. Abelard said. Who is that? I pointed. That is Saint Argenta. Abelard said. The one Argenta's named after. I said. The same. Abelard said. You did very well. It is likely that the Lord Captain will compensate you. Is there anything I should tell her you wish? Actually, sir, I said. If her grace issues a reward to me, please give it to the Neb/Halcots. Specifically Joy Neb or Wage Halcot. They know what they need. Very well. Abelard said. Shall I inform them of this? This was a test from the old man. Pride was a sign of poor character. Too much humility was just as bad. Also, this kind of thing got out anyway. I knew what to say. If they ask, inform them. I said. Otherwise, it need not be mentioned. Abelard nodded at that, and I noticed that the good boy nod had changed from you are Celeste's new toy and I'm humoring her to you are a good performing dog, and I allow your presence. Little steps. You show great loyalty to them, for how brief your association was with them. Abelard said. I see footfalls memories and the story comes easy. My parents had died. I was a beggar with no work. I was going to starve. Your ship was my only hope. I fought through the crowd of people begging for work, and I got to the front. I begged the officer there to let me on, and he was about to kick me away when a voice called out. Hey! We'll take him. It was KYRX Neb. If that didn't happen, I'd be dead. Now I'm in unparalleled luxury, doing what my mother, grandfather and all the way back to the first echo of Shire were meant to do. I don't care if he just needed an extra back or it was a whim, or actual kindness. I have a debt to KYRX Neb, one that is not simply repaid with a few crates of foodstuff. Abelard nodded. Well said. I will make the arrangements. Thank you. Actually, there is one thing. I said. Could I have a set of casual clothes? I don't want to ruin the Lord Captain's uniform she gave me. This is for performances. Abelard nodded. I will see to it. Good night, storyteller. Sir. I saluted and entered my closet. I finally got a full night's sleep. It was heaven. Celeste likes the upper decks to wake pleasantly, so I woke to the sound of hymns to the Emperor calling everyone to arise. Very loud ones, as my closet is right below one of the boxes. There was also a box with a shirt, slacks, and the rest, outside my room. I wasn't given any new summons the next day, so I worked out what my new schedule should be. Dictate all day, eat my one meal at the cafeteria, come back, dictate some more, sleep, repeat. The second day of that, I saw Battis in the cafeteria again, and I walked up to him. He nodded when I approached and I sat down. What happened to the jester outfit? He asked. The rogue trader had me traded in for something more naval. I said. It's pretty sharp, you see me wearing it, you might have to salute. Only if she's standing behind you. He grinned. We ate a bit, and then he pointed at me. They're saying this is your fault. What? I asked. We're not going around making war brutes anymore. We're full speed for Kiavagama. Battis said. Kiavagama. I said. Okay, the game was progressing. Forge World, heard of it? Battis said. I nodded. I had mentioned it before. I didn't know if he'd notice, but you kept your lies consistent if you didn't want to get killed. Yet, well, rumors is that there's some heretic activity on it. It was just rumors, and nothing serious. Battis said. Yet, well. I nodded. Isn't when it gets serious, it's too late. Battis nodded acknowledging my point. Still, before it was just one more war brute. Now she's preparing everyone for a full-on campaign. Had this huge speech about protecting the von Valancius planets. Rumors are saying she was inspired after her story night. What was it? You cannot run from the archenemy. You cannot pretend it's not there and it will go away. You cannot hide. You must face it, and conquer it. That's what she shouted at us. No one's seen her with that fire before. What did you say to her? I just told a few old stories. I said. Yeah, well, we're going to be there once we clear the immaterium, so I hope your next story is about. Alarms started to blare. Every soldier got to their feet. Is that? I said, getting up. Battis nodded. The ship's under attack. Rumors, hey. I said. Battis gave me a smirk and ran out with the others. I headed to my room. If I wasn't safe there, I wasn't going to be safe anywhere. And so began Kiavagama. Third story. I hid in my room and barely felt the walls tremble. The ship did not blow up, we took out the heretic ships above the planet, and successfully made landfall. So, Kiavagama. Forge World. Minor, comparatively, heretic infestation, and pretty fun level as there's a lot of machinery you can activate during battles. In the game, you fight across a factory floor, fight a heretic fabricator sensor, a couple of daemon engines, a chaos space marine, a daemon in a side quest, and a boatload of Borg D up cultists. Again, very fun level. There's a few differences between game and my new reality. 1. No party limit. Celeste is taking everyone all the time with one exception. 2. No Kasha. Kasha in the game is fantastic, and wipes whole encounters on her own sometimes. In actuality, taking your navigator, one of the most crucial members of your ship, onto an active battleground, unless you absolutely have to, is a supremely stupid thing to do. 3. All the cultists, and the bad stuff I mentioned earlier are not grouped on one map, in one factory floor. They are spread out all over the planet. 4. Respawn rates are higher. If we leave so much as a single cultist active, resanctifying the planet will do nothing, and we'll be back to do this all over again. 5. Celeste is intent on saving this planet, rescuing everyone she can, and not just purge everyone and start over. In the game, this was a simple choice to get you alignment points. Here, that means an entire campaign. So, as a result, A. We were going to be here for a while. B. I wasn't going to be seeing much of everyone else. C. Kasia had me coming to her room about every other day to tell her a story because she was bored out of her mind, and had read all her books. The last one I didn't mind so much because Kasia is a lovely audience, and always rewards me with a piece of fruit. I had recently finished the O. Henry stories, and she cried a little at the end of the last leaf. I'm not going to spoil why, read the story, it's short, but remember that Kasia is a painter. I offered to give her my data slates so she could read more, but Kasia doesn't like reading off of slates. I need to get my stuff into actual books, and Kasia needs her library. The good news was that, according to what I was hearing from the crew, the campaign was going very well. The cultists were going down, and Celeste and the retinue were tearing through the big threats. The machine making the Daemon engines had been dismantled. The CSM and the fabricator sensor had holed up in separate factories with the majority of cultists, so it was a siege situation, but Celeste was not above using Calamity's Fortune's cannons to orbital blast her way past the walls. It just took time. I took the time to explore the upper decks when I was editing some of the more complex stories. I walked around with my data slate in hand, dressed in my formal uniform in case Kasia sent for me, and remarked on the beautiful things in my new world. Cause despite being all ARRG Gothic ARRG Industrial ARRG skulls, there still is beauty. I found this tiny little shrine in a small alcove. Someone took random shards of collected colored glass and plasteel and made this mosaic stained glass that reminded me of what you might see in a mosque. They have a nearly dead candle lit before it, and a scroll next to the candle. I unrolled it. His name was Luke Ryman. I miss him. I put the scroll back in Luke's memorial, and I get a fresh candle and put it in. 40K is the ultimate condemnation of religion, blind faith, and adherence to dogma. But I could never stand the type of atheist who stepped forward and called all who worshipped God fools and stupid. It is hard to stand on your own, sometimes you need something else to lean on a little. No, I wasn't very religious back on non-Nightmare Earth, but I think I believed, a little. Maybe it's because who I'm working on that's making me ponder faith. C.S. Lewis. One of the few people who I felt that I would be okay with, if it turned out he was right. Right now, I'm staring at the words to Narnia, the Lion, Witch, and the Wardrobe specifically. Screwtape letters I've already got edited and ready to go. Good feelings for that one, but I will need to explain the premise before the recital. But Narnia has a complication. Now, 40K kids? Going to love this stuff. Talking animals. Huge cinematic battles. Kids slaying mutants, heretics, and pirates. Fantastic stuff. A few iffy bits that I think I can squeak through, and some stuff that had to be changed. Santa's cameo got changed into an Astartes, but really, this stuff is going to be very very popular. Save one tiny matter. Can the God Emperor be a lion? Now, I can't have Aslan be replaced by the actual Big E doesn't work for a couple of reasons. There's nothing really in the imperial truth that says the Emperor couldn't take the form of a lion. I might say that it's a normal lion either possessed or imbued with the spirit or consciousness of the God Emperor, but I'm not super fond of the idea. When Aslan revives from being sacrificed on the stone table, you don't question it because it's Aslan. If it's just a lion being a puppet, well, get a new lion. I really want to make this work, and I'm hoping that walking around will help. Echo. That beautiful voice said. I turn and see Argenta standing in a doorway. What are you doing here? Working. I said. I'm trying to fix a problem with an old story, and I'm not sure how. What are you doing here? I thought you were down on the planet. Argenta is wearing, well, a white t-shirt and black sweatpants. She also has most of her left arm in a cast. I got hit by a power axe. Broke the femur and nearly took my arm off. Chirurgeons put this on to heal it, because I didn't want to saw the rest off and take an augment. Magos Pascal was very offended. I offered to aid in other ways, but Celeste felt I would heal faster on the ship. Is she right? I said. Argenta sighed, sounding annoyed. Yes. If I am not ready in time to face the heretic Astartes, I will be there to slay the fabricator sensor. It just requires rest, which irks me. Oh, these are your quarters. I said. Yes. She said with a smile. I'm being rude. Would you like to come in for some tea? That would be lovely, thank you sister. I said. Wait, it's not Tana, is it? Argenta laughed. No. No. Just standard issue tea, but my own blend. I take it you've had that other beverage. Once. I said. As a fan of the Chef's Cane series, I felt I had to try, so I asked for it at the cafeteria. It was a mistake. Argenta laughed again and motioned me to follow her into her room. Argenta's quarters were much bigger than mine. She had her own bedroom, what looked like a prayer room, big bathroom, weapon room, and a small kitchen with an equally small table. She had to pull out another chair from her bedroom to give me a place to sit. Apologies. She said. I do not have many guests. She put the kettle on, and we sat at the table. It's fine. I said. So, Argenta said. Your first shipment has been quickly received by the ship, and quite well too. I hear that on lower decks people trade data slates of your words like precious goods. The seneschal blinked twice when he saw the size of the crate filled entirely with completed slates I had ready for him. I said. I'm very glad to hear that the Lord Captain allowed my work to be copied. I did love those short tales of victory over Xenos, and how humanity is resplendent by ourselves alone. Although, I wish the name for the collection was a bit less crude. Humanity, frack yet. It's not something I am entirely pleased hearing the children shout. She said with a smile. Strange though, I have never heard of some of these Xenos species. That's because they're made up. I said. What? Argenta said. Most people have never, and will never, meet a Xenos in their lives. I said. Still they know that they are inferior to the glory of humanity, so they go into their minds and create strange and curious beings. The stories would be the same if I used orcs, Tau, or Aladari. However, really they are all the same. There are the brutes, there are the arrogant, and there are the mindless. Very true. Argenta laughed. My favorite is still the walking sacks of plasma that are defeated by a knife taped to a cleaning drone. Stabby the Roomba. I smiled. Classic. The kettle whistled, and Argenta got up and served the tea. She got a box of sucrose cubes and dropped 4 into hers, then offered me some. I took 2. You like it sweet? I said. She nodded. It is how they served it on the ship I grew up on with my parents. Hot, sweet, and strong enough to wake anyone from sleep to do a 12-hour shift. I sipped the tea. Wow. No kidding. Argenta's tea was very similar to most breakfast blends, but much stronger. I felt sleepy parts of my mind wake up just by smelling it. This is wonderful. Thank you. She looked at the data slate I was working on. I had laid it on the table. Is that your latest work? Yes. I said. I decided that I should try it. If I could get the concept of Aslan past Argenta, of all people, then I was home free. I'm actually having trouble with it. The writer is excellent, and I think this would be a wonderful children's story, collection of stories really. However, the author did this one thing that, well. And I explained the situation, and most of the plot of the book, and the entire Narnia series. Argenta did not instantly call it heresy and demand I leave. The first thing she asked was, what's a lion? I explained it, and sketched a detailed drawing of the creature, when provided a pencil and paper. Yes, Echo of Sha'ira lets me draw and paint too, but only to recreate things that have already been made. Also, I'd think Kasha would kill me if I tried to encroach on her territory. It resembles beasts I've killed. She said. But, this creature lived on Earth. Long ago. I said. It has a regal bearing, and certainly appears noble. You called this the king of the beasts, yes? I can certainly believe that such a fine animal appeared on Holy Terra at one time. She frowned. But in this other universe, the God Emperor appears as that. That's what the author wrote. I said. Why? Argenta asked. I have a theory. However, it's... I frowned. Well, some people get upset when people talk about how people worship the Emperor. That there is only one right way to pray. Do you wish to hear it? Argenta frowned, sipped her tea, and then nodded. Your stories have great perspectives. There is a right way to pray to the Emperor, but, there is also more than one right way. Go ahead. Faith is both easy and very hard. Letting his magnificence into your heart is simple, but understanding his truth? Understanding his words? Some struggle their whole lives. Children are brought before shrines, or temples, or statues and told that this is him. This is what you should believe in. He will save you. But, all children see is a statue. The rest follows, of course, the teachings and education, the prayers, and eventually a faith is made and they join the Emperor's choir, but I fear in their hearts, all they know is the statue. Maybe with luck they can image the idea of the Emperor speaking to them, but it still only looks like the statue. Some hard image, cold and distant, they only believe because that is what they were told. But, a lion? They can see the lion, in the story they touch him, fight with him, defeat great evil with him. He speaks and teaches, he is knowable, the statue is replaced with a living being, and when the lion says now you must return to your world and know me by another name they know who he is. Then they see the statues, shrines, and temples and know him. He is inside their hearts, and they embrace the teachings, and prayers. The statue becomes the face of the being that they know will protect and guide them to glory. It is no longer distant and cold. It is the warmth of humanity, and when all hold it, we are triumphant. Argenta just stared at me for a while. Her face calm and neutral. I drank my tea. She still hadn't said anything. I thought she must have been mad at me and calculating how quickly she could get a bolter shell into my heretic brain. Or perhaps it is heresy after all. I said quietly. I'll go erase it all. I apologize for wasting your time. I stood up and reached for the data slate. No. Argenta said, and put her hand over mine. She instantly withdrew it, looking away. It is not heresy. I sat down. She looked thoughtful. It must be done, very carefully. We cannot have children running around pretending to be lions and the Emperor at once. Emperor forbid a cult arises, we could have people finding Xenos beasts that resemble lions and worshipping them. No. There are many ways things could go wrong. So we must be very watchful when you present this to the children of the ship. You, support the idea? I asked. Yes. Your vision is beautiful. To have the Emperor present and there inside the hearts of all children. To know they say the prayers not because they feel obligated or ordered to do so by their parents, but because they believe. That is the faith we need. Argenta said. When will you be ready? The dictations are done. I say, holding out the data slate. All the stories are ready, I was just trying to decide if I should or not. Then I will gather them all in one of the great chapels. All decks. I believe the secondary chapel should be sufficient. Beverages and snacks can be provided as well. Argenta said. Wait, you're not just talking about your orphan wards, are you? You said all, as in everyone all. You want me to recite the Chronicles of Narnia to every child on Calamity's fortune? At once. I said. How else can we be sure your words are heard correctly? That the children understand that the lion is the emperor, and not merely just a beast that can talk. She nodded. Yes, if I talk to Vigdis this can be arranged in 2 days. What about the campaign? I asked. My arm needs that long to heal. It will be fine. The children will need something to comfort them anyway, their parents are fighting and there have sadly been casualties. Something to reaffirm their faith in the emperor is well needed. Argenta said. Your words kill fear and gave Celeste her fire again. Together we can do it for the whole ship, a whole generation. I paused and looked at Argenta in her seat. Sister Argenta? Why was the Lord Captain afraid to come to Kiev-Gamma? Argenta sighed, and took a long drink of her tea. You joined us when we arrived at Footfall. Are you aware of what happened before we arrived? The tale of the Rekad system. A little. You rescued the Lady Navigator on a Nobilis station from a betrayer. I said. True. Argenta said. There was a prison where the warden and guards had turned heretic, and were torturing a scion of the Winterscale family. You cleaned them all and saved the noble. I said. Barely, but also true. Argenta said. Then you landed on Rykad Minories. You fought through a city of heretics to secure the governor. Went into an ancient power station to save some tech priests and killed a cultist named Aurora. I said. You returned to the city, began a triumphant celebration, which was interrupted when the Drukhari stole Rykad's son, and the heretics on the planet used the chaos to try and turn the planet into a daemon world. You all rushed to the spaceport, fighting hordes of heretics, in order to escape where you faced Aurora's true form, a traitor Astartes. You engaged him in combat and were triumphant. That is, almost what happened. Argenta sighed. We were in the parade when the sun was stolen, and heretics did attack. We slew them, and then the rogue traitor gathered behind her all the guard, and the civilians, and anyone else she could find on our fight through the city. Heinrichs kept saying there was no time, and that the shuttles could only carry so many, but Celeste was, ablaze. Just one more. She kept yelling, as she's setting a chaos spawn monster ablaze. Just one more. When we reached the spaceport, we had easily 150 people following the rogue traitor. Then Aurora emerged. The sister chuckled grimly. I've heard the tales told of that fight. They have me piercing its armor after the seneschal cracked it with a blow from his chain sword. In truth, we were but bothersome flies to it. The only one who heard it a little was the rogue traitor, and then it looked at her and it laughed, and began the slaughter. Cultists emerged from every corner, and Aurora just moved past us, not caring what we were doing to it at all. They deliberately ignored us, just so they could butcher all of the people Celeste was trying to save. People ran, people fought, we did everything we could, but in the end, every last soul that had followed Celeste was dead. It wanted us, it wanted her, to see her failure. Then the heretic and his minions turned to us, now intending to destroy us, and Celeste had enough. She's monstrously more powerful than she shows, and has great control. When she lost that control, every cultist just died, no fanfare or gore. They just dropped dead. Then she made one motion with her hand and Aurora was ripped in half like a piece of tissue paper. The invulnerable armor that had been our bane, crumpled like a discarded food tin. She was so calm, but tears were streaming down her cheeks. Then we get back on the ship, assess the situation. She and I are of the same mind, we have intact ships, there are still more people on the planet. We can save others, just as my namesake did, and Celeste can get just one more. Then Heinrichs tells us we have ran out of time. The world is turning into a daemon world and we can perhaps rescue a few, but all the rest would be doomed to a fate worse than death, and the ship will be tainted by the warp. There is only one way to save anyone. That is when I saw the fear enter the rogue traitor's heart. Celeste orders an exterminatus, and the planet burns. We arrive at Footfall, to find ourselves legendary heroes who defeated a traitor space marine, and Celeste has all those dead haunting her. Oh. I said. She was not afraid of facing the archenemy. Argenta said. She was afraid of failing again. Losing control. She was desperate to stop that war on Footfall. On Janus she was so terrified of getting innocent people killed she made an actual alliance with, never mind. It was why she took to you so quickly when you met. She saw in your eyes the same hurt she had when you had to kill your friend. We were doing nothing. Easy things. Explore this hulk. Establish a manufactorium. Plot warp routes. Save things, with little risk to others. Kiev-Gamma was something where people might die because of her decisions. People on that planet, people on this ship. She couldn't face it. Then she had her evening with you. Maybe it was one story, maybe it was all of them, maybe it was just because you let her relax and let go of that fear for a moment. Either way, she is here now, and yes, some people have died, but now she has the Emperor's fire within her again. You think I can give that fire to the children? I say. As you said, there are ways that can go very wrong. Yes. Argenta said. She frowned. I am of two minds, really. One says that this will help save the children's souls and guard them for what is to come in their lives. The other says that I am being foolish, and I should instead be down on the planet killing the Emperor's enemies. We must try. Echo of Shira said, speaking for me. How many heretics can we kill by making them never exist in the first place? I hold up the slate. How many of the children can we forever keep in the embrace of the Emperor? This is where it starts. With words. With ideas. That's all the archenemy is, a bad idea. This is a good one. Argenta stared at me for a moment. She flexed her fingers. Echo of Shira, would you like to pray with me? I blinked. Of course, the closest chapel is only a FE. No. She said quietly. In my sanctum, just us, together. She jerked her head to the door that led to her personal sanctuary. Oh, I said, not sure what exactly I should say. For the success of the Narnia project, yes. Of course. I would be happy to, sister. Good. Yes. The project. She said. Come. Argenta's shrine room was more like a temple. Countless candles everywhere, it felt like you were stepping inside an oven. Big marble and gold altar with skulls and fleur-de-lis carved on it. Very intricate. On top of the altar was a triptych, gold enameled, mural of the big guy, confronting Horus with sanguineous body before them. You know the scene. Scattered around it, and hanging from the top are a Disney souvenir shop's worth of icons. The walls had prayers hand-painted on them, by Argenta's own hand. There was the equivalent of half a Bible's worth of prayers on each wall, and there's 4 walls. The floor is actual wood, and had small Sister of Battle-themed cushions for people to kneel on. So they were, black, red, and more fleur-de-lis embroidered into them. Along the right side, was Argenta's Fangirl collection of Saint Argenta merch. On the wall, was a beautiful picture of her that was similar to the mural above my closet. Below that was a display case with a data slate of the 1 star, her ship. Along with that, are a spent casing from her personal bolter, a pressed flower from a planet she blessed, and a heavily burned scroll of parchment, with Saint Argenta's writing on it. That was our sister's own personal warrant of trade, apparently. Do you have a particular way you like to do this? She asked, sounding weirdly shy. Oh, I was so stupid at that moment. I didn't get any of her signals. I just thought she was still thinking about the lion thing and was afraid she was being unfaithful. No. I said, looking around, and not at her. Normally, I just pause before whatever it is before me and try to reach him. He is already here. She said. Come. I will show you. And she had me kneel beside her. Praying with a sister of battle is an experience. It happens in stages. First she recites the prayers and mantras in a calm voice. You sit next to her and the words wash over you. I felt like I was entering a trance. Pushing past the heat of the room, and into somewhere cool and dark. My eyes were closed and my hands clasped, but Argenta's words echoed. I was in a massive dark room, and I was standing before a huge staircase. I could see nothing, but I knew it was there, and at the top there was something. Someone. I could climb these massive stairs for 40,000 years and never reach the top. But I knew the one who was at the top saw me. I felt very small. The next stage is the personal prayers. I'm back in Argenta's room, and she's speaking in a more conversational tone. She is asking for blessings for the special people in her life. She starts with the souls of her mother and father and wishes them peace in their place in paradise with the Emperor. She wishes blessing for all the orphans she's looking after, naming a particular few who are going through trouble, or causing trouble. She gifts them strength and guidance. She then goes to Celeste and the retinue. She does include Idira, and Kasha, with a little backhanded compliments regarding witches and mutants. She doesn't name Yurlit. She then names me, which takes me by surprise. Please bless Echo of Shira, give him the strength to achieve his goals of bringing your wisdom and love to a whole generation. He is a faithful man, and his words reach the fire inside us all. After that, she nudged my shoulder with hers, giving me a hint that it was my turn. Footfall had a few suggestions, and I had a few as well. Please bless my mother and father, now at your side, may they be at peace, warm, safe, and happy. Please bless Kyrx Neb, also now at your side, for his kindness and bravery may he rest in everlasting glory, he is of your chosen and who you conquered the galaxy for. Please bless the Neb/Halcott families, here I named all the crew, Joy, Wage, and the rest. They are pious and diligent, they shall serve in your name and openly receive your gifts of strength and determination. May they continue to prosper. Please bless my friend Battis. He is down on the planet, fighting in your name. May you make his shots true and his enemies falter. Please bless Sister Argenta. She is a fire. Like all your daughters, she burns your enemies to cinders and brings the world your name, but she is also a light. Orphans look to her, and see a way past the despair and darkness that has surrounded their lives. On the battlefield, people see her and know they are saved. She is worthy of the saint that shares her name, and I know we can triumph in a universe that is so dark. For only where it is so dark, can light shine the brightest. Most of that was echo of Shira, but I didn't disagree. Then they kept going. Also, please bless all the other echoes of Shira out there in the galaxy. We hold to your truth, and yearn for the day your word is spoken again from your own voice, so we may echo it throughout the stars. We pray for Shira, lost and stolen, but given to the dream so never forgotten. May one day, the dream become real once more. I was done, but I felt something. Back on the other side of reality, I tended to talk out loud to myself. It helps me edit, and it's kind of a writer's version of the programmer's rubber duck. There's a feeling I get, after I've been doing that for a bit, and then realize there was someone in the room listening to me the whole time. I felt like that. But not embarrassed, just glad to know there was someone listening. Also, this was really the first time I'd prayed to the Emperor and was not asking to go home, or for them to be aware of Echo of Shira and maybe take action before they did something bad. After that, Argenta has you sit in silence with your own thoughts for about 10 minutes. I had experienced this before when I sorta prayed at my own altar. The three of us sharing a head, get a little personal space. Our thoughts aren't rubbing elbows. Just the peace and quiet of your own mind and ideas. It was nice. That's when it hit me. Ideas. There was no way Echo of Shira was a human mind, nothing could memorize all that information, even if you left out the fact that it hadn't existed for at least 40,000 years. However, it wasn't an artificial mind either, they had emotions, opinions, and a weird kind of morality. It was a living record, a living idea. Better known to some of you familiar with the SCP universe, as a mimetic entity. Great. Now what? It didn't really change much. I thought for a moment that maybe I could get one of the psychers on board the ship to extract it, but then where would I be? So far, I was stuck with the nerdy mim. They didn't seem like they were hiding this fact from me. Just that they didn't mention it. Well, it did mean that there was a panic button option to get them out of my head if things went sour. Keep on the current course, I supposed. It's amazing how well your mind kicks into gear when it has a moment to itself. Argenta cleared her throat, and shifted. Indicating that the moment was over. We both opened our eyes, clapped our hands, and recited some benedictions to the Emperor, and it was over. We got up from kneeling on the pillows. Argenta shook her head and shoulders like she had just finished a workout at the gym. Ah. That was wonderful. Thank you for doing that with me. I appreciate you went through the whole thing. Some people find me extensive in my moments with his divinity. Of course. I said. Echo of Shira was nagging me about something. Pointing towards the Saint Argenta display. May I look at those? I know so little about your namesake. Of course. Argenta said. Saint Argenta was amazing. She then launched into a monologue about the saint. She was incredible in combat. She was deeply compassionate. She inspired believers whenever she went. When her ship, the One Star, appeared in the skies, people would cheer and drop to their knees, for they knew that salvation had arrived in both combat and humanitarian aid. Echo of Shira wasn't listening. It knew that story. What was important was there. I said, pointing at the scroll. What? Argenta said. Shira. Right there. That's where you saw it before. I said. Argenta looked and started to read. And yet, in the most humble of places, I met Shira, speaker of stories. Together we would return to her. The rest is burned, until, and she stayed to maintain our victory. Those burns are weird. I said, looking at the scroll. How'd you find this scroll anyway? It was a trophy my mother found on the planet when she had the campaign she met my father on. Argenta said. It's how they knew what my name would be. Those burns, they aren't. What? What's wrong? I said. The scroll was burned when my parents' ship was attacked. Argenta said. I rescued it in their Aquila, but that's not the same damage. The part that talks about Shira, it looks like something burned off the ink itself, and that's warp residue. She stepped back. I can feel it. Faint, long spent, and long ago, but sorceries burned those words away. They had to make her disappear. I said, speaking echo of Shahara's words. The burning of nearly every tome that so much as had the name. Secret heretics in the administratum tearing out pages from record books. Random assassinations, but really killing people who had been to the planet. Causing warp storms to destroy beacons to hide it from the Astronomicon. It was too much, we had reached too far, but we had done it, and when chaos feels fear, they stop their games and wipe it out. Echo. Argenta asked. I remember. I laughed, giddy with joy that was not my own. I remember the echo before me, and the story of Argenta and Shira. Oh, I must not say it now. Why not? Argenta said. Please. Anything about Saint Argenta must be known to me. What victory did they achieve that brought them such wrath? It must be said to the rogue traitor. Echo of Shira said. You should be there too, for you have the right, but this is a blade that I cannot wield. But I promise, you will know of the triumph of your namesake, and why the archenemy hunted her ship so fervently to take it down. I will tell you this, Argenta fought until the end, drew their fire, without her there would be not a single Echo of Shira in existence. It's also very funny, in a sad way. Echo of Shira told me, which was weird cause they didn't often use their own words. Just feelings. The night on the snow where Argenta nearly fell. She saved Mort's soul that night. They showed me the rest of the details. Mort? Theodora's arch-militant? But, he died during the mutiny, in fact he was killed by, oh, hey, that is kind of funny. However, if I tell her now, she'll think I'm a psyker who invaded her mind, and kill me. Which would suck because it's been very nice so far. Better kill any possibility of that. I'm sorry for shouting, it's just, I don't have many complete stories of Sha'ira. Just the Straw Girl, the 999 Nights, and then just, fragments, parts of a story. I said. But I know now that Saint Argenta's story is part of Sha'ira's story and everything, fits together. Like I was given a jigsaw puzzle's corner piece and the rest fall into place. What's a jigsaw puzzle? Argenta asked. It is an old novelty people did to challenge their mind and relax their spirits. I'll make one for you. I said, not skipping a beat. Well. Argenta gestured for me to leave her sacred prayer room. I did, and we continued, out of her suite and into the ship's corridors. I got my Narnia data slate back. She nodded. This was, pleasant. Yes, I hope we can do this again. I said awkwardly. Sister Argenta. Yes. She said. I would not be here, if you did not recommend me to the rogue trader. So, I am deeply in debt to you. Also, I found great comfort and insight in our prayers. I meant what I said when I called you a flame and a light. You have very much made my life brighter. I said. Argenta looked away for a moment, then she looked back at me, trying not to show her whole face. For a second I thought she was disgusted and couldn't look at me. I see the flames you inspire, but I see you differently. You are like a spring. Overflowing with stories, music, and so many lost things. You nourish people's souls. That is a good thing. Thank you. I said, a little dumbfounded. Yes, well, good night. She said quickly and went back into her apartments and closed the door firmly, not looking at me at all. I went back to my closet, and went to bed. The next day, Argenta ran around getting everything ready for the Narnia event. I went to Abel Haniaman. He was on the upper decks, doing ritual prayers for a cogitator that was still recovering from the scrap code event. For those who haven't played the game, the short version is the here techs on Kieva Gamma uploaded a chaos-powered computer virus onto the ship to kill it. Celeste, Pascal, and the tech priests managed to stop it. Hello Magos Abel Haniaman. I said, very calmly. Are you okay with speaking to me? Abel stopped swinging the sensor and looked at me and spoke in Bin Eric. You're not? But the rogue trader introduced you as Magos. Abel responded. Well, she is kind like that. I'm sure Magos Pascal Haniaman will not argue the point. Abel responded. True, wrong designations are bad. How would you like me to address you? More Bin Eric. Logis Haniaman it is then. I had a request for you. I said. I was wondering if there was known to be a device that could repeat a sound it recorded. Over and over again. Specifically tonal sounds. Abel paused for a moment, and then walked by me. I was worried he was upset, but he turned and motioned for me to follow. He led me to a tech priest workshop, where a rather short tech priest, that was nearly completely augmented, save for her mouth which was puffing on a loo stick. She was working on dismantling the cogitator in front of them. Abel communicated something to the priest, nodded, and walked away. So, you are the origin of Pinocchio. The apparently female tech priest said. Magos Pascal has all but forbidden us of speaking that name. Abel has been clogging our runtimes with endless stories about that little machine spirit boy. Abel writes fan fiction. Is it any good? I asked. This is his best one, she launched into a surge of Bin Eric. One day Pinocchio found a cogitator. Its machine spirit was efficient but lonely. Pinocchio said it would be its friend. The machine spirit was no longer lonely. They achieved many tasks together. The Omnissiah was pleased. The end. I hear his poetry is better. I said. Weirdly, Echo of Sha'ira got a huge surge of power at that. He's made 12 solid runtime hours of that stuff. Pascal blames you. The tech priest says. Anyway, you want something that replays music. Yes, but first, I am Echo of Sha'ira, I think you know that. What's your designation? I asked. Autolas 9. I usually am assigned the call signal, Ada. She walked over to me, and with a whine of pistons, her torso shifted upwards to be equal with mine, and she extended an augmented hand with several dendrites. Follower of the words of Armanat. May the cycle be discontinued. Really? I thought he was considered radical. I said, shaking her hand. I knew exactly who and what Armanat was, but those were big spoilers. The best ideas are. She lowered her torso and started to walk into her workshop. And Armanat's best idea was that we should have new ones. But, most units don't like that, so I'm not allowed to go to the communions anymore. Thankfully, Pascal thinks like I do, and he got the rogue trader to allow me to work here on the upper decks, instead of consigning me to some hole to rust. Good thing too. That scrap code would have killed everyone on this deck if I didn't circumvent the machine spirits into redundant cogitators. That took a Class C tech miracle, believe you me. Well, as a life you saved. Thank you. I said. Oh. I looked down. A roving machine had bumped into my foot. It kind of looked like a mouse droid from Star Wars whose parents were two compacted Cybertrucks from a Silicon Valley junkyard. Then I saw that there were more of the things all over the workshop. Those are my cats. Ada said. They monitor things. Want one? She pulled out a huge crate and started to rummage around in it. I don't know. I said. My room isn't very big. They don't need much, and I make them all the time. Take one. Ada said. New York 4N likes you. Take it. Anyway, here you are. She held out a machine that looked like a metal starfish had an accident with a Vox recorder. Red turns it on and off, blue starts and stops recording, green replays what's recorded. Just like that. I said. Well, this is just dumb luck. Ada said. I made this back in the day when I was in communion with Armanat. They had the most magnificent sermons, pure data that would change whole runtimes into perfect efficiency. One sent me into a fugue state for 3 whole cycles without pause. I had to get that again. So I made this. You've seen Armanat? I asked. Did Theodora wipe her memory too? No. Ada looked down, and stubbed out her smoke. I was not allowed to be in his presence, as I am considered too, passionate. It's not passion, it's focus. I was allowed to commune with him by remote. Then the schism happened and I was sent to the von Valancius dynasty to recompile my objectives. I survived the mutiny by killing the bastard who entered my midship workshop. Then, upon taking his role as Magos, I contacted Pascal and he assigned me here. He has been quite satisfied with my work. Especially after the scrap code event. Wonderful. I said. A thought suddenly came to me. It was a little inspired by Echo of Shaira, but really I had been looking around Ada's workshop and seeing all the little pieces and bits scattered around reminded me of something from the other reality. Actually, we're not too far from each other. Do you mind if I come by and ask for other things? I have some ideas for amusements. What kind of amusements? The Omnisci looks down on frivolous use of runtime and pointless pursuits. It's why Pascal's so cross with you. Abel's got everyone writing Pinocchio stories. Ada said. I told Ada my ideas. She nodded. Well, the other's easy. I can make that using scrap and my own 2 phalanges. She said. The other one's interesting, give me a cycle or 2. Sure. Thanks for this. I said, waving the recorder, and left Ada's workshop, the cat following me. Later, after another Kasha summons, Abelard found me in a side room, working on several instruments in my new playback starfish. I had the 40K equivalent of a violin, cello, and assorted forms of percussion that absolutely did not equate a drum kit. I got up from my chair and saluted. Sir. You are learning other instruments? He said. I'm a quick study, sir. I said. I got the good boy nod again. The Lord Commander has triumphed. She wishes you to come to the bridge to herald her victory. The traitor Astartes and the fabricator Censor have been dispatched. I said. Yes. You are well informed. Abelard said. She wishes to memorialize the fallen, and rally the triumphant. Sister Argenta will be disappointed. She was looking forward to purging the Emperor's enemies. I said. Sister Argenta will still have much to do. There are still pockets of heresy that need to be culled. Cultists and heretics that have gone into hiding. Abelard said. So we'll be here for a bit more. I said. It is simple work, and will be done swiftly. Abelard said. But, yes. Anyway, the Lord Captain awaits, come. The game really does not do justice to the bridge. Which I understand, because it is massive. If you had to run around this place in a game, just getting from the map to the apartment's elevator would have taken 5 minutes. That's why I'm not surprised to see nearly every Solidar Calamity's fortune has is present on the deck. Really, Celeste has enough people here to conquer a medium-sized nation, which is pretty much what she just did. The rest of the retinue was there, all of them looking different. Argenta, who, just as I predicted, looked miffed at having missed the big fight. Kasha, looked happy, which meant she was seeing all the positive colors surrounding her. Heinrichs, looked pensive, which means his character quest must have happened and Celeste has made a member of the Inquisition slightly doubt his dogma. Pascal, who, when he saw me, glared at me with a disconcerting intensity. Jay, who looked like she was already a few bottles into celebrating. Finally there was Edyra, who looked drained. She probably got a headache from the psychic assault from Muralin the Cruel. He's a few spoilers, but really he's just a dark apostle from the Word Bearers, and not nearly as threatening as Aurora was. He's going to try to be imposing throughout this whole series of events, but I predicted that when Celeste catches up to him, she was going to rip him apart without a thought. I didn't see Yerlet at first, but then I got that feeling of being watched again, and looked over the banister I was standing near. Yep, there was our pet Xenos, sitting on the floor of the bridge, watching both me and Celeste. That would never not be creepy. Celeste was sitting on her throne. Oh, you didn't get more 40K than that. She's worn her full naval uniform, royal blue and pure white, gotta rep the colors, with so much braid, and medals galore. She was wearing the von Valancius cloak, and in one hand she held the skull of the fabricator Censor. The throne had skulls and gold skulls. She looked to me arriving with Abelard. She flashed me a brief smile, and then nodded her head in the direction of behind the throne. I went to look. She set up an organ, and the Vox Master Vigdis Sarai Auditalaman was next to it, rigging up a speaker Vox, and probably had the entire ship wired to it. Vigdis looks kinda like the Borg Queen, but if the game was accurate, she's actually really nice. I hoped I get a chance to talk to her after this. Anyway, Celeste wanted a big rousing number. I thought about it for a brief moment, and then I knew what would work. I nodded, and winked at Celeste. She grinned, and went back to looking stoic and all-powerful. Abelard nodded at me, and I went behind the throne, up to the organ and took position. Attend. Rogue Trader Celeste Benedictus Triumphant von Valancius, Savior of Janus, Peacemaker of Footfall, Champion of Kiavagama, Mindbreaker, Daemon Slayer, Giver of Just Mercy, now addresses you all. He shouted. By the Emperor, I never got tired of Abelard doing his thing. I remember thinking that I could die a happy man, if he introduced me just once. Celeste stood up from her throne and held the heretic's head high. Behold the fate of heretics and traitors. The bridge roared and the noise was deafening. Hail! Glory! Von Valancius! It went on for at least 5 minutes before Abelard raised his arms and commanded silence. It was so creepy at how quickly the crowd obeyed. Like Celeste was a puppet master and all her soldiers were nothing more than marionettes. This was a great victory. Celeste said. Vigdis had her rigged for sound, and everyone was hearing every word she said. However, it did not come without cost. People gave their lives today. For Kiavagama, for the Emperor, for me. She took a breath. And they have not been wasted. Already the forges burn once more. Already Kiavagama makes the munitions and weapons that arm our soldiers. Once more the Titan walks. Titan. I boggled. When in the warp did Kiavagama have a Titan? That was not in the game. It also may have been the answer to the question as to how Celeste destroyed 2 giant enemy strongholds in a single day. Damn. I wondered who got to pilot it and figured it was probably Pascal. I winced, fearing how absolutely impossible Argenta was going to be about the fact that she missed seeing a Titan walk. I do, however, wish to recognize those that gave all. Celeste said. Seneschal. Abelard stepped forward, unrolled a scroll, and started to speak names. The people who died to free Kiavagama. All of them. From the tech priests who died in the scrap code assault, to every guardsman that went down. From my hiding spot, I had a good look at the crowd and their reactions. Mostly it was confusion. This was not how it's done. Sure, they've heard the big hype-up speeches, the onward to glory speeches, and the we are victorious speeches, but this was new. Frack, it was kind of new to Echo of Shaw era too. One of the most famous hype-up speeches is the St. Crispin's Day speech from Shakespeare's Henry V. We happy few, we band of brothers, etc. King Henry says all will be remembered who fight. After the battle, when he gets the death toll, he names about 6 or 7 noble knights, and then says none others of note. So even St. Crispin was just hyped to get the little guy to die for the nobility. But now there are names. There's a good deal of them. After a bit Abelard needed to take a break, and Argenta took over reading them. That's when it started to sink in that Celeste really wasn't kidding. I started to spot it in the crowd. Blinking hard when the name of someone's squad mate comes up. Guardsmen making signs of the Aquila. More and more bowed heads and murmured prayers. These people were moved. It was just a name, but to these people, for so long consigned themselves to just being the fodder for the Imperium's endless wars, to have someone from the top say, in just a tiny way, you mattered. They looked at Celeste with wet eyes and a kind of zeal that inspired and then frightened. They wanted to die for her now. They wanted her to have someone say their name. Death in actual glory. Worshipping death. This universe was nightmarish. Argenta hands off the scroll and it goes back to Abelard, and he finishes. No one claps or cheers. Celeste is sitting back on her throne, looking dark and pensive. That is my cue. Freddy, don't fail me now. Show me a man who will not sing along to Queen and I'll show you a dead heretic. By the end, everyone was mostly still in formation, but there were some people with arms around each other's shoulders, and a few were sitting on the ground in circles, singing and crying. The retinue was mostly nodding along to the music. Kasia had out her sketchpad, and her servant Eve was behind her, holding her chalks. I finished the song, and I saw Celeste up on her throne, turn around and look at me and nod. Good job. She mouthed. Frack it. Go for broke, I decided. No one will push your luck but you, and you'll never be a lucky one if you don't go for it. I have a story. I said. About what? She asks. Sacrifice and victory. I said. From Earth so long ago there were still oceans. Her eyes went big. She called to Abelard, and the group was brought to order. I come out from behind the throne, Vigdis hooks me up for sounds. I look at Celeste, she nods at me and... Behold. I tell the tale of Sparta and the 300. You think Miller went hard? You think Snyder was a bit much? Perhaps Butler hammed it up a bit too much here and there? My fellow guardsmen, I went even bigger than that. I actually surprised myself a little, when I did this. Island. Sparta. I planned to just fake kick the guardsman that was standing right in front of me. He actually fell down. I'm not sure if I even made contact. He seemed fine, and not upset, so I kept going. At the end, everyone is mourning the sacrifice of the 300, and they remember the names briefly. So then I hit them with the ending, and I change it up a little. Just there, the heretics gather. Sheer terror gripping tight. The enemy outnumber us a paltry 3-1, good odds for any Imperial. Their hearts, with icy fingers, knowing full well what merciless horrors they suffered at the swords and spears of 300. Yet they stare now, across the plain, at Celeste von Valancius, commanding her army of the triumphant. Eru. I shouted, and got back every single voice in that hall. Eru! Eru! The entire bridge erupted into roars and cheers. Celeste stood again and raised her hands. We are von Valancius. Never shall we yield to the enemy. By the Emperor, the noise from before was nothing like now. I exited the stage, and shuffled behind Abelard, as was my position. I saw the faces. The zealotry, the desire for a glorious death, the pride, oh the unholy pride of all of it. It had been so bad before when it was just the idea that someone might know your name after you died. Oh, I had made it so much worse. We were dismissed after that, and it took a long while for the bridge to empty. I made small talk with Vigdis, asking about best ways to use Vox technology, and she was really nice and sweet. She told me she's very excited about the children's event tomorrow. Argenta loaned her a copy of Narnia and she read it all in one sitting. She said she'd actually found an old recording of a roaring lion. How? I still have no idea. She just smiled and said it was a trade secret. I thanked her, and promised that tomorrow, she'll be integral to the show. She was very thankful. I was hopeful with the idea that I had made a new friend. Finally, it was my turn to leave the bridge, and Argenta was with our group. She was dressed in her nun's habit, sans the hood, and her caste. As I predicted, most of the walk back she was complaining about missing the battle, missing seeing Pascal pilot a Titan, and how the day after tomorrow all the remaining cultists will probably be mopped up and she'll barely have so much as a blue horror to shoot. I just smiled and nodded. I was trying to get the visions of utterly devoted zealotry out of my mind. Oh, that story was fantastic. Argenta said. It was almost perfect. Almost. I asked. The mutant, Ephialtes, survived. Argenta said. I know, may you live forever is a suitable curse, but if the Emperor had been present that day, the betrayer would have met his end. Mark it. I wondered, do I try? It was crazy, I'm going to try it on a sister of battle for Emperor's sake. But I had to do something, or I was not going to be able to live with myself after seeing that crowd. I think Ephialtes shows the real tragedy of mutant kind. I said. Tragedy? Argenta asked confused. I only had one shot at this, so I did it all at once. He wanted to be a Spartan so badly, but he wasn't. He could have helped the Spartans. He could have become a great hero by defending the hidden trail. But he wanted to be something he wasn't, and that made him unhappy, and that turned him to heresy. I think mutants try too hard to be humans. There are glorious tales about heroic mutants, Bob the Ogren, Jezzael the Retkin, and there's even this long-forgotten scoundrel called Remy LeBeau. They don't try to be human, they're mutants, they accept that, and they find glory in the Emperor by being themselves. Mutants can be glorious servants of the Emperor, they just can't do it like humans do. Also, I think this is a two-way street, when humans expect mutants to be more like humans and punish them when they aren't, that's what can drive mutants to despair and the archenemy. We all have our place in the universe, and finding it brings us closer to the Emperor. I said. Argenta was silent for a long time. We kept walking, and I was absolutely sure she was going to make me call off Narnia tomorrow. Then execute me for heresy. She finally nodded. We should be wary of the mutant, but they do have a way to the Emperor. She said. I remember my heart stopping from the shock. Holy, no, I thought, I figured that she was just humoring me in my weird ways. Obviously she must have thought that Celeste was rubbing off on me. We split off and I went to my closet. I didn't feel like sleep, so I recorded some stuff for a bit. I was doing Stephen King now. I had told Kasia one quick one before I had gone off to practice music, and she instantly had demanded the rest. The girl loves scary stories. I smiled as my mouth starts to recite Graveyard Shift. I have told Our Lady Navigator nearly every classic American urban legend to date. She still hasn't shown me any of her artwork either. The only thing I've ever seen was that raven. Kasia paints to help her navigate the warp. Also, it's what she enjoys and is good at. Her paintings aren't for other people to look at and critique. She sees colors from people's emotions and tries to work it into reality. I understand that feeling. You get an idea that's so pure in your head, that to have someone say anything about that translation of that idea, even if it's good, no. I came to the conclusion that I would probably never see Kasia's paintings, unless I was in her navigator station, and that is not a place I ever wanted to be. New York 4N bumped into my feet, and I shoved it away. It went to get caught in the corner for a while. I gave up the ghost and went to sleep. Tomorrow I was trying to bring actual healthy faith to 40K children. Emperor help me. I didn't know this, but elsewhere on the ship, multiple people were making things with me explicitly in mind. One was Ada, and her creations would make me closer to the Inquisition than I ever wanted to be, and have Pascal nearly cleave me in two with his power axe. Yerlit is figuring out how to get what's written on a wraithbone onto a data slate. It's a pain in the ass for the Xenos, but the Alatach has good reasons for her to do it. Also, she never admitted it, but, according to Celeste, she thought if anyone could pull off what was to come next, it was this Monday Key Kraden. The Neb/Halcots were making me a lovely thank you gift which I would absolutely destroy. Then there was the other person. At that moment, he twisted wire and glass around each other, warp energies surging from both. On the walls around him were the glowing words, kill the echo, destroy the echo and silence the echo. For I now knew the words of what happened at Sha'ira, and the Chaos Gods would not allow them to be spoken. Fourth story. I awoke early and was rewarded with another very loud announcement over the Vox that, in further celebration over the victory of Kiev Gamma, there would be a second meal served at the cafeteria. Starting now. I got dressed and hurried over, seeing as there was clearly going to be a big rush and long lines. Fresh bread. 2 slices. Slightly reheated. A small square of real butter. I idly wondered how much profit margin Celeste has spent. Still, going by what I've heard, she must be easily the second most wealthy person in the expanse, only being behind Caligo's Winterscale. That's only because Winterscale's realm is the largest, and mostly self-sufficient, neither factor being the result of Caligo's actions but rather his ancestors. Kyivagama sending out shipments again definitely tipped the scale in Celeste's favor. Winterscale's forge worlds have been claimed by the Adeptus Mechanicus sect known as the Explorators, and while they do send out goods, most of the industry go to the tech priests. They compensate by dedicating whole fleets of their ships to Winterscale, but trade is low compared to Kyivagama. Corda's forge world has slowed production, and has had reports of the same problems Kyivagama had. Heretics. Corda's trying to deal with it in her way, by destroying entire sectors in orbital bombardment purges, but she's only destroying her own planet and the heretics have scurried deeper into the bowels of the planet. Knowing the spoilers I know, it's only going to get much worse, and eventually Celeste is going to get a new forge world at the end of it. I saw Battis, and I sat down. He had another solider next to him. He was clearly a heavy gunner and had a whopper of a scar across his face. Hello. I said. Scar guy nodded. Echo, Kozler. My husband. Battis said. Cuz, this is Echo. He's Shell's entertainment today. Shell? I asked. Shelly. Our daughter. Kozler said. She's looking forward to it. She's had me read a lot of your data slates to her. I didn't know you were married, or had a kid. I said to Battis. Battis shrugged. It's kind of recent. Cuz and I got together a little after the mutiny. Shell's been with him for a while. She still calls me Battis, or sir. He sighed and shrugged. Still, she asked me to teach her how to read, and that's been going well. How'd you meet? I asked, slowly eating my bread. I got reassigned. They needed fresh blood on the upper decks, so they pulled me and Shell from the mushrooms to upper decks. We saw each other and, that was that. I applied for cohabitation, and old man Worsrian approved it. Cuz nodded. Of course I always had a soft spot for the smart ones who talk too much. Mushrooms? I asked. Lower deck mushroom farms. Battis said. Grows food for the whole ship. Good work for lower decks, but the families that run them are partially mutants, and you smell like shit all the time. What do you think they use to grow them? Toilets drain downwards. Kozler said. Do not ask me how many showers I made him and the little one take. Battis said. So, daughter? I asked Kozler. Not that interesting a story. The big man said. Met a mushroom girl who was human enough, she and I have a moment, a couple of cycles later she hands me Shelly and goes back to the shit. Never said a word. I see. I said. She was being kind. What future did Shell have with her? They knew if you kept her she'd at least come with you when you rotated out. Battis said. He turned to me. I'm sorry, we've had this discussion 1,000 times. Would you like to give her a treat? I asked. Special seats for the reading. Really? Battis asked. Sure. The brass and top deck crew have the prime seats, but I managed a private opera box for my family, the Neb/Halcots. If she doesn't mind sharing, I'm sure they could squeeze one more in. I said. What's the catch? Kozler said, sounding suspicious. Overprotective dads are all the same. I need some equipment moved for the show, and I don't trust the servitors to be careful enough with it. I could just ask Seneschal Worsrian about it but, you're here. I said, popping the last piece of bread into my mouth. Kozler nodded. All right. When? Now, actually. I said. I think I just need you, Kozler. You can get your kid ready. I said to Battis. Sure. Where should I take her? He asked. Layer 9, 28th box, starboard wing. I said. Ask for Joy Neb, tell her I sent you. Okay, let's go. Setting up the show took a bit of doing, but Kozler was just what I needed. He moved the instruments, he set up the various backdrops to be raised and lowered and checked and loaded all the guns with dummy rounds. This is a 40K telling of Narnia, did you think there weren't going to be guns? This is elaborate. Kozler said, as he set up the spotlights. Yeah, well, jumping around an empty stage can only go so far. I said. I want the kids to really see this stuff. Get it in their minds. I gave this whole big speech to Sister Argenta. I'll spare you. Okay, let's try it. I went over to a console and pressed a button, the light clicked on and a beautiful color drawing of a lion, in mid-roar appeared on the hanging sheet we had put up there. Okay. That should work. That's the Emperor. Kozler said. Word got out. I said. The retinue gossips on the bridge. The bridge crew hears it, word gets around. He said. You think the Emperor looks like that? In Narnia, yes. I said. Does that bother you? Kozler shrugged. I never really thought about it much. Shelley will like it. He looks brave. He faces down death without fear or hesitation to save the soul of a boy from an agent of the archenemy. I said. The Emperor dies. Kozler asked. He gets better. I said. He's the Emperor, you think some witch with a knife is going to keep him down? Hat. Yet. He nodded. Okay, you need anything else? Other than a lot of luck? I said. No. I think I'm good. Thanks, this was a big help. Sure. Kozler said and turned to leave. Oh, real quick. I said. What's Shelley's favorite story? Just so I know what kids want to hear. The one about the little girl psyker. Kozler said. The one where she goes to the school with the horrible headmistress. Oh, Matilda. I said. Hey, I thought the psyker thing would turn people off. Nah. Kozler said. She likes it at the end when the Emperor turns her back into a regular girl when she gets a good teacher. It makes her think that never mind. You sure your family's kids will be okay with her watching with them? They're good kids, but, well. I shrugged. Kids are both innocent angels and savage brats at the same time. Kozler grinned and nodded. Very true. Joyneb will be supervising them, and she doesn't tolerate any nonsense. I said. If it does go bad, I'll personally tell them that I'm unhappy and make it right. Thanks. Okay, good luck. Kozler said, and headed out. I went to check the puppets. The 40K universe is not enlightened in any way. This includes sexuality and gender identity. They just don't care. Unless you are a noble, in that case they very much care. A lot. You like men, women, both, neither? If you're worshipping the Emperor, serving the orders of those above you, staying away from Xenos and the archenemy, and not questioning any of it. They don't care. You wear whatever clothing you're assigned, usually gender isn't a factor, and as for where you pee? If you have a designated hole that serves as a toilet, you're ahead of the game. They don't care. Which also means they don't have any support for any issue you might have with that entire host of subjects. They don't care. Which is why Celeste and I had to work that much harder to do. I heard the massive front doors of the secondary chapel open, and the children and their chaperones began to enter. Since this was one of the chapels, there was a humongous organ at the back of the stage. I went over to it, and started to play. You really only get so many chances in your life to play an organ in a room bigger than some buildings are tall. So, there really was only one thing I could do. I have to stop to try and help you understand how many kids there were. Okay, Calamity's fortune is about the size of a good-sized city, let's go with Chicago. This also includes all the suburbs and surrounding towns. Just, the entire Chicago area. Okay, take that and give it the population density equal to that of Paris. Central Paris, where people live packed into building in closets that are smaller than mine. Now, separate that number into family units in your head, average size about one person and their spouse, and give them about 2.5 kids each. That number is about what I was about to perform to. This chapel sat them all comfortably. While playing, I looked up over my shoulder at the starboard wing towards the box that I believed held my family. I couldn't see anyone from this angle. Oh well. I finished Takata, and moved on the Hall of the Mountain King. Then after that I stopped having preferences and let Echo of Shire take over the playlist. It took a bit to get everyone inside and seated. Thankfully, children in 40K are really well behaved. The reason why is very simple. Physical abuse. Still, I'd seen more chaotic assemblies of adults a fraction of this size. Finally the children were gathered, and I returned to take control of my body. I did Cruel Angel's thesis, because why not, and then I got up from the organ, and assumed my place at the center of the stage. I don't know if this is true for all theater kids, but I feel there's something sacred about when an actor is on stage right before they start the show. There's a moment, when everyone comes into an agreement. The actors are about to take you into a world, some made-up mental space where they create anything and everything, and the audience allows them. There's a trust. We trust you will not harm us. We trust you will delight us. We trust, and we will believe what you say is true. I don't know, maybe that's just my version of the jitters. Also I was playing to a crowd that's bigger than most stadiums. That would freak anyone out. The Pevensies were Peter, Susan, Edmund, and Lucy. I began. The vox amplified my voice across the entire giant cathedral. It was becoming the voice of the divine. I suddenly understood why all those celebrities had such egos. 20 seconds of that alone and you stop thinking of yourself as merely human. Thankfully Echo of Shire did the equivalent of snapping their fingers in front of my face and got me refocused. I went into the adventure of the children traveling to the magical universe, that was created by the Emperor, called Narnia. The talking animals were all animals from Earth originally, and for their dutiful service, they had been allowed to live in Narnia by the Emperor, and given the gift of speech. Mr. Tumnus and the other fantastical creatures did become mutants, who were there to help serve the Emperor. Although currently most of them were under the wicked witch Jadi's control. Currently, the land was held by said witch, who was, of course, a servant of the archenemy, keeping the land locked in winter until the arrival of the sons and daughters of the Emperor. Which were the children. I did realize, as I approached the lion's entrance, that the majority of the children in this room were not going to see me. The lower deck children way in the back in the cheap pews, especially. They'd hear me fine. Vigdis had done her best, which was just shy of spectacular. Still, the Jumbotron had yet to be rediscovered by the tech priests. Also, Pascal would have withheld it from me out of spite anyway. That's why I was so glad I went with shadow puppets. I was just a guy in a blue uniform jumping around, but hold up a raccoon shadow puppet to the light, see it displayed over a huge blank curtain Kozler and I had hung up, and move its tail as it talks? I heard oohs and ahs. Echo of Sha'era was very proud at the detail they had put into them. I almost had suggestions but, do not cite the deep magics to me, I was there when they were written. The mim knew what they were doing. Finally, the big hurdle came. The entrance of the lion. Now, plenty of people in the 40K universe have spoken the words of the Emperor. He wrote plenty of them. Much for have spoken for the Emperor, in the Emperor's name, by the will of the Emperor, and from the Emperor. I was speaking as the Emperor. That was a bit different. All of it was good stuff, sure, but I was a little afraid he might show his disapproval. The lion appeared, and there was a quiet murmur. Then I spoke. I didn't go for Liam Neeson. I went calm, strong, with a slightly deeper voice. It seemed to go pretty well. No one jumped up and screamed heresy or rushed the stage. I pressed on, and got to the lion's first roar. I pressed the button on the control box Vigdis had given to me. I still don't know how she found an actual lion's roar, but damn if she didn't deliver. It shook the room, the reverb was ear-pounding, and I felt my stomach shift to the left while still in my body. I owed the Borg Queen a favor because there was not a soul in that cathedral that didn't think that that was the Emperor's roar. It wasn't all me reciting Lewis words and doing shadow puppets. I played a few instruments for scene transitions, changed the giant white sheet to more colored backdrops I was using to indicate that Jotty's winter was ending, and a deep red for the stone table segment. The stone table bit brought the entire room down to a hush. They couldn't believe it, they didn't want to believe it. The lion, his gloriousness, dead? Then when he came back, I hit the roar again, and there was pandemonium. Children cheering, whooping, their parents crying, prayers shouted, and a great and grand hallelujah. It was the 300 moment multiplied by a countless amount. Echo of Sha'era kept my head in the game and the performance, which was good because that I am a divine being intoxication had hit again. There were priests in this world that spoke to planets, entire sectors. Oh, so much just made so much more sense. I had them. All those children. They were with me, and I could lead them anywhere. Such power. So, like any good leader in the 41st millennium, I led them into battle. As the battle between the lion and Jotty's forces began, it was very clear that after this I needed to bake Vigdis a cake or something, because that cathedral was chaos. Little C. I threw things, fired the guns into the air, screamed and raved. The children went wild, jumping up and down, waving their hands, screaming and demanding more carnage and depictions of the lion's forces decimating Jotty's army of demons. I finished, caught my breath, waited for the pandemonium to ease, and went into the denouement. The Pevensies became the kings and queens of Narnia, and ruled wisely and well. Then they followed a white stag, and emerged from the wardrobe the same as they entered, as the Emperor/Lion wished them to live their lives in this universe, and bring his wisdom to all they knew. End of part 1. Massive applause, and cheers. I made the lion roar again, and everyone responded in kind. I had them. It had worked. Even better, people in this galaxy were used to long sermons, although this may have been one of the few the children were paying attention the entire time and not nodding off to sleep. Also, there were snacks. Servitors came up and down the aisles and to every box with boxes of actual cookies and pouches of real juice. Celeste's work, obviously. I stepped off stage to wipe the sweat off me, and get a long drink of water, only to be ambushed by Argenta hugging me. It's working. She said to me with astounding zeal. I can feel it. You can. I said. Yes. It's the same as when I say my litanies on the battlefield. The warmth of the Emperor entering me, and the light in my eyes. I see that light in all children. I hear their hearts beating in turn with his glory. They believe, and it is so pure and true, but fragile. She said. That's what Act 2 and 3 are there for. I said. To nail it in. She nodded. Yes. Yes. Prince Caspian. The glorious battles against the non-believers. They believe in the end. I said. I know, I know. She said rolling her eyes. Hey, could you do me a favor while I'm doing the show? I asked. Of course. She said. What? Could you go to layer 9, 28th box, starboard wing? I said. The Neb/Halcott family are there. Just check on them for me. Okay. Your family? That's no problem at all. Argenta said. Great. Also, there's going to be an extra girl there, her name is Shelley. I said. Could you see if she's okay too? I'm afraid there's a chance the kids might pick on her. She was raised in the mushroom farms, so she may look a little different. She's human. I said, to clarify. Thankfully, Argenta either accepted what I said, or knew about the conditions of the people living in the mushroom farms on the ship. She nodded. It will be done. Great, if she's having a hard time, take her from the Neb/Halcotts and find her somewhere else to sit. Somewhere good. I said. Why this girl so specifically? Argenta asked. She's the daughter of my friend Battis. He and his husband did me a favor so. I shrugged. Ah. Yes. Of course. She smiled and nodded. If there is trouble, I'll take her over to my orphan's box. Thank you. I took a deep breath. Okay, let's do this. Make the lion roar again. Argenta said. Things never happen the same way twice. I said. The applause when I came out was like having lightning injected directly into my spine. It just went on and on. Just like Argenta, People were shouting roar. Roar. Again. Roar. I held up my hands for silence, and the throng obeyed. Everyone loved Reaper Keep. I don't know why. I mean, I think he's great, sure. However, the cheers that I got when I put up his shadow puppet were intense. The kids loved this little rat and wanted to go slay the Telmarines with him. I had the weird feeling that the ratkin living on the ship in the lower decks were now going to be seen as slightly less disgusting by a whole generation. Provided that they were as adorable, and badass, as the Lord of the Talking Mice. Prince Caspian was a lot easier than LW and W. Everyone was already with me, talking animals, dwarves, mutants, the faithless Telmarines save for rebel Prince Caspian, the Pevensie children coming back and leading the armies. Sure. No doubt. No hesitation. I was driving this train, and everyone was coming along. I actually worked some stuff from the movie into the telling. A few line changes, and extra scenes. Everyone was on the edges of their pews when Jotties almost came back in a dark ritual. However, when Edmund stopped it, well, everyone was relieved, but I also felt a weird feeling. See, Edmund had been the betrayer in the last part, he was the reason the lion sacrificed himself. In some of the 40k children's eyes, he was tainted and forever unworthy. Now here he was, slaying evil without a thought, and being true to the Emperor. Redeemed. It was an odd idea to those raised on imperial truth. But that feeling passed as we went to the big battle and Lucy raced off into the woods to find the lion. Naturally, she did, and I hit the roar button again, and I thought I would get numb to it, but when the children rose to their feet cheering his name, because of me, I was then instantly get slapped down by Echo of Sha'era, who reminded me that I was not part of the ecclesiarchy. We had a job, and we were not here to swallow the same grox shit that we were trying to extract from all these minds. The Telmarines accepted the Emperor into their hearts, and the lion revealed that they were the descendants of pirates who got lost in a warp storm and arrived in Narnia. Some returned to our universe, some stayed and vowed to bring his word to all corners of Narnia. End of part 2. There was more applause, and then more servitors with snacks. Ambule jerky, and a can of sparkling water. Honestly, Argento was fine with corpse starch crackers and water pouches, but dear, sweet, do not let this woman have control of the budget, Celeste insisted on splurging. The lower deck kids way in the back were never going to forget this day. Of course, that was the point. However, I'd like it to be more about the lion, and not worshipping the woman whose family crest is on the only carbonated beverage they've had in their lives. Still, believe in Celeste who believes in you, I suppose. I went backstage to freshen up. This time I changed out of my sweaty storyteller uniform shirt, into a fresh one. Argenta came in when I was pulling the new one down. Am I okay? I asked, tucking in the shirt. Creases fine? No wrinkles. Argenta came up and adjusted my collar, and smoothed out my chest. The Neb/Halcott children are having a good time. Shelley is fine, they're all getting along. The old woman watching them? She's there, along with the Joy woman. She told me to tell you, that you should find a Primarch and be their personal herald. You are apparently wasted on this ship. She said that with a smile. I think the Emperor's sons need no babbling fool to tell others they are magnificent. I said. Besides, who would tell our Lady Navigator her scary stories? There are greater audiences in the Imperium proper. Argenta said. You could speak to billions. I couldn't do that, I would miss you. I said, softly. Argenta heard that. She looked away and I thought her face looked a bit red. I thought I had made her angry. I mean. I coughed. I would miss you all. Lord Captain Celeste, Seneschal Worsrian, Lady Navigator Kasha, and the others. Of course. Argenta said softly. I should go see to my orphans. Make sure no one is hoarding the refreshments. She left, not looking at me. I grabbed some water, took another deep breath, and stepped out to finish the show. Celeste asked us not to do the entire Narnia cycle. She was wise. 3 books is a nice chunk of time. After that, kids get tired, kids get rowdy, kids start to lose focus. Even with the threat of chaperones beating them, the juvenile mind can only take so much before the squirrels start to break out of their habitats. Still, they wanted one more before they went back to sleep on whatever passed for a mattress in their part of the ship. I felt for the lower deck kids. I kinda wanted to say that everyone could have a slumber party here, and call for more snacks, blankets, and pillows. If I did, Abelard would have killed me. It would have been worth it for the look on his face, but, like the meme in my head said, we were there to work. Nobody liked Eustace Scrubb, the Pevensie's cousin, when he showed up early in Dawn Treader. Every time I said his name, there were boos. Then he was cursed and turned into a dragon, and the boos faded away. At the end, where he admits that it took the Emperor's help to reverse his transformation, and now he was a fervent believer, I heard claps. 3 cheers for character development. Reepikeep got a huge goodbye when he paddled his little canoe up and over the ocean wall into the lion's country. I waved goodbye to him as asked everyone to say goodbye, and then there were thousands of goodbyes, and waving hands. I heard a few people cry happy tears. Finally someone in their world got a happy ending, and would be waiting to meet them when they went to the Emperor. I ended the story, of course with one more giant roar, and the evening, and the applause was lesser this time. Everyone was spent and ready to go home. I did have one more surprise, care of Celeste. Servitors came out with crates of data slates. Enough for everyone, and not only did they have the 3 stories I just told, but the rest of the Narnia Chronicles as well. They could see how the story ended. With all the Pevensies going to Narnia and the Lion's Country after a great and glorious combat with the archenemy in all 4 forms. Save for Susan, whose fate I changed from Louis' original. She chose to go back to the Coronis Expanse and serve the von Valancius dynasty as whatever she wanted, and the Emperor respected her decision to live in this universe and try and make it better. I wanted to collapse, but I had a quick stop I needed to make. I headed up to Layer 9, 28th box, starboard wing, and knocked on the door. Joy opened it, and her eyes lit up the moment she saw me. Footfall. She hugged me. Oh, that was wonderful. Everyone, look who it is. The children all cheered and came and gave me hugs. I felt my energy surge back. I took a look at all the kids. Midship life was treating them well. Gone were the lesions and bruised skin. Their ribs no longer were popping out of their chests, and the bags under their eyes were gone. They still looked very malnourished and a few were obviously now on the work rotation judging by the calluses, but by 40K standards these kids were great. They asked me a million questions about the story like good fanboys and girls. I told them that they should read the data slates to learn the rest. They all said that they were learning to read, and a few proved it to me by holding up the sparkling water cans and reading off the label. Wow! That's amazing! I said, then I looked to Joy, to confirm if this was true. She nodded. Actually, nearly everyone in the families are learning. It's becoming unfashionable on the mid-decks to not be able to read the great echo of Shahara's stories. I've gotten much better myself. Word is that on the lower decks, they dedicate a few people to become literate so they can read aloud your tales. Hey! We might have the best educated ship in the Coronis Expanse, I said. Echo of Shahara laughed and finally understood why its power had been on the upswing lately. Well, that's good. I'll have to make more then. Do the kids have a favorite? Ask them. Joy said. The kids gave me their opinions, and the census was very clear. More Goosebumps, more Nancy Drew, and more Warrior Cats. I told them that I would absolutely make more of all 3. Now, hold on. Where's Grandma? I said. Grandma was behind the crowd of children, on her knees clutching some large bundle and bowing to me, reciting prayers to the Emperor. She was once more crying. Oh, get up mother. Joy said helping the woman to his feet. The man's not an Astartes. He slept on the same mattresses as us. Echo, here, I was hoping to get this to you somehow, but now that you are here we can give it to you. She handed me the bundle Grandma was holding. I took it and shook it out. It was a blanket. A patchwork of 100 small squares of various fabric all stitched together, and all of it was covered in small embroidered prayers. It must have taken them a month to make, at least. I wrapped it around me and it felt soft, and warm. Echo of Shahara cooed in pleasure. It's perfect. I said. I love it. It's the least we could do. You've done so much for us. Why? Joy said. Do you know how KYRX got me on board the ship? I asked. She nodded. Then you know why. I said. Anyway, I'm also here to see my guest. Is there a Shelley here? Oh, so she is with you. Joy said. Yet. No one gave her dad trouble did they? I asked. No. For a moment I thought he was just a guard muscling in a spot for his daughter, but then he knew my name and I knew you had sent him. Joy said. Shelley, dear. A small girl detached from the crowd of kids, who were poking at the Narnia data slates. I saw why people might have picked on the girl. She was black, and I don't mean as an African American, I mean as in salamander. Red eyes, black hair cut similar to Argenta's, and a shy smile. She was intimidated by me. Hello, you're Shelley, correct? I said, kneeling to her eye level. She nodded. I know your dads. They helped me put on the show. Did you like it? I asked. She nodded. Wonderful. I said. Did you have a favorite part? I liked it when the Emperor roared. She said quietly. I liked that too. I said. And I think that should be my cue. A voice said behind me. Hey Shell. Hello, Miss Neb. Hello Guardsman Battis. Joy said. Shelley was a delight, everyone got along. Wonderful. Hey, Echo. Saw the last bit, great show. Battis said. Thanks. Your kid's sweet. I said. Yeah. Okay, kiddo. Let's go see Pop. He held out his hand. Shelley grabbed it and walked away with her father. A few kids said goodbye. She didn't turn around to look at the rest of us. I was shy like that when I was her age. Joy said. You grow out of it after some good hard labor. All right, well, good night. Be safe getting home, and thanks again for the blanket. I said, leaving myself. I didn't see Argenta or anyone from the retinue, so I figured that the sister was busy managing her orphans, and I was tired so I just had the servitors throw everything in a crate, and leave it by my closet to deal with tomorrow. I went back to said closet, and staggered inside. The exhaustion creeping over me as the adrenaline finally gave out. There was a box on my table. Long, rectangular and flat. I looked at the note on the top and smiled. Ada had finished one of her jobs for me, the other one would be done soon. Great. I collapsed on my bed, wrapped in my new blanket, and slept like the dead. The next day I was informed that Celeste wanted to have a small party to celebrate her victory. This was to be in the lounge with the retinue. It was to be more personal than the big event on the bridge. That was fine by me. I was fetched by Abelard, and when I brought along the box, I got a raised eyebrow. It's for the Lord Captain. I said. It's a new form of entertainment. It's a game like Regicide. He nodded, and brought me to the lounge. There, Heinrichs, Edira, and Jay, were waiting. I looked around. Yerlit was in her corner as usual, staring. Our sister Argent and her ladyship not attending. I asked. Argenta and Kasha are planetside taking out the last few heretic hideouts. Celeste said. They said if they had to spend another day stuck in the ship they'd lose it. Their loss. Oh, poor Muharaj, Jay said teasingly. Missing your best listeners. Now you'll have to work to amuse us. Well, I do have this. I hold up the box. It's a game similar to Regicide. I thought the Lord Captain might like saving 2 planets this evening. Heinrichs instantly leaned forward, eyes wide with interest. Sure, a new game sounds fun. Celeste said. What's it called? Pandemic. I said. I laid out the board, and started assembling all the parts, shuffling the cards, and describing the rules. The game, to those of you who never played it, was simple. Nurgle has released 4 plagues on a planet. I told Celeste she could name it whatever she wanted, and I had made up the city names. The players were apothecaries trying to find cures for the plague while preventing outbreaks, and healing who they could. Each apothecary had special bailies, a vox, a transport, access to hab units, etc. They weren't playing against each other, they were playing against the board, i.e. the archenemy. I showed them many ways they could lose. They could run out of time, spread too much disease, or have too many outbreaks. I showed how the plague spread according to the cards, the cursed epidemic cards, and how they traveled around the board, built medical stations, and cured the diseases. So we need 5 cards of the same color, unless we're the chirurgeon then we only need 4. Heinrichs asked. He was getting it instantly, I could see the wheels in his mind churning. Yes. I said. I wish to be the Vox operator. He said. To those familiar with the game, that was my version of the dispatcher. Very well. I think everyone should get to choose their roles the first time you play. I said. Is that not how it's done? Celeste asked. Some people like to shuffle the roll card, deal out 2 to each player, and choose from those 2. It adds some complexity if the team requires different strategies to optimize themselves. I said. Well, we'll pick first time. I want to be the Hospitalier Astartes. Celeste said. Medic. Well, Jay said. I suppose I'll be the chirurgeon. Scientist. Edira. Celeste asked the psyker. Who do you want to be? Oh no. Edira said. I'm just going to watch. You said I wasn't allowed to say anything the voices tell me. I don't need the interrogator glaring at me when I tell him when those epidemic cards are coming. Fine. But that also means no laughing or smirking when you know we're going to have trouble. Celeste said. Unless we're losing. She looked at her seneschal. Abelard. Games are not my best skill, Lord Captain. He said. I fear I would just be doing whatever you or the esteemed Van Calix told me to do. I have little to add to this amusement. Can we play with 3? Celeste asked. 3 or 4 is considered ideal. I said. Okay. Set it up, Echo. Show us how bad this planet is. Celeste said. I didn't feel bad that they didn't offer for me to fill in the last spot. My job was clearly game master and rule arbiter. I started the game, and the group were in an okay position, if they played smart. Heinrichs was, right out the gate, optimum player. He already had figured out the nature of how the plague spread and how to best use the other 2 roles. I've seen good dispatchers, and he was on point. Celeste liked wiping out the cubes, and had a good grasp of how to play the medic role. She was an asset to the team. Jay was a hot mess. She was just trying to have fun with something that wasn't exactly a thing she was into. Thankfully, she was willing to be quarterbacked by Celeste and Heinrichs. Celeste and Heinrichs really got into it. However, it was for different reasons. Celeste liked the story of the game. Saving people. Healing the world. Grand adventure. Each time an epidemic card came out she hissed between her teeth, and closed her eyes each time she pulled cards from the spread deck. Heinrichs saw a new puzzle to complete. It was interesting, intricate, required teamwork, and a little luck. He memorized all the cities that had already been exposed to the plagues, and was calculating strategies as to how to best stymie the board's aggression. This was an inquisitor in his element. At the end it came down to one last turn. Celeste's next turn would be her making the final cure, giving them the win. However, due to Jay running around like a kid with a bucket on their head, the board had a lot of possible outbreak sites. If they had another outbreak, it would chain into another, and then another, and that would be game over. They had to draw 3 spread cards from the deck at the end of Jay's turn. I knew that there was a very good chance that one of those cards would be an outbreak. Echo of Shire told me that it would be. They had been card counting and could watch each card as it was individually shuffled. Then they asked if they wanted to help. The cards hadn't been flipped yet, so what was on them was a little variable. They could shuffle things around a bit. It was a little like cheating. It was technically cheating. It was absolutely cheating. But Celeste was biting her lip, and Heinrichs was gripping his fist together very tight, and I saw frost, a sign of Heinrichs' psyker powers, start to form on the edges of the board. If they lost, they'd never play this game again, and I'd never have another board game night. Not a huge loss, but Echo of Shira told me that the more variations of stories that were out there the better it would be. Also, they would have won if Jay wasn't deliberately making chaos. Frack it. I told Echo of Shira to do it. I saw Edira turn her head, like she heard something. Crap, her voices must have spotted the swap. The question was that did they tell her about it in a way she understood? The Rogue Trader game says her voices are rather vague or needlessly complex, making her predictions only make sense in hindsight. Unless you were really good at deciphering them. Celeste probably was. She took a drink of her flavored water, and went back to watching Jay flip the cards. And the last is, Taxuckle. Jay said. Yes. Celeste said. I move to Ostian, where there is a med hab, play all 5 blue cards, and cure the last disease. Heinrichs nodded in satisfaction. Congratulations. I said. You have saved the planet. Your cures will spread and keep the planet safe until help can arrive from off-world. This was fun. Celeste said. Jay, I was about 1 turn away from hitting you. What do I know about medicine? The only thing I know about it is street value. Jay said. You two are talking and making plans and sounding like you are orchestrating an entire campaign. Then you yell at me what to do, when I'm trying to do exactly what you want. She was smiling when she said it. Anyway, there should be a smuggler role, who goes off-planet and comes back with cures from other planets. That is what I would do. Okay, fine. Celeste said. Echo? Next game you bring, it has to be something Jay likes. Yes, Your Grace. I said. I instantly went into my list of games. Weirdly, Dixit was one that seemed to be a good fit. Anyway, I have some funny songs to lighten the mood. Let me just put this away. I went to clear the board, but Heinrich's hand went up. I would like to take this, Echo of Shira. I think I know others who might enjoy it. It is yours, Lord Interrogator. I said. Piano. I asked Celeste, as Heinrichs carefully started to put the game away. He clearly had figured out where all the pieces went in the box. Ada had done a really great job making the game. Celeste nodded, and I went over. This is how Calamity's fortune got barred from an entire planet. I said. I saw Celeste grin, and I went into an edited version of Banned from Argo. Celeste and Jay loved it, and were singing along to the chorus by the 3rd verse. They both clapped at the end. Edira was smiling, and Heinrichs was smirking as he was contemplating all the pandemic roll cards. Oh, Maharaj, I could tell you stories. Jay said. You'll have 6 or 7 more verses. Another. Celeste said. Please. How about a song of a victory over the archenemy? I said. Slaanesh gets humiliated by a farmer's son. Sure. Celeste said. And thus the devil went down the Georgia became Slaanesh went down to Janice. It's not as great solo on a piano, as when Charlie Daniels does it. However, it seemed to please. Almost. The child should have destroyed that golden instrument. Heinrich said. It was most likely a trap, made to destroy the sanity of the next person who played it, or heard it played. Yet. Celeste said. All right, do a story next. Of course, do you want something I've written already or a new pie I started? Speak of Shira. A new voice said, we all turned and look. It was Yurlit. She hadn't moved, and stared at me as impassively as before, but it was definitely her who spoke. She didn't look like she was going to add more. Yet. Celeste said. Argenta said you remembered this story about your planet? Something about Shira the person, and Saint Argenta. Promised Argenta that she would get to hear it, when I said it. I said. You can tell her it again, when she gets back. Celeste said. Oh, Shireen, don't be so cold. Jay said, swatting her on the arm. Can you imagine the look on her face when she hears she missed it? Oh no, besides. She whispered something in Celeste's ear. Her eyebrows went up in surprise. Really? Celeste said. Would I be wrong? She'll be back tomorrow, we can hear it then. Jay said. Although, it better be good, Maharaj. I promise. I said. Okay, tomorrow. Celeste said. I don't want Argenta to sulk. She took another long look at Yurlit, who stared back at her. Yep, Celeste is definitely following Yurlit's romance path. Which is weird because in my game I did both Yurlit and Jay until I had to pick one to complete. I don't think she's wooing Captain Hatery though, because one of the early scenes of her romance is the pair of them having very loud sex broadcasted across the entire ship. It's very funny. That has not happened, and I'm pretty sure it didn't happen before I awoke. Do you know any stories about Xenos? Celeste asked. Not those humanity frack yes stories, something that's less hostile. I think for a moment, and then an idea comes to me. Do I try it? Do I try it with a member of the Inquisition in the room with me? Frack it. There are some legends about ancient Earth. Long ago, before the Emperor revealed himself to humanity. Before the Inquisition, mankind knew that there had to be some organization to manage the Xenos that found their way to Earth. It was a different time. Humanity had not reached the space where there were Aladari, orcs, or Tau. There were other Xenos, now long extinct by other Xenos, or humanity itself. Humanity in its magnificent benevolence, for we were so innocent back then, gave these Xenos a place. The organization that did so was known as the Men in Black. Then I did a one-person show of the first MIB movie. I didn't do Will Smith's rap routine. Actually, once you got past the humanity is okay with Xenos on Earth bit, the story is fine. 2 Proto-Inquisitors hunt down a giant alien bug and blow its head off. Hard to call that heresy. Heinrichs didn't boil my blood in my skull. Good sign. I finished and only Celeste clapped. That was good. Oh, wow, was that what really happened? Was there really the Men in Black? It happened so long ago. I said. There are many stories of the Men in Black. Echo of Sha'era had the cartoon series, the sequels, and all the tie-in novels ready to go. But, it may have been fanciful tales from young humans staring at the stars and imagining how they would interact with us. If you wish more tales, I am happy to tell them. No. Celeste sighed. It's late. Also, we have the big Sha'era story tomorrow. Maybe we'll do another one then. Good work, Echo. Also, you've been doing spectacular with all those data slates. All those down and you still have more? How in the name of the Emperor did you and your mother end up beggars on footfall when you have such talent? A storyteller is only good when people stop to listen. I said. I guess, okay, everyone out. She said, and everyone moved to the exit. I was escorted by Abelard to the elevator back to upper decks, and he gave me a nod of approval when we parted. I made my way through the halls, and to my closet. I saw a box in front of my door, and opened it. It was Ada's second project I had her make. Excellent. Abel was going to love it. I picked up the box and went inside. I put it down on my table, turned around and saw Yurlit standing right behind me. Gah! I said, backing up, bumping against my table. I held up my hands showing that I was absolutely not touching her. Yurlit has a serious personal bubble, and if you touch her with your Monday key hands, she has no problem breaking them into tiny pieces. That's if she's feeling patient and charitable. She just held up a data slate and tipped it towards me. I gingerly took it, and she turned and walked away. I sat down in my chair, and looked at the data slate. The first line was a message from Celeste. Echo, we're going to make a stop at Janus next. Please have this story ready for a performance. It will be to a very different audience. I will be there with you. Everything will be fine. I'm sure you'll do great. Celeste. The rest was, I frowned as I looked at it and felt echo of Shahara's curiosity, and then excitement when we both realized what this was. This was an Ildari story. Wait. Janus. Special audience. Oh, by the Emperor, Celeste wanted me to perform to the Ildari. Oh, there was no way that was going to work. I didn't know what it was meant to accomplish, really. Show them that a Mundaki can parrot their words? Understand their culture? No. This was Celeste trying to impress her girlfriend's dad. Who's not really Yurlit's dad, just a farcer named Mu'aran, who's just, the worst. He disliked Yurlit, hated humans while mind-controlling them to do his dirty work, and would rather wage war against humans than fight an obvious Slaanesh presence. The only reason I didn't kill him in my playthrough was because I wanted the iconoclast points. Now I'm expected to stand before him, and all the other Aladari on Janus, and perform for them. They were going to shoot me dead. I started to read the Aladari story, and I discovered something. They kinda suck. Or at least this story sucks. Which is a shame because of how it sucks. Every time a new Aladari character was introduced, their entire lineage was announced behind them. A complete lineage. You remember how in the Christian Bible there was that unwieldy sect of and so begot so and so that most people skipped? Imagine that for 50 pages, and if I got one name wrong, I would get a laser to the brain. Thank the Emperor for Echo of Sha'era. They were recording all of this, and making sure I knew each name. Finally, when I got through all that nonsense, I started to see what the actual story is about. There was no story. No plot at least. As far as I could tell, this was a nonsense story with funny-sounding Aladari words. It took me a moment to get it, when I finally parsed the entire thing. This story was the equivalent of Dr. Seuss' Fox and Socks. I was going to be performing a children's story. Actually, if Yurlit thought I was good enough for Seuss, that was a small compliment really. She could have given me Dick, Jane, and Spot. I began to memorize the story, and I slowly ran into a problem. I don't know the correct way to pronounce some of these words. Pronunciation is a really big deal for Ildari. I'm going to have to ask Celeste, or even Yurlit, tomorrow morning. I put the data slate down, get out of my storyteller's uniform, pull New York 4 and out of the corner they've wedged themselves into, wrap myself up in my blanket from the Neb/Halcots and lie down on my mattress to go to sleep. I realized that I forgot to close my door, the second my head hits the pillow. That triggered the chaos fetish someone had slipped between my mattress and the bed frame. Instantly, my mind is plugged directly into the warp. Echo of Sha'era is seized by crackling energy and the spell starts to rip it apart. Meanwhile, my brain is being cooked like an egg inside a microwave. My psyche is assaulted by images that come straight out of Event Horizon, and colors that do not make sense. The human mind has a weird trigger. When it registers a color that the eyeballs don't have the rods and cones to process, it makes it look purple. It's why UV light looks like it does. Species like the mantis shrimp have the right kind of eyeballs to see such color. I was currently seeing mantis shrimp colors. The entire experience was very unpleasant. So, I was now rolling on the floor of my room, all three of us screaming in pain. In a few moments, our minds were going to be gone, and then the energies were going to start working on mutating our body. My hands were clutching the blanket, holding it around my head as if it had the power to keep it from popping like a balloon. I saw the written prayers on the fabric, and I just started reading them aloud. It held the warp back for a few critical moments. When the trap triggered, New York 4N's defense programming kicked it. It sensed tremendous warp energy, so it ran away and sought out the closest being with the capability to neutralize the threat. I don't know if it was dumb luck, or echo of Shahara's power of the dramatic rescue desperately reaching out as it fried, but the first person New York 4N ran into was Argenta. She was in her armor, fresh from deposing heretics, and feeling ready for a good shower, a good prayer, and a nice sleep. New Yorkin bumped into her foot, multiple times, hard. "What are you doing, you little pest?" She snapped at it. New York 4N spun around on its wheels and, a tiny siren blaring, raced back to my room. Argenta followed it, curious. That curiosity quickly turned to concern, and then panic as she realized that she was both going towards my room, and she was sensing a huge warp presence. Argenta saw me, sitting in a pool of warp energy, blanket around my head. "By the Emperor!" she yelled. I pulled the blanket down, see her, and screamed. "It's in my head. Burn it out." Argenta didn't think about it, she had her flamer at her side like any good sister, and bathed me in ignited promethium. The voices stopped. I felt such relief. The pain was there too, but distant, and something I could manage later. My last thought, before I passed out, was that the blanket had been destroyed, and that was such a shame. There was darkness when I awoke. I make a choking sound, and twitched my fingers. I felt stiff but no pain. I thought that meant nerve damage. I thought that I was now a living charcoal briquette. There goes the isekai run. Oh, by his glorious grace. Yes. Please, can you hear me? A beautiful voice said. Argenta? I asked. My throat was dry and sore. Yes. Oh, blessed be his mercy. I was so afraid that, I did not want to lose such a pious soul. She said. Water. I croaked out. Of course. She said. A straw was inserted into my mouth. I drank for a bit, and then let it go. I can't see. I said. There's a bandage around your eyes. Argenta said. Your eyes are healing. We hope. Hope? I ask. You may have to have augments placed in their stead. The damage done by both the trap, and my cleansing flames, was serious. Celeste is planning on using her powers on you when she's feeling strong again. Argenta said. Celeste used her powers on me. I asked. Heinrich's too. Biomancy can do miraculous things, and it's perhaps the first time I was glad to have psychers at hand. When we realized that you still lived, they regenerated your body as best they could. Enough to get you to the medical wing, so the apothecaries and chirurgeons could do the rest. Argenta said. I'm making Heinrich's another board game. I said. Argenta chuckled and gripped my hand. It felt warm and safe. You still owe me a story. What trap? I asked. A large fetish of the ruinous powers. Designed to break souls and warp bodies. Your resilience against it was a miracle. Truly a gift from the Emperor after you enshrined him in all those children's hearts. Argenta said. The blanket. I said. What? Argenta said. The blanket that Joyneb gave me, that my family made. I had it wrapped around my head and it was covered in prayers, I read them, long enough for you to come. I said. I heard Argenta move and I realized she was now kneeling against my bed. Blessed be we, children of the Emperor, who harness the galaxy for your gloriousness. We are but humble servants, and we thank you for the strength and resilience you give us. Amen. A pause. I asked for more water, and Argenta gave it. Who did it? I asked. Heinrich's was on a warpath. Celeste too. They think they know who. Argenta said. The supervisor for Supply Depot 9128. We did never see him that time. I said. I thought his crew just killed him. We found his workshop. It is your standard den of heresy. It is, however, strangely covered with messages about killing you. Argenta said. Kill the Echo, and such. Echo of Shahara had an assortment of feelings but they equated to, oh shit. I shook my head. I never so much as talked to the man. Who knows the ways the heretic thinks? Argenta said. Your success is not unknown on the ship, and he must blame you for your work crew's triumph over his. We are currently searching for him. It is a matter of time, but there are many holes for a rat to hide in on this ship. If he's after me then he might be after my family. I said, concerned. Seneschal Worsrian has already posted guards at the Neb/Halcott residences and performed a search to ensure there were no further traps. They are safe. Argenta said. I'll thank Celeste. I said. No. The Seneschal did so of his own volition once he learned of the situation. Argenta laughed. You may not know this from the old man's countenance, but he is quite fond of you. He found your loyalty to your family, and the story of how you were taken on this ship, moving. He does not like people to know how sentimental he can be. Okay. I said. I think I'd like to rest now. Do so. Argenta said. Will you stay? I asked, not thinking about it. Of course. She said. I went back to darkness. Then I called a roll call. Footfall was hurt, but recovering. His brain had been spared the horrors, as they had mostly gone after me and the Mim. His body had been worked over pretty bad, and severely burned, but Celeste and Heinrichs knew their stuff. He'd be okay after some more rest. I was actually not that bad. The memories of getting a brain full of warp were quickly fading. They were probably going to be really bad flashbacks about it at bad moments, but I was still me, and I was still sane. Echo of Sha'era had been worst hit. That spell was geared specifically for them. Me and Footfall were afterthoughts. It was also on the men thankfully, though the cost was high. All of their children they had made so far, the memes, the jokes, the literacy rate, everything from the Narnia show, all of it, had been used to protect them, and repair them afterwards. Until we found some new stories, or enlightened more people, they were out of juice. That meant no protection from chaos, no last-minute rescues, and no making 1 in a million shots. I supposed that meant we had a lot of work to do. Hey. I heard you were awake. I heard Celeste said. Yet. I said sleepily. How long has it been? A week since you set yourself on fire. 2 days since you woke up. The rogue trader said. The medical staff was busy. You were kind of a mess. I hear I have you and the interrogator to thank. I said. Yeah, well, you did the hardest part. Holding on like that. We just made sure you didn't slip. How's your eyes? Celeste asked. I can't see anything under this bandage, but I can see the light of the room through the gauze. I said. That's great. You won't need augments then. Celeste said. Where's Argenta? I asked. She fell asleep watching you. I had her brought back to her bed. She didn't want to leave, but I said you wouldn't want to see her looking like she hasn't showered in a week. Celeste said. She's very kind. I'm lucky to have a friend like her. I said. Friend, yet. Sure. Celeste chuckled. Anyway, let's get those eyes of yours. Hold still. A cool hand was placed on my forehead, and I felt everything in my body tingle. I could feel my eyes regaining themselves and the damage reversing itself. The bandage became more clear. There we go, now. Celeste started to unwind the bandage. Now, when you see your body, don't freak out. The chirurgeons only had so much replacement skin ready at once. They weren't prepared to restore a person's entire body, so they had to improvise a little. Also, Argenta said that this would never happen to you again, so she added some extras. Personally, I think you look good. She took off the bandage, and I blinked in the light and took in my new form. My uniform tan skin was gone. Now I was as patchwork as the blanket that had saved me. Pale skin, dark skin, black, white, yellow, red, grey and every other color a human body has possibly been in both universes. Also, there was Argenta's addition. I was covered by tattoos. Prayers, depictions of the Emperor, skulls and drawings of icons. A mirror, please. I said to Celeste. She picked one up from a table and held it up to me. I was bald again, and still had my dark, almost black, eyes. My face was, again, a patchwork of skin. Thin lines of prayers were tattooed across my face, temple and neck. The Illustrated Man. I said. I'm sorry. Celeste said. The Illustrated Man. It's a story I know. It's about a man covered by tattoos, and every tattoo is a living story of the man's life. I said. Hey. Well, rest up, because day after tomorrow, you have a big day. Celeste said. Argenta wants her story. Of course, shall we use the parlor like before? I said. Not quite. Celeste said. You see, we're arriving at Janice tomorrow. You know that special audience I talked about? Well, it turns out they really want to hear that story too. I don't know why, but these people really don't explain a lot. Anyway, you also know the story Yerlet gave you. I nodded. Great. This is going to be your most important show to date. You're going to be the first human to, well, you'll see. Okay, gotta go. Feel better. Celeste took off. I really wanted my blankie back that moment. Fifth story. The 40K world does not have healthcare. Unless you're the favorite toy of a rogue trader. Then it's the good stuff. In less than a day, I felt as strong and healthy as I did before I got hit by the Tsiankian equivalent of a semi-truck. I definitely fit in with 40K more now, with my new look. I was a living prayer to the Emperor and I was every color of humanity. When the Ildari killed me tomorrow, I was going to be a very gothic-looking corpse. I wasn't 100% sure if my hair was going to grow back or not. I was pretty sure my entire scalp had been replaced, but with psycho regeneration added into the mix, you didn't know. I had no time to just sit on my ass and let the seams on my skin grafts settle. For the time being, I would be bunking in sickbay, just in case of emergencies. My closet was being inspected, and reconsecrated. Also, Celeste was saying that after Janice, provided that it went well, translation, I survived. I would be getting some bigger quarters. There were only a few things in my room that hadn't been tainted with warp energy. Footfall's dirty coin, Yerlet's data slate, and Ada's delivery had survived. All my completed data slates that I hadn't yet given to Abelard, I'll have to redo most of Mark Twain. Goodbye Akkadian guardsmen in Karl Franz's court, the dictation box, and my uniforms were lost causes and had to be disposed of in holy fire. Abelard had a new set of storyteller uniforms, and fatigues, made and delivered to medical, along with the surviving articles. I carefully placed Footfall's coin on the table next to my temporary bed. Got dressed in the uniform, and grabbed both Ildari data slate, and the project. I headed out. Both of my targets were on the bridge. The first one was Abel. He was quietly giving prayers to a cogitator along one side of the room. I checked to see where Pascal was, first. He was not instantly visible on the bridge, which was good but didn't mean much. I walked up to Abel. Hello Abel. I would like to talk to you. Is now a good time to talk? I said. Abel took a bit, finishing his ritual with the machine, but he then turned to me and spoke in Bin-Eric. Thank you. It was very unpleasant. I said. Abel responded. I believe it was considered but Interrogator von Kalux, and the Lord Captain's regeneration abilities made it so I didn't have to get an augment. I said. More from Abel. 36 more efficient? Well, next time I suffer extreme physical damage, I'll ask the Omniscient to provide me his best. Is your elder brother on the bridge? Bin-Eric. One of your siblings was a heretic? Oh dear. Well, I hope he finds what he's looking for in his data records. I said. Right, on Kiavagama you found and fought one of the Haniamans who went down the heretic path. Anyway, I was asking because I don't think he likes me talking to you, or me in general. Abel shrugged and responded. Well, that's both bold and kind of you to say, but he's the High Magos on this ship. So, I don't want to make too much trouble. However, since he isn't here. I took out Ada's project and held it out to Abel. A Rubik's Cube. It's an old focus tool from long ago. I notice sometimes you twitch your appendages and mechadendrites when you don't have anything to do. This might help keep you focused. Observe, right now, it is in perfect order, each side a solid color. However, with just a few turns. Echo of Sha'era followed my hands as I scrambled up the cube. Behold, all is chaos. Yet, with some effort. My hands, guided as they were, reset the cube. Order is restored. Also, with some careful dexterity, you can create new order. I turned the cube until there was a cross on each side with the same color pattern in the corner. See. Abel's blue augmented eyes were shining. His mechadendrites were twitching. I handed him the cube and he instantly started to turn it. Hat. Not exactly a fidget spinner, but a stim is a stim. It was looking like he was getting the hang of it quickly. If that's too simple for you, I told Autolass 9 how to make them, so she can help you make ones with more squares. Also, something they did with them in the past is give people 6 or 7 mixed up cubes each and time how long it took them to figure them all out. You could have contests. Alright, thank you for talking to me, Abel. I walked away, and Abel returned to the cogitator, his lower appendages happily twisting the cube. Echo of Sha'era relaxed as it felt a trickle of power come back to it, but it was like getting the last few drops of water out a well that had nearly dried up. The ship was mostly done. I could do some other stuff like that, and maybe get a few more original stories, but the big sources of power were already tapped. We needed new people to hear the stories, we needed new unique stories, and with the Chaos Gods actively gunning for us, we needed those things to happen very quickly. But, one problem at a time. Celeste was on her throne, talking to a fat guy standing in front of it. Ah, Janris Danruk, the high factotum and professional sleaze. Affectionate, they were talking about managing some trade deals between the local pirate guild the Fellowship of the Void, the Tech Priest clan the Explorators, the biggest sect of the ecclesiarchy in the area known as the Drusians, the black market crime family that operated out of Footfall, the Casablanca Mission, and the ships of the Imperial Navy posted in the Expanse. In the game, it's very simple and a few clicks in order to build a reputation bar. Not so much here. I didn't want to interrupt so I just listened. Most of it was indecipherable mercantile jargon, but I got the feeling that Celeste was actually really good at this. It certainly sounded impressive. Janris was in his element. I assumed all the gibberish he was saying was how he was happy to haggle and fleece the people of the Expanse so Celeste could have all the money she wanted to spend on things like bread, new uniforms, and better cannons for her ship. If you know what they're saying, it's kind of like hearing a song. A voice said behind me. I turned and saw the smiling face of Jay Hateri. It is so good to see you, Maharaj. Patchwork, and inscribed, as you are now. When I heard what had happened. Oh, I was so sad, and yet so happy when I learned your family's love had saved you. Such stories you tell, even when you aren't there to speak them. Thank you, Lady Hateri. I said bowing slightly. Please, we are friends, Maharaj. She said. Call me Jay. What does that word you keep calling me mean? I asked. Several things. She said. Buffoon, crazy, clown, but for you? I prefer jester. Is that what I am to you? I asked, trying to not sound offended. I wasn't. I don't mean it as an insult. A good jester is vital to any good court. My regal parents had a very good one. Who else would be able to say to their faces that one of their 12 sons and daughters were acting like shaky? They would ease their spirits when they were weary, and keep the court thinking their king and queen were clever. I have seen some good jesters, Maharaj, and you are among them. Jay said. Thank you, Jay. I said. She was lying about everything, but the compliment was sincere. Is this going to take long? I gestured back to Celeste in business mode. They're finishing up, but that will take a little time. Jay said. What do you need Shireen for? I need some help with this Ildari thing she wants me to do. I said. I don't know how to pronounce some of these words. Ah, so you are aware of to whom you'll be performing tomorrow? Jay said. It wasn't exactly the hardest thing to guess. I said. Jay nodded, conceding the point. The Ildari is also here. She nodded towards the fore of the bridge, by the large windows that showed off the endless display of stars around us. If you want to go straight to the source. I don't think that would be wise, without an introduction. I said. I'm not sure how to perform to a Xenos. MMH. Jay said, very much agreeing with me. She sighed and patted me on the shoulder. Well, good luck, Maharaj. My suggestion is to not make any ear jokes. She grinned. Thank you, Jay. I said, rolling my eyes. Jay walked away and I went back to waiting. It took a bit over 5 minutes but finally they finished. Celeste looked up, saw me, and burst into a huge grin. Echo. Already up and about, wonderful. You look good. Thank you, Your Grace. I said. The surprise from Footfall. Janris said. Echo of Shira. You were quite the find. I bowed to the noble with the monocle. Your Lordship. It is my pleasure to serve the von Valancius dynasty. Of course it is. He said. We were actually talking about your work. We're going to start printing books of your stories. Dargonis has already started, and Janus will have its first printings ready when we land. Do you have any suggestions as to what we should be charging for them? I thought for a moment. The first one should be free. Free. Janris said, and then it was like a light dawning in front of his face. Oh, of course. Get them hooked with one, and soon they'll pay anything for the next one and even more for the next one after that. You have a natural talent for this. I can see them lining up for miles to get a Tale of Shira for free, courtesy of von Valancius. Then in a matter of days, little children crying to their parents that they want a new story, and all of the expanse emptying their pockets for us. Splendid. Celeste chuckled from her throne. Thank you, Janris. Go and make me rich, please. Janris bowed, and walked away. So, Celeste said. Why the visit? Well, I have a question, but 2 things real quick. Are you really going to be calling the stories I gave you Tales of Shira? I asked. So far, yet. We'll put the old author names you gave us on the books, but we thought that saying that they came from Holy Terra from all those years ago might cause some ruffled feathers. Celeste said. Shira is on record of being a planet that existed in the Coronis expanse a long time ago. All records about it have been lost and we have no idea where it might be, but people like the sound of a forgotten planet of stories much better than thinking this is directly from Holy Terra. All right. I said. You don't have any idea what star it was it? Celeste asked. None. I said, shaking my head. Pity. All right, what's number 2? Celeste said. Well, the books you're printing, I think you should give some immediately to the Lady Navigator. Especially the Stephen King and Edgar Allan Poe ones. I said. Of course. Great idea. Celeste said. Actually, the thing is, her room's a mess. Her few bookshelves are full to bursting, and she has books scattered all over her room in piles. Poor youth has to navigate them constantly. If you expanded her room a bit, and gave her some more bookshelves for her current, and oncoming, collections, I think she'd appreciate it. I said. Build Kasha a library. Celeste said. She shrugged. I like it. It'll be done when we land at Janus. Why this suggestion? Well, every time the Lady Navigator calls me to her room, I'm the one navigating her labyrinth. I said. Also, she's one of the reasons I'm standing here. She's my first and best audience. It would be shabby of me not to respond to her kindness. Celeste smiled at me. Okay, now, the reason you actually made the trek all the way out here. It's about the Ildari story you gave me. I said. Is it too complicated? She asked, a concerned look on her face. I've heard stories about how wild some of them can get. Yerliet said she'd keep it simple. Oh, I think I can manage it all right. I said. But, some of these words I have no idea how to pronounce them correctly. I don't think they're exactly meant to be written in Low Gothic. Oh, yet. Celeste said. Oh, I didn't think about that. Good catch. Okay, we can fix this. Let's go talk to her. She got up from her seat and walked down the throne. She's over here. Motioning me to follow. I did. We headed towards the windows at the fore of the bridge. Now, don't get upset when she calls you a Monday key, it's not personal. Also, don't touch her. No matter what. I've heard what happened. I said. Okay, that was just a particularly bad incident. Celeste said. We were going through a bad pocket of warp, and she was having an episode. I know those 2 guardsmen were only trying to help, and she told me later that she did overreact. Still, don't touch her. Also, you don't find her appealing, do you? What? No. I said. Good, good. Some of the crew are not above their curiosity, and she doesn't appreciate looks or grins that suggest things. She said. We had arrived at Yerliet's spot, right in front of one of the windows. She was sitting cross-legged, eyes closed. Yerliet? Do you have a moment? Celeste said. The Ildari gave no response. Oh dear, she's meditating. She could be like this for hours. Celeste said. You can go, Echo. I'll wait here, and get your answer when she comes out of it. I can wait. I said. You have to run the ship. I have nothing to do but stare at the walls of medical. Really? I meant it when I said she could be like this for hours. Celeste said. It's fine. I'll just sit here, and she'll eventually talk to me. Right. I said. Hopefully. She smirked. Actually, you could read her one of your stories. She's fully aware of what we're doing. She is? Then why? I asked. It's an Ildari thing. Don't question it, she won't give you a straight answer. Celeste sighed. All right, keep the rules in mind. Do you want a chair? I'm fine. Go. I said. All right. Remember, give her space. Celeste said and walked away. I sat down a bit away from the Ildari, who was still as still and calm as the galaxy's most serene lake. I took a deep breath, and began. When Mr. Bilbo Baggins of Bag End announced that he would shortly be celebrating his 11th birthday with a party of special magnificence, there was much talk and excitement in Hobbiton. I said, and I believe most of you know the rest. Didn't filter it. Didn't update it. Didn't edit it for 40k audiences. Just Tolkien's original worlds told to an actual space elf. Like I could resist. I had completed fellowship, and was halfway into Two Towers, when I saw Yurliet's shoulders shift, and she exhaled. I stopped talking about the Ents attack on Isengard. She turned her head and looked at me. Thank you for respecting my space, Kraden. She said. If not my silence. Oh. I winced. Apologies. I didn't think. Your kind never does. She said. Still, your speech is marginally better than the babble I usually have to endure. She looked up and to the left at a posting that was on a catwalk above us. It was currently empty. The Monday Key who stands there is in endless chatter with her maid about endless inanities. Like what? I asked. I do not know, nor care. She said. Why are you here? The story you gave me. I need to know the pronunciations of some of these words. I said, holding out the data slate for her to take. She took it, and looked at the words I highlighted. You ask for tutelage in an art that takes our youngest decades to master. Speaking an Ildari word is more than just shaping your tongue. You must experience what it means in your being and transmit that understanding in all its facets onto your listeners. She looked at me. I have seen you understand that only once in your caparaying. When? I asked. The first story I saw you perform. The one where the Monday Key tortures and slays another over imagined insults. You know the word. Yurliet said. Amontillado. I said. The Aladari actually smiled. Indeed. The fact you managed that once is enough to make you eligible for the Elantach's experiment. I have my severe doubts. Still, you know of Sha'ira. That must be said at least. They will not kill you for desecrating our words until you have spoken that at least. She said. Oh. Good. I said. There used to be a race like them. She said, completely out of left field. I'm sorry. I asked. You're hobbits. There was a race similar to them, this was back when your species were still growing thumbs. The Ildari saw them, and watched them prosper. They never achieved spaceflight, or mastery over electricity, but they did not need to. Their world, and their homes were enough for them. It is said that some would watch their simple lives for decades, and feel comfort in observing them. Yurliet said. How did they die? I asked. This was 40k, I didn't need to guess if they were still around or not. The Drukhari descended upon their planet and captured every last one. She said. They enslaved them and forced them to further build Komaruk. They were worked to death. It was a shame, and unbefitting of our cousins. I am pleased with the idea of a world where they existed and triumphed. Even if it is an impossibility. That is why I allowed you to intrude upon my tranquility. Oh. I said. Do you not want to hear how the story ends? She paused for a moment, looking like she was severely thinking about the answer to that question. Not now. Yurliet said. She started pointing at the words. This is said with a long I sound. I said the word the correct way. The Aladari went to the next word, telling me the correct consonants. Yurliet acted the whole time like she was the smartest kid in the whole school district who was barely enduring having to be the private tutor for the slowest kid in the bottom class. We got through the lesson, and I knew the right way to pronounce the words, if not the right way that Ildari said them. She handed me back the slate indicating that the lesson, and our conversation, were over. I had one last question as I stood up to leave. Is there anything special I need to do when I recite this story? No. You are not to caper, you are not yell, you are not to do any foolish Monday Key nonsense that you do to amuse the others. This is meant to be a recitation of form, to show that our youngest have been learning their lessons well and can behave themselves when appearing, and presenting, before others. She adjusted her shoulders again. I think this is foolishness, but I believe you, the best Kraden the Monday Key seem to have, are equal to our infants. Thank you. I said. She closed her eyes, and that was that. I walked back to the center of the bridge, and Celeste's throne. She was talking to Master Helmsman Raver. Nice guy but bit of a sourpuss, great helmsman, hasn't slept in 30 years due to botched augments. She saw me approach and finished her conversation with Raver and turned to me. You're done? Did it go well? She asked. Yet. She woke up, or whatever, and she told me what I needed to know. I said. I'm ready. She also said that my storytelling skill was equal to their infants. That's great. Celeste said. I knew you were good. Really, don't flatter me. I said. I think my stitches are leaking. I should go back to medical and lay down. Good idea. Celeste said. I'll have someone escort you back to your room. Oh, you don't have to. I said. That lunatic is still out there. Heinrichs is still searching for him. If he hasn't found the heretic by now, that means he's getting help from them. That means they still want you dead. You should have asked for an escort to come here in the first place. She said, looking at me with a very serious face. This isn't a request. Until this ship is secure, you don't go anywhere without a guard. Got it? Yes, Lord Capitan. I said. Good. She said. Argenta would kill me if I let anything else happen to you. Go. Rest. The guardsman who walked with me was a nice woman called Neve. She told me she had 2 sons on the ship who were driving her crazy by talking about fighting imaginary monsters in Narnia when they were supposed to be going to sleep. I asked if they had read the data slates, and she said that they had just finished learning how, and were working through the first one. Neve completely abandoned me when we got to medical and saw a furious Argenta standing at the door. The sister was looking at me the same way she might look at someone who had just dropped to their knees and screamed blood for the blood god. Neve just saw the white-haired woman, looked at me, turned on her heel and walked away. We just stood there, staring at each other for a moment. Then Argenta broke the silence. Well? She asked, still very furious. I needed to speak to the Ildari. I said. For tomorrow. It was very important. What is so vital that you have to go begging to a Xenos? There's plenty who could have gone and asked. Celeste talks to that abomination all the time. She would have happily done it. She was ranting. You just recovered from a trauma from the kind of warp assault that's the same type that's killed Astartes. Your skin grafts and stitches are barely holding together. You act like you are just another cleaner or porter, when you are an important part of the ship and cannot be risked. You are going to go to bed now. Actually, I haven't eaten any. I started. Now. Argenta commanded. I went to bed. 10 minutes later, I heard the door open, and I saw a still pretty angry Argenta come in. She was holding 2 cafeteria trays in her hands. I sat up in bed, and she sat down next to me, and laid one of the trays in my lap. Eat. She commanded. It was mushroom chili. I brightened at that. Thank you. I said. Argenta nodded. They offered Grok's chili too, but you told me you prefer mushrooms, like me. I was quickly becoming more and more of a vegetarian as I experienced the cuisine of the 41st millennium. Grok's just tasted like red meat, but it had this awful aftertaste. People downed whole bottles of Amasec afterwards to kill it. The tang is metallic really, and not a clean feeling like licking a fresh sheet of aluminum, but more like you just chewed on the aluminum that's been baked into a barbecue grill, all black and sooty. Ambule, if you're of the noble elite who could get it, was blue. It had a very cellular texture. Eating ground ambule was kind of like eating a savory couscous. It also tasted utterly bizarre. I'd eaten insects in my old life. I'd had deep-fried grasshoppers and chocolate-covered ants. Ambule is very different from that. Some part of your brain just turned on and informed you that you were absolutely consuming an insect. That knowledge changed the taste, it changed your reaction to the texture, and your digestion had to learn very quickly that it was about to have one wild ride. It came out blue too. Corpse starch didn't really taste like anything, but it sat in your gut for hours and killed the hunger reflex. Yes, it was made of people. No, it was not green. It kind of looked like what happens when you mashed all your Play-Doh colors into one big grayish blob. If you lived in 40K, you would be eating a bar of that stuff more than once in your life. No question. Even the nobles. Even if you were on the top of the heap like Celeste. Ship-grown mushrooms on the other hand, were delicious and tasted like tender beef. The families on the ship that tended to them took pride in their quality. The other vegetables were good too. Red turnip was a staple from Janus and tasted just like Japanese daikon radish, despite looking like bleeding flesh. Pelican flint corn, another gift from Janus, was jet black, but had a surprisingly sweet taste. After that, there were various gourds, tubers, roots, grains, and stalks that ships picked up from various planets. All were usually edible, and some could be pretty good. Plus, if your ship had an iconoclast running things, cafeteria kitchens had things like spices and sauces. It was even better if your cafeteria's cook served as a guardsman, those people could make a boiled boot taste good. So, I wasn't embracing a vegan lifestyle, but I was quickly learning to love the humble mushroom. I was starving, and I dug into my food before realizing that Argenta was saying a prayer over it. I stopped to join her but she just motioned with her hand that it was fine, and I should continue to eat. She finished and started on her own food. So, it seems I am going to enter Ildari Primary School. I said. So you are to perform to the Ildari? Argenta said nodding. I doubt they will respect you, your craft, or your skill. It's their tragedy. I said. Another tragedy. Do not tell me you hold sympathies for Xenos as well. Argenta said. No. They deserved what they got, and they are not friends of humanity. Celeste's predilection towards cooperation is her own personal, well, one should not say their Lord Captain has failings but... Argenta nodded. But you find them tragic. It's proof that our lifespans and death are not curses, but gifts. The wisdom of the Emperor saw us not live so long as the Xenos and bear such a curse. I said. Can you imagine it? Living so long that you've heard every story, seen every piece of art, listened to all the songs. Existing to the point where art no longer moves your soul? I just experienced the madness of the warp, and I'd prefer that than to live like that. Argenta nodded. Still they seem interested in Sha'era. That I don't understand. I said. Why do they call that planet by the name humans gave it? If it had significance to them, or if it was a planet that belonged to them when they had their empire, wouldn't they call it one of their unpronounceable words? True. Argenta said. Xenos have plots within plots. It is in their nature to dissemble and obfuscate. Still, it is unlike them to not spout their own terminology. Celeste's Xeno still refers to Janus as a Lilith something or other. Apparently the closest word to it is nursery. Do you have any advice about the audience I'm about to entertain? I asked. Most of them are like the one that stays with us. Haughty and deliberately inscrutable. Their leader Mu'erin is even more unpleasant. Argenta said. He is more arrogant than the typical of his kind, which is saying something. Also, he hasn't forgiven Celeste, or her pet, for being correct about the archenemy's presence when he turned a blind eye. They made him look foolish and afraid. I nodded. I looked down and saw I had finished my meal. Argenta looked, and handed me the small bowl of the rest of her chili. I shook my head. No. I had enough, and you need your strength. She said. You don't argue with a sister of battle when she takes that tone, so I dug in. Argenta chatted about how her orphans were doing, and how they still talked about the Narnia event. An apothecary came over to inject me with healing drugs and rub salves over my body. Argenta said a prayer for me, took the food trays and utensils, and left me to sleep, with orders that if I left this bed before we had arrived at Janus I would have a bolter shell inserted into me at high velocity. I slept, and felt echo of Sha'era's nervousness. Not at performing for the Ildari, they were eager for that, and was hoping that would be a good power surge. They were worried about being killed before the last tale of Sha'era would be told. It wasn't in pieces like Sha'era's victory had been, but there were requirements to telling it. Nothing too complicated, but I'd still need Celeste's help and goodwill. Echo of Sha'era was just worried if the Chaos Gods would still come after them after telling the tale tomorrow. Usually when they had a loss they'd take it in stride and move on to the next scheme of theirs. This one might make them more than a little upset. Not telling the last tale would be very bad. It was one of the primary reasons why it existed. I nudged it a little, and the mim let some information slip. I got a glimpse of its nature and I learned the core desires of the living thought. 1. Find and recover Sha'era. 2. Spread as much as it could. 3. Destroy the Chaos Gods. Those were the 3 biggest motivations it had. I was fairly certain by now that Echo of Sha'era was not a creation of the archenemy. That didn't mean it wasn't born of the warp, and there were plenty of other beings in this universe that could have made it. Probably still wasn't good idea to trust it, but we had been working well together so far, so I would ease up on thinking of ways to kill it or myself in defense. Janus looks gorgeous from space. It looks lush and fresh and alive. The jungle area is wild and teeming with adventure. The circular shape of the agri-complex displaying the endless fields of crops that look so peaceful. It's a huge contrast from the usual industrial nightmare that the rest of 40K is. This was also the first time I was going to be off the ship. Footfall's first time at seeing actual sky, breathing non-recycled oxygen, and gravity not made by an engine. He actually was weirded out by the experience, and his first reaction was wanting to be back on the ship. We had landed at the governor's estate. It was currently under renovations to get rid of anything Slaanesh base that the last governor had constructed. They weren't stupid enough to openly put symbols and pointed stars out in the open, but you could see the signs if you knew what to look for. Fountains had spigots that dispensed wine and other substances. The chapel had been boarded up and left in disrepair. On the beach, there were hidden grottos where people had obviously been chained up and tortured, drowned, or some other horrible fate. Kasha took me down to see them, and had me act like Fortunato about to be entombed. Sigh, fangirls. Destruction of the corrupted and rebuilding of the sacred was going very quickly. 40K construction works really fast. What would take months or year in our reality took a few weeks at most. This was a combination of slave labor, 20-hour rotating shifts, and absolutely no OSHA compliance of any kind. Celeste had the entire retinue and me have a meal with the new planetary governor. He seemed nice enough. Very nervous about pleasing Celeste and making it absolutely clear that he was not a heretic in any way. Also, really trying to come to grips that part of his new planet belonged to Xenos. Apparently, when Celeste had killed the old governor, and her cult, and tore through Mu'erin's rebel army, she had made an impression. I ate actual fruit as Celeste and the governor talked about crop yields and supply line issues. It was clear that the governor was better at spreadsheets than diplomacy. I figured that meant he was formerly part of the administratum before his elevation, and that he was given to the role out of virtue of being one of the few people left who could run the planet that Celeste hadn't killed. Celeste was satisfied, protocol was observed, and the lot of us gathered in the shuttle to be taken to almost the other side of the planet. The nature reserve. We landed in a small landing zone, and started to hike towards the shore. Ildari planets are weird. They are very much alive, but not like living planet alive, but kind of how a Venus flytrap is alive. It responds to stimulus, that almost, but not quite, makes you think it knows you're there. I could see vines recoiling from pathways, and saw flowers open in Celeste's presence. Janus liked her. Me, they couldn't give a frack about. I did see that the planet had been in some weird kind of conflict. Vines and other plants were choking other, weirder looking, plants to death. There were large piles of decaying vegetable matter, like some of the flora had just dropped dead and were rotting away. Insect life was sucking on bloated trees filled with fruit that dripped purple, sickly looking nectar, and I realized that they were killing the tree by draining it dead. You are observant. Yearliet said to me. I started when I found she was suddenly standing next to me when I was staring at the dying fruit tree. The others do not notice. You and Elotach do. Is this natural? I said. Both yes and no. Yearliet said. The tree is a creation of Silan Thresh. She who thirsts. Their presence caused that abomination to grow. Now that it has been banished, the Lila Ethan is recovering. There's a lot of rot. I said. Are you afraid of Nurgle's presence? He is nothing compared to she who thirsts. Yearliet sniffed. This rot is healthy. Is Celeste hoping to achieve something out of this? I asked. She is hoping Muerin will negotiate with her, and provide counsel regarding how to handle the further alterations of the planet. Yearliet said. The Lila Ethan reacts to unwanted changes, like your terraforming. Earthquakes, volcanoes, and the like. Elotach wishes Muerin to show her how to best grow the world so it may feed her people. She feels that if she can show that your kind can acknowledge and respect our ways, there can be an agreement. Coexistence is not simply achieved. I said. No. It is not. Yearliet says. But Elotach feels it is worth an attempt. Guys, come on. Celeste yelled. We reached the beach, and the architecture there was totally Ildari. Beautiful statues of beings with cold calm faces. Smoothed rock floors that fit seamlessly into each other in patterns that delighted the eye and intrigued the mind. It all flowed into the water that worked with the waves, and the pounding surf created a smooth wavy pattern in the stone that gave a sense of peace. Highlighting it all was a giant archway studded with huge red stones that shone in the light, far more precious than anything mined out of the dirt. A webway gate. All of it was so old and ancient, I felt I was disturbing something hallowed and sacred just by looking at it. Argenta sniffed derisively. They haven't cleaned up at all. That's when I noticed the signs of bloodstains and bullet holes. Apparently Celeste's truce agreement with Muerin hadn't gone 100% smoothly. The entire retinue was tense. Kasha was taking position to blink her third eye without bathing the rest of us in its baleful gaze. Argenta and Jay had drawn their weapons. Edira's eyes were glowing, and I knew she was talking to her voices to see if they could tell her what was going to happen next. Heinrichs had his power sword out, and there was frost crackling around the blade. Pascal's hands were gripping his power axe that was crackling with motivational force, and his dendrites had his plasma gun on standby as well. I was at the back of the crowd, trying very hard to put as many people between me and what was coming. Celeste, Yearliet, and Abelard were stepping forward. They didn't have their weapons drawn. Celeste nodded at Abelard. Introduce me, Seneschal. She said. Farsa Muerin. The old man said in his booming voice. Rogue Trader Celeste Benedictus Triumphant von Valancius, Savior of Janus, Peacemaker of Foulstone, Champion of Kieva Gamma, Provider of Footfall, Mindbreaker, Demon Slayer, Captain of Calamity's Fortune, stands before you and demands audience. Yearliet then said something in Ildari. Echo of Sha'era only knows human-based languages, so I didn't catch much other than the words Elotach and Silan Thresh. I know that Celeste has a gadget from Heinrichs that translates for her. Heinrichs either has one too or, more likely, as a member of Ordos Xenos, he knows the language. There was a shimmer in the air, and they arrived. Armor that seamlessly blended into their surroundings. Tall, pointed helmets with runes carved into them. Carrying weapons that looked as delicate as they were deadly. No idea if they were male or female. About 15 of them arrived and took positions across from us. Then Muerin arrived. White armor, big helmet with lots of antler-looking things sticking out of it, and a golden cape on his shoulders that shimmered like a liquid. Celeste tilted her head very slightly at the farser, and he did not respond in any way. Yearliet then talked to Muerin in their native tongue. Muerin responded, and Celeste said a few things, Heinrichs's toy turning her speech into Ildari. At one point, Celeste turned and pointed at me. I heard Yearliet say the word Sha'era, and that got a reaction out of the farser and a couple of the other warriors. They looked at me sharply. They were all wearing helmets, so I had no idea what their expressions were, but I held my gaze back at them, and held still. There was some more talking, and then Heinrichs relaxed and put his sword away. They're going to let Echo speak. He said. He turned to me, and he started, and pulled out his sword. Echo. He shouted at me. Don't move. Everyone turned and looked at me. The Ildari as one, started and took a step back in shock. Celeste looked confused. Yearliet went pale and spoke one word. Arabenian. She said. I took a deep breath, and slowly turned around to look. Standing right behind me, was an Ildari Harlequin. An actual solitaire. I knew this guy. This was Nocturne of Oblivion. This was also way off the rails. He was not supposed to appear until much later in the game. Now he was here, and standing about a foot away from me. The uniform is a little plain, but I do like your costume underneath. He said. What riddles are you speaking? Heinrich said. Why are you here? Oh, no riddles, no rhymes. Not for you. He said to me. Child actors have enough to manage. One should encourage the young who take up the craft. Not bind them in labyrinths. I said nothing. I kept my eyes wide. The danger in this moment was amazing. If Nocturne of Oblivion wanted me dead, that was it. Nothing anyone could do to stop it even if I had everything else in my favor. Do you wish me to speak? I quietly said. Of course. Nocturne said. The Ildari in the blue and gold jester outfit calmly walked around me. The shadows that covered the mask on his face made it look like he was laughing. The new needs friends from those most critical. Also, well, spoilers. He walked past the retinue, past the Ildari soldiers and Muerin, and just leaned on the pillar of the webway gate. Watching. Celeste looked at Yearliet for clarification, but she just shook her head. Our Ildari then turned to me, and nodded. You may begin. She said. I stepped forward, past the retinue, in front of all the Ildari. Celeste, Abelard, and Yearliet stepped aside. I tried really hard not to look at Nocturne of Oblivion. There is a clearing. There is a glade. Into the glade steps Sean, son of Tris and Kess, who are children of Glan and Oblinan. I began. I'll spare you the rest. Basically, the story was two Ildari meet in a forest on a planet. They tell each other a tongue-twister joke that pretty much was how do you wage war in outer space? You planet. I had just done the galaxy's most dangerous dad joke. A dad joke that was 4 hours long. I finished. I didn't bow. I didn't react. I waited for the oncoming laser or shuriken. Nothing. Yearliet whispered something to Celeste. Celeste brightened, looked at me and gave me a big thumbs up. I looked back at the Ildari. Still no reaction, although in the back, I saw Nocturne of Oblivion take his hands and give me 3 silent golf claps. Enough. Muerin said in low Gothic. Fine. I accept this Mundaki can speak as well as a newborn. Kraden. He said directly to me. Tell me of Sha'ira. Where is it? Where does the body of Isan lie? He was reaching for his weapon. That's not the story. Nocturne of Oblivion said loudly and clearly. His mask was now clearly in a frowning position. All humor in his voice gone. Muerin froze. You have to hear the whole thing, first. The farcer backed down and took a step back. Nocturne of Oblivion turned to me. First, repeat Shahara's 999 night story. Then the next one. I looked at Celeste and Yearliet. Celeste nodded, and motioned me to go on. Yearliet looked terrified at seeing Nocturne of Oblivion angry. I did the 999 night story. Maybe I did it with less drama and more quickly than I normally did. I finished it, and I saw Nocturne of Oblivion nod. Muerin was absolutely livid. He turned to the Harlequin and for a second I thought he was going to try and shoot him. What does any of that matter? He shouted. Nocturne of Oblivion pointed back at me. Muerin looked at me and I couldn't see his face, but I knew he was barely tolerating what was going on. The Xenos wanted to kill someone. He'd prefer to kill the Harlequin, but I was looking more and more like a suitable second. I looked over my shoulder, and saw Argenta and Kasha. My fan club smiled at me, and nodded for me to continue. I began the tale of Shahara's victory. Sha'ira had saved her planet, and her father Jafar now ruled it wisely and well. Still Sha'ira was troubled. The planet, now named after her, which she was humbly proud of, was still not truly saved. The heart of the planet had been touched by chaos, and that kind of poison does not leave even if you were to cut all the flesh away. It lingers, it whispers, it stays there and waits. Waits for someone to feel despair, waits for someone to desire too hard, waits for when emotions boil over in a person's heart and then it strikes. Heretics are born again. Sometimes it is nothing, like a common pox healed with antibiotics, a bullet in the head and all is back to being well. However, it is always there, it always tries again, and Sha'ira feared that her planet would once again be on the verge of tipping over into the nightmare. The archenemy wanted this planet eventually. Even if Sha'ira spent her whole life protecting it, they would simply wait until she was dead. Then they would try once more. Sha'ira would have none of that. She prayed to the Emperor for guidance, and he gave it to her. Go to the stars. He said. Seek out your answer in the humblest places. Sha'ira bade her father farewell, got on a ship, and took out to the stars. There she did many heroic deeds, and went on several great adventures. She learned much about the archenemy, and the Immaterium. She also learned all the stories the universe had to give. These tales are all excellent and worth telling, but those are other tales, to be told at other times. This story must skip ahead, just a little. Sha'ira was on a planet called Baxler. Oh what a place that was, rough and ready, all rocks and scrubland. Barely developed, with huge canyons that had such echoes in them. Beautiful as all worlds are, in his galaxy. She had come here because of a curious thing she had heard. In 500 years, there had been no heretic activity. This was absurd, she thought. Surely there must be a mistake. They were unaware, maybe there were a large number of people with the pariah gene, or perhaps this world was so unimportant that the archenemy forgot they were there. None of these were true. Sha'ira was working as a healer then, for now she knew all of that art. All is quiet, and she is wrapping bandages, when the door to her healing house bangs open, and a flood of people charge in. There had been a disaster, there had been an attack. Many hurt. She leapt into action, and started to treat the wounded. The story unfolded before her. The trade ship that had just arrived had a horrible present in one of the crates. A chaos fetish that, once touched, ripped open a hole in the Immaterium and summoned demons. The PDF had fought them, and the battle was terrible. Victory had come to them, blessed be his name, but not without cost. Still, Sha'ira was there, and she could save as many as she could. She found it strange however. The demons had used all matter of sorcery, but none seemed ill of spirit. Those native to Baxlor had their flesh tended, but their souls were pure. She asked one of the PDF on the verge of death, how is this possible? Why are you so strong? The archenemy is dead in our hearts. The soldier said, before going to the Emperor's embrace. Sha'ira knew she had her answer. All that she had seen on this rough planet of stones and scrub, pieced together to show her the way. However, the answer that worked for a tiny colony on the very edges of space would not work for a planet as great as Sha'ira. She needed tools, she needed the right weapons, and she needed help. The first two were not hard to get, just time-consuming, and required more travel to different planets. The last, happened in a back alley behind a pleasure house on a filthy planet called Helios. Sha'ira was chasing down a heretic who had stolen a book from her. This was not a particularly important book, but Sha'ira would not be the person who held 10 million stories she was if she was not the type of person who would chase down one. She ran down the alley, screaming obscenities at the man turned the corner, and was immediately hamstrung by an arm as strong as steel. Sha'ira caught up, panting, and grabbed her book. She looked at her new ally. She was taller than Sha'ira by a hair. Pure pale skin, as opposed to Sha'ira's tan. Eyes grey like a tumultuous storm, and dressed in armor of the Sororitas. She had a smile of holy benevolence, and her first thing was to stamp her foot on the heretic's chest and break 2 of his ribs. That is how Sha'ira of the stories met Saint Argenta of the One Star. Sha'ira offered to buy Argenta a drink as thanks for her help. Saint Argenta, who was not a saint yet, accepted. One drink turned to another, and soon they were talking. Argenta was on her own quest, sent by the Emperor, to guard the world from despair. Sha'ira told Argenta of what she knew, how to kill the archenemy in the heart, and how she planned to do so on her home planet. Argenta was born in the moment, and lived every second as strongly as some people do their entire lives. She instantly threw her lot in with Sha'ira and dedicated herself to the cause. As a bonus, Argenta had a ship, so Sha'ira could finally make her way home. When they arrived at Sha'ira the planet, they found it as they had left it. Fine, but always on alert for danger. Jafar had passed, and his son, Sha'ira's step-brother, who was named for his father, was now Sultan. Sha'ira told her plan to the new Sultan, and the young king, who lived in awe of his great and mighty elder sister, agreed instantly. She was given all the resources and power she needed, and she and Argenta began. Killing the archenemy in the heart is not easy. Were it as simple as firing a bullet we would all be free. No. It is complicated, and it is slow. It requires a leader to spread the one thing the archenemy can never understand, the idea to put another before themselves. The archenemy is passion, it is excess, and above all else it is greed. However, to have so little and turn to your fellow next to you and offer it to them? No. There the archenemy has no claim. It started simple, a day, merely a day. One day, Sha'ira decreed, shall the people of the planet be kind to one another. It could be service, it could be charity, it could be simply sitting and listening to a person talk. Do it for one day. Then you can return to how you are. The people did it, and nothing seemed to happen. However, the seed was planted. It is a great trick of the archenemy to make people look at how wide and vast the galaxy is, and how small we are in it. To see all the evil, and despair in it, and say what's the use of me. In that moment the archenemy seizes the heart, and great heroes are lost. The Emperor's answer is it is not one person's place to fight the great war, but to fight the battle in front of them. We are called to win this fight, to do this act of compassion, to turn away from this moment of temptation. Then keep doing it. In that we turn the heavens. Even the greatest temple on Holy Terra started with laying a single brick on an empty field. That is what Sha'ira did. One act after another. One request followed by another. And the stories, oh the stories she told. Inspiring people that they could be better, that the archenemy could be defeated, that the galaxy could be, in this one place, just a tiny bit better. Also, she was no fool, if you offer a hand, some will bite it. It is the nature of the archenemy, and sometimes man. Also, when you start to kill the enemy in the heart, the enemy reacts back. That is where Saint Argenta came in. She formed an army, and she was the iron hand in Sha'ira's velvet glove. Where people tried to exploit, Argenta stepped in. The archenemy tries to summon demons or build a cult. Argenta was there with bolter fire, and strong armor. Sha'ira's stories were killing the archenemy, but sometimes a bullet can be useful. Finally, she awoke one day, tired now for she was now much older, and she knew she had done it. The archenemy was dead in her planet's heart. People awoke and went upon their lives as if nothing was different, but you could feel it. The market was becoming a place of wonders, the sands of the dunes sparkled in the sunlight more beautiful than any color found in the immaterium. Sha'ira's library was the pride of the expanse with people coming from everywhere to see out its knowledge. She had done it. Sha'ira had turned the warp. She was then given a gift from the Emperor. She was told the oldest story. The first story. She went out to the desert, to the caves where the faithful once hid, and went down to the sacred spring that was within. It was the place where life had first formed on her planet. She spoke the first story there, and Sha'ira was, now and forever, a place of beauty. Argenta parted ways with Sha'ira, her work done, and the women bid each other goodbye as sisters. Sha'ira passed into the Emperor's embrace a decade after her victory. She was mourned by the entire planet. Sultan Jafar, a child of the second Jafar, continued to rule his wonder of a planet, wisely and well. All was good under the watchful eye of the emperor. That was until Sha'ira was destroyed by the archenemy in spite and vengeance, but that is another story, told at another time. Everyone just stood there, looking at me. I looked at the retinue. Argenta was crying, tears were cascading down her face. Celeste looked deeply thoughtful, and moved by the story. Kasia was in a color vision fugue state. I could read Jay's face, she was now working in her mind how to take that story and work it into her own lies about her own fictional history. Abelard and Heinrichs looked as stoic as usual. Edyra was looking at Nocturne of Oblivion. Pascal I couldn't read because of his augments. No. Muerin shouted. That's not, it can't have happened like that. Now he did draw his weapon, and everyone else did as well. That is not what happened at Sha'ira. You have been wasting my time. It is what happened. Nocturne said, stepping forward. However, the Kraden only knows part of the story. He walked up to me and motioned for me to step aside. Excuse me, you did very well for a child actor, but now a seasoned professional must finish the show. Nocturne of Oblivion took a deep breath, his mask changed to something neutral and solemn, and he began to orate. I thought I was pretty good. The Ildari storyteller, one who's been to the Black Library and stood in the presence of the Laughing God, blew me out of the water without trying. You felt the emotions of his characters, you literally saw the images in your head. When the Ildari in his story stood on the sands of Sha'ira, I felt the dunes beneath my feet and the sun on my back. The rest of the story of Sha'ira went as such. There were 4. Descan, Wisser, Halamshur, and Old Isin. Their ship was so old it had forgotten its own name. They had all disgraced themselves in different ways. Cowardice, refusal to obey, reluctance to kill, and Old Isin was so ancient that people couldn't find a use for him anymore. So they were given a task, watch Sha'ira. It was nowhere important. It was infested with Monday Key. It was a dusty ball of sand worth nothing. However, there had been reports. Tales of strange things happening in the warp around it. Normally, a warp anomaly is nothing bizarre, randomness is the only reliability of the immaterium. However, they kept happening. Regularly. So, it was decided that someone should keep an eye on it. The tales say it was Isin who said they should help Sha'ira in her quest. This is because of how it ended, of course. However, Wisser was the one who they said was the softest regarding the younger races. It matters little, what does matter is that the others agreed. Now, before the Monday Key Kraden glares at me. I freely admit that Sha'ira did most of the work. The shaping of the population, the stories, and how she never gave up after all the setbacks she experienced. That was all her. Oh? You did not know Kraden? The days that she failed? The times that exploded back into her face? The times that if it were not for Saint Argenta's strength all her efforts would have been for nothing? Once she was brought down so low she almost had to start up from the beginning. However, she was someone who would start from the beginning if she had to. But Monday Key, even ones like Sha'ira and Argenta, can only go so far. That is where the 4 came in. Really, what they did was very little. A ritual here. Removing a person there. Putting some certain G-gas and whatnots among Sha'ira's collection of tools and artifacts. If the 2 Monday Key girls had an extended lifespan of nearly another 200 years, they would have done it on their own. The 4 watched with wide eyes at what was happening. It was impossible. It had only been done in legends since before even the birth of She Who Thirsts. It was being done by Monday Key. There was no possible way in the god's name that this could possibly work. But that is the nature of hope, in its most insidious form. You know it can't be done, but it might. So you make that bet, and you hope. Usually, this is what the Chaos Gods thrive on, and delight in crushing that small spark. But once in 10,000 years, your number is the one picked. They had done it. The warp had turned. The planet was becoming something else. The Monday Key thought they had made a paradise and there were a few superficial changes, but the 4 saw what it could become. Give it a few millennia, maybe as few as 2, maybe as many as 10. Keep it going, protect it, nurture it, and the galaxy would forever be shifted. The 4 talked about informing the craft world. That was what they should do, correct? They decided not to. They knew that someone there would demand that they seize the planet. It was too valuable, too precious, to leave in the hands of Monday Key. Only the Aladari could properly handle something like that. However, the 4 knew that such an action would destroy it. The warp is fueled by emotion and thought, and that included all the people on Sha'ira. The Monday Key were, ironically, crucial. So where did that leave the 4? A secret can only be held by 3 if 2 of them are dead. To see Sha'ira mature, it would take longer than they had. Also, someone would eventually ask questions as to why they were content in watching this rock. No. It was a shame, but unless there was a way to speed things up, Sha'ira would just be a small curiosity. But right now, it could be something very important. Isin was so very old, and he looked at the planet, and he looked at his soul stone, and he decided that sometimes you had to be as impulsive as the races that scampered about the universe. He told the rest what he was about to do. They were shocked, disbelieving, and told him all the reasons why he should not. Then they went and landed on the planet. This was long after Sha'ira had died, glorious in victory. They went to the secret cave, down to the Forgotten Spring. That is where Sha'ira had spoken the first story. The small pool where life first formed, and now held bacteria that was something else. Isen walked up to the pool, and knelt beside it. He took his soul stone, which he despised, and chucked it at the rock wall where it smashed to a million shards. The others watched in fear, terror, and treacherous hope. Isen took one hand, and gently took a small amount of water into it. He could see small flecks of golden light in the little pool of water. He drank it. Then he walked away from the pool. Sat down on a rock, collapsed, and died. Without a soul stone. Silanthresh did not claim his soul. He slipped beyond, to the place where there is peace. He escaped. The others just ran. They got into their ship, took off, and fled before the cleansing began. They told no one of what had happened. Secrets have a way of getting out, and Segeric listens for everyone. Just as the Mundaki Kraden put his tail together, so did I from his. Now we know what happened at Sha'era. I felt a surge of such rage and anger from Echo of Sha'era. It's your fault. I snapped before I could do anything else. We had done it. We were on the path. We were going to change everything. And then you tipped them off. Once one of you actually got away, they realized what was happening and wiped us out. Then they wiped everything away. They hunted Saint Argenta to death. They made everyone forget that it happened, that it was possible. Nocturne of Oblivion just nodded. It is as you say. Mu'aran stepped forward and looked at me. His rifle was still in his hands. Arabenian. He says he does not know where the planet is. Could we extract such knowledge from his blood? Nocturne looked at me and his mask went to laughing mode. There's probably barely a drop or two of it in him, but it's there. A smallest fleck of that gold that Isen drank. Then we take it from him. Mu'aran said, pointing the rifle at me. Then we go there, find Isen's body and use it to follow the path he took. Celeste drew his pistol and pointed it at Mu'aran. Not a chance. We're going to find Sha'era, and when we do, you're welcome to search it for the corpse if it still exists. However, you're not laying one hand on my storyteller. He's going to be there when we do it. Do what? Nocturne of Oblivion said, obviously enjoying every second of this. Bring it back. Celeste said. We'll revitalize it, repopulate it, and bring it back to what it was and what it could turn into. You, Mr. Clown. Celeste said to Nocturne of Oblivion. That's what it was going to become, right? Like the opposite of a daemon world. Perhaps. Nocturne of Oblivion said, quite amused at his new name. You fool. Mu'aran said. Do you know what that would do? Do you think you could make something like that and the Chaos Gods would simply let that be? They would destroy the entire sector. They'd make whole star systems go nova. They killed so many just because they got close. What do you think they would do if you actually succeeded? They would destroy us all. They would try. I said. This was me. Echo of Sha'era was still staring at Mu'aran's rifle. What? Celeste asked. They'd try to wipe us out. Keyword is try. I said. We would fight back. We would fight with everything we had and then some. We would have Sha'era, and once you make something once it becomes easier and easier to make it again. It might be the last battle ever done, but it would be worth fighting. Ignorant child. Mu'aran spat. Even if you could win, which you wouldn't, do you think they would accept defeat? They'd create a supermassive black hole that would swallow the galaxy and end all life. And kill the warp. Edyra said. They'd kill the warp, and themselves. Every soul would be dead, but everyone would be free. There was a pause as everyone thought about that. Nocturne of Oblivion tilted his head towards me, and I knew what my line should be. Would you fight? I said. What? Yearliet said. If it started, the fight to end all fights. Maybe we get wiped out, maybe we win, maybe a giant black hole eats the galaxy, whatever. Would the Ildari fight? I said. Every Ildari warrior, who had all drawn their weapons, now turned to look at Mu'aran. Mu'aran, adjusted his grip on his rifle, still pointed at me. Yearliet had that same look on her face when I asked her if she wanted to hear the rest of The Lord of the Rings. Your lives are the barest flicker. Mu'aran said. You have no idea what it truly means to exist. We Ildari would not throw our lives away because of a single stupid Mundaki who got lucky. We would find a way out. Our way out is hidden in your blood, and I will find it. We will not fight your pointless war. We are survivo. And that was the last thing he said, because with one smooth motion, Nocturne of Oblivion sliced his head off his shoulders. He held his hand up high. The blade was so thin, and so fine that it looked like he had broken off a piece of the sky. My first thought was, now we are frocked. But nothing happened. All the other Ildari put down their weapons, and then gathered together and started to talk among themselves. Celeste looked at Yearliet. Yearliet was looking at Mu'aran's corpse, and then spat on it and said a word in Ildari that I didn't need translated. Coward. She then went over to talk to the Ildari. So, Mr. Clown. Celeste said to Nocturne of Oblivion. Do I need to worry about people hunting for my storyteller? Nay, vagabond merchant. The Harlequin said. Not from this troop. As I said though, nothing speeds through the universe as fast as gossip, and others of my kin have less patience than he did. Thank you. She said. Elotach. Yearliet cried out. They wish to speak to you, about your negotiations. Great. Celeste said. She looked at me. You okay? She asked. Yeah, wow, yeah. I'm good. I said. Okay. Celeste walked over to the Ildari. Nocturne of Oblivion came over to me, putting his sky blade away. Well done, child actor. Here, a treat. He held out his hand and in it was a small object, encased in a blue and white striped wrapper. It was a piece of candy. I took it, and the Harlequin actually patted me on the head. A word of advice? Be careful of your guardians, even the best-intentioned ones can exploit their progeny's success. Muerin was. Frack it. He knows. He can't not know. Yearliet said that there was a chance that another craft world is coming to the Coronis expanse. Muerin was a farcer. He might have been able to keep them from starting a war. I take it there's not going to just be a new farcer here. No. However, the Ildari here will remain. I suppose the vagabond merchant will just have to find a farcer to replace him. Nocturne of Oblivion said. Then he turned around and walked away. He walked up to the tree line, walked behind a tree and just vanished. I had to admit it, the solitaire had style. I went back to the retinue. Heinrichs and Abelard had been called over to help Celeste. Edira was sitting on the edge of the shore, her shoes off and her feet in the water. Jay had grabbed Muerin's rifle and was figuring out how it worked. Kasia was looking out at the ocean. He had no color. She said. I'm sorry. I said. The Harlequin. Xenos are an unfamiliar mishmash of colors that makes my head hurt when I look at him. Muerin was as if I stuck my head in a malworking cogitator, but the one that killed him, nothing. She sighed. It is strange, however, I suppose I should not expect sane things from Xenos. I saw that Argenta was on her knees, tears were still running down her face. She looked up at me. We must find Sha'ira, I must restore Saint Argenta's glorious victory over the archenemy. I thought you wanted to go back and find her ship. I said. I was cheating a little here, but I knew people were gossiping about this. Yes. Of course. She got up suddenly. Oh. Her ship. Yes. That's where it must be. What? I said. She would have star charts. A logbook. A record on a data slate. Something. The one star has the location of Sha'ira. Argenta grabbed my hands and then pulled me into a hug. We will find it, and bring the glory back. Thank you for this. 1,000 times thank you. Sure, but you said the location of the one star was lost when the warp roots got wiped out. You don't even have the name of the star system. You're as lost as me. I said. She pulled back and waved her hand. I found it once, and the Emperor will help me find it again. Heretics were on that planet, and the reason I had to retreat. I will find and torture every last heretic in the expanse until I find one that knows where it is. Nothing is going to stop me. Please, tell me you'll be there with me when I find it. I promise. I said. A part of me felt very sad, when Argenta finds the one star, she doesn't come out of it the same person she goes inside. However, now that there's something specific in there that she wants to find, well who knows. Celeste and the others returned very happy, and with a lot of good knowledge on how to keep Janus prosperous without triggering Aladari natural defenses. We went back to Calamity's Fortune, and got ready for the next stop. Dargonas. Capital of the von Valancius dynasty and bustling hive world. I would be seeing the spires, and walking among 40k nobility. In the game, the quest is called Spiders in a Jar. I was about to stick my head in it. 6th story. We were taking the long way to Dargonas. Also, we were making several stops along the way. Celeste was talking about ensuring the warp routes were secure, and other such excuses. Everyone knew that our rogue trader was putting things off again. This time I didn't need Argenta to tell me why. Celeste grew up a bastard in the spires of a hive world. She knew all about the world of the 40k nobility, and had endured the absolute worst of it. She was in no hurry to go back to that world. I wasn't as concerned about it as I was regarding Kieva Gamma. Dargonas didn't have immediate pressing needs for intervention. Really, a lot of stuff would happen after we landed, because we landed. A long voyage was absolutely fine by me. It was made even more appealing when I saw my new apartment. A bedroom, a full bathroom, and an office for me to do my work. The bed was an actual piece of furniture, and not something you'd see in a military camp. The office had a very comfortable chair for me to sit in and a nice-looking desk. There was also a piano, and a bunch of other musical instruments. Celeste had discovered Autolas 9's starfish recorder, and now wanted me to record music for her. There was a pile of metal starfish for me to fill. Big crates filled with many data slates, and a new dictation box. As a result, I had been very productive. Celeste now had all of Chopin, Beethoven, and Scott Joplin. Rumors said she listened to them when she was learning how to meditate with Yearliet. I hadn't yet been called upon to do a parlor show for the retinue yet, but I was still putting on shows. Argenta had asked me to entertain her orphans on a more regular basis, and seeing as I couldn't help myself, I started telling the A series of unfortunate events series. Even better was that there was an accordion-like instrument in my music collection, so I got to do the theme song as well. Argenta was very happy with it, although she told me that her wards were now driving her crazy by singing Look Away to her all the time. She said it with a smile though, so I knew she liked it. Today, however, I was being summoned by the Inquisition. I was unafraid, and had a secret weapon to defend me. To be more accurate, Heinrichs requested me to come to his office so he could return Pandemic to me. Things are never that simple when it comes to the Inquisition, so I expected there would be a bit more. Also, he hadn't talked to me about what had happened on Janus. As a result, I brought a little insurance, in the form of a new box tucked under my arm. Neve accompanied me to the interrogator's office. She was my new babysitter until Supervisor 9128 was found. Heinrich's offices and apartments were the opposite of Cash's, very sparse, very orderly, and instead of books, there were shelves of data slates, with numbered identification tabs sticking out to categorize them. I thought for a second that I had entered into a tax accountant's office, or a part of the administratum. Later I would see the administratum, and learn how very very wrong I was. What is that? He asked when I entered his office, pointing at the box. I realized I never showed my gratitude to you for saving my life. I said. It's another board game. Oh. His face changed from stern to slightly excited and I could see his eyes slightly light up. I was simply doing my duty to the rogue trader. He said. Still, you may place it on my desk. I nodded and did so, next to the pandemic box. He motioned me to sit on a chair facing his desk. I did and he sat in a larger one behind his impressive-looking Gothic desk. I think I can say that we have thoroughly mastered your amusement. He said. My associates and I can cure the planet with any combination of roles. Well done, your lordship. I said. I assumed that associates meant his Inquisition agents and informers he had scattered around the ship. Sir, will do. He said. Yes, sir. I said. You seem to be able to understand concepts without them being explained to you, so I understand you know why the story of Sha'ira should not be retold like the other tales you know. Heinrich said. Yes, sir. I said. The 999 Nights tale is acceptable. You may retell that. He said, and I could see on his face that was only because Celeste had asked him to say that it was okay. Yes, sir. I said. I also understand that the other part is xeno-heresy and unfit to be ever spoken. Exactly so. Henrix nodded smiling, he liked a fast learner. I do understand that there is one last tale of Sha'ira that you wish to speak? You told Celeste that you wanted to do this publicly, in the footfall markets. Yes. I said. It is tradition for this tale to be told publicly in marketplaces. I grew up in footfall, so I feel a little sentimental about it. I told the Lord Captain that if she wanted I could do it for her privately, or on Dargonis if she wanted, but she allowed my request. Why marketplaces? Heinrich said. Because that is what the Emperor, blessed be his name, told us to do. I said. If sir would like to hear the story first, I am happy to say it. He motioned for me to proceed. I told him the story of the fall of Sha'ira, slightly edited for time. He sat and thought for a moment. I see, the Emperor didn't precisely say marketplaces. Did he? No, but he did say in public, and Sultan Jafar's announcement at the end was in Shahara's marketplace, so it became tradition for the echoes of Sha'ira to pick marketplaces. I said. He nodded. Very well, it is a good story, and I see no heresy or confidential information in it. You may perform as the rogue trader wishes. It shall be done, sir. I said. Now, I have another request. He said, as if I ever had an option to say no. I'm going to do a slight assessment, to see if you are a psyker or not. Sir. I said, a little afraid. I do believe that you don't think you are one, he said. However, your recall, and the library of information you have in your mind is, atypical. Please hold still. He held his hand out, and I could feel my blood ripple in its veins. I didn't know what he was doing exactly. Probably some combination of his biomancy and Santic powers. I did feel something enter into my mind and have a look around. Echo of Sha'ira was calm and did something when Heinrich's presence reached it. I think it told him a story. Then the feeling retreated and Henrix nodded. I see. So you are more like Emelina then. That explains much. Emelina? I asked. An associate of mine. She has the ability to take in vast amounts of knowledge, and recall them on command. Her style of doing it is slightly different than yours, but it is not heresy and most likely not a result of warp exposure. Most likely, sir. I asked, sounding concerned. There are individuals who you could call almost psychers. Perhaps they constantly give static electricity shocks when shaking hands, or they can repeat what a person is saying almost as they say it. It is suspected that those souls have been touched by a whisper of the warp. Not dangerous, and not worth the resources spent to gather them up for any reason. You seem to be one of those individuals. I suggest prayer. Yes, sir. I said. Now, he shifted in his seat. Please show me the new game. My pick was Dead of Winter. Zombie survival, base defense, resource gathering, and a deck of cards with all sorts of random events. It was changed for 40k, of course, and the zombies became cultists. He picked up and examined the custom dice I had Ada make for me. Then I got to the trader mechanic, and he perked right up. So, someone playing the game could be a heretic. He said, looking at the trader card. No. No. I said. They only want the colony to fail, but not before completing their own goals first. There's no specific reason stated. Perhaps the trader knows the colony is actually a den of heretics in conflict with the archenemy, as they so often are, and are trying to destroy the heresy from within. I like to think that every time you play a board game, you are making a new story. What that story is up to the players. Heinrichs nodded. So, no one can be trusted. That is very insightful. He smiled. I am intrigued. The rules are included. Yes, sir. I said, holding up the rule book. Excellent. I will take it, and see if it pleases. He took the box. Before you go, Echo, he said. A personal request. I completed the collection of stories about Inquisitor Sherlock Holmes. You did, sir? Did you enjoy them? I asked. He nodded. Once you accept the slightly ridiculous idea of a consulting Inquisitor, they are quite good. Although, I admit the concept of Inquisitor being used as consultants for intrigues that confound the PDF is something that's happened once or twice in history. Do you have any more? The interrogator is a Sherlockian, of course. There are several, although not done by the original author. The Sherlock Holmes character was very popular. The quality of those stories can vary. Also, people delight in placing the Inquisitor in various settings. Some show his adventures when he was young, for example. Henrix nodded. Very well. I'll have them all. Of course, sir. I said. Heinrichs then turned to a data slate on his desk, and I was dismissed. I took Pandemic, then me and Neve went back to my apartment. Or at least tried to. Heinrichs's apartments were on a different level of the upper decks as mine. We had to go down 2 floors to get to my new living quarters. Normally we'd walk down most of the deck, and take the common lift, but it was close to our meal time, so we decided that if we took a nearby flight of stairs, we'd come out closer to our cafeteria, and could have food on the way back to my place. Even a short flight of stairs is pretty long. Not that staircase in the Shinra building in VI long, but more like you live on the 6th floor and your elevator isn't working long. It won't kill you, but not something you'd want to do multiple times every day. We had reached the middle of the stairwell. I was explaining Pandemic to Neve, who wasn't too keen on the game herself, but thought her kids, nephews, and nieces might like it. Then all the lights shut off. Everything was pitch black for a moment, and then red emergency lights turned on. Everything in the large stairwell was cast in deep red and dark shadow, same from a second light source below us, that was a glowing purple that made your eyes water and your ears hear unnatural whispers. Neve. I said. Thankfully, Neve was a professional. Back upstairs, she said, activating a small beacon device on her belt. Keep to the walls, stay behind me. If you have to, run. We started to make our way up the stairs and made it 2 flights before we had to stop. It looked as if some great hand had grabbed the stairs and crumpled them up in a mishmash of steel, wires, and warp energy. There was no way we could get past that, and help wasn't coming. Still, I looked at the barricade and it felt wrong. We hadn't heard anything, and all that warp energy, I had a thought. I don't think that's real. I said. What? Neve said. I think this is an illusion. I reached out to touch it, but Neve grabbed my hand. Don't. Even if it isn't real, it could still be a trap. We need her Grace, Flass, or Orcelio here to dispel it. Trying it on your own might fry your mind again. So, what do we do? I asked. Wait. I've called for help. She motioned to the blinking pager-looking thing on her belt. But the Emperor is with me. I do not fear the enemy, not matter what form they take. I will face him and destroy him. No harm will come to my charge. I am the Emperor's and I am protected by the armor of his contempt. Neve continued to say prayers. She had her loss rifle out and we slowly went down the stairs, heading closer and closer to the purple glow. The only thing I had was the Pandemic box. Suddenly Neve's voice stopped. She was still reciting prayers, I could see her mouth moving, but I couldn't hear her. Neve didn't seem to notice. Once upon a time, there was a nasty little idea. A voice said from below us. The nasty little idea was the result of a very bad human, and a disobedient planet. They did something against the rules. The nasty little idea thought they was very clever. It thought that it could go around and tell all its nasty little stories and songs and games without consequences. Today, the nasty little idea, and the humans helping them, get to experience what it's like to be censored. We were nearing the bottom of the stairs, and we saw the source of the glow. It was 9128, he was a fount of warp energy. Every part of his body was twitching like a monster from Silent Hill. His body was just wrong. Have you ever watched those videos of a picture of a human being drawn in real time by AI? How the image warps from one thing to another. It was looking at one of those in real life, and human was only a suggestion. Eyes would fade into his face and then be swallowed up by his own skin, his arms shifted from hands, to claws, to tentacles, and back. He grew fur, scales, small mouths with chattering teeth and licking tongues. The only thing consistent about them were that they had 2 legs, 2 arms, and a head. Everything else was variable. Neve didn't waste any time. The moment 9128 stepped forward onto the stairs below us, she unloaded with her rifle. The hallway lit up with the bright red of lost fire. None of her shots missed. I knew Neve had better aim than that. It was just that 9128 had the ability to just not be there when a laser was about to fry him. I don't know if it was speed, teleportation, or precognitive abilities. It really didn't matter, the guy was just blatantly cheating. One moment, he was on the landing below us just staring up at us with his shifting face. Then he was suddenly in front of Neve, and his arm had become that of a scorpion stinger and it impaled her in the gut with one smooth motion. Neve's screams and prayers stopped, and she gasped. 9128's arms were large and gorilla-like now, they heaved the guardsmen behind them, as effortlessly as lifting a 5-pound weight. She crashed onto the landing, still holding onto her lost rifle. She didn't move. 9128 stepped closer to me, and started to say something, but I wasn't going to listen to that grok's shit. It was all the same stuff anyway. Chaos is really unoriginal like that. I did know that my best chances of survival were to get Neve's lost rifle. So, I threw the only thing I had at the heretic, in the hopes that it would distract him long enough for me to run and get the weapon. I threw the pandemic game at him. Echo of Sha'era had a bit of its power back from the entire Aladari event, and the influx of people reading books on Dargonis and Janus were a nice shot in the arm as well. It had been keeping Neve and me from getting out brains scrambled by the warp energies being emitted. But when I threw the pandemic game, Echo of Sha'era felt another echo. Heinrichs had been playing that game religiously since he had gotten it. He oversaw his minions play the game. He coached, he gave advice, he played it solo with different rules to challenge himself. It was a way to better the skills of his mind and challenge himself. It made his collections of agents and informers better in their communication and teamwork. He loved that silly little game until he felt he had conquered it, and now he was thirsty for more. I didn't just throw a pandemic set at 9128, I threw Heinrichs van Calix's pandemic set at them. It was enough for Echo of Sha'era to pull just a piece of Heinrichs's power out. Specifically his Sanctic Psyker powers. A golden glow burst around 9128, and they snarled in pain. His form stabilized for a moment. It would be just for a few seconds, but it was enough. Not enough for me to get the rifle, but enough for me to reach behind me, and find the small sheath I kept at my back and pulled out KYRX's lucky knife. I slashed it across 9128's face, trying to take out as many eyes that I could. I got more than a couple. The heretic screamed in pain and covered its bloody face, and then I kicked it hard in the chest. It went flying back, where a laser beam burned right through their torso. We both had enough time to see Neve, sitting upright, holding her lost rifle, aimed dead on. And all his enemies shall burn in his sight, she said, and turned on auto fire. 9128 was reduced to ashes, and the lights returned to normal. She dropped the rifle, and laid her head back. No, no, no. I screamed, and ran towards her. I put pressure on her wound with one hand, and put a hand against her head. Neve? Neve? Stay with me. Think about your girls. They're going to need you. Who's going to teach them how to play my board games? Neve, please don't go. Echo of Sha'era asked me if I wanted them to help. The thing was, if I let Neve go, Echo of Sha'era would get stronger. Such a sacrifice was the thing they were created to honor. Letting Neve go would mean that next time I could go straight for whatever was the threat and take it out with beginner's luck or a look behind you. Neve was a guardsman in 40K, they were meant to die, and dying nobly was an accomplishment for them. She had protected her charge. She did her duty. This was her story, and it was a good one. Frak that. I screamed. Sha'era would never let this go if she could help it. Yes, sometimes people die, but we're here, and we can help her. If you can't save one life without having be so frocking dramatic all the time, then what the frak good are you? I felt a strange confirmation from Echo of Sha'era at that, and I realized I had just gone through a weird sort of test. I didn't have any idea if I passed or failed. Right at that moment, the door right below us banged open, and there was a last-second rescue. Just like in any good story. Abelard, and a squad of guardsmen, and more people coming down from the top. She's barely hanging on. I shouted to the seneschal. Help her. Abelard is a great guy to have in the game. He starts with the medical talent, and he's usually carrying a medikit or two on him if you are using him right. He pushed me out of the way, took out a hypodermic injector, and jabbed Neve with it. There was a moment, and then Neve's eyes were wide open and she gasped for breath. Fetch a stretcher and an apothecary. Abelard yelled to his men and people took off. Is Echo okay? Neve gasped. The heretic, I fired wildly. I'm fine, Neve. I said. You got him. You did well, officer. Now, stay with me, recite the names of your children. Abelard said. I was led away by that point, and then debriefed. Then debriefed again by Heinrichs. Then debriefed yet again when Celeste wanted to know what happened. Neve survived, spent some time in medical, got a commendation, and some leave to spend with her family. I also made them a board game. 2 actually. One of her girls wanted to become a pilot, so she got Forbidden Desert. The other one was preparing to become a tech priest as she felt the call of the Omnissiah, so I gave her Servitor Rally. Robo Rally, slightly updated. I got a message from her that she was very thankful, and that I had gotten lucky and next time I should quickly get out of the way so that her wild shots wouldn't hit me. The next day I was summoned to the training deck. Celeste decided that I was to be educated in the ways of defending myself. Argenta had volunteered to be my trainer. I walked into the all-white room to see a bunch of tables covered with all manner of melee weapons and firearms. There were a few target dummies set up both for shooting and melee practice. Argenta was not wearing her armor or her habit, but training fatigues, that were light grey, and showed off her midriff when she stretched. I tried not to look too much but, Argenta was cut. Her pale skin made her look like some kind of Grecian statue of an Amazon. She smiled at me, also dressed for training, and nodded. We should start by picking your favorite weapon type. Eventually, you should have some training on everything, but it's good to master the basics on one style first, as you can then adapt that to the rest. She said. I like being mobile. Echo of Sha'era said. They were very much taking over for the moment. I also like versatility. Maybe a handgun and a knife. Argenta nodded. A good pick. Which blade do you prefer? She pointed at a table covered in knives. Do you prefer heavier blades, or lighter ones? Are those Ildari and Drukari knives? I asked, pointing at the exotic blades. Argenta sneered. Hateri provided those, if you feel the inclination. She said that as if it was a perverse sexual fetish. Ildari blade shatter if incorrectly used, and Drukari blade cut the wielder as much as their target. Pass. I said. Then I picked up a ripper. I smiled as I held the mini chain sword. Argenta grinned. Wishing to follow the example of Seneschal Worsrian. She said. Good choice. However, notice how light it is. Yet. I thought it'd be much heavier. I said. That's because it's more alloy than ceramite. Press the button on the handle, but try not to let it drop. She said. I pressed the button, and the thing really did almost rip out of my hand. The motion and inertia of the weapon gave it a weird kind of balance. I got used to it quickly, and I knew I had found what I and Echo of Sha'ira liked. Argenta approved, and made me put it down. Now we move on to your firearm. Argenta said, showing me some pistols. The Lost gun is meant to be lightweight and for long campaigns. They lack in firepower, but if you're a week into no man's land and been cut off from supplies for a month, a Lost weapon will still serve you well. The stub nose fee hammer is a common pick for PDF, and average citizenry. Good stopping power, doesn't jam, nothing spectacular, but reliably serves its duty. Then we have. She stopped when she saw me pick up the bolter pistol. I smiled. This. Argenta's smile was as warm and nurturing as a parent seeing their child first get on a bike and ask them how to ride. Come. She said, motioning to the firing range. I will show you. The trick of the bolter/chain combo was to fire off a quick burst with the pistol, then while they were stunned from that, if they were still alive, rush in and slash their throats open with the blade. Accuracy was important, but my goal would be for center mass, single bullet headshots were for snipers. The recoil was very strong, but I adjusted quickly. Argenta would stand right up next to me, adjusting my elbows and shoulders. After a bit, I could reliably hit a stationary target with the majority of shells from a burst fire clip. Argenta was very pleased. Now, take one of the practice blades, and we'll begin hand-to-hand combat. She said. I grabbed a blade, and she nodded. Now come at me. You're going to lay me out flat, aren't you? I said. Why do you say that? She said sweetly, with a smile. Because I have a knife, and you're standing there in the open with your hands behind your back, and your feet slightly apart. I said. Very good. Being observant is a vital step. Now, enough stalling, try to stab me. She said, taking her hands out from behind her back. I charged her, and she slipped out of the way, grabbed my wrist, disarmed me, and flipped me back onto my back. I stared up at her smiling face. Now, storyteller, you are going to learn all of my family's ancient secrets. She said. Get up, and I'll show you what you did wrong. At the end of the day I was surprisingly skilled. Argenta was greatly pleased by both my aptitude at learning, and at her own skill as a teacher. I had a sneaky feeling that I was getting some extra help from Echo of Sha'ira, as who hasn't seen the hero become skilled in weaponry after a good training montage? Argenta got 2 plastic pouches of ice-cold water from a drawer in the wall, sat down and bade me to sit beside her. She gave me a water, and we just sat and drank. Argenta's sweat smelled like human, gunpowder, and the incense she burned in her prayer room. They're saying you fended off the heretic. Argenta said. I kicked it when it ran at me. I said. Guardsman Neve is the one who killed it. They're also saying you saved her life. Argenta said. I put my hand in her wound, and yelled at her to keep her eyes open. I said. The Seneschal's arrival was what saved her. Well, you, of all people, know how stories twist. She said. She stretched. Celeste is thinking about giving you a home on Dargonis. What? I said. Life on a ship isn't a place for a storyteller. She said. You should have some opulent study where you write, and compose. A suite in the spires, you'll wake up and see the sun and sky. Hear the throngs of people below you cheering your name as you hand out your stories to them. A life among the elite and all that luxury. No. I said. No. I can imagine stopping at Dargonis for a while. But I belong on the ship, with the rogue trader. Really? Argenta said. I didn't catch the tone of her voice at that moment, but there was a sense of surprise and hope. It's just, she has her moods. You and the rest of the retinue can slay the demons that threaten her on the outside, but I think I can help her with those that trouble her heart. I said, taking a drink of water. Also, I will never find Sha'ira sitting on my ass eating pastries and trifles. So you do think that Celeste is troubled, right now? Argenta said. Why, we are dithering and doing nonsense like going through that horrible acid-filled bunker instead of going to Dargonis. I do. I also have the salve. I think. I said. She fears dealing with court politics, and more accurately letting them change her. She doesn't fear insulting some lord who might plot to assassinate her. She relishes that. She's worried that by going back into that world she'll become like those children that tormented her in whatever Hivespire world she grew up in. Necromunda. Argenta said. Celeste was born on Necromunda. I asked. What house were the triumphants allied to? Escher. Argenta said. She told me that when she was very young she dyed her hair purple once and announced she was going to run away and join the gangs. She has not told me more than that. Perhaps a good storyteller could learn more. She nudged me with her shoulder. I would love to see a pict of that. I said laughing. Necromunda is a long way from the Coronis expanse. How did Yvonne Valancius get all the way there to have an affair with the Lady Triumphant? Argenta shrugged. Perhaps that's what allured Lady Triumphant, a rogue so far from home, telling tales of the frontier? It isn't a part of the rogue trader's life she likes to speak about. However, back to you easing her worries. You have a tale that can rally her spirit once more? Which hero is it this time? Not so much the hero, but the villainess. I said. She's everything Celeste doesn't want to become, and I will tell her about this wicked person's downfall. The noblewoman known as Lady Regina George. Argenta mock shivered. Ooh, I can only imagine what she must look like. Actually, very young and beautiful. That's kind of the point. I said. I should also get some other nobility-adjacent songs and stories ready. Will you be ready by tonight? Argenta asked. I am ready at any moment, I just like having a little time before performances to get little extra things ready. I said. My tech priest friend Autolas9 says I'm driving her to distraction with all my projects and requests. Argenta nodded. Tech priests from all over the ship are coming to her lab to get those color cubes you gave Abel. They call her place the Games Workshop. They've got them up to 33 squares per side. Pascal has said the next time he sees you he's smiting you with his power axe. I frowned. Is he taking the cubes away? Argenta laughed. No, because they're helping. Apparently the efficiency of the ship has gone up, some number the tech priests say that I don't remember. It's not by much, but statistically significant. That just makes the Magos that much angrier. The tech priest that maintains my armor and bolters said that he got into a heated religious debate with your Autolas9. Oh, I hope I didn't get her into trouble. I said. Argenta shrugged, showing she didn't know anything more. I made it a point to go and have a talk with her. I want you to know something. Argenta said. This is important. She was looking forward, her face very focused. Yes. I said sitting up. I am a child of the Emperor. My body and soul are his. My mind is his instrument. I live to serve his will and kill his enemies. I am without doubt, and I am of one mind. She took a deep breath. But I feel that day you decided to come tell stories to the children, and I saw you there was a decidedly blessed day. You are a devout person and a little odd, sometimes, but I am glad you wish to remain with us, and... She took a deep breath, and then turned and kissed me on the cheek. Just a soft peck. She turned back, her face had gone bright red. Then she got up, and quickly left the training room before I could react. My first reaction was, holy frack, she likes me. My second was, for about what felt like 10,000 years. When I finally came to my senses, I, along with my new guard, went back to my room and I washed and got changed for tonight's performance. I just barely kept from banging my head against the shower wall as I remember all the little things that now added up. The times she did little touches against my arm and shoulder, the blushing, laughing at my jokes, listening to me when I tried to make imperial mindsets just the slightest amount less horrible. It all added up to one terrible, terrible, truth. She liked me. Echo of Shira was very smug, and deeply disappointed that her confession hadn't happened during a battle, or in the middle of a glorious triumph. Still, there was nothing like a good love story, and now it had reached Act 2. I reminded it that I could still have one of the ship's psychers extracted from my head and then I would find a way to throttle it to death. Footfall had finally reached a conclusion. He was dead. It was the only thing that made sense. He had died along with his parents, and then the Emperor had taken him to paradise. How else could he be living in such luxury with such food? How could he be a person of rank and importance, wearing such fine clothes? How in the frack could he have the attention of one of the most beautiful women he had ever seen in his life, and a sister of battle on top of that? Nope. He was dead. Only possible answer. Well, dead man or not, this corpus had a show to give. I got dressed in my best storyteller uniform. I had several now, one blue and white, another white and blue, gotta rep the colors, and I even had the option of a hat and a pair of white gloves. For formal events. They were also now laced with ballistic fibers, and blade-resistant padding. I put KYRX's knife, my ripper and bolter pistol into their sheaths, and my escort and I went to the lounge where the others were waiting. Celeste, Kasia, Jay and Yearliet were the only ones in attendance. Celeste was in her usual chair, and Jay on her fainting couch. Kasia was ready to paint like always, and Yearliet was back in her corner. Abelard was off doing his job, I assumed. Heinrichs was probably playing Dead of Winter with his minions. Argenta was. Is Sister Argenta not going to be joining us? I asked. She felt the need to pray in the Grand Chapel tonight. Celeste said. She gets in the mood for things like that sometimes. You know how she is. Yet. I said. I instantly knew I had made a mistake by not keeping my face neutral and my thoughts guarded. Jay, that slinking snake, instantly picked up on it. Oh, oh. She laughed with glee. She told you. Oh, dear Maharaj, finally you see what everyone else has known for months. Look at him turn red, Shireen. She cackled again. Ah, if I had only been there to see. What did she do? You must tell us. I looked at Celeste for help, but my traitorous lord captain just held her fist up to her mouth to hold her laughter in, and then nodded and motioned for me to go on. I sighed in defeat. She said she felt the day we met was blessed by the Emperor, I said. Also, she kissed me. No. Jay gasped. She didn't. Just briefly, on my cheek. I said pointing. Then she ran away. Jay shook her head and held her fists up to the sky, in mock anger. May the Exalted One take you and all your tales. I swoon over her, I say kind things, I offer her all the gifts I can find, I watch her back in combat and help her slay her enemies, and you are the one who wins. She laughed. Well done, Maharaj. Now all we need is to get the two of you to come to one of my parties. I blanched and looked horrified. Jay's parties are about a step down from out-and-out orgies. They were more about group cuddling in your underwear than actual sex, but sometimes people go off into a room alone. It was sensual, it was intimate, it was fun, and it was surprisingly not heretical. Only Jay Hadery could thread a needle like that and succeed. If you're asking how I knew so much about her parties was that Jay would often have me entertain at them. She had also told me that if I wanted to join in I was welcome to ask her, but if I was in the uniform I was there to work not play. I was too worried about doing something I'd regret to take Jay up on her offer. Celeste now laughed and shook her head. Well, now we know why she's praying tonight. Alright, enough making fun. Echo and Argenta are adults and they can figure things out between themselves. Now, I heard tonight's going to be a noble night. She nodded at me. Go ahead. Of course, Your Grace. I went over to the piano. Nobles pride themselves on their opera. Some of it is fine, but most of it is wretched. Time-consuming self-preening nonsense. Screeching women who can't sing to save their lives, and then everyone claps. Celeste said. As you say. I said. This however, I feel is much better. It is from an old opera called The Barber of Seville. It's in an ancient language called Italian. Yes, Lady Navigator, as in Amontillado Italian. I said, when I saw Kasia perk up. The singer is said Barber, a man named Figaro. The song is a rather long way to say my name is Figaro, everyone in the city knows me and likes me. I am happy. For your pleasure. I began to play, and sing. I got light applause from the women when I finished, and I got up and bowed. If you like, I can complete the entire opera if you wish. The plot is Figaro helps a noble woo the heart of a woman whose guardian is an unpleasant noble. It is very funny. Maybe another time. Good song, but let's save the opera. Celeste said. What else do you have? Well, I have a short tale, about the adventures of an Echo of Shira and how he managed to fool a noble out of 10,000 thrones. I said. Okay. Let's hear it. Celeste said. Well, this takes place on a hive world, mid-spire. The Echo of Shira's name, for all Echo's names are told upon them returning to Shira, was Herschel of Ostropol. He was traveling, as all Echoes of Shira should do. He had been unable to find a good audience for a while, so his pockets were empty, and his stomach even more so. He saw a dining establishment, and thought he could maybe entertain there a little and earn maybe a corpse starch bar, and if not that, maybe he could get something by offering to scrub dishes or wash floors. In the restaurant, there was a bar, and at the bar was a crowd of people. Herschel looked and saw they were all gathered around one man, a noble. He was dressed in finery, had armed soldiers around him, and was spending money like water. He was also deep into his amasek. He was obvious down here to be a rich man among poor men, and flaunt his wealth and power. When Herschel got close the noble was shaking a common worker. You bastard! The noble yelled. How dare you tell me you think my clothes look good? These are shit. They're last month's fashion, and barely show off my physique. Get out of my sight. He tossed the man away. You people have no manner of speech. Is there no one here who can tell a good story? Herschel put up his hand. I've told I can tell a tale or two. He said. The noble looked at him with an apprising eye and grinned. All right, what's your name? Echo of Shira. Herschel said. Your servant, my lord. All right Echo, come here. He pointed at the seat next to him. Herschel sat. The lord took out a giant pouch of thrones, and sat it on the bar. If you can tell me a story, so incredible that I can't believe, all of that is yours. If however, I think it is true, you are now my property for the rest of your life. Sound fair? Of course, said Herschel, his smile not wavering for a moment. May I ask one question, before I begin? Yes. The noble said. What is your name? Just your first and family will do. He said. Count Alexei Potocki. The noble said. We will have the family crest branded on you when you belong to us, as we do for all of our property. Of course, Herschel said. Are you ready? The count motioned for Herschel to begin. Long ago, before I was born, when your father was still a baby, I took a job working for your great-great-grandson. He had a herd of ambules. Every morning I led the ambules to pasture by the river. In the afternoon I led them home. I milked the honey from them, put it in a churn, and churned it into honey cake. I did this for several years. Herschel said. I think that could happen. Potocki said with a grin. Herschel smiled and then continued. One afternoon I led the ambules back, but when I counted them, I realized one was missing. I hurried to the river to find the missing ambule. I saw her on the other side, she had swum across. A pack of gene stealers was attacking her. The ambule fought bravely. Every time she struck a gene stealer with her claws it fell down dead. But more gene stealers kept coming. I knew that if I didn't help that poor ambule she would surely die. There wasn't time to swim over, so I picked myself up by my beard, whirled myself around 3 times and flung myself across the river. I landed on my feet, right in the middle of the Tyranids. Go on. Count Potocki said. That's a good story. I believe it. Herschel began again. The biggest gene stealer charged at me with its jaws wide open to swallow me up. But I wasn't afraid, I stuck my hand in his mouth and grabbed him by his tail and pulled him inside out. The other Tyranids became frightened when they saw what happened to their leader. They hissed at me, turned and fled. I went over to see what I could do for the poor ambule. Alas, she was dead. One of the gene stealers had jumped in her mouth and eaten its way out again. Nothing remained but her shell. Herschel stopped. I believe that, said Count Potocki. Herschel did not frown, but continued. Since there was nothing I could do for the ambule, I picked myself up by the beard once more and threw myself back across the river. I started walking to your great-great-grandson's house to tell him what had happened to the ambule. I was almost there when I realized he wasn't as trusting as you are, Count Potocki. He might not believe me, so I decided I had better go back to collect the ambule's shell to show him. However, the Tyranids had returned while I was gone and they had eaten what was left of the ambule. All I could find were the creature's bones. What bones they were! The rib bones went all the way up to the sky and disappeared among the clouds. Herschel paused waiting for Count Potocki to say something. What amazing things happen in this world! The Count said. Herschel took a drink of water, the bartender had provided, and continued the story. I thought I would like to see what lay above the clouds, so I started climbing up the ambule's rib bone. I climbed and climbed. I think I climbed for 2 or 3 days. Whenever I got hungry I broke off pieces of cloud and ate them. They tasted like corpse starch. When I got thirsty I dipped my hat into a cloud and drank the rainwater. When I got sleepy, I lay down among the clouds and closed my eyes. It was like sleeping on a warm feather bed. Finally I came to a rolling green meadow high above the clouds. I saw a man sitting under a tree eating raisins and almonds. I asked him what this place was. He gave me a strange look and said, "Don't you know? This is the Emperor's paradise for his faithful. I would like to visit the Emperor's paradise someday. Maybe I could find an ambule's rib bone." Count Potocki said. Herschel continued. How lucky I am, I said to myself. Not many people get the chance to see the Emperor's paradise while they're still alive. I decided to have a look around. I started walking across the meadow. After a while I came upon 3 saints sitting on the grass playing cards. They invited me to play. We played 3 hands, and I won them all. The saints gave me their halos. I was surprised to see that they were solid gold. I put them in my pocket and began walking away. But the saints followed me. Come back. You cheated us, they began yelling. I knew it was time to leave. I started running. The saints came after me. They could fly much faster with their wings than I could with my legs, but I had a good head start and just managed to keep ahead of them. I reached the end of the meadow and jumped onto the ambule's rib bone. I slid back the way I came, all the way down through the clouds. Herschel paused and waited for Count Potocki to say something. Go on, said the Count. I want to hear the end of this fascinating true story. Herschel looked around. The crowd was listening to his every word. No one thought this was going to end with anything but a slave brand on the storyteller's back, but they were impressed that he was making such a good try. More importantly, the Count's guards had moved to the side to get a better listen to the tale, and did not have their hands on their weapons. This would be important later. I slid for 3 days and 3 nights, going faster and faster. I was going so fast that my own shadow couldn't keep up with me. It was 2 days behind when I hit the bottom. By then I was going so fast I couldn't stop. I went right through the ground and continued going down, down, down until I came to another place. It was dark, and filled with an unnatural purple light. It smelled of death and decay. A terrible moaning and groaning filled the thick air. I don't need to tell you its name. I started walking, looking for a way out. A daemon with 2 heads came up to me and said, "What are you doing here?" He tried to grab me with his claws, but I took out one of the angel's halos and shook it at him. The daemon jumped back. He started to yell and scream, but I knew he had no power over me. As long as I had those halos in my pocket, the Emperor, in all his power and grace, protected me, and I was safe. That's very true, said Count Potocki. I think we'll keep you in the nursery. You can tell tales and amuse the children. Herschel went on. I continued walking. Those demons got out of my way when they saw me coming. I hoped that sooner or later I would find somebody who knew the way out. I didn't trust those demons to tell me the truth. After a while I came to a sty. It was full of giant daemon groks rolling around in mud and slop. A voice called out. I looked and saw an old woman tied to a stake in the middle of the sty. She was covered with filth from head to foot, and the groks were biting her toes off and ripping her feet to shreds. Tisk, tisk, said Count Potocki. To think that such things can happen. Herschel continued. I took out my halos and drove the groks away. Then I untied the poor woman and carried her out of the sty. I wiped the filth off her face with my handkerchief. To my surprise, I recognized her. It was your poor dead mother, Countess Potocki. The Count gasped. Countess Potocki, I said. What are you doing here? Alas, Echo of Sha'ira, she answered. This is the punishment for my sin. What sin did you commit to deserve such terrible punishment? I asked her. Count Potocki leaned forward. What did she say? Herschel raised his voice so everyone could hear. She said, my sin was bringing my son, that rascal Count Potocki, into the world. You liar! Count Potocki shouted. What a ridiculous story. I don't believe a word of it. Aha! Herschel said, grabbing the bag of thrones. I win. And then he raced for the door. I bowed. Celeste and Jay were laughing and clapping. Did he make it? Celeste asked. Of course he did, Shireen. Jay said. Oh yes. Everyone in the bar grabbed the Count and his guards, demanding that Herschel had won the contest. I said. The Count was furious and put a bounty on the head of the Echo of Sha'ira, but Herschel had already spent some of his newly gained money, and was already off-world, and to another planet. Good. Celeste said. There are many other stories about Herschel of Ostropol. One of my favorites was how he defeated 7 demons and a daemon prince in just as many nights. I said. Echoes of Sha'ira have defeated daemon princes. Celeste said. With the help of the Emperor. I know, I have trouble fighting a single cultist, but the Echoes of Sha'ira that came before me? They were the kind of souls that could march up to the skull throne and spit in what sits in its eye, and walk away whistling. I said. But that was when more people listened, and Sha'ira was, you know the rest. Celeste nodded and sighed. That was good. Alright, what's next? Now, I need to tell you about a noble woman known as Regina George. I said. After that I did the 40K rendition of Mean Girls. Celeste and Jay loved it. They were laughing, and clapping the whole time. Then I got to the part where Janice chews Caddy out for getting too into her role as a plastic. Celeste sat back in her chair, and got a long thoughtful look on her face. Jay saw that, and stopped laughing, and gave me a look and a nod. Yep, landed right square where I wanted it to. I was getting maybe a little too good at this. Picking Mean Girls as a send-up of nobility was my idea, right? I felt that nagging feeling that Echo of Sha'ira was not to be 100% trusted again. I knew it could influence people around me. It had given Neve a second wind strong enough to kill 9128 after I had heard it enough to disrupt its power. It made Celeste's emotional reactions to my stories that much more powerful. Then a bad thought came to my mind. Had it messed with Argenta's feelings? It thrived on stories, and had all but told me that love stories were very powerful. Had it nudged Argenta into liking me? Had it been altering my words so that I was saying, or she was hearing, stuff she wanted to hear? Could it affect her emotions? If any of that was true, then there were a lot of words that could describe our relationship, but none of them could be called love. I needed to fess up to Argenta. Find the words that would let her know what might have happened. If I told her about Echo of Sha'ira's actual existence, she'd blow my head off right away. I was hoping I could avoid that, but maybe there was some way I could tell her about my condition and not be immediately executed. I finished Mean Girls, and took a moment to get some water as Celeste and Jay talked and made jokes about how it was exactly like that. I saw Juliet sitting in the corner, watching me. I was now starting to recognize that as an alidary compliment. She could have just as easily closed her eyes and been off inside her head somewhere, but she chose to give me her attention. How kind. Then I remembered something the Ildari had said. Not Juliet but Muerin. Maybe there was a way to let Argenta know about the possibility that whatever we might have be false, without telling her about the mim. One more song, Celeste said. To cap out the evening. Of course. I said. I went over to the guitar. Celeste had stocked the lounge with other instruments, and the rumors were that she might be looking for someone who could also play, so I could do duets. There had been no auditions so far, so I thought there had been no takers. That or Abelard was being a bit of a grump about whom he allowed to audition. This is August closing his mouth after a long summer's yawn. I said, and began to play. Celeste had closed her eyes at some point during the song. I snuck a look over my shoulder and saw Juliet had done the same. Jay was contemplating her amasec glass, and looking thoughtful. Kasia was still painting a storm. Oh, please one more. Kasia said. I need just a bit more. I don't think so. Celeste said. I think we're good. Thank you, Echo. This was a good evening, as usual. Kasia, we actually need you at the navigator, and I have to go find Abelard and take the helm. So late. Jay said. I want to be arriving at Dargonis when morning shift comes on. She said, getting up. Jay gave me a wink, and the party ended. I, and my guard, left the lounge. We were almost at the top deck lift, when we ran into Argenta. Oh. Is it over, already? I did not think it was so late. She said. Frack it. The longer this festered the worse it would get. Sister Argenta, can we step aside and speak? In private. I said. There is something I need to say to you. Oh. She reddened. Well, this is, maybe not, all right. She motioned to a door we were near. We went in, and found it was Celeste's billiard room. It was obviously never used, as she had no interest, or skill, in the game. This would do fine. If you could, guardsman. I said. My escort nodded, and stepped right outside and closed the door. I knew he was listening at the crack, because gossip was currency, but this probably wouldn't be too bad. If this is about earlier, Argenta started. You should know that I don't think your feelings for me are natural. I said. You may have been, compelled to, like me. What? Argenta said, confusion over her face. It's about what I am. I said. I'm an echo of Sha'era. Sha'era is in my blood. Diluted and nearly gone, but as the Xenos said, there may be a drop there. A drop of what Sha'era was. There's a power there and, I think people are affected by that power. How? Argenta asked. It's how I can talk to a room of children and have them all listen and not fidget or lose interest. It's how I can inspire a group of men to charge a horde of cultists with just knives and pipes. It's how I can change the heart of a rogue trader, so that her doubts die and she gains courage with just a single story. It's why the Xenos wanted to rip me apart so they could hunt down the planet. Also, I think when you first saw me, whatever's inside me reached out to you, and made you find what you saw appealing. I think Sha'era has been making your feelings for you. I said. I'm so sorry. I didn't mean any of this, I'll stay. I stopped when Argenta put a finger to my lips. Do you think I was not aware? Argenta said. That I didn't feel that rush of hormones when I first saw your face? Did you not think I prayed to the Emperor not moments after our first encounter to cleanse my spirit of whatever told me that you were unique? I didn't. I stammered. Silly wild women who are slaves to their bodies follow such feelings. Argenta said. I have watched you, spoken with you, learned who you are. You are the person who tells stories to children to make them believe truly and pure, you are a person who charges a heretic horde, you are a person who sees a heart at unease and gives it strength. You believe in the Emperor in a pure way, and I believe that whatever Sha'era gave you was a gift from him. My feelings are mine, after deepest prayer, and long contemplation. No unseen force is telling me what to do. The fact that you are warning me of what such may be only further shows you are worthy of such power. I am not afraid. Oh, all right. I'm sorry. I said. But, I must now ask, now that you know how I feel about you. She said, sounding very much like a nervous girl confessing to her crush. How do you feel about me? I knew what I wanted to say, but it wouldn't come out. Finally, Echo of Sha'era stepped in with a good quote from This Is How You Lose the Time War. Flowers grow far away on a planet they call Cephalus, and these flowers bloom once a century, when the living star and its black hole binary enter conjunction. I want to fix you a bouquet of them, gathered across 800,000 years. All to make you smile. I said. Argenta looked away, face red and smiled. I see. She said quietly. We had a very quiet, very awkward moment, and then Argenta left the room. I took a deep breath, screamed in my head for about a million years, and then went back to my room with my escort. The next day we landed on Dargonis. It was a big deal. Not only had the new rogue trader arrived, but they had reopened the warp routes to the planet, so fears of starvation and isolation were now banished. There were giant crowds of people gathered at the spaceport, and all along the plaza up to the von Valancius Palace. All there to see Celeste. Celeste was not going to make that parade march alone. The entire retinue and an honor guard would accompany her. And me. I shouldn't be doing this. I said to Jay, as I sat in the shuttle next to her. I kept adjusting my hat and gloves. They both felt itchy. You are just as much a part of this as I am, Maharaj. Jay said. Maybe more, I am not the one whose words have spread across the planet like wildfire. Oh, by the Emperor. I groaned and held my head in my hands. They're really not my words. They really shouldn't have tales of Sha'era on them. Authors deserve every credit they're due, even if they're long dead. Especially if they're long dead. True. Jay said. But people want heroes. For that they have Celeste. After that, they have the rest of us. Then, after they're done exhaling at the magnificence of Jay Hadery, they have people like you. The idea that it's possible to get up here, from down there. A fantasy of course, but, if people don't believe in things like that, what else is there? I sighed, and endured the turbulence. The parade was insane. Thousands of people cheering Celeste's name, waving giant banners of her portrait. I particularly liked that. Her portrait is gorgeous. She's dressed in her naval dress uniform with gloves and boots. A cape flutters behind her and her chest full of medals is very shiny. Her uniform and cape are blue and white. Gotta rep the colors. She's in profile, and her hand is outstretched to seize the stars, or make someone's head explode. Her long black, raven hair, is flowing behind her in a special wind, and you see her eyes in beautiful detail. Celeste has eyes like a newly born star, blue and white fire that speak of energy, new beginning, and so much promise. When she looks at you and smiles, you feel the light from those stars. Right now, those eyes were wincing in embarrassment as she walked the path from the plaza to her palace. She nervously waves to the people chanting Von Valancius and Hail Rogue Traitor. It was obviously taking all her self-control, and Abelard's presence, not to just run for the doors. I was walking near Jay. The cold traitor was eating up every moment. Waving, and blowing kisses to the crowd that was cheering her. Then I heard it. Echo. Echo, over here please. Someone was crying. I looked, it was a group of people holding books. Please. Please sign our books. Please, Echo. What are you waiting for, Maharaj? Jay said. Go. It could be a trap. I said. Pfft. I am right here, if I see anything, I will shoot it first. I promise. Jay said. Go, be the most exciting thing in that person's life. I walked over to the crowd. Smiled at them, and took the offered quill. No chaos bomb went off and I wasn't stabbed in the gut, so I just smiled at the excited woman. What's your name? I asked the young woman. Kara, but could you please make it out to Adam? That's my son. She said. I saw now that she was holding a copy of Wonder. Your book, it means so much to him. The mutant's mother looked at me, and I took her book. To Adam. The Emperor loves you no matter what. Remember that. Echo of Shaira. I handed the book back to Kara, and she looked at my dedication, and then back at me with tears in her eyes, and then faded into the crowd. The rest of the crowd was much less complicated. They just wanted their own names, and the books were King, Poe, and Doyle. My big sellers. I did about 7, and was glad to do more, but Jay tapped me on the shoulder. Come on, Maharaj. I waved to my fans with an apologetic smile, and Jay and I crossed the plaza and went into the palace. There was a party going on. This was the pre-party for the larger party later that would be held so everyone could plan the gala that was set to happen in a few months. There would be several more soirees between now and then too. I was starting to see why Celeste hated this so much. Dargona's politics are not super complicated. At least not at Celeste's level. There were 4 families that were at the top, that she had to deal with. The Drivestems, the Gaprooks, the Sourbacks, and the Weezerians. The families themselves were a staggeringly complex webs of smaller families, alliances, and 40,000 hours worth of the worst of reality show drama. The Drivestems were the old money. They'd been handling things for several generations of the von Valancius dynasty. They had the connections. They ran the finances and all the glamour parts of running a hive city. They knew where all the bodies were buried. They did not like change, and I was fairly certain they did not like all the stuff Celeste had been doing. They were too afraid of losing their power though, to rock the boat too much. The Gaprooks were the Omniscias. Long history of tech priests, and service to the Adeptus Mechanicus. Right now, they were in the doghouse. Kiavagama was their planet to look over, and the Heretic uprising, and corruption of its fabricator sensor was squarely their mess that Celeste had cleaned up. They would be too busy fixing the damage to Kiavagama, and their reputation, to cause much trouble. The Sourbacks were the ones that ruled over all the stuff that Drivestem didn't want to do. Food distribution, population control, and hive maintenance, that kind of stuff. As a result, they had a lot of power, but not much respect. A fact that which bothered them very much. More specifically it bothered Regina Sourback, wife of the head of the house. She was tired of it, and bought into Kunrad Voigtver's heretical Grixit. Right, I haven't mentioned Kunrad yet and he's a little important. Nutshell then, Theodora's spy master, who then got screwed by Theodora. Turned heretic and led the mutiny that led to Theodora's death and Celeste's ascension to head of the von Valancius dynasty. Got away, and is now out there causing trouble. Eventually she's going to make her move but now, I sipped a glass of Amasek as I watched Celeste jokingly flirt with her in order to make Regina's husband turn a fascinating shade of purple. Finally, there were the Worsrians, and yes, that is the family sired by the man who most often holds my leash, Abelard Worsrian. They were the new money, and everyone else hated them for it. They were personable, hard-working, talented, and sought new ways to improve the von Valancius dynasty. Again, even more reason why all the other families disliked them. The one running the show on Dargonis was Chancellor Clementia Worsrian, and she was currently giving her grandfather the rundown of everything that's been happening on planetside. Later, one of Drivestem's kids was going to frack up in some administrative nonsense, and shift the blame to Clementia. Regina was going to use that to make her move to wipe the Worsrians out, and try to assassinate Celeste. I didn't think I needed to worry about that too much, also it was much later. Regina was not half as smart as she thought she was. I saw a pair talking that I almost didn't remember, until I realized they had an ending slide about them. Astarsha Worsrian, and Vicent Gapruk. They were a little bit of a Romeo and Juliet story, but with a far less dramatic ending. I felt Echo of Shaira buzzing in my head, wanting to help their romance along because they sense another love story. It wasn't really that complicated. Celeste would say that it was okay, they got married, and everything was sorta okay ever after. The only bummer was that their marriage would be childless. I didn't think that was something I could do much about. Then Echo of Shaira snapped back in my brain. There was something wrong with their story. They didn't know what, but there was more to their story than just what I knew about the game. That was interesting. There was nothing much I could do now, but it was something to look into later. I really didn't have much to do at the pre-party party, besides standing out of the way, quietly nursing a glass of really good Amasek. I figured that we would probably have to be here a month or so, before we had to head out and deal with the Drukari on Celeste's prison planet. I did have to tell her a story about ambushes or scorpions and frogs when that happened. I'm not 100% certain I can circumvent Act 3, the kidnapping. The Dark Eldar Frokwit, whom I refused to call anything but Marzipan, set it up by goading Yearliet into a trap. Trying to get Yearliet to not leap at any sign that her destroyed craft world had survivors was a non-starter. Celeste trusted Yearliet enough that she'd let the Xenos walk her right into a trap, and she wanted that emotional connection with her, so trying to warn her wouldn't help much. However, there was another character the whole setup relied on. I spotted him talking to Heinrichs. Achilles Scalander, Inquisition agent and currently being given locations of upcoming druggery raids. He said he was getting the information from his spies, but he was actually getting it directly from the Inquisition. They were getting it directly from the druggery. Why they were getting it, is endgame spoilers. Marzipan captures, tortures, and makes Achilles his mole against Celeste to find out which druggery is screwing him over. Yearliet finds this out, kills Achilles, and finds a transmitter on him, which Marzipan uses to lure Yearliet and Celeste into the trap. If I helped Achilles, could I stop the kidnapping? Did I want to? I knew how to avoid it personally, and the retinue would get through Kamarak not exactly fine, but intact. Also, it was where you recruited an awesome space marine, also Marzipan. I kicked him out when I was finished with Kamarak, but Celeste wasn't 100% copying my playthrough. I decided that if I could see a way to help Achilles I would, but one doesn't go up to an agent of the Inquisition and warn him about becoming a druggery mind slave. I had to wait for my moment. It did seem like it was finally my turn to be noticed. Clementia and Abelard were coming up to me. I set my drink on the tray of a nearby servitor, and I bowed. Sir, your ladyship. Chancellor, may I introduce Echo of Shira? The Lord Captain's personal storyteller. Storyteller, you are addressing Clementia Worsrian, Chancellor of Dargonus. The old man said with pride. It is my honor, Chancellor. I said. Your name is known to me. Clementia said. All around the planet people are reading your books. My Grand Seneschal says you ask for very little in return. Knowing my work is spreading is an honor. I said. Also, beneath this uniform and the rogue trader's fondness, I am still the same lower deck crew member I was when she found me. That means, not only do I belong to the rogue trader, but the Lord Captain owns all my stories as well. It is her desire to do what she wants with them, that I fulfill. It is also she who receives the profits. Clementia nodded. It was the same good boy nod her grandfather had been giving me since I met him. Well said, but you should have a little more pride for your accomplishments. Not too much though. You've done well, and you should be wary of how easily it can be taken away. Yes, Chancellor. I said. She nodded, and the Worsrians walked away. There was only one more person who wanted to talk to me that day. She was a skinny girl, wearing drive stem heraldry on her dress. She didn't display the drive stem crest on her though, which meant she was a branch family or a bastard. She had augments for eyes that kept shifting and blinking. I almost thought they were malfunctioning. They twitched more than Abel's. She had an auto-quill servo skull floating behind her, and she was gripping a data slate in her shaking hands. The girl reeked of recaf. Hello, she said. You are Echo of Shira, correct? Yes. I said bowing. You have me at a disadvantage. Whom do I have the honor of speaking to? Hey, such manners from lower deck trash. The girl said. Where did you learn those? Did someone teach you? I wasn't even that versed in court intrigue and even I could see the traps. The insult designed to anger me and make me say stupid things. The innocent questions that were designed to get dirt on my superiors. This kid was amateur hour at best. I was actually a little insulted. They thought so little of me, that they sent this to get me to shame myself? I bowed to the girl. Excuse me. Then I walked towards the nearest Worsrian, which was Astarsha. She was talking to someone who I think was either her little sister or cousin and Vigent was standing right behind her. The annoyance followed me, spouting questions. Is it true your books are causing literacy rates in the Underhive to go up? Do you want an educated commoner populace? Is it true that von Valancius is in favor of elected officials, and seeks to undermine our entire system of governance? Ah, Astarsha said, now that we had come within range, the younger child she was talking to scampered away. Tabitha Lloyd. Scraping the bottom of the jar, as always. Worsrian. Tabitha Lloyd said through grated teeth. Stop bothering the storyteller, and go play with the Gapric children. She said with eyes so cold I felt like I was standing next to an upset Heinrichs. They should be more your speed. Tabitha slunk off, glaring at us. She then drifted towards another group of nobles, and they looked just as pleased to see her as Astarsha did. I turned to my savior. Thank you. I said. Tabitha is like the pox. You ignore her and she festers, but treat her quickly and she goes away just as fast. She extended her hand. Astarsha Worsrian. I bowed and gently kissed her ring. Echo of Shira, your very grateful servant. Yes, I've heard of you. She said with a large smile. How did you come upon all those wonderful old stories? The court of Bridgerton is my absolute favorite. I received them from the Echo of Shira before me, and she from the Echo of Shira before her. We stretch back to that sacred planet, and there we echo the tales of humanity. I said. Well, she smiled. I understand why the Lord Captain finds you appealing. Have you met Vigent Gapruk? The man with the augmented face and red robe bowed to me. He spoke in Bin Eric. Yes. I said. I did make them. I'll have the instructions and a few cubes sent to House Gapruk right away. He nodded, and then shuffled away. I'm sorry, he's not really big on parties. Astarsha said. He's an absolute genius when it comes to rendering images. Here. She held out her hand and pressed a button on one of the rings she was wearing, a light shimmered, and a small holographic rose hung there in the air above her hand. It sparkled like it had just been covered with dew. Astarsha pressed the button again and it disappeared. He made that for me. She blushed. Do you do private events? I would love to have you when I speak to Vichent's parents. I'm a little adrift when speaking to followers of the Omnissiah. I am officially the Lord Captain's, and I answer to her whims. I said. However, should you ask her, or ask your grandfather to ask her, I'm sure she'd be happy to lend you my service. Delightful, if you'll excuse me. And the charming woman in the blue and white gown, gotta rep the colors, walked away to talk to more people and lean on her paramour's arm. At that point, I almost didn't care what Celeste would say. I wanted those two to have a happy ending. I was going to find out what was bothering Echo of Sha'ira about them. I'm quoting Chifa's cane here, but if I knew what would happen when I lifted up that rock to see what was underneath, I would have rather jumped out a window then and there. 7th story. Argenta and I were officially not dating, while we were on Dargonis. Celeste was having a wonderful time managing the fleet, dealing with the nobles' Grixit, rebuilding her colonies, and going to Calamity's fortune with the secret data key she found in Theodora's secret room in her study and using it to make a new friend. While all of that was going on, I was dictating like on the ship, going out with Argenta, and trying to solve both the Astartia riddle, and the Gene Stealer cult problem. The cult really was the simplest of fixes. In the game, when you rebuild your colonies, you get big blocks of story text telling you about events happening on the planet. Dargonis is that they have a bit of a Gene Stealer problem that starts small and unassuming, and then grows into a concern. I figured it was much better to nip it in the bud very quickly. All I really needed was an excuse to go below the spires, just once. Thankfully, I was now not dating a sister of battle. When you not date a sister of battle, you do not do the usual stuff. It's more like community service, mixed with a prayer group. Argenta would go out onto the mid-spire, and once the underhive, and distribute corpse starch bars, lead people in group prayer, give the occasional soapbox sermon, written by me, and when the moment called for it, slaughter hideouts of gang members and cultists. I was brought along as her helper. She left me out of the gunning down the Emperor's enemies part of things. Usually. That one's yours. Argenta cried out happily as she mowed down a group of night dragons, the name of the local variety of gang on Dargonis. Creativity was not a mandatory feature. This group had been abusing the locals of this sector of the hive, and taking all the corpse starch bars Celeste had been distributing. Argenta felt that this was inappropriate, and was expressing her disapproval. With bolter fire. The guy that Argenta wanted me to shoot was some drugged-out night dragon high on stims. He was rushing the two of us with a nasty-looking knife. I stepped out from the plasteel support column I had been hiding behind, and fired my bolter pistol at him. My aim was good enough, 2 of the 3 shots hit him center mass and he sort of crumpled in half. I took 2 steps up to him, swung my ripper, and opened his throat. The blood spilled down his chest, already dark from the gunshot wounds, and he fell. Argenta's gunfire ended, and I saw that we had wiped out the entire room. Argenta shouldered her bolter, and wiped her brow. She walked up to me and looked at the dead gang member. That was your first human kill, was it not? Yet. Actually first kill, period. All of my others I had help. I don't know how to feel. My stomach feels. I took 2 steps to the wall and threw up. I turned back to Argenta, embarrassed, but she simply pulled out a cloth, and handed it to me so I could wipe my face. I remember crying after my first. She said. I was remembering my parents. Come. We have to return the goods these scum have stolen. She took my hand, and gave it a little squeeze. And that was about as close as we would get to being affectionate with each other. A touch on the shoulder, a squeeze of the hand, a comforting smile. All the while we were serving the Emperor, helping those that we could, and killing most everyone else. I found it very nice, and a little disturbing at how quickly I got used to killing people. Jay, however, was going out of her mind when she saw us. She was waiting for Celeste to have some free time to go to the administrative offices so she could get her certification as a merchant trader for the von Valancius dynasty. It would basically make her a privateer, allow her to trade von Valancius goods without tariffs, and be able to basically smuggle goods for Celeste under the table. Very lucrative for her, and since Celeste got a cut of Jay's profits as part of the deal, Celeste benefited as well. All she needed was to get some documents stamped and signed. Still, no one seemed eager to go to the administratum, not even Jay. Didn't stop her from complaining. We were in an anteroom to Celeste's office, where she was having a conversation with Heinrichs. Jay wanted to talk to Celeste about her certification, and I had gone down into the bowels of the hive enough that I could tell Heinrichs about the Gene Stealers without looking suspicious. It's not so simple, Jay. I said. One doesn't go and do things with Sister of Battle like you're suggesting. We have an arrangement. It's enough to know we are present in each other's hearts. Oh, do not talk like that, Maharaj. It's like hearing one of your wonderful stories, and then just when things are on the verge of being interesting, the story stops. How am I supposed to imagine myself in the angel's sweet embrace if I cannot hear how you are doing it? Jay said. She has other priorities. I said. It's not as if Sisters of Battle are required to be celibate. Jay said. There are all sorts of stories about miracle births, or sisters going on pilgrimages that just happen to take around 9 months. There's even tale of an inquisitor who had a whole battalion as their retinue and then ended up with a flock of white-haired children. Jay, please just let it go. I said. You cannot sit there and tell me you do not want to take her into your arms, and embrace her and kiss her with such passion and intensity that rivals the heat of the star Valancius Mundus that orbits us this very moment. I know she feels the same. If not more. Jay said. Very funny, Jay. I said. It is the truth, Maharaj. Jay said. I see her in the chapel, furiously praying for strength to resist the common language that unites all of humanity. She calms down, and then goes and does a street sermon written by you, and then she's right back to praying. I don't know how you are going to do it, Maharaj, but you are going to have to get the Exalted One to tell her that it's okay for her to do more than just hold your hand for a moment. Jay, I don't think you or I started, but the doors to Celeste's office opened, and Celeste and Heinrichs came out. Jay, Echo. Celeste said happily. Please tell me you're here to tell me that we're being invaded by orcs and I can have a break from the stuff that obviously turned Theodora into an awful person. Not orcs, Your Grace. I said. I'm here to talk to the interrogator, sir. Oh. Heinrich said. You know Argenta and I have been making trips into the city proper. I said. I think I saw something. It's so sweet. Celeste said. Has she kissed you again? No, Your Grace. We don't do that. I said. Ha. She pointed at Jay. 2 more weeks and you owe me 20 thrones and a favor. They still have time. Jay said, grinning. I have other matters to attend to, Heinrich said. But I can afford a few moments. Let's talk on the balcony. He motioned, and I followed him. Jay and Celeste went into her office to plot their attack on the administratum. Thank you, sir. I said. I think there might be a mutant conspiracy going on. You might want to have someone look into it. Really? Heinrich said, raising an eyebrow. I thought your sympathies were with the mutant. Well, I don't feel they should be publicly executed without cause, or hunted for sport, true. I said. But I think this is different. When people try to hide the fact that they have an extra arm, purple skin, or sharp teeth, that's one thing. When I see that they're apparently communicating without words, then that could mean something bad. I immediately had his attention. Describe in detail what you saw. He said, a very serious look now on his face. I then told the interrogator a story about how I stumbled upon the evidence that a gene stealer cult was present all over Dargonis. People hiding the fact that they had extra arms that ended in claws, but I spotted them. Street preachers that spoke of the emperor progenitor that had bald heads with weird patches of ridged grey or purple skin. Prostitutes that had unnaturally sharp teeth, that weren't following the usual safety precautions of people in that trade. Finally, the fact that I had talked to one of these strange people on one side of the planet, and on the other side did another of these odd people not only know my name, but the book title I had mentioned to the earlier person. It's a bunch of little things, I said. But it all piles up to being odd. I apologize if I'm being paranoid and wasting your time, sir. No. Heinrich said, shaking his head. No. You may have actually just saved this planet. If it's only just begun, we have a chance to stop it before it becomes serious. He turned and went for Celeste's office. He opened the door. Heinrichs. I heard Celeste said. Celeste, get the others. Heinrich said. Your planet is under attack. And not 2 hours later I was crouched behind some crates, taking pot shots at gene stealer cultists. My not girlfriend, right next to me, reciting litanies to the Emperor and the crowd of PDF and guardsmen that were accompanying her. The good thing about catching a gene stealer cult early is that they haven't converted too many people, they have only bred a few pure strain, and weren't armed with any serious armaments. The problem is that they had still converted enough to be a threat. 1 pure strain is still way too many, and while gang-level weapons may be junk, enough of them will still rip a uniform of ballistic fibers to shreds. The retinue had divvied up the planet to hit the biggest nests of corruption. We had the district with the giant processing vats for the newly dead. Very important, and thankfully not corrupted by the Tyranids yet. Argenta had rallied the locals with an inspiring speech, this one not written by me, and were doing a full-on attack to the front of the complex that housed the cultists. Things were going well until the 3 pure strain gene stealers took the stage. You have to remember that these things were capable of taking apart Astartes. We were nothing to these creatures. Argenta let out a battle cry and went full Daka on one of the things. She had brought out the heavy bolter, so it was a lot of Daka. I yelled, focus fire, to the guardsman, and pointed at another, and it disappeared under the light of what had to be at least 50 to 100 beams of lost fire. The last one screamed in fury, and charged forward in my direction. I started by firing nearly the entire magazine of my bolter pistol. It hit, and there was purple ichor flying everywhere, but it didn't even slow down. I pulled out my ripper and just started to swing wildly. I actually lopped off a passing appendage, as the creature charged past me, and tackled a hapless PDF soldier. The poor bastard got a scream out before his throat was torn out by the pure strain's teeth. I shoved my ripper into the back of the thing's head, and all the other PDF, not needing to worry about their comrade, unloaded all their firearms into the creature. After that brief moment of terror, we were able to secure the compound, and the vats. I was shaking my head, as Argenta sat down next to me. It ran right past me. I was there, and it ran right past me. I said. Xenos behave in strange ways. Argenta said. Perhaps there is something about that poor man's scent that was more appealing than yours. She laid a power armor-clad glove on my cheek. Maybe the prayers inscribed on you protect you. She lifted her hand. Perhaps it was dumb luck. She shrugged. I had a dark thought directed towards Echo of Sha'ira, if they had influenced anything, but I got a reply back that they didn't do anything. Tyranids especially were immune to its adjustments. They had only one story to them, consume. How many did we lose? Argenta asked. Not counting the guy who got eaten, 2 dead from gunfire, 8 more shot but alive, and 1 got his arm mangled by a machete. I said. I suppose it could have been much worse. May the Emperor bless those that died in his name, and take them into his paradise with open arms and glad hearts. Those are the ones we fight for, and their lives will not have been spent in vain. Amen. Argenta said. Amen. I said. I'll get our Vox operator to let Celeste and the others know of our progress. Progress was good. Our firepower and numbers were vastly superior, and the cult just wasn't at the numbers it needed to repel a coordinated military action. It took a little over a week to wipe out their centers of operation, and break any grip they had on the planet. However, once you have a gene stealer infection, you have to properly treat it so it doesn't flare back up and you're back where you started. Thankfully, we had our friendly interrogator from Ordos Xenos on hand to tell us exactly what to do. Gene screening checkpoints, and random checks were like enacting airport security as part of your daily life. People walking to work and back would get checked, and whole sectors of the hive that were considered to be priority assets were fenced off and more guards were placed to protect them from suspicious activity. The underhive became every dystopian police state ever imagined, and the worst part was that Celeste and I could see the point. Our rogue trader did her best to lessen the unpleasantness. The tests were not invasive, there were food rewards distributed for people who were selected for random testing, and at the long lines of the testing checkpoints, she placed small lending libraries of echo slates and books, so people had something to occupy their time. That last one was my idea, which she liked. The thing that drove Celeste crazy was that people absolutely loved her for this. She had saved them from a Xenos threat. The underhive was now secure. All the little extras were just cherries on the sundae that von Valancius gave even the slightest amount of care that they lived or died. I was just glad to be back in the spires and back to my normal work. Achilles still hadn't said anything about the status of VE-Bo 6. That meant that he didn't know if the Drukari were there or not, or, much more likely, hadn't received the orders to inform Celeste about the problems with the penal colony. Lord Inquisitor Xavier Calcazar was playing a complex game with the Drukari, and we were not but a piece for him to move. My setup in the palace suites was even better than my new apartment on Calamity's Fortune. Big plush bed, private study to work on that had a fireplace and small bar, huge bathroom with an actual bathtub, and a small breakfast/lunch nook with a balcony. This place obviously belonged to some minor noble before Celeste kicked them out and stuck me here. I spent the majority of my time, when not either training with Argenta or doing missionary work with Argenta, in my office dictating, or recording music. Until Celeste said it was time to go, I was living the plush life. I was trying to find out what was up with Astarsha and Vicent. However, I wasn't getting anywhere on my own. The happy couple were established nobility, technically Astarsha wasn't as the Worsrians weren't officially recognized as a noble house, and the pair of them would often be busy with their duties. Astarsha had proposed a new system of void beacons to help with warp travel, and Vicent was managing the technical side of the project. Celeste loved it, and had given them all the resources they needed. It was generally assumed by the court that, when the project finished, and if it was a success, Astarsha and Vicent would announce their engagement. Since Astarsha and Vicent were among the brightest members of their families, success was pretty much a given. I, as a mere storyteller, didn't have a good reason to drop in on them and bother them. Also, everything about their story seemed like a success. I had no idea what was bothering Echo of Sha'era so much about them. I needed some clue, or reason to be in their presence. I got it when I was entertaining Urbent Drivestem. Planetary Governor Urbent Drivestem was really good at being a noble. He was crap at running the planet, which he left to Chancellor Clementia Worsrian, but when it came to schmoozing, alliance making, under-the-table deals, and shadow diplomacy, he was great. Today he was entertaining some visiting nobles from the Winterscale dynasty, distant cousins of Caligos, and had called for me to amuse them while they were in between drinks and supper. I didn't mind at all. This was my job. Also, while Urbent isn't exactly memorizing the names of servants, he doesn't find enjoyment by tormenting them. That puts him head and shoulders above many other nobles. Storyteller. He said, with a practiced smile. This is a happy occasion, how about something to make us smile? Of course, your lordship. I said bowing. Would a song about Holy Terra and its place in the galaxy do? Urbent nodded, and I channeled my inner Eric idol. I finished. The nobles all clapped appreciatively. Urbent gave me the good boy nod, didn't feel as rewarding as it did when it came from Abelard, and the contingent moved on. I heard someone clapping behind me. I turned and looked, and saw Edyra leaning against the wall, behind a stand that held a vase and some flowers. You know, Theodora would probably have kept you. She said. At least longer than she did her other storytellers. I doubt she'd have taken the effort to put one back together after their flesh got burned off. I said. How are you this evening, Seared Class? Deeply regretting sobriety. She said. Also, spying on Urbent is the best I can get for entertainment. I can only read so much of your stories before the voices start complaining. My books upset you, Seared Class. I said. After a bit they keep saying that your books are wrong, or changed. Telling me other endings, and different stories written by the same author. She sighed. I did like those Twilight Zone stories you did. It's a Good Life made me laugh. The story of an all-powerful psyker tormenting all the adults around them? Seer, I think you're making me nervous. I said with a smile. Any others? Eye of the Beholder was a trip, and Nervous Man in a $4 Room is one I want to see you perform. However. She sighed. Nothing in the dark, that was one of the few time the voices shut up. You see. No shock. No engulfment. No tearing asunder. What you feared would come like an explosion is like a whisper. What you thought was the end is the beginning, I said, the words of Robert Redford and Rod Serling coming to me. You write many stories about death. It makes one think you aren't afraid of it at all. Idira said. I sometimes wish that death has a face and they are like you say they are. Do you have a particular version? I asked. The one who resides on the world that exists on the back of a massive void whale. She said. The one who talks like this. I think when I die, if they are there, it would be less terrifying. You like the void whale stories? I didn't think people outside Arbits read those, and that was only because Arbit Vims, and the Ankh-Morpork Hive Arbits are the heroes. I said. Void whales mean a lot to me. Idira said. When I was a young child, one passed by my world. Everyone was terrified of this great leviathan, blocking out the stars, affecting the tides. People thought it was going to destroy us. The night it passed, I looked up at it. I looked into its eye, and I think it saw me back. It was like looking into the heart of a singularity. It was the most beautiful thing I had ever seen. Well, I'll try to write a story about them. I said. Well, good day Seared class. I have to see if Lady Orselio is in need to my skills. I moved to leave. Wait. Idira grabbed my arm. The entwined trees trying to link the stars do not know the snake has already snatched their fruit. Seek up the stream to look at the source to find it, but do not let it swallow their own fangs. The snake is a mask in a mask in a mask, following those that obey what is never said. You can start by doing what you were going to do in the first place. I blinked. Was that one of your voices telling you something? She nodded. Yes. She frowned when she saw my face. What? I think I know what it means. I said. Would you like to come with me to solve a mystery? You want me to come with you? Idira said. Sure, it might be fun. You'll probably see what I can't, and there's a great many stories about a man in a blue suit solving mysteries with his partner, a young woman with mystical powers. I said. If this ends in a courtroom, I will have to restrain myself. Idira laughed. You are bizarre. All right, let's go and figure out what the voices mean for once. What's our first step? Do what I was going to do in the first place. I said. Kasha. Kasha's apartments are an artist's atelier in a 9-year-old room in a princess vase, canvas, and paint everywhere on one side of the room. The other side purple and gold lace curtains, and delicate furniture. The crest of novice nobility House Orselio prominently on the wall, and lots of bookshelves. Ah, echo of Shaira. Kasha said, getting up from her table, where she was writing something. It was something serious, actual parchment and a real quill. Thank you for coming, but I am not in the mood for a story today. You may go. Of course, your ladyship. I said bowing. Idira was standing on the other side of the door, keeping out of sight. If it is not too bold of me, may I ask to whom are you corresponding? The Lord Captain, and Sister Argentis sometimes solicit my aid in their missives. That is very kind of you, Kasha said, smiling. But this must be done personally. I am writing to fellow members of House Orselio before their arrival. It involves matters personal to the novice nobility. Of course. I said. Once more, forgive my intrusion, but have you taken note of the Lord Captain's new Void Beacon project? It's meant to ease travel through the warp and help certify established routes. Perhaps House Orselio would be interested in providing input. Oh. Kasha said. No, I was not aware. A new way to use void beacons? The input of a navigator would be mandatory. Do you know who is overseeing the project? Astarsha Worsrian and Vichent Gapruk. I said. Since you have other matters to attend to, I can deliver your wish for communication to them. Right now, in fact. That would be very kind. Thank you, Echo of Shaira. She nodded, and returned to her letters. I left her apartments. And now we have an excuse to drop in on Astarsha and Vichent. I said to Idira as we walked away. Any updates from the voices? They're saying something about Orselio's family visit. Something about an evil stepmother. Idira said. Well, one mystery at a time. I said, trying not to show I knew exactly who Kasha's evil stepmother was. We left the palace, and went over to another spire, to find the people in question. Astarsha and Vichent's workshop was covered in papers and math. Pages and parchment stuck to the walls, with lines drawn connecting them. Math formulas written on the spaces in between, and on the floors. In the center of their room was a giant mechanical nightmare that I assumed was a void beacon. It had a lot of lenses on it, and Astarsha was acting like an ophthalmologist, flipping between the lenses, and calling out numbers. Vichent would then write the numbers on the data slate he was working on and occasionally responding with different numbers. It was the long slow work of diligent science. Sacred prayers to the Omniscience. Idira and I just stood there, quietly watching them work. After a couple of minutes it was clear that they weren't going to realize we were there on their own, so Idira cleared her throat. Oh. Astarsha looked up. Hello. Hello. I hope we're not interrupting something important. I said. Not, really? You're the storyteller and the seer, right? Astarsha said. Why are you here? We're here on behalf of House Orselio. Specifically, the Lady Navigator, Kasha Orselio. I said. She's heard of your project, and has expressed interest. Oh. Astarsha looked at Vigent. The young tech priest nodded. We were planning on informing the novice nobility once we had a working prototype. If she's interested now, we'd be happy to demonstrate our theory, and show what we have so far. Having a navigator, not her of course, but any navigator, would speed up our work by months. She said. Excellent. I said. I'll let her know and she will inform you when she is available to see you. All right. Astarsha said. Thank you. Seek up the stream. Now that I've done that errand, I said. Can I do one for you? I pointed at their desk, and the tray with a bunch of mostly emptied bottles. I'll clear that for you. We're going to the kitchens anyway. Sure, thanks. Astarsha said. We took the tray and left. Astarsha and Vigent went back to their work. We're not going to the kitchens, are we? Idira said, she was loving every second of this. We're going to make a quick stop beforehand. Now, you have to do your tricks. I said, stopping outside. We were on a bridge, connecting two spires to each other. The thing was massive, there were freeways smaller than it. Along the side was a small garden for nobles to leisurely look out across the hive and know they were better than all those below. It had a small table with a few chairs. I set the tray down on the table. Which bottle is it? We can take them all, but I think we only have so many tries before someone figures out what we're doing. So, anything. There were 7 bottles. All of them were nearly emptied and had the dregs of whatever was in it at the bottom. They were of various shapes, some bulbous and squat, and others long and slender flutes. Idira flexed her fingers, and shook her head. Okay, I've drank nearly every substance known in the Coronis expanse. I can do this. She picked up the first bottle, it had blood-red fluid in it. Red turnip juice. She said, closing her eyes. Vigent drinks it after his morning run. Tech priest's exercise. I asked. Idira smirked. Astarsha made him start, and now he likes it. She shook her head. Not this. She picked up a second bottle. This had a jet black substance to it that clung to the glass. Quetzaltemer's black fruit nectar. Imported from the Winterscale dynasty. Astarsha's hired a smuggler to get her a case of the stuff every month. She shook her head. Not this. I felt echo of Sha'era tingle in my head. Rule of 3. Idira picked up the third bottle and her eyes went wide. This is it. Are you sure? I asked. She nodded. I don't know what it is, but, that's the thing. It's just water. Cold, pure, water. But your voices are telling you that there's something wrong with the water. I said. Maybe. Idira said. Well, I said, picking up the tray with all the drinks. Now we see if Sherlock Holmes is willing to let us use his laboratory. No. Heinrich said. Idira and I both sighed and looked at the ground. We'll be very careful. I said. We just need to test one of these bottles, and that will be that. You want to use confidential, restricted, high security, Inquisition equipment, so you can test a theory you have, which you are basing off of mist-class visions, which are dubious at best. This is all to prove a bad feeling that you have, that you don't know anything else about. Heinrich said. Did I sum up the situation correctly? I sighed. Yes, sir. I apologize for wasting your time, sir. Let's go, Idira. I didn't say that you needed to leave. Henrik said. Just that you couldn't use Inquisition equipment. Give it here. He motioned for me to hand him the drink tray and the bottles. The large one with the water is the main suspect, correct? Yes, sir. I said. He removed his glove, and gingerly dipped a finger into the small amount of water. I could see a little frost start to grow on the glass. Then he pulled his finger out of it. Completely normal water. He said. Idira and I both sighed in disappointment. Heinrichs held up a hand. However, just because the water is clean, doesn't mean. He wiped his finger around the rim of the glass. Then he nodded. Yes. There it is. Empty cradle. Empty cradle. I asked. A rather insidious poison. Heinrich said. Completely harmless to the body, except in the reproductive glands. A steady exposure to it, and it all but ensures your bloodline ends with yourself. Astarsha and Vigent are being poisoned. By who? I asked. Heinrich shook his head. I have no idea. However, I do know that this poison is exclusively created, and administrated, by the Officio Assassinorum. Empty cradle also has to be continuously applied over a series of years. The assassin is still here, on Dargonis. He got up and started to pace. I could tell he was enjoying this. It has to be someone from the Calidus temple. Anyone else would be far too obvious. They're most likely among the servants, shifting from one to another, to ensure the pair keep getting dosed. Wait, Idira said. I thought only the High Lords of Terra could command the assassins. Why are they here trying to make sure too, mid-level at best, nobles don't have children? That's true. Heinrich said. Someone commissioned the administratum to send the order. The only ones with that kind of authority in the expanse are the rogue traders given their warrants of trade by the Emperor himself. Well, Celeste didn't do it. Idira said firmly. Actually. Heinrich said. There's no motivation for either Winterscale or Corda to do so. I think Celeste's name is on the order to dose the pair with empty cradle. What? I said. As in, someone forged her name. It's also why it went without comment. No one in the administratum thinks twice of a rogue trader cleaning their own house. Heinrich said, clearly in his element. Now, we must ask, who benefits the most from committing such a deed? Well, I said. Astarsha and Vichent want to be married. If they do get married, and have a child, then that child will be Worsrian Gapruk. Oh. They'll be a Worsrian who's officially a noble. The Worsrians will finally have noble blood in their family. Heinrich nodded. So, we have several suspects who would like that to very much not happen. Throw a stone, and you'll hit one. Edaira said. Drivestem, Sourback, Gapruk, they all would do anything to keep the Worsrians from sitting at their table. True. Heinrich said. If we just started asking, they'd move to eliminate any evidence. Then we have to catch the assassin. I said. You think you can catch a Calidus assassin? Heinrich said, and he snorted with derisive laughter. Never mind how they'd see you coming from the moment you left this room. They're lethal in every form of combat. Their ability to shapeshift and dissemble is unparalleled. Also, even if you did manage to unmask, and corner them, no member of the Officio Assassin Orm would ever allow themselves to be captured alive. That is all 100% true. I said. However, we know one thing the assassin doesn't. Their contract is illegitimate. Heinrichs thought for a moment. True. It would be very embarrassing for the Officio Assassin Orm to know they were misled like that. Although, telling Celeste about it now would not help. She'd notify the Officio, they would call off the assassin, and most likely provide the antidote for Empty Cradle. There's an antidote? I asked. For every poison the Officio Assassin Orm has, they have an antidote. Heinrich said. However, any trail that may lead to the person who forged Celeste's signature would be gone. I would think the Assassin Orm would be upset with the false client. Edaira said. Yes, but let's assume that he's clever enough to know that. Heinrich said. Any noble worth their title would have made arrangements to obfuscate themselves. Intermediaries, dead drops. Basic, but effective, tricks. If it gets out that their assassin has been found, they'll be off planet before anyone thinks to look for them. The only way we find the client, is if the assassin finds them for us. I said. Heinrichs nodded, and pointed at me. Exactly. So. Edaira said. We have to find a shape-shifting master of disguise assassin, who will kill us or themselves the moment they realize we know they exist, talk them into finding and betraying the person who hired them, then get them to apologize to Celeste, hand over the Empty Cradle antidote, and do this before anyone else realizes that's what we're doing. I told you we were going to have some fun. I said. Edaira laughed. Well, do you have a plan? A bit of one. I said. Echo of Sha'era was guiding me along a path. Since it didn't involve getting up close and personal with the Calidus assassin, I was in favor of it. Do I need to know anything about this plan? Heinrich said. No. I just, on a whim, decided to entertain some of the servants. I said. You know how Her Grace likes it when we do things like that. I'm sure Irene will be very pleased. Heinrich said. Now, I think you two should be elsewhere. We agreed and left the Inquisitor's apartments. Irene. I asked Edaira. He sometimes calls Celeste, Irene after that woman in those mystery stories you keep giving to him. Edaira said. Irene Adler. I smirked. Oh dear. Does Celeste know? Edaira nodded. She knows that it's the name of the only person smarter than Sherlock Holmes. Debatable, I said. But Irene is also considered by many to be Sherlock's one true love. Maybe someone should mention something to Celeste. Absolutely not. Edaira said. I don't even need the voices to see how bad a future that would end up for everyone. I'm sorry. I said. How does our interrogator mooning over the rogue trader help? If Celeste finds out, she's going to go to Heinrichs, and very gently, let him down. Edaira said. Heinrichs will take it maturely, but his heart will break. Then, the slightly radical interrogator we begrudgingly appreciate will be very much gone. He'll turn into everything that's terrible about the Inquisition, by throwing himself into his work. That person wouldn't even consider helping us find a poisoned chalice. Let him have his dream. He doesn't realize it, but he knows that he doesn't want to wake up from it either. It could end badly. I said. I see a vision of the future. Heinrichs eventually returns to the Inquisition, a slightly better human being. He doesn't do anything stupid, because he's not supposed to have relationships with the rogue trader. Celeste moons over the Xenos, and never gets any closer than sitting next to her. Eventually, she marries someone she tolerates and has a child she absolutely dotes on. Edaira said. The voices tell you that. I said smirking. No, the voices say we should be heading to the kitchens if we want to catch our assassin in your plan. Edaira said. Kitchens were weird in the Spire. They're what you got if you took a Michelin star restaurant's kitchen, and then changed the desktop theme to medieval. So, you had all these expert chefs, and high-quality cooking tools, cooking things like groks on a spit, or preparing a giant cauldron of good-smelling stew. Pastry chefs doing the daintiest delicacies, next to a blood-stained man shoving Emperor Nuat into big thick sausage casings. There were about 30 to 50 people running around. Edaira didn't waste any time, but grabbed 2 pots and started banging them together until everyone had turned to look. Her Grace, the rogue trader, Celeste Benedictus Triumphant von Valancius has decided to grace you all with a gift. I said. Echo of Sha'era, to entertain you with a story. A bunch of blank stares. You can keep working. Idira said. But if you want a break, you are allowed to rest as long as he's talking. Everyone seemed to react to that. A fourth of the servants went back to what they were doing. The rest put down their tools, and leaned up against the tables and counters they were working at. Someone broke out a bottle of something yellow, and it was passed around. I tell you a story of danger and intrigue, and a man skilled at them both. A master of disguise, and a professional in the art of death. This is the tale of the man, only known as 47. I then recounted the plot of a couple of Hitman games. I didn't really try for heavy continuity, but enough that people could follow the general plot. Nobles were manipulating things, 47 followed them until he didn't, then he turned the tables, but surprise, other nobles were in charge all along. Midway through, I added in this part. But, shock. 47 discovered that the kill order had not come from Noble Kirkman, and did not wish his eccentric son to be murdered at all. It had been a forgery from a minor noble in Kirkman's court, someone who was trying to secure their own position behind Kirkman's back. Well, 47 was not one who allowed such deception to occur, especially when it was someone trying to manipulate him. He decided to make a call upon that minor noble, a man named Denton Shrill, when the man was attending a great gala ball among the spires. After that I went through the retelling of another 2 levels, and ended it with a culmination of 47 escaping a trap set up for him, and off into the Coronis expanse to serve the Imperium once more, doing what they were best at. I'd done better performances, but Idira was nodding at the end of it. I bowed, got a little applause, and then we left. So what do we do now? Idira said. If it worked, then Heinrichs or Celeste will be informed of what happened, and hopefully they'll have someone to send to the executioner. I said. If not, then we keep trying until we hit our mark. In the meantime, I'm sure Heinrichs will make sure that Astartia and Vigent don't get further doses of empty cradle. I don't know. Idira said. The voices were very clear about us talking to a false face in that kitchen. Well, it's the spires. I said. I'd be shocked if there weren't any spies or informers in that kitchen. Using the help to spy and gather gossip is in nearly every story about courtly intrigue that I know. Idira shrugged. If you say so. I've never heard of a noble lowering themselves that they'd rely on the help to do anything but shine their shoes. Really? I said. Weird. Anyway, tomorrow we'll probably have to tell Celeste about this anyway. She'll be wondering why I keep performing to servants. Well, this was fun. Idira said. I don't know if I'll be free to join you tomorrow, so best of luck. We parted ways and I went back to my apartments, and turned in for the night. I woke in my bed in the middle of the night. I don't know by what. Maybe it was her presence, maybe it was my self-defense instincts, maybe it was Echo of Sha'ira being dramatic. What I do know, is that I opened my eyes, and saw someone standing next to me, at the head of my bed. They didn't move, didn't say anything, they were just standing there. As my eyes adapted to the darkness, I recognized who I was looking at. It was Tabitha Lloyd. Then I realized that it was absolutely not Tabitha Lloyd. Oh. I said. Yes. Tabitha said. Is Tabitha? I said quietly. She went to sleep without fears or cares, Tabitha said. And now she lives in the sweetest of her dreams. Oh. I said. Why her? Well, Tabitha said. Tomorrow, her little gossip sheet is going to be all about Penwick Drivestem's death. The man had a seizure about 7 minutes ago, and is now very much dead. A painful seizure? I asked. Excessively. My employers take a dim view of deception. Faking a rogue trader's signature alone is a death sentence. Tabitha said. However, it is felt that while Penwick was the one giving the false orders, the original idea was possibly not his. Bend? I asked. Possible, but thought to be unlikely. He's not as threatened by the idea of a Worsrian noble as others are. Still, you never know, that's why Tabitha will now be a bit more skilled at the game of nobility. My employers do not wish this to happen again. Tabitha said. Also, you will be happy to know that Astartia and Vigent are in the finest of health, and will most likely have a disgustingly adorable herd of children soon after they Wednesday. Thank you. I said. But, why? Why this drama? Tabitha said. She smirked. It is unlike me. But, I appreciate a good performance, and I feel we are alike in this matter. So, consider this professional courtesy. Also, how did you know? I was talking to Seerdtlas and she had a vision, and I deciphered it. I said. The psyker. Yes, I see. Tabitha clicked her tongue. Some would call that cheating. I shrugged. Is Idira in trouble? Are you going to visit her next? If my employers needed to visit a psyker, they wouldn't send me. Tabitha said. She's fine, so is the interrogator. I assume you don't need to have it explained to you what would happen to the 3 of you if this meeting was ever mentioned. What meeting? I said. Smart boy. Tabitha said. Anyway, I'd also like to say that along with the thanks of my employers, you also have our attention. We will watching you, Echo of Sha'ira, very closely. Night-night. And like that, I was back to sleep. I awoke the next morning with a deep feeling of unease. That day was a little exciting, because House Orselio was arriving to give their respects and collect Kasha. Celeste had paid for a full proper greeting, with a full choir to sing as their contingent approached the palace. Big silk banners with House Orselio's crest on them displayed everywhere, and a full honor guard to welcome the novice nobility. Kasia had actually requested I attend, so that I could entertain her family. I found that rather touching, but it also made me feel again like a favorite dancing pet that people like to show off. I really wasn't too worried about that, however. I knew what was coming. The regent of House Orselio had just issued a command for Kasia to return to their fold, and Celeste had shocked everyone by saying that she'd prefer it if Kasia stayed with the von Valancius dynasty. Of course, Celeste said. That's just what I want. What do you want to do, Kasia? This is unheard of. Regent Aranto said. I saw the Orselio guardsman coming towards Kasia, and I already knew what he was going to do. In the game I think it's either a guardsman or Clementia who makes the save, but I was just there so, I just shot the mook before he could try and get Kasia with a chainsword. The second it happened, half the Orselio guards turned on the other half, Lady Navigator Alina screamed, down with Tisiphone's tyranny. Kill the girl. Then everyone was shooting at everyone else. I just ducked behind a pillar with Clementia, and we took pot shots at the guards. Not that we really needed to. Kasia just unleashed her third eye, and brought the majority of the room to their knees. Celeste did the rest. Afterwards, Lady Alina and Regent Aranto were both on their knees in front of Celeste. All right, Celeste said. Now that that's over, and we have blood all over my throne room. Someone better tell me what in the Emperor's name is going on? Who the frack is Tisiphone? Going into some spoilers here, but I'll sum up the whole affair. Tisiphone was the head matriarch of House Orselio. She found a way to make the navigators of her house even stronger. This was done by inserting crystals called atlases into navigators' bodies. There was an added bonus as that anyone who had the master atlas could control anyone else with an atlas. Total control, too. Tisiphone was dead, mostly, and the atlas crystals were mostly inert, mostly, but the master atlas had been passed to Kasia when she was born. Alina and a faction of House Orselio were so terrified of being Tisiphone's puppets again, that they sought to destroy the master atlas. Never mind that Kasia would never do such a thing, and had no idea how. Aranto wanted to study the master atlas to learn how to use it to once again power the atlas crystals to give House Orselio their edge over the other navigator houses. He said he didn't have to cut Kasia up to do so, but I had misgivings. Celeste heard out both sides of the situation, and then gave Kasia the freedom to do what she wanted. Kasia pledged herself to the von Valancius dynasty, and brokered a deal to make up for the insult, and ensure that von Valancius would always have navigators for a couple centuries. Celeste accepted, and spared Alina on Kasia's request. House Orselio left, obviously going to deal with the issues plaguing their own house, and that was another fun day on Dargonis. Right after that, when everyone was leaving and the corpses being removed, Kasia came up to me. I bowed like usual, and Kasia motioned that I had her permission to look at her. You saved me. She said. That man, he was going to strike me. The rogue traitor and the Chancellor were moving to stop him too. I said. I just was the quickest, your ladyship. Still. She said. I do wish to reward you for your continued service. You are what most commoners should aspire to be. Your praise is more than enough, your ladyship. I said. It was such that allowed me to become what I am. Oh. I have a wonderful idea. Kasia said. It will be most droll. Expect it soon. I await it eagerly, your ladyship. I said. I got it later that day, delivered by You've. It was a bottle of amasec that probably cost more than most of this planet saw in a generation. Engraved on the bottle was a man in a jester's suit, cap, and bells, chained to a wall. Kasia had obviously done the engraving herself, and it was amazingly intricate. I could see the detail of every bell on the hat. It was a bottle of Amontillado. I carefully put it on the shelf in my apartment that held Footfall's dirty coin, and Nocturne of Oblivion's candy. Echo of Shaira approved. There was power in these objects now. I had to be careful with them. Late in the evening, I made my usual visit to Celeste's office. She liked it when I capped off her evening with a story or a song. I entered her apartment, to hear her singing what sounded like a naval shanty. It was very slurred, and I soon saw why when I entered her study. She was lying on her huge couch, ragingly drunk. A large bottle of amasec was on the table, 2/3 RDS empty. I stood there, quietly, letting her finish her song. Which she did, with a belch. I lightly clapped. Oh. She grinned when she saw me. A second member of our audience. You like my singin'? I am almost as good as you. Better. I said. Then paused. Second. She pointed to a servitor standing against the wall. Echo of Shah ha ha ha. Meet Nomos. The servitor's eyes glowed green and it bowed. Hello. You are Echo of Shaira, I enjoy your works. Ooh boy. Nomos was on the field. He was big endgame spoilers, since I think everyone in the Expanse already knows about him by now. I'll be brief, they were a C10. Thank you. I said, trying not to show how nervous I was. Do you have a favorite? Yes. All of them. I am glad you are here. Mother is very sad. Nomos said. Then let's start with this. I said, and gingerly took the bottle of amasec before Celeste could have any more. I gave the bottle to Nomos. Please secure this, so she can enjoy it later. Nomos took the bottle and walked over to the drinks cabinet and locked it away. So, glad you're here. Celeste said. Cause it's your fault, you had to go and see them Griblies. Coulda went years without them making fuss. So, what ya want? Title? Ship? Planet? Frack, you can have this planet, Emperor, I hate this place. She sighed. What a shit day. Morning, administratum with J. Afternoon, Orcelio cluster frack. Evening, I find out it's all my fault. What is? I asked. Interrogator Van Calix determined that the origin of the gene stealer cults came in on the refugee ships that Mother allowed to dock here. Nomo said. He was very critical of Mother. Tried to help. Celeste said. So many people, they would have died trying to get anywhere else. I have a soft heart. I always have. You'd think I'd know better after all the times it's bitten me in the ass. They call me odd to my face right now. I bet after I'm gone it'll be foolishness, or madness. Madness. I said. It is madness. What? Celeste said. Nomos turned to look at me. It's madness to care. It's madness to dream that people can be better. I said. It's madness to look at this horrible, hateful, malevolent, galaxy and say be kind. I have a tale about that kind of madness. How it struggles, how it fails, how it triumphs. Would you like to hear it? Celeste nodded, and sat back on her sofa. Then, I shall impersonate a man. Come, enter into my imagination and see him. His name Alonso Quijano, a country gentleman no longer young. Being retired he has much time for books. He studies them from morn to night, and often till the morn and night again. All he reads oppresses him, fills him with indignation of man's murderous ways towards man. He ponders the problem, how to make better a world where evil gives profit and virtue none at all. He lays down the melancholy burden of sanity, and conceives of the strangest project of all. To become a knight-errant, and sally forth around the world in search of adventure. To right all wrong, to mount a crusade, to raise up the weak and those in need. No longer shall he be Alonso Quijano, but a dauntless knight, known as Don Quixote de la Mancha. Then I did a one-person rendition of Man of La Mancha, albeit one very different as I cut out all the parts of Cervantes in the Inquisition's prison. Celeste sat enthralled as I charged windmills, and swore my heart to Dulcinea. She laughed uproariously at obtaining the golden helmet of Mambrino and being dubbed the Knight of the Woeful Countenance. She had mostly sobered when I got to the impossible dream and she had tears in her eyes when I finished it. When Dr. Carrasco takes the mantle of the Knight of Mirrors and forces Quixote to see himself for the fool and madman he is, Celeste looked angry. Then, when I described Alonso Quijano sick in bed, filled with despair, she looked as lost as he was. And then, at the finale, when I said that Aldonza, now Dulcinea, was at his side, and telling him of the dream he once had. Please, he must remember. Celeste said. His eyes cleared, his hand stopped shaking, and the words came from his throat, to reach the unreachable star. Don Quixote looked upon his lady. But this is unseemly, my lady. On thy knees to me. He's sick. Celeste said. Sick? I said, still in character. Not well? What is sickness to the body of a knight-errant? What matter wounds? For each time he falls, he shall rise again and woe to the wicked. Sancho. Hear your grace. Nomo said, not missing a beat. I didn't ask how the Citan knew their line and I didn't care. I was in the moment. My armor. My sword. I said, getting up on Celeste's table. More misadventures. Nomo said. Adventures, old friend. I said. Then I launched into a triumphant reprise of Man of La Mancha for about 3 lines, and then Don Quixote had a heart attack and died. Celeste's heart broke. I finished the play with a reprise of Impossible Dream, and I saw that it was the good heartbreak. The kind that shatters you, but makes you stronger when you put yourself back together. Now, I just had to help her put herself back together. So, he accomplishes nothing and dies a madman. Celeste said. What's the point? The point is the fight. The dream. I said. Everything you work for, everything you build, every good deed you do for someone else. It all comes to dust in the end. We live in a grim, dark, galaxy, and that makes the lights within it even brighter. Yes, there were gene stealers in those refugee barges, but there were also thousands upon thousands of people who are alive now thanks to you. I dream of a planet that I know has been destroyed. I still want to find it. It's all madness, and every bit of it is worth doing, because if we do it enough, if we bring enough people to believe that that kind of madness is worth chasing, maybe it can become true. You have an impossible dream, I believe the Emperor has seen that dream too, and do you know what he says? What? Celeste said. Go forth, and make it real, my child. I said. Celeste sat there, half sober, thinking. I took it as my cue to leave. Nomos followed me out to the door of Celeste's apartment. Do you believe what you just said? Nomos said. I have to. I said. Otherwise what's the point? You can't give up. The fight is always worth fighting. You will fail. Nomos said. I nodded. I know, and that is irrelevant. Interesting. Mother has stopped drinking and is no longer depressed. You have fulfilled your function well. Nomos said, and closed the doors. I went back to my rooms, and slept. Really hoping that I hadn't done something to piss off the baby Citan. The next day I awoke, and soon after I was dressed, greeted by Argenta knocking on my door. Ready to get out of this place, and back among the stars. She asked. Oh, Yes, please. I said. Where are we going? I said, as I grabbed a rucksack, and started to load up all my personal belongings. First, we're going to Footfall to celebrate Jay's status as a merchant official for the von Valancius dynasty, and presumably so she can begin running her legitimate operations. Also, you have one more story of Shire that you've promised us. Also, Celeste wants to talk to the Liege of Footfall about some trading opportunities in exchange for some rare goods. Standard stuff. Argenta said. Alright, it'd be nice to see my home again. It feels weird to think of it like that. I said. What's next after that? Then, we're going to kill some Xenos. Argenta said with a smile. Apparently Celeste has a prison colony that's no longer been in communication. The last message held information of ships covered with spikes, and moving shadows. I don't think I'm up for fighting Drukari. I barely managed fighting the mindless Xenos. I said. That's fine. Argenta said. I had finished packing and we were making the long trip to the landing pad where the shuttles were waiting to take us back to Calamity's fortune. Did you have another conversation with Celeste? Well, she was drunk and let me ramble and sing to her for a while. I said. I was just trying to keep her occupied and not drink the entire bottle. She seems better now. Argenta said. Something in her has relaxed. It also seems like that fire that was in her has gone back to full flame. It was dimming here, surrounded by opulent luxury and comfort. Now she's back and ready to seize the universe. It's all her. I said. I just help remind her that she has it in her. Well, I hope you're ready to keep doing it. Argenta said. I've come to realize that Celeste is like those weather vanes at the top of the tech priests' houses among the spires, they spin one way and another at the barest wind. I'll do it for as long as I have to. I said. I had better come up with a good strong wind and fast. If we were going to VE Bow 6 then that meant the clock was ticking before the Drukari traps were sprung. The one going into Act 3 was very bad, of course, and I still hadn't found an answer on how to stop it. But there was another trap before that, a Drukari raid on Dargonis. One that would cripple the planet's fleet, and see millions either dead or kidnapped. As the shuttle bounced through Dargonis' atmosphere, I tried to think of any way I could prevent any of that. The answer was unfortunately simple. Celeste's forces weren't enough. I had to find a way to talk Celeste into asking Winterscale or Corda for help. One was actively being corrupted by chaos, and the other wanted to burn Celeste for heresy. This was going to take some of the forbidden storyteller skill. Improv. 8th story. So, step 1 in stopping Act 3, was to get Yearlyet past some of her trust issues. That was a pretty big ask. Thankfully, I didn't have to start with the Ildari. I just needed a good reason to walk into Celeste's apartment. Thankfully, I did have a minor enough excuse to see her, and I was known enough around the ship that when I walked up to the guard to Celeste's personal lift, and asked to see the rogue trader, they didn't tell me to frack off. A quick vox call, and I was inside. You really understand luxury when you see the inside of a rogue trader's personal apartments. Huge portrait of her hanging in the front hall, lots of impressive-looking trophies on display. I walk up to Celeste, working at her massive desk. She's writing something, and then looks up at me and smiles. Echo, she says. You wanted to see me. Well, I said. I just thought of a concern before we landed at Footfall. You see, I was never formally signed onto the ship. You know the story about how KYRX Neb took me on, yes? She nodded. Well, I just ran onto the ship after him once he said I could come. I said. Technically, I'm still property of Viladame Tokara, the Liege. Oh. She shrugged. Well, that's no problem. Good to know, so we can smooth that out before Viladame makes a fuss about it and tries to extort us over it, but he's not one who would risk making me unhappy. I'll offer him some money, and you'll belong to von Valancius officially, and everything will be fine. Thank you, Your Grace. I said. I'm actually glad you came, I was working on a speech and I need some help. Celeste said. I don't remember much about that whole madness speech you gave. Can you give it again? I can do better than that. I said. I then gave the proper madness speech from Man of La Mancha. I had to cut it out because I wasn't doing Cervantes' part of the play. Celeste had a huge grin on her face. Perfect. That is just what I needed. Thanks, Echo. Of course. I said. I made a show of looking around. Your trophies are quite impressive. I should learn the stories of each one, so I can give tours when people visit. Sure. Celeste said. Although, not all of them are mine. This fine fellow here. She pointed to a large orc skull on her desk. Belonged to Theodora. I think I know how she got it. That craft world piece too. I said. Excuse me. She said. Well, I asked the seneschal for any history on Theodora and he gave me some rack I started. No, I mean that's part of a craft world. Celeste said, pointing at the chunk hanging off the wall. Yes, I said. You can see the partial glyphs and wraithbone fragments in it. Going by what I see, and Theodora's journals, I think it was called Cruderak. Celeste stood up suddenly. I flinched. I'm sorry. Did I say something wrong? No. I just, the whole damn time. She sighed, and went to the vox alongside the wall. Victus? Could you have someone politely ask Yearlyet to please come to my quarters? It took a shorter amount of time than I thought, but Yearlyet entered the room, walking with the grace that I had come to expect with her kind. You called, Elataj. She said. Yerliet, why didn't you tell me that this was a part of your craft world? Did you think I kept it as a trophy? Celeste said. She sounded genuinely hurt. Yerliet looked to the side. I did not know what to think. I only knew that it was my people's home hanging from your wall, celebrating its destruction. I still do not know. Well, first, I'm sorry. I didn't know. That was Theodora's trophy, not mine. If you want it back, or if there's a way to properly handle it, it's yours. If seeing it hurts you, I don't want it there. Celeste said. There are private rituals, I will send you a list of my needs. She looked at me. Why is the Kraden here? Because he found out what happened to Kruderak. At least, the Mundaki side of things. Celeste said. Yerlet's eyes went wide and she made a move towards me. You know? Speak. At once. All right, I said. Theodora came upon a type of virus, I guess is the best way to call it. It was very similar to what we know as tech leprosy, but it was attuned to work on Yildari equipment. She just didn't have a way to make it into a weapon. So, she worked it into a ship, and then sent that ship to raid Yildari space. Oh no. Celeste said, seeing the end of the story. I think what happened was that she kind of used my art against you. She spread tales that this ship was destined to destroy a craft world. She did it until your people picked up on those stories, and started seeing prophecies about that ship destroying Kruderak. I said. Yerlet got it, and closed her eyes and placed her hands on her head. And when we destroyed that ship, to prevent the prophecy, it spread the contagion and ended up fulfilling it. She cursed in her native tongue. Yerliet, I'm sorry. Celeste said. So, now I am on a ship that bears the name of the coward that used deceit and trickery to bring down my home. She shouted. Were it in battle, as impossible as that might be, then that would be one thing. But to use our very seers against us? To fool us like a child from one of your stories? It's disgusting. Whatever death was visited upon her was too kind. I want to make it right. Celeste said. How? Your predecessor destroyed millennia of craft, ages upon ages of wisdom and beauty. My home. Also she could plunder from its corpse and make this. She gestured to the room and everything in it. Even more opulent. How endless is the greed of Mundaki. And you have the audacity to want to make it right. She laughed mirthlessly. Echo, was there anything else? Celeste said, trying to sound calm. A bit, I said. Before Theodora could loot the craft world there were a bunch of smaller craft that flew off from it. I think we've found as many of those as we can. However, Kruderak was boarded by several Drukari vessels as well. Drukari? Celeste said. Yerliet shrugged. They must have sensed the craft world's fall and came to do the same as the Mundaki, loot and plunder. Would they have taken prisoners? Celeste asked. Possibly. They would all be in Komarik by now. She sniffed. Death would have been kinder. But, there's a chance they're alive, possibly. Celeste said. It is true that my people are, slightly, better treated than most who are sent to the Dark City. Yerliet said. But eventually, they would meet the same fate as any who go there. Then we'll go there, and get them out. Celeste said. Yerliet just barked with laughter. You wish to enter the Dark City, by your own free will, and seek out my kin, who are most certainly dead or broken beyond repair, and perform the impossible feat of escaping from Komarik with them, just to make amends. It's a start. Celeste said. Yerliet stared at Celeste for a long time. Then she nodded. The Drukari have been reported to be attacking your colonies. If you are unlucky, Elatach, you may get your wish. She walked away. I will tell your speaker Mundaki what I wish to be done with that. She pointed at the craft world hunk over her shoulder, and then left. Okay. Celeste said. She's going to need some time, but I think she's okay. She smiled at me. Thank you for that, Echo. I think I need to get back to my work. Of course, Your Grace. I said, and made my own exit. I cursed myself in the elevator. Frack, I thought, I just managed to do the opposite of what I wanted to do. Now Celeste wanted to go to Komarik. It changed things a little, but it still didn't end well. At the very least, Yerliet and Celeste were on slightly better terms. I hoped. Still, now Yerliet knew where the rest of her kin were, and would hopefully not completely fall for Marzipan's trick. My big return to footfall was a little anticlimactic. I don't know what I was expecting really. The crowd of people begging me for autographs on Dargonis had spoiled me. I had fleeting thoughts of people surrounding me, begging for more autographs, or asking for a slate or a book. Crowds singing my praises. I didn't get so far as imagining people bowing before me. That was Celeste's thing. But definitely at least people recognizing me as the one who made it. Instead? Nothing. Argenta and I walked through the main thoroughfare and everyone was too busy with their own lives to care about some guy who just arrived with a rogue trader. Your fame lives in its own way. Argenta said. Look. She pointed. Sitting against a building, were 3 children, too young, or too weak, to be put to work yet. Each had a book and were quietly reading. I smiled. Well, there are worse legacies. Where do you wish to say the last story of Shaira? Argenta asked. I think, there. I pointed in front of a girder that held up a long rusted walkway. A pipe had broken right in front of it, causing there to be a steady stream of water pouring down it. People were coming up to the girder and filling bottles and buckets with it. It was as close to standing in front of a city fountain as I could get, but it was what Sultan Jafar did when he announced the proclamation. It would serve. Are you ready? Argenta said. Celeste is handling some business with the liege. I said. She said after that, I could do it. Then afterwards we all go to the Adeptus Amicecus and have Jay's party. Do you want to go? Argenta said, giving off not girlfriend vibes. Not really. Jay cheats at games, and I get sick on my third glass of Amicec. I said. I want to see my home. Your home? Argenta asked. Well, more like the shack I lived in with my parents. I never said goodbye, properly. I just, dumped their bodies into the reclamation vats, and headed for the docks to get on a ship. I said. Now that I have a moment, does any of that make sense to you? Argenta took my hand and gave it a squeeze. Yes. Oh. I know what we should do, before your performance. We should meet the Reverend. The leader of the Drusians. I said, as Argenta led me to another part of the marketplace. Are you sure he would want to meet me? We must. He must know about us, and give his blessing. Argenta said. Otherwise we cannot continue as we are. I nodded. Then lead on, my fire. Argenta blushed. I still have not come up with a name for you, like that. You said I was a fountain spring once. I grinned as we navigated through a crowd. I could live with something like that. You could call me an ambule and I'd be fine with it. I prefer to keep it simple. You are my echo. Argenta said. Hieronymus Doloroso is the quintessential 40k priest. Big hat, black robes, purity seals, big OL book of scripture attached to his hip by a massive chain, and a face that's more weathered and wrinkled than a prune left on a park table for a week in New Mexico. He was standing on a catwalk, looking down at the people gathering around one of his black-robed preachers, giving a public sermon. He saw Argenta walk up to him, and he smiled. Child, you have returned. Wonderful tidings. We have heard of your great deeds on your crusade across the stars. Soon the von Valancius dynasty will shed its former sins, and bring forth new glory. Thank you, Reverend. Argenta said. And may I introduce Echo of Sha'ira? So you are the one whose words now seep through the station, and the expanse at large. He gave me a critical eye. I have read some of your writings. Some are very good, and speak truths, some are rather dangerous. I have tried in all my transcribing of the words of others, to make the Emperor's grace be the one truth to be found in all words. I said. So you say. Doloroso said. But those that spin words are liars by practice. What lies in your heart, Echo of Sha'ira? Does the Emperor dwell there? Or just more words? More words, Reverend. I said, which got a surprised blink from the old man. They are what I am, and I shall make no pretense otherwise. But, I have found that whatever I have to say, there is always someone before me who has said it better. There was a once mighty warrior named Joshua Graham. He spoke this, and my heart is the same as his. Every day we move one step closer to our judgment. We must do our best to walk in the footsteps of our Emperor and teach others to do the same. For many of us, the road is a difficult one, but the path is always there for us to follow, no matter how many times we may fall. I bowed my head. I found wisdom and strength in those words, and I try to live by them, and have my work grant such strength to those that read it. Sometimes when we fall, we do not rise again. Doloroso said. People should be looking towards faith, and the Emperor, in those times, not mere words. As you say, Reverend. I said. I was very much trying not to look at the book his hand was resting upon when he was talking about faith. Reverend, Argenta said, sounding very nervous. I have something to say. I am still the Emperor's in body, soul, and mind. I devote my everything to him. Yet, I have found in my heart the presence of another. They do not take up the room that is the Emperor's but rather they expand what is there. I hope, that I am not committing some great heresy by allowing my heart to have room for another. My child. Doloroso said. I do not doubt you have a heart large enough for all of mankind, so you wish. As long as this does not stop you from your sacred duties, and holy quest, then I see no wrong. You, of course, do not indulge in any wanton actions because of this new presence, correct? Of course not, Reverend. Argenta said. I am present in his heart, and he is in mine. That is all we need, lest the Emperor say elsewise. Good, Doloroso said. Who is? He saw Argenta looking at me, and then looking away blushing. Ah, I see. He turned to me with a serious look. Those that would corrupt one of the Emperor's children will suffer fates more terrible than any ever devised by the archenemy. Do you understand? Yes, Reverend. I said. You have no such thoughts of corruption, or licentious actions, I pray. Doloroso said. No. Just knowing that I am in Sister Argenta's heart is enough. To want more is, unworthy. To know that when she smiles at me, she smiles because of me is. I looked at Argenta, and I felt myself blush. It fills me with bewilderment, and deep reverence for the grace of his magnificence. Humph. Doloroso said, with the tone of a father sending his daughter off to prom with a boy he couldn't openly say anything nasty about. Very well. You two may continue, with my permission, and a cautious blessing. Thank you, Reverend. Argenta said. Hey guys. A voice cried out. It was Celeste, standing with the others down below. Come on, it's time for your big show. We hurried down, and went back to the fountain area. I need something to stand on. I said. Anyone see a box or a crate? Jay walked to the other side of the street, where there was a food kitchen area, and a few people serving watery soup to laborers. A gift from the leech, and Celeste. She grabbed one of the cheap, metal, folding chairs at the tables, and brought it back over. She held it up for inspection. Perfect. I said, and I took the chair and stood on it. This better be as good as the others. Celeste said. You cost the von Valancius dynasty a whole 45 thrones. I want my money's worth. I nodded. I took a deep breath, and began the final tale of Sha'ira. To some, this tale will sound very similar to the tale spoken by Neil Gaiman known as Ramadan. Please remember that all tales echo, and all of them are true, somewhere. In the name of the Emperor, the compassionate and all-merciful, I tell my tale, for there is no God but He. This tale takes place on the planet known as Sha'ira in all her glory. This planet did not know hunger. This planet did not know strife. This planet did not know the archenemy. It was beautiful, from the smallest sand dune, to the towering beauty of the great library. The library, such a place. Glass, and crystal, so that every morning when the sun of this system hit it with its first dawning rays, there were thousands of rainbows cast across the land, waking its citizens with color and splendor. Such wisdom and knowledge it had. Every tale of humanity was within those walls, from the simplest of childhood rhymes, to the great epics that forged the Imperium. Also within, were the great holy texts, sacred tomes written by His Gloriousness Himself, the wisdom that could build entire civilizations from nothing, create invincible warriors, and provide such deep meaning that all who read them would understand what it was to be human, that sacred duty, and unfathomable privilege. Thus Sha'ira was a planet of wisdom. But the ruler of that planet, was troubled. The man who had been given the title of Sultan, whose name was Jafar, as he was named for his father, and his father before him, going all the way back to the man that helped save this planet from ruin, he stared out at the beauty that was his planet and in his heart, he knew what was to come. The unease happened upon him yesterday, and to ease it, he dressed in common clothing and went to the market. The Sha'ira market. A place of wonders and dreams, where the canny could become owners of entire planets, and the brave could gather for adventure. That day alone, the Sultan chose a beggar, blind in one eye, and made him of the caliphate for a day. The beggar was quite a good ruler, and by the day was over, had turned his entire family into nobles, and they now dined among the spires of Sha'ira. 4 men, struck out in a single ship, out among the asteroid belt that split the night sky and found a fortune in phlogiston in one of them, guarded by giant spiders with venom so deadly to even gaze upon it would mean death. They defeated the beasts in a great triumph and returned heroes and wealthy, and thus Sha'ira flourished. All this and 10 times more the stories happened in the markets of Sha'ira in but a single day. All the time, there was more for mankind to experience, to grow, and to prosper. Such a market that made Sha'ira's wealth that much greater every day. But still, Jafar's heart held sorrow. Sultan Jafar walked through his palace. Past his wife's chambers, knowing that she was one of the most beautiful women on the planet. Past the enshrined chambers of his ancestor Sha'ira, the woman who gave this planet her name, and all the dearest secrets she compiled that made the archenemy shake with rage and fear. Down a set of stairs, shadowed and unused, past cells that once held heretics, now empty, past cells designed for the unfaithful, also empty. Sha'ira was a planet of faith, and the archenemy dwelled not in the heart. Heinrichs cleared his throat. I nodded, and skipped a bit. I was getting a small crowd by now. Not many, but everyone from the soup kitchen. He came to the bottom of the stairwell. There was a great door of black iron, engraved on it were thousands of prayers and psalms to His Gloriousness. He took from his robes, a simple golden key, and opened the door. It revealed another, even darker, stairwell. He went down. The way twisted and turned, offering dead ends of all kinds, a labyrinth of such ingenuity and complexity, that it had must have taken 1,000 experts and 100 madmen to create. Sultan Jafar went through it without slowing his pace once, his feet knowing exactly where to go. The labyrinth ended at a simple wooden door, so small that a grown man could only crawl through. He opened the door with the same golden key. The next room was full of fires. Bonfires, torches, radiant coils that burned with the heat of stars. Sultan Jafar walked in a straight line through the heat and blinding light, into the next room. A treasure trove. Diamonds, rubies, phlogiston, and brillianti. Heaped in piles so big that they were utterly uncountable, had they ever been counted. The next room held blades, chain swords, power swords, blades of Zeno's make, and blades inscribed with sacred prayers upon them that anything merely scratched with them would instantly perish and their soul sundered into a million pieces. After that room, one that held relics. Ancient rings from the dark age of terrible power. Jars that held substances that could sunder stars if uncorked. Urns of ashes of so many forgotten saints from so many lost words, all brought to Sha'ira so they may be safe, and their spirits dwell here in peace at rest. The next, held nothing but eggs. Jay laughed, and I smiled at that. Echo of Sha'ira reacted with glee. Someone always laughed at the egg room. My crowd was now as big as Hieronymus. I spotted all 3 of those reading children now standing with rapt attention. Eggs of all shapes and sizes from a crimson egg as big as a child's fingernail, to egg larger than an Astartes, to the egg of a space whale. And there was also in that room the eggs of the phoenix, one black and one white. From the white egg hatches the phoenix itself, born anew when it has died in its own flame. As for what hatches from the black egg, only the emperor is to know. Sultan Jafar passed through all these rooms without a pause or a glance at anything that was within, and came to a door made of fire itself. This he opened with the gold key. There, he came to a dark room, impossibly tall. He looked up at the very top and saw a small blue pinprick that was the sky. On the ground before him, was a small unremarkable iron chest. It was made of white metal, and had a paper note attached right above the single keyhole. When it is time. Shaira. Was all that it said. Sultan Jafar unlocked the chest, and opened it. In it, was a large rug, dusty and aged. Undyed cloth, and roughly woven together. Something that was better used as a pet's blanket, than something used by humans. Sultan Jafar, as carefully as one would handle a primed promethium tank, laid the run on the floor of the room. He sat upon it. It is time. He said. Then, the rug began to rise. Up, and up it went, 20 feet in the air, 40 feet, 80 feet. As high as the very spires itself. Up out of the hole in the top of the room, and Sultan Jafar saw his magnificent city, his beautiful planet, laid out before him. He did not feel at risk at all. The rug flew out across the city, past all the other glories and wonders, and out into the desert. The beautiful desert of Shaira, where the sands glittered like diamonds, and the sound of the winds across the dunes were as lullabies. Where a man could wander, and find not death, but themselves. The sands were able to show a man his own soul, what was good, what was ill, how he could become better, what he should hold close, and what he should give away. Thirst was quenched at a number of oases, and beautiful creatures lived among the sand, from clever foxes that had paws of obsidian, and beautiful flyers that looked like manta rays drifting in the winds. The rug flew on, and then it slowly came to a landing. In the middle of nowhere, in a clearing. Sultan Jafar knew where this was. This was where the faithful had come when Shaira had told her stories for 999 nights. Below him were the sacred caves, and the sacred spring that caused life to begin on this planet. Standing on the trapdoor to the caves, was a man. He was dressed in white robes of simplicity. He was tall, and of great stature. His long black hair shone with his divinity. You all know who it was, just as the Sultan Jafar did. He was instantly on his knees before him. He motioned for Jafar to rise. They are coming. Jafar said. He nodded. The whole planet will be destroyed. Jafar said. He nodded. There is nothing we can do. Jafar said. He nodded. But, there is a way. Jafar said. He nodded. How? Jafar asked. Announce it. He said. In public. Sultan Jafar nodded, and got back on his rug, and flew back to the city. He went to the Shaira marketplace, site of endless wonder, and he went to the largest fountain in the center of it all. He stood on the lip of the fountain and raised his voice for all to hear. People of Shaira. Tomorrow the archenemy shall destroy this planet. Tomorrow our paradise shall no longer exist. However, we have been given the greatest of gifts by his perfection. Shaira shall be taken into the dreams and stories of mankind. We shall live forever, for as long as mankind endures. One day we will return. One day, this planet will hold as many wonders and joys in the galaxy as they are to hold. Our echoes shall go forth and stay in people's minds, keeping us alive. This his gloriousness has promised us, for our faith, and our victory, I give Shaira unto him forevermore, for as long as mankind exists, our world will not be forgotten. Sultan Jafar said. He awoke on the ground, next to a fountain. The fountain was meager, cracked, and barely burbled a sickly-looking fluid. Sultan Jafar walked through the market, a common slightly dismal place, where a man was arguing over some suspicious-looking fruit with another man. He went back to his palace, a rather plain place. He went to sleep feeling like he had forgotten something that he had forgotten earlier. The archenemy attacked at dawn. They came in the form of a sandstorm made of warp fire. Shapes of terrible creatures in the clouds, ripping, consuming, burning, all destroying. The buildings were razed, the people were slaughtered to a person, and even the sands were turned to glass and shattered. Nothing remained of Shaira. It is a blasted plain of cracked ground, where nothing could live. But what did the archenemy destroy? Merely some shells of buildings. What people did they kill? Merely bodies with no spark or joy. Shaira still exists, and one day, it will be reborn again, and humanity will know its wonder. And that is how they say it occurred, but the emperor alone knows all. I bowed, and got off the chair. The crowd was massive, but no one talked. The show was over, and everyone started to wander their ways back to their homes. The story's not quite over yet. I said quietly to the retinue. I pointed, the 3 children I had spotted earlier were walking away chatting to themselves. As an echo of Shaira, I have now done my most important duty. I said. Tonight, they shall dream of being in the market, of the library, and what could emerge from the black phoenix egg. In that, the emperor has kept his promise, and Shaira lives, until it is reborn once again. But, as I said, the emperor alone knows all. I said. Everyone was quiet for a moment. I got the feeling they were watching the crowd walk away, seeing the reactions of different people to the story. Argenta then hugged me. I was so startled, and it was over so quick, that I forgot to return her embrace. Excellent tale as always. Jay said. Now, however, is the time for Amasek, and my kind of stories. I think I'll return to the ship. Kasia said. Please allow me to escort you. Heinrich said. Yearliet just looked at me, and then walked away. Celeste watched her head in the direction of the shuttle bay. No amasek for me. Edira said. But, I do want to see what's going to happen next, if I'm being told right. She grinned mischievously. Lord Captain. Abelard said. I need to see to the crew, and the resupply. Okay, but if we get any new crew, make sure it's as good as the last stray we picked up. Celeste said, winking at me. You two coming? We have another destination in mind. Argenta said. Just me and Echo. Ooh. If you kiss, I win the bet. Jay said. Jay. I shouted, and Jay and Celeste, both traders, laughed and headed towards the biggest bar in town. Argenta and I headed into the stacks. If you've ever seen images of African shantytowns, all layered on top of each other, that was how this looked, minus the sunlight. Footfall steps led the way, as I walked down one alley to another. There were no doors, just small archways where people stared out at us from the squalor. Thankfully, Argenta was in her armor, had her bolter with her, and I was visibly armed as well. There was the threat of the Envers gang, but Celeste had been pretty definite about them the last time she'd been through. Still, those gangs were like a particularly stubborn pox, and while 2 or 3 wouldn't try anything, if they got 7 or more of them, they might become stupid enough to attempt something. Still, this part of Footfall didn't seem too attractive to the gangs. What was here to extort? Footfall had 1 thrown to his name when he left. Most people here had even less. We're here. I said, stopping at a doorway mid-alley. This is it. Hello. Argenta said, looking into the gloom of the room. Is anyone in there? We just want to look around. A small child walked out onto the street. She couldn't have been more than 4. Hello. Argenta said, with a sweet smile. My friend used to live here. Do you live here now? The girl nodded. All right, do you live with your parents? Argenta asked. The girl nodded. Are they here now? Argenta asked. The girl nodded. Can they come out to talk to us? Argenta said. The girl shook her head. Oh no. I said. You can't lift them, can you? The girl shook her head. Show us. I said. The girl's mother was on the cot that was the only piece of furniture that was in the room. She hadn't been dead for too long, but Argenta and I both saw that the girl had been sleeping on the cot next to her mother's corpse for more than 1 night. Argenta kneeled next to the body, and said last rites and prayers to the Emperor. After that, I picked up the body, and the 3 of us made the long walk to the nearest reclamation vat. Argenta held the girl's hand. As well walked, I felt a song bubble up from inside me, and I just let it out. I finished singing when we got to the vats. There was a line of people. Someone had a wheelbarrow filled with corpses, another had a large sack. The sack had several lumps in it, none of them big enough for a fully grown adult. We quietly waited our turn, and then it was us at the front of the line. It was a big door in a wall. It kind of looked like a garbage chute. There was a gated window next to it, and an administrative clerk next to it. He was marking numbers on the ledger before him, and he looked utterly bored. How many? He said. 1. Female. Pure human. I said. 1's not enough for compensation. The clerk said. Make an exception. Argenta said, with the Sister of Battle voice. The clerk started in fear, and nodded. He slid 1 thrown coin over the counter. 1 dirty coin. Just like footfalls. Oh wow. I opened the chute and dropped the body into it. It disappeared into the darkness, slightly thudding against the sides. She's coming with us. Argenta said, as we walked back to Footfall's marketplace. There was no arguing with her, when she got that voice. Not unless you could dodge bolter fire. We're looking after, what? 12 kids. I said. Argenta nodded. I sighed. Well then, what's 1 more? Argenta responded by taking and squeezing my hand. She didn't let go of it until we reached the marketplace. We got the kid on board. Set her up in the orphan's dorm, and she promptly devoured 2 corpse starch bars, took a long shower, dressed in regulation clothing, and went to sleep on her new bunk. The other kids were utterly impassive about it. Kids came, kids went. Argenta fed them and was kind, and I told them stories and taught them to read and add without using their fingers. Eventually they'd get assigned work, and that would be the rest of their lives on the ship. They could take their chances at any port, but here they had food and clean beds. It was the teaching people to read thing that gave me my next chance to disarm the droogery traps. I had been holding classes for children whose parents were interested, and now there were adults who were interested as well. This meant a conversation with Seneschal Worsrian to coordinate things, and how to best run the classes. I was on the bridge, talking to Abelard. Celeste was sitting on her throne, looking at a data slate. I knew what she was looking at, while I was trying to learn what the little girl's name was. With no success, Celeste had gone to VEBO 6, and chased the droogery off her prison planet. We had gotten the place successfully up and running again. Celeste didn't seem to be that bothered about owning a forced mining prison labor planet. Although a few of her reforms now made it so the miners wouldn't be beaten for no good reason, and discouraged the practice of working people until exhaustion. The fact that these reforms actually seemed to improve mineral output surprised everyone. Right now, the issue was that Achilles Scalander, our Inquisition agent, had given us a tip-off regarding the latest droogery raid. The complication was that it was on a planet that belonged to the Winter Scale dynasty. Landing on another dynasty's planet without permission, or a tithe, was considered very, very, rude. Wars between dynasties had been started over incidents like that. However, Caligos wasn't too uptight about things like this, and we weren't there to really use the planet for any reason. Celeste was banking on the concept of better to ask for forgiveness, than beg for permission. So, she was looking at all the data of what we were about to do. In, out, quick as possible. She sighed, and saw me finishing up the programming schedule with Abelard. Echo. She said cheerfully. I'm bored. Tell me a story. Of course, Your Grace. I said bowing. I really was running out of time regarding the drookery trap. It was now or never. Echo of Shaira and I had come up with an idea that might work, but I was going to have to make up a lot of it on the fly. I thought I had another parlor night coming up to do it, but apparently it was happening right now. This is the story of two mighty warriors. Musashi and Kojiro. I said. Oh, right, this is the same world where the 7 warriors were, right? Celeste said. Just so, Your Grace. I said. Oh good, I liked that one. Celeste said. Continue. Very well. I said. Musashi and Kojiro were 2 mighty warriors who lived in the same relative area. They were ferocious in battle, loyal to their lords, and both had committed great and heroic deeds in their lifetimes. However, those are other stories, told at other times. The problem was that, one entire planet is sometimes not big enough for 2 egos. Let alone the same island. Kojiro could not stand Musashi, finding him rude and ill-mannered, unworthy of his role as a warrior, and his blade style to be lacking in refinement. Musashi on the other hand, loathed Kojiro, finding him elitist and snobby, refusing to battle unless it was worth his time, and his blade style to be needlessly flashy for the sake of showing off. It started with them ignoring each other. That grew to snide comments, and some idle gossip. That changed to open insults, and direct disparaging. Then came threats, and as these things were destined to end, with a formal challenge. Kojiro named the challenge the first time. A duel along the beach, at dawn. It was ideal for him, being used to fighting upon sand, and with his blade, known to be the longest blade in the land, his reach was unparalleled. Musashi agreed, and the date was set. On the morning of the duel, Kojiro was there at dawn. The sun just about the crest over the water, and there was no sign of Musashi. The sun rose, and still no sign of the other warrior. Kojiro began to get angry. Where was Musashi? Had he chosen to be a coward, and run? Did he forget about the duel? Was their honor so low that they didn't have the common courtesy to just show up? The sun was high in the sky when Musashi, strolling along and whistling, as if he had no care in the world, approached the beach. He smiled and bowed to Kojiro as if he was merely a few moments tardy, instead of hours, and took his stance. This, of course, further infuriated Kojiro. He was being disrespected. This was too great of an insult to bear. He drew his sword, and with a yell, charged Musashi. Now, an angry fighter is a sloppy fighter, no matter how long your sword is. Musashi knew that very well, much like he knew Kojiro's temperament. He easily sidestepped Kojiro's wild swing, and with one stroke, brought Kojiro to the ground. What's worse was that Musashi was careful enough not to land a fatal blow, so that Kojiro lived afterwards, and everyone laughed at his defeat. Praising Musashi for his cleverness, in his tactics. Well, that's not fair. Celeste said. He sort of cheated. Such is the way of stories about warriors. Perform unscrupulous tricks and lose? You are a cheater and a coward. Do the same things and triumph? Now you are cunning and have guile. The galaxy loves a winner. This unfortunately would set the tone for many of the further duels between Musashi and Kojiro. Musashi would challenge Kojiro at a tower, and when Kojiro reached the top, Musashi would be at the bottom forcing the other warrior to exhaust himself going back down. Kojiro would challenge him along a river, Musashi would arrive in a boat midstream, forcing Kojiro's famous reach to be useless. Every time Musashi would win over Kojiro, and each time he would spare Kojiro from death. I'm feeling bad for Kojiro. Celeste said. It is a pity, but you must take into account that Kojiro could have stopped at any time. After any one of his defeats, he could have acknowledged Musashi as the better warrior and went on with his life. He would not stop, could not stop, his senseless ego and unquenchable pride drove him on and on to bang his head against this wall in what could almost be called madness. Kojiro had a family, he was a well-respected warrior, and he had comfort and wealth. It is a truth of the world that somewhere there is your better, be it in combat, tactics, regicide, or storytelling. Somewhere there is someone who eclipses you in the skill you pride yourself in. There is no shame in that, and in accepting that you can make your own skill better than it currently is. However, Kojiro could not accept such a truth. The idea that this dirty, ill-dressed, transient was a better duelist than he. He could not live with such a truth, and so it drove him to challenge Musashi again and again. Finally, Musashi had reached the end of his patience. He had his own life to live, and was tired of the preening fool's constant harassment. He challenged Kojiro to a duel in a clearing in a wood not far from Kojiro's home. Kojiro arrived, precisely on time as always, and saw that Musashi was waiting for him. Not only that, but behind him was Kojiro's family. His wife and children. What is this? Kojiro barked. Are you so base that you would involve innocents in our duel? I am tired of dueling, and I am tired of you. Musashi said. I had your family come with me, so that they would not be harmed by your arrogance. Look over there. He pointed across the tree line and Kojiro saw in the distance a faint column of smoke. That smoke is the fire of your household. I set it ablaze as you were coming here to face me. You scoundrel. Monster. Deceiver. Kojiro said, and drew his sword. Musashi did not. Your wife helped me set the blaze. Musashi said. She wishes you to end these duels as much as I. Here is my ultimatum. There is time to save your home, leave here with your family, go and extinguish the flames. But by doing so you relinquish all rights to challenge me to duels, and acknowledge me as your better. Or we can fight, and your house can burn. Also, I will no longer still my blade when it strikes, and when you fall it shall be the last time. You can save everything you hold dear, or you can lose everything that matters. Either way, this will be our last meeting, Kojiro. Kojiro looked again at the smoke, then at his wife, silently pleading for him to end his madness, at the eyes of his children. Then at Musashi's face. He made his choice. Such is the tale of Musashi and Kojiro. What did he do? Celeste asked. It depends on the storyteller, really. I said. Some say Kojiro finally embraced his better nature, and some say he defiantly held to his pride. His story ends there, regardless. Though there is another story that happened a little later. Celeste chuckled. Please, I must know. She said with a smile. Well, Kojiro's wife, while grateful that her husband's insanity had finally been cured, was still upset with Musashi for all the nonsense he put her husband through, burning her house, and, possibly, killing her husband. Everyone around was fully expecting her to at least try and enact some kind of revenge to satisfy her family's honor. Her son was even practicing the sword, to try and challenge the scruffy samurai. She would have none of that nonsense, so she did the one thing that no one expected her to do. She asked for help from the shinobi. Those are the secret clan of spies and saboteurs, right? Celeste asked. The very same. For a warrior family to go asking shinobi for help was considered to be unthinkable. It lacked honor, and went against tradition. However, Kojiro's wife knew that tradition was what her husband clung to and it destroyed him. She approached the leader of the shinobi, and told him of her desire for revenge. I smirked, I couldn't resist. The shinobi's leader, a cunning man named Uzumaki, agreed to teach Musashi a lesson, and gain some matter of justice for Kojiro's family. He sent a challenge to Musashi, to a midnight duel, deep in the woods. Musashi, eager to defeat the honorless Uzumaki, agreed and set off. At sunset, on the way to the agreed-upon site, Uzumaki's wife, a beautiful woman known as Hinata, ambushed Musashi. Uzumaki was a cunning fighter, but no one was as so terrible in combat as Hinata. After only a few moments, Musashi was on the ground, pummeled to within an inch of his life. While no honor was gained or loss, for the action of shinobi hold none, Kojiro's wife was satisfied in knowing that finally the man who plagued her husband, had been defeated. I bowed. Celeste clapped. Very good. I like the ending. Do you have any more stories about Uzumaki and Hinata? Oh, you have no idea. I said, with a huge grin. Their story starts when they were very young, and he was but an outcast, and she too shy to speak. But that is another story, for another time. Agreed. Celeste said. Master Helmsman, are we ready? Approaching the planet now, Lord Captain. Raver said. Good. Abelard, have everyone ready and on the shuttle. We're going to make this quick, and I want some new drookery swords for my trophy room. Celeste said and came down off her throne. Well, that was it. I had done my best, and now we just had to see if Celeste could realize what was going on. I turned to leave. If I could have a moment of your time, storyteller. Janris Danruk said. There's a matter that I could use your input. I bowed to the pudgy noble. I am at your service, High Factotum. Of course you are. Janris said. Come, please. Janris wanted my opinion on how to best market the plays I had been publishing. Shakespeare, Sondheim, Weber. Apparently, Joseph was really popular. He had a couple of ideas on how to sell the entire package. Just sell the book and the lyrics, or make entire troops dedicated to playing the performances, and sell them to nobles for personal performances. I thought they were both good ideas, and suggested working with Pascal and the Adeptus Mechanicus to get more advanced versions of Autolas 9's Starfish recorders and sell them. Janris really liked that idea, and called for a consultant. Pascal was on planet at the moment. Thank the Emperor. So, Autolas 9 herself arrived after a bit, and we talked about how it might work. That caused Ada and Vigdis to have a conversation about the capabilities of Vox technology. That got me involved, as I was trying to explain the possibilities of radio shows, and a Foley artist, to the others. I think I was getting everyone following along, when the doors to the bridge opened, and Celeste and the entire retinue came inside. Celeste paced in front of her throne. We're going after him, correct? Argenta said. Answering his challenge? We cannot look cowardly in the face of Xenos. Celeste nodded, and then she saw me standing next to Vigdis and Janris. Her eyes narrowed. Wait. She said. Yearliet, Drookery don't see tricking humans as underhanded or lacking in honor. Do they? No. The Ildari said. They view it as a point of pride. They consume the grief of those they fool when they realize they've been misled. Echo. Celeste said to me. Pretend you're writing a story, and a bunch of drukari challenged you to a duel in a far-off system. Where would they really attack? The challenger's home system. I said. To show their inability to protect what is most valuable to them, and prove the drukari can strike anywhere they want. I figured as much. Celeste said. Have the fleet be ready. I want every ship we can to be sent to Dargonis. Well. I said. There's more to that story. Oh. Celeste said. Because, if I was the drukari attacking a system that I knew had a fleet, I'd send more than enough ships to wipe them out. If I saw that my target was sending more ships from elsewhere, then I realized that they figured it out, and then go attack the places that now had fewer ships because they're easy prey. I said. Celeste looked at Yearliet. She nodded at the Lord Captain. All right, so how does this story end with a victory for the person in the trap? Celeste said. Set a trap for the drukari, I suppose. I said. Do the one thing that they wouldn't suspect a rogue trader to do. Which is? Celeste said. I shrugged. Ask for help. Celeste smirked, and then nodded. Yeah, that's not a bad idea. Vigdis, how long will it take us to get Chartist Captain Asterius on the line? If I may, Celeste. Heinrich said. Captain Thorfast might not be the best option. He's the only one with a big enough fleet. Celeste said. Rizah's pirates can't repel an entire drukari raiding force, and the explorators' ships aren't meant for combat. There is another option, Heinrich said. If you're willing to, lower yourself, to asking for help. Kalago's Winterscale has the fleet, also, he has been developing technology to hunt drukari ships. As far as we know, he has the ability to hide his ships from augurs, as long as he knows the ships will be coming. Perfect for ambushes. And you know this, how? Celeste asked. The interrogator just gave his where the Inquisition, how do you think we know? Smile. All right, Helmsman Raver, can we look like we're heading to these coordinates while making a stop in Winterscale's territory? She took a data slate and sent over some coordinates. It makes us look like we're taking a long way around, Raver said. But we can do it. Will they suspect anything? Celeste asked Yearliet. They will assume we are too cowardly to face them. Yearliet said. That we are deliberately putting off the challenge. Okay. Vigdis, when we get close, do whatever you can to get me to talk with Kalago's Winterscale. Celeste said. Yes, Lord Captain. The Voxmaster said. Getting to Winterscale territory would take a few days, so I went back to my usual work. I had a surprise one day when I opened the door to my apartments, and saw the little girl from Footfall standing there. Hello. I said. She stared at me. You know, if you're a heretic here to kill me, you have to tell me. I'm getting kind of sick of it. I said. She shook her head. How'd you get up here anyway? Orphans don't have authority to use the lifts. I said. She pointed at a large grating in the wall. You climbed through the air ducts? There's superheated air, and hatches that lead to vacuum areas of the ship. How are you still alive? I asked. She shrugged. All right, come on in. We'll have a math lesson before I take you back. Also, no more crawling through the ship, you'll die. I said. We had a little math lesson, and the girl was very bright. She clearly had the hang of basic addition, and understood how to do subtraction. I was a little tempted to start her on the times tables, but then I saw her looking at the piano. You like that? I said. She nodded. You've heard me play on that. I said. She nodded. Want to learn something? I said. She nodded very fiercely. All right, come on. Sit here, next to me. I said. This is called Heart and Soul. I want you to do this bit slowly and clearly over and over again. I played the notes, and she watched closely with her light brown eyes. She quickly took over and started playing. She had it very quickly. I started playing my part. We finished the piece. She gave me a huge gap-toothed smile at the end. Did you like that? I asked. She nodded furiously. All right. I sighed. Do you want another lesson, later? She nodded. Are you still not going to tell me your name? I said. She shook her head. Fine. I nodded. All right, I'll have a piano brought down to the orphan's barrack and we'll have piano lessons after math and reading. In exchange, no more duct crawling, that's the deal. Okay. I held out my hand. She shook it, with a big smile. Okay, let's get you back to your bed. We went back to the orphan's barrack, and I put her back to bed. I didn't realize that at the time Echo of Sha'era was being very quiet the whole time I was with the kid. I think that if I had figured out what was happening at that moment, we probably both would have ended up dead thanks to High Inquisitor Calcazar later. Ignorance is its own shield, as they say. Either way, we were now on the edge of Winterscale's realm, and had made contact with a patrolling ship of the Winterscale dynasty. Celeste had been very polite, and asked to speak to Kaligos for the opportunity of profit, combat, and adventure. The response had been polite, and they said they'd pass the message up the chain. Now we were just waiting. I had been asked to the bridge, as Celeste thought I might be of some help telling her what the best words to say to Kaligos were. I had no idea, also I was unsure exactly how far along Kaligos had been corrupted by Kern. One doesn't really think of the blood god of being a subtle manipulator, but they're better at it than you'd expect. Kaligos was being ever so slightly pushed to be just a little more violent, a little more brash, and a little more indulgent in his aggressive tendencies. By the time people realized what was happening, the man would be murdering people without realizing it. Hopefully, Celeste could pull him back from the edge, but right now, we kind of needed him to be hungry to kill some Xenos. Lord Captain, Vigdis said. I have an income. So. A booming voice came over the vox. The new von Valancius has come to beg for my assistance. What happened to that unquenchable pride? I couldn't help but smile at the sound of that voice. It spoke of grand adventure and smashing foes. Brian blushed at his best, but maybe sounding a bit younger. Oh, I was gonna really like this guy when we met. Well, it ended up with her getting a bullet to the forehead. Celeste said. I'll cut straight to the point. Xenos want to attack Dargonis and I'm inviting you to crush them for the glory of your dynasty. Ha! Kaligos laughed. Well, that does sound like a good time. Although, it sounds like you've gotten a head start on that, particularly on one of my planets. That's part of the reason I'm contacting you. Shall I start from the beginning? Celeste said. Go ahead. Kaligos said. Celeste told Kaligos all about the Drukari raids, and how she had been tracing them. Chasing their leader to Kaligos' planet, and how he challenged Celeste to a duel in an out-of-the-way system, which was obviously a trap. So, I move my forces and hide on Dargonis, then when they supposedly come to raid it, I jump out and smash them. Kaligos said. You know what they'll say. They'll say that von Valancius had to beg Winterscale for help. That she couldn't handle some Xenos, on her own. If they're alive to say it, Celeste said. They can say anything they want. Good point. There was a pause. Von Valancius, did you know your goods have been finding their way to my planets? Those damn echo slates and books of Shira, smugglers make a pretty penny selling them at Winter's Throne, my hive city. Is that a problem? Celeste said, looking at me. No. Kaligos said. Ha. I love them. There's one, the most dangerous game, fantastic stuff. What was that last line? He had never slept in a better bed. Laughed my head off. Also, another one, Battle Royale, finally I have an idea of what to do with all my bastards. Ha. Alright, my first condition is that I want them all. Whole collection, the slates, the books, the music. Enough to keep all of these desperately dull nobility I'm related to busy. Done. Celeste said. Excellent. Kaligos said. Now, I think I can offer a good price for renting my fleet temporarily for guarding purposes. He then named a price that was absolutely unbelievable to nearly anyone else in the expanse. I think the addition of first plunder rights should, perhaps, adjust that. Celeste said, and the two rogue traders dickered price a bit, and Celeste managed to get him down to a fee that was merely slightly unreasonable. She was good at being a merchant prince. Then consider my ships on their way. Kaligos said. Oh, of course, if you're wrong and nothing happens, I still get paid. Of course. Celeste said. And if something goes sideways, you have my permission to land on Dargonis. So generous. Kaligos said. My how people will talk. I look forward to meeting you in person. As do I, Lord Winterscale. Celeste said. Oh, if you'd like, my storyteller is here as well. If you have anything you'd like to say to him. Make a story about me. Something with me hunting the most vile beast ever imagined. Kaligos barked out. I have just the idea, you lordship. I replied. Would you like to be the main character of the tale of the Jabberwock? Ha. He laughed again. I'll expect it when I see you. If it's not good, I'll cut off one of your arms. I only need my tongue, your lordship. I said. Make it both of them. Ha. Kaligos said. Helmsman. We ride to battle. And he cut communications. Well, that went well. Celeste said. He is right though. Abelard said. A rogue trader begging another dynasty for aid, it does not speak well of House von Valancius and our power. Would you rather Dargonis be raided by the Drukari? Celeste said. Our people butchered and enslaved. The von Valancius fleet is very capable. I'm sure just a few Drukari ships are nothing compared to their me. Abelard started. Abelard, I don't want to make that bet. She said. So Winterscale gets a few points, and people think we're not as strong. We'll prove them wrong the next time they try to mess with us. We just need help this time. We're showing the Xenos, and the heretics, that they aren't fighting just a dynasty. We are the Cornus Expanse. We are united, and we are mighty. One day Winterscale will be looking to us for a favor, and we will respond gladly and gratefully. This is how all of us have dynasties that last forever. Abelard nodded. As you say, Lord Captain. Shall we proceed to the system for our duel then? Take the long way, Celeste said. We're still supposed to look afraid, and we need to give Kaligos time to get his forces ready. It took a few days, and I spent it by dictating some more. I was neck deep into Brandon Sanderson and would be there for a while, and spending time with Argenta and the orphans. The little girl had mastered Ode to Joy, and was moving on when the saints go marching in. She makes her own music too. Argenta said, as we sat next to each other and watched the kids do their daily exercises. I saw the little one trying to keep up with everyone else doing jumping jacks. Plinking away on that piano. It's the song of Shira. I said smiling. How all stories start, with just a few notes at random. Argenta laid her head on my shoulder for a moment. Then the sirens for everyone to go to muster stations went off. It seems we have arrived. Argenta said, standing up. All right, everyone, you know the drills. Let's go. Big ones keep track of the little ones. The kids, used to this by now, instantly went into formation. Argenta looked at me. We need to get to the bridge. Celeste was calm and in control, when we arrived at the bridge. Macro batteries, starboard side, fire. She said. Direct hit. Abelard said. The ship is down. Boarding parties successful. She said. The frigate's shadow shield is no longer functional. Reports of successful fires on several decks. 70% of boarding team returning to Calamity's Fortune. Abelard said. When they're clear, fire the lance. I want to see a hole in that thing. Celeste said. A rumble and I saw a beam of scalding light out the 4 windows, like the sun had just flared in a singular direction. Abelard stepped away from the console. Drukari ship disabled, it should be. A white nova flared in the windows as the ship blew up spectacularly. And there we have it. Abelard said. Good. Celeste said. Then she took a deep sigh. Vigdis, any word from Dargonis? The Vox Master paused as the data went through her augments, as she communicated with distant ships. She looked up at Celeste, eyes wide with excitement. We are confirming a 89% destruction of all invading Drukari ships. You were absolutely right, Lord Captain. They fell right into our trap. Vigdis said. There were cheers around the bridge. Celeste sighed in relief, and then looked up. 89%. Yes, our fleet suffered partial damages, as did Winterscales, but the ambush went off without a hitch. The Drukari then changed tactics when they realized our fleets outnumbered theirs. They attempted to crash directly into the planet. With smaller ships deliberately sacrificing themselves so larger ships could land. Our own forces, and Winterscale troops followed them. The combined forces were able to fight back the Xenos crews of the few ships that landed. As of right now, the Xenos only hold one area. They've dug in and our ground forces are unable to get past their defenses. They have the entire thing in this bubble shield, powered by an entire ship. The planet is safe, save for this one area. Vigdis said. What area? Celeste said. The von Valancius Palace. Vigdis said. Shit. Celeste said. Shit. I thought. Destiny was not making this easy. 9th story. So, if Celeste and Heinrichs weren't busy with the Drukari taking over the von Valancius Palace, and Plaza, and a few spires nearby, if you want to be pedantic about it, I would be facing some very pointed questions. I thought I was going to get away with it, maybe, provided that the Drukari didn't decide to just go back into their ship, and try to get past the von Valancius/Winterscale armada before we got there. We were seriously booking it too. Celeste asked Kasia to push her powers to the limit, and the journey that had taken us the better part of 2 weeks to get here, was going to be finished in a day. I was certainly going to be giving my lady navigator my best to help her relax after this. Actually, Kasia was super jazzed about not only doing this major navigation, but wanted to be on the ground helping as well. What had Celeste and Heinrichs confused was that 1, the shield wasn't standard Drukari technology, and 2, none of their behavior made sense. Drukari were raiders, hit and run specialists, land quick, cut up a bunch of people, and capture even more. Then get back out before people could mount a defense. The ambush using Winterscale stealth tech had caught them off guard, but the moment they should have seen that there was a second entire fleet waiting for them, they should have turned and fled. Instead, not only did they stay and fight, they deliberately sacrificed ships, and lives, just so they could land. Drukari didn't do things like that. Celeste and Heinrichs were convinced that there was something in the palace that they wanted, and it was something Theodora hid very well, which was why they were still there. I knew the truth. It wasn't a what but rather a who, Achilles Scalander to be exact. Mirazai wanted to know who was leaking information on Drukari raids. He's finally getting important, so I need to stop the marzipan joke for a bit. He suspected that it was his sister, who was indeed leaking information to High Lord Inquisitor Calcazar. However, he didn't have any proof he could bring to the Archon of the Reaving Tempest. He staged this whole nonsense about a duel and the raid on Dargonis, just so he could enter the palace and find the person who was the link to Calcazar and his sister and force him to confess. Unfortunately Calcazar and Yermaris, Mirazai's sister and a killer Scrabble score, were smarter than to just leave a loose end hanging around like that. Poor Achilles didn't know anything more than the information he was given, so after brutal torture, Mirazai turned him into a sleeper agent for his cabal. Yerliet would then figure that out, and kill Achilles and find a communicator on him that Mirazai would use to lure her, and Celeste to Kumarak, where he'd try to use Celeste as the star witness against his sister. It doesn't end well. I had changed things a bit now. Yerliet was talking to Celeste again, and the big raid on Dargonis had been circumvented. Both good, but now a rather large ship was half parked, half crashed into the Grand Plaza, and Mirazai was inside the palace, presumably with Achilles. We had arrived at Dargonis, and Calamity's Fortune was making its way through the destroyed Drukari fleet. It was a massacre. Caligo's forces had gone to town. We could still see their small skiffs and fighters salvaging the wreckage of the ships that were mostly intact. The Winterscale dynasty would have many trophies after this. Celeste had gathered everyone to the bridge, including me. We all stared at the augur display that showed the area. Soldiers from both dynasties surrounded the area, and were engaging any Drukari that tried to go outside the bubble. The ship was rather small, not nearly as big as Calamity's Fortune, but still large enough to take up most of the plaza. Okay, I said. I'm going to name a bunch of things that I'm pretty sure everyone's tried already, just to make sure we haven't missed any obvious ideas. Go ahead. Celeste said. Hit it with a ship's macro battery. I said. Attempted. No result. Abelard said. Anything further would mean the total destruction of both the plaza, the palace, and the underhive below it. And we still are unsure if that would cause a reaction. Last resort. Celeste said. Can we do focus fire in one specific area, and see if that weakens the shield in other areas? I said. Simultaneous assaults have been tried. Abelard said. The shield holds steady in all places, at all times. Short-range phase distortion at lower parts of the shield out of sight from the ship. I said. Nothing, all attempts at displacement have been repulsed, even when out of view of any Xeno's presence. Abelard said. Is there any form of matter that the shield allows through? I said. Maybe we can encase a bomb in some kind of energy field? Or stuff it in a drukari corpse. Nothing but what the drukari allow in or out, even their oxygen is filtered. Abelard said. Could we try to capture a drukari alive, and see if they have any kind of Xenos tech on them that allows passage? I said. The few ships that have landed outside the bubble were quickly assaulted by the ground forces of both von Valancius and Winterscale dynasties. No prisoners were taken, and the ships quickly escaped when they found we were not easy prey. Abelard said with a smirk. Nothing was found on their bodies. That's a little weird. I said. No other ships have landed in the bubble, have they? They haven't tried to expand it, or move it, correct? True. Abelard said. Then I don't think this specific ship is acting in tune with the rest of the fleet. All the others are retreating, correct? I said. This is correct. Abelard said. The shield also doesn't hurt anyone who touches it, just keeps them away. I shook my head. No, no. This story is all wrong. It's not, drukari. I think this is something different. Different? Heinrichs asked, giving me his inquisitor look. How? I think you're right. They're inside the palace for a reason, but I think that shield isn't drukari technology. I said. I think that's a last-minute fix that they didn't want to use, because it traps them just as much as it keeps us out. The story that makes sense to me, is that they stole that shield. From who? Celeste asked, looking at me. I just looked at Yerliet. Everyone in the room then turned and stared at the Ildari. She, in typical fashion, just ignored the rest of us for a moment, and then looked at Celeste. It resembles technology that was present on Cruderak. She said finally. Everyone started to say things, but Celeste raised a hand. Do you know of a way we can take the shield down? She asked Yerliet. The Xenos bristled. Elotach, I will forgive you for that, but please do not ask me ever again for knowledge that would allow the Mundaki to assault my people. As you can imagine, that went over very well with the retinue. Heinrichs was barely holding his temper. Abelard had a hand on the hilt of his chainsword. Pascal was still pretty inscrutable in his face, but I knew Mechadendrite tells by now, and his were twitching very hard. I apologize, Yerliet. Celeste said. I will ask something else. Is there any way that someone can gain access to the ship or the palace? Yerliet thought for a moment, and then nodded. I believe that I can possibly enter the shield. It would also be possible for a group to accompany me. How many, Max? Celeste asked. Yerliet looked at the retinue. The people you see before you and yourself, Elotach. More would be too risky. Also, we would have to enter from beneath the plaza. Okay. Good. She nodded and looked at all of us. 2 teams. One goes into the ship to turn off the shield. The other goes into the palace to rescue anyone we can, and keep them from realizing what the ship team is doing. Everyone nodded. I did too, even while realizing that meant I would be out in the field fighting elite drukari fighters, and the menagerie of monsters they kept as pets. Yerliet, Celeste said. Do you want to be on the ship team? It may not be the best of ideas. Yerliet said. Drukari ships may have similarities to Ildari, but they are still foreign to me. Also, it is common for drukari to have traps and failsafes explicitly for Ildari, apart from their usual machinations. Alright, you're with me in the palace then. Celeste nodded. So, Argenta, Pascal, Heinrichs, Edira, and Jay. You have the ship. Heinrichs, Jay? Find what's making that shield and turn it off. I do not deal in xenotech heresy. Pascal intoned. No, but I don't want you to study it, or learn from it. I want you to break it. You are good at doing that, right? Celeste said with a smile. Pascal nodded. I shall bring the Omniscia's righteous fury down upon this heresy. Great. Celeste said. Me, Yerlet, Abelard, Kasha, and Echo will enter the palace. You wish the storyteller to come with us? Abelard said. Echo is a competent fighter. Argenta said. A fair match for any Xeno. It was always nice when your not girlfriend stood up for you, but I really wished I shared her confidence. Echo's very insightful. Celeste said. Maybe he can figure out what the drukari are looking for, and we can get it before them. We have an advantage there. I said. Drukari think like drukari, so they look in places drukari would hide things. We just need to think like a very clever human, more specifically, Theodora von Valancius. Celeste rolled her eyes. If I ever start thinking like that woman, shoot me. She muttered. She sighed. But I see your point. Any ideas? Honestly. I said. Yes, please. Celeste said. I don't think Theodora put her most valuable possession on the planet at all. I said. She'd never let anything she valued be outside of her control. I think it's on this ship right now. Hey. I saw Celeste's eyes go over to the cogitator where Nomos was currently residing. Good point. Well, if that's true then so much the better. Everyone, prepare for battle and head to the shuttles. Argenta sat next to me in the shuttle. She put her armored hand on my thigh. You're trying to come up with a story to help us be ready. I nodded. I'm trying to do what I do best. I mean, there are many songs, and stories, they would take too long, and I don't have a piano handy. Echo of Sha'era did what they did best. I do have a poem. I said. All right, Celeste said from her seat. Let's hear it. I took a deep breath, and found the words of Julian Grenfell. The naked earth is warm with spring. And with green grass and bursting trees. Leans to the sun's gaze glorying. And quivers in the sunny breeze. And life is color and warmth and light. And a striving evermore for these. And he is dead who will not fight. And who dies fighting has increase. The fighting man shall from the sun take warmth, and life from glowing earth. Speed with the light foot winds to run. And with the trees to newer birth. And find, when fighting shall be done, great rest, and fullness after dearth. All the bright company of heaven hold him in their bright comradeship. The dog star, and the sisters seven. Orion's belt and sword hip. The woodland trees that stand together. They stand to him each one a friend. They gently speak in the windy weather. They guide to valley and ridge's end. The kestrel hovering by day. And the little owls that call by night. Bid him be swift and keen as they. As keen of ear, as swift of sight. The blackbird sings to him, brother, brother. If this be the last song you shall sing. Sing well, for you may not sing another. Brother, sing. In dreary doubtful waiting hours. Before the brazen frenzy starts. The horses show him nobler powers. O patient eyes, courageous hearts. And when the burning moment breaks. And all things else are out of mind. And only joy of battle takes him by the throat and makes him blind. Through joy and blindness he shall know. Not caring much to know, that still. Nor lead nor steel shall reach him, so. That it be not the destined will. The thundering line of battle stands. And in the air death moans and sings. But day shall clasp him with strong hands. And night shall fold him in soft wings. Celeste nodded. That's good. That's really good. Abelard coughed, and looked away, so we wouldn't see him wipe his eyes. Seneschal Worsrian. Kasha asked. You blend with such gold, and a deep burgundy of memory. It is nothing, Lady Navigator. Abelard said. Just old ghosts. The storyteller's poems are quite good. Abelard. Celeste asked quietly. Are you all right? It is fine, Lord Captain. He said. My wife, dabbled in poetry. It is merely old memories. I shall be fine when we land, and I will be prepared for combat. He sounded much like his usual self when he finished that sentence. I could feel Echo of Sha'era physically ache for Lady Worsrian's poetry, no matter how good it was, and they were begging me to ask if there was any of it left. I however, knew that if I asked that question my answer would come in the form of a chainsword. Abelard would always, and forever, be my direct superior and those kind of questions were firmly off limits. Argenta had taken my hand, and was holding it. Her other hand was holding her parents' bent Aquila and she was saying a series of litanies to the Emperor, asking for righteous fury and glorious focus. For the both of us. I just went back to my own prayers that I wasn't about to get my body parts severed from the rest of me. My current best plan was to firmly stay behind Abelard and his chainsword, out of the way of both Hurlet and Kasha, and not next to Celeste, who the Drukari would probably be shooting at. We landed in the hive itself, and were greeted by Clementia Worsrian, and a soldier from the Winterscale forces. He was very professional, and looked very impressive in Winterscale's gold and red uniforms. Chancellor, report. Abelard said to his granddaughter. I'm happy to report that by and large we have repelled the Xeno threat to the city. We've also secured a path to the point you requested. Clementia said. They seem to have stopped trying to breach the shield. Also, all the other ships in the fleet have given up the idea of raiding the planet. Casualties? Abelard asked. Both us, and the Winterscale forces have taken some. Clementia said. And it is to my shame, that in some early areas of the raid there was an assault that pushed us back for a while, and the Xenos did take some captives. We were able to push back quickly, and force them to retreat. Have the Winterscale forces been according themselves properly? Abelard said. The Winterscale guard grinned at that, and Clementia sighed while smiling. They are very eager to fight the Xenos and collect trophies. Apart from that, they have been excellent guests, although Caligos Winterscale himself has not made an appearance. His Grace sends his best to Lady von Valancius, the guardsman said. During the ambush, we managed to cripple a cruiser's engines, and prevent it from escaping. His Grace felt that a hunting party on a Drukari ship would be more suitable, than impinging on your lady's own personal hunt. He sends his best, and will be happy to congratulate you when you are victorious. Well, Celeste said. Tell Caligos good hunting, and I look forward to hearing his own stories as well. As for our stolen people, well, we'll see what we can do about that later. We saluted Clementia and the rest of the guard, and made our way through corridors, and cramped access tunnels. Finally, we had arrived at the maintenance area that was below the plaza. I could see the reflective sheen of the shield above it. It was translucent, like soapy water. Yerliet walked up to it, placed a hand against the shimmering surface, and said something quietly in Ildari, while drawing glyphs with her other hand. Then, the bubble receded and the way was clear. No one needed orders by that point. We all hurried through the cramped passageway, and up a very unsafe ladder. We emerged onto the plaza, weapons drawn. The druggery ship seemed just massive sitting there. Like someone had taken an entire ferry and put it down in the middle of a public square. This ship was also supposed to be a tiny one, too. We split up, Argenta giving me a smile and a nod for good luck, and she went to find a way to enter the ship, while I went into the palace. The place was trashed, and there were bodies everywhere. Apparently, there had been people gathered in the palace to use the devices here to watch the ambush. Entire noble families celebrating the victory of humanity, until one of the ships literally landed right outside. If Astarsha or Vigent were among them, I was going to be super pissed. The worst thing was that some of them were still alive. The lucky ones just had their eyes removed and were whipped raw. Some of them were flayed alive, and others had been sliced so that if they moved, they'd literally fall apart to pieces. Some had very few cuts, but they were not moving, just lying on the floor, tears streaming down their cheeks. Druggery could slice a mind to ribbons just as easily as flesh. As we got closer and closer to the throne room, we could hear through the door what was clearly an argument in an alien tongue. We paused and looked at Celeste and Yerliet to see if they could make anything out. Celeste shook her head. Yerliet did the same. It isn't important. They are blaming each other for the failure of the raid. Well, let's go settle the argument. Celeste said, and kicked open the door. I think she may have cheated and used her psyker powers to help with that, as it was a very large door. She strode inside. Good people. She said, her voice savage with sarcasm and anger. Thank you so kindly for making yourself at home in my palace. Can I offer you any refreshments? There was a crowd of 5 druggery gathered up in front of Celeste's planetary throne. 4 were shouting at the male sitting on it. Along the sides of the room were a bunch more druggery, some huge snake people things I think were called SSLYTHS, some Medusi guardsmen who were slaves that had giant parasitical things growing out of their skulls, and a couple of warp beasts called chimeras that were what you get if you combined a spider with a Doberman, and made it about 30% bigger. I remembered fighting all of these things in the game. I didn't remember fighting them all at once. This was a bit more than I was hoping to experience. What I did like was seeing Mirazai not lounging on Celeste's throne like he would be in the game at this point. Now he was sitting on its edge, and there were considerably fewer slashes and gouges in the chair. Before he was a conqueror, now he was very much a pretender. Celeste's arrival had caused the fighting to stop, and all the wishes and Kabbalite stared at her for a moment. How? You couldn't have. Mirazai then saw and glared at Yerliet. Cousin. Of course. You are not supposed to be this clever, Monday Key. Mirazai said through gritted teeth. Well, I thought druggery were supposed to be subtle. Celeste said. Did you really think I wouldn't see through your obvious trap? I thought it sounded like fun, so I made one of my own. Celeste then drew her power rapier, crackling with energy. One of the witches shouted something at Mirazai, pointing at Celeste. Mirazai's response was to stand up from the throne, walk over and slit the witch's throat. Then he snapped his fingers. Just like in the game, a jet bike smashed through the windows, and Mirazai jumped on it. Kabbalists of the Reaving Tempest. Deal with this Monday Key. He shouted, and peeled out the same window he had came in. I learned several things in the following combat. The first was that while it's really hard to shoot druggery, shooting SSLYTH, Medusi, and Chimera is much easier. The problem is that, unless you do it a whole lot of times, it doesn't bother them that much. Thankfully, I wasn't working alone, and I was going back to the tactics that I had used way back when I was helping my work crew take on the cultists. See who was under pressure, and shoot the people that were shooting them. That usually allowed them to deal with more people, and kept people from getting the idea that I was a priority target. The second thing I learned is that Celeste is not playing with the same stat block as provided by the game. I don't know what kind of psyker she is, but holy crap is she powerful. One of the Kabbalites did this fancy cartwheel jump at her to slice her face off, and she just batted at the air and it was if a massive fist just punched the pointy-eared bastard in mid-air. There was also no fancy warp whispers, or eldritch colors appearing at the edges of everyone's vision, like what happens when Ediril lets everyone see what's going to happen 5 seconds ahead of it happening. I thought back to Argenta's tale about Celeste crushing Aurora like a tin can. If anything, she's gotten even more powerful by now. Scary thought. Speaking of scary thoughts. The third thing I learned was that Kasha Orselio is an unholy monster on the field of combat. She turns to half the field, and opens her third eye, and then either you're dead, on the ground screaming while covered in warp fire, or your brain has just turned off for the next few moments. That's the simplest of things she can do with her powers. Celeste needed to focus her mind, Kasha just had to look at the person. I was backing her up and there was this one witch who was giving us trouble. Kasha had enough, and gazed at the witch. She froze, and calmly walked up to me and tilted her neck up exposing her throat. I duly ripped it open, and put several shots into the Xeno's head to make sure. That got me a happy smile and the good boy nod from Kasha, and then we went back to the slaughter. In the end, everyone took a few cuts, bruises, and scratches. I was bleeding a little from a lucky shot one of the Kabbalites made at me that got through my armor. Still, we were intact, and everyone else was dead. All right, Celeste said. We're going to have to go room to room for STR. The doors to the palace burst open, and the beautiful sight of Argenta, the others, and an entire battalion of guardsmen came into the room. Celeste burst into a big smile and waved from the balcony. Hey guys! Do I have a new ship? She said. Sadly no. Heinrich said. When we just managed deactivated the machinery projecting the shield, it seems a self-destruct signal was sent, we were just able to clear the area. I'm sorry to say but your Grand Plaza has become a slightly irradiated crater. Everyone's okay though? Celeste asked. We were able to get clear, and there were no casualties. Pascal said. Celeste nodded, and then shrugged. Mirazai must have triggered it when he ran. Did anyone manage to catch him? To our shame, the Xenos had one more ship nearby using cloaking technology to hide itself. By the time we realized he was fleeing, he was aboard the ship. We're hoping that the armadas can find it, but it seems to have been designed for eluding pursuit. Argenta said. But, you were successful in retaking the palace, it seems. Yes. We'll need extra servitors to help remove all the Xenos bodies from my throne room. She grinned and then went serious. Alright, we're going to search this entire place. Be wary if there's any stragglers, and I want everyone with medkits so they can help any survivors. Also, try to catalog any bodies you find. We may be needing to rewrite whole family charters. Your Grace. I said. You should tell people to be careful moving bodies. What? Why? Celeste said. It's a nasty trick, I remember from a story. An army would hide primed grenades or mines under bodies in an outpost they raided. That way, when people came to reclaim the outpost and moved the bodies. I trailed off. Good point. Celeste said. Alright, so does anyone have experience with drukari mines or traps? Jay raised her hand. I know their tricks, Shireen. Good. You're in charge then. Find at least one more person alive, Jay, and I'll buy you a planet. Celeste said. I have a massive headache, and I need to rest for a moment. See that it is done. Abelard was then at Celeste's side, helping her to the nearest intact couch. I was assigned to helping the search, and cataloguing the dead nobles. To my extreme happiness, Asatarsha and Vicent were not among the dead. They were safely in another spire, still working on their project, and exploring how adherents of the Omnissiah could make out with their fiancés. Urbend and some of the elite drive stems had survived by going into Urbend's private panic room. Sourback had lost a lot, but Regina and the elite of her family had escaped using servants' passages, and hid in the tunnels beneath the palace. Fitting for a rat like her, I supposed. Gaprik had actually mounted a small defense, and barricaded themselves in a room. The drukari probably would have gotten to them eventually, if they weren't so angry with each other. The real secret of the Gaprik defense was found when Jay and I managed to get them to take down their barricade, and I saw who was among them. Tabitha Lloyd. I smiled at the officio assassin. Is it true? The rogue traitor forced the Xeno leader to flee in terror. The girl said, her dicta servo skull typing away. New nobles needed to fulfill spaces left after massacre? Was this all an elaborate way to purge the families to enable ascension of new blood sympathetic to Celeste von Valancius' radical ideas? Can someone please take this girl away? I said loudly. She's clearly in shock and needs medical treatment. As she was led away, Tabitha gave me a wink. She was going to be a lot of trouble further down the road. I just knew it. However, Tabitha was not wrong, whole minor houses, and entire wings of families had been just erased. There would have to be new nobility elevated to ranks of the Spire elite. If Celeste was actually a plotter and manipulator, she could stack the deck with other people of similar iconoclast leanings. At the very least, hand the Worsrian family a lot more power as they stepped up to fulfill roles temporarily left vacant by the massacre. If Celeste didn't have that idea, Abelard certainly would. We found Achilles Scalander exactly how Mirazai wanted us to find him, being lightly tortured by a straggler drukari who was too high on his suffering to realize that 5 people with guns had entered the room. The Xenos was dispatched, and the man was rescued showing signs of several cuts and injuries showing that he was tortured just the same as everyone else. Heinrichs and him spoke, and Achilles said that he had destroyed all of the Inquisition's notes on their raids that he had, just in time before they got to him. It was all very believable. Medici took him away, and I walked up next to Heinrichs. I think there's another bomb. I said quietly. Heinrichs looked at me with a raised eyebrow. You didn't hear it, but Celeste Xeno said something curious. I think Achilles may have a secret even he doesn't know. He's your agent, so it's your call, but I've seen stories like this, and I think the bomb in question is leaving this room and still set to go off. I said to him out of earshot of the others. Heinrichs just nodded. Later. He said. Later turned out to be later that evening. Celeste, Heinrichs, Yerliet, Edira, and me all in a room, looking at Achilles sitting in a chair. Interrogator, what is this all about? He said, looking a combination of offended and afraid. You said something weird when we found you. I said. You said you were able to hide the fact that you couldn't understand the drukari when they tortured you. I would believe that, but there's one problem, the drukari could speak human. At least one of them. As an Inquisition member, you're good, but no one's perfect. Especially when being tortured. Your body responds before your skills kick in. Just for a brief moment, but muscles tense, eyes twitch, and joints clench. He knew. Also, there's the story of your tortures. You were cut up, and put back together, which is not uncommon. However, it's too neat. There's no creativity. No sadism. They knew you could understand what they were doing to you, and they didn't make that a game for them to enjoy? Doesn't make sense in a droogery story. It only makes sense if you were cut apart, and then put back together with a purpose. What is this man going on about? He's the storyteller. Van Calux, if I am not returned to my post, Inquisitor Calcazar will absolutely hear about this. Achilles said. This was followed by one of his usual coughing fits. His words do, however, have a certain logic to them. Heinrich said. Your debriefing report was very light. It just states how they tortured you and how you successfully destroyed your data on their raids. There's no follow-up, no due diligence on what to do if they obtained them anyway, no contingencies for most case scenarios. It is unlike you, Agent. Forgive me for being less than complete after I had my face removed and stitched back together. He snapped. I can see it now. Yerliet said. It just poked its head out of its hiding place. Edira nodded. Yes. I hear it too, he begged and pleaded before they forced him to agree. Then they hid it from the rest of him so we wouldn't find it. My turn, then. Celeste said. She held out her hand towards Achilles, slowly stretching it out until the very tip of her furthest outstretched finger lightly touched Achilles on the forehead. The man seized back, every vein in his body popping out in clear view, his eyes wide with fear and pain, and then he collapsed in on himself, and sat there, dull and unmoving. Who are you? Celeste said. Achilles Scalander. He said quietly, no emotion in his voice. Who is your master? Celeste said. Once Lord Inquisitor Xavier Calcazar. Now, Mirazaizer Race, Dragon of the Reaving Tempest. Achilles said. Why change allegiances? Celeste asked. He broke me. They hurt me, in my flesh, in my mind. Forced me to tell them how I knew where the Reaving Tempest and other cabals were going to raid. Achilles said. I could only tell them that I was getting my information from Lord Calcazar. He's not so foolish as to share his sources with me. Do you know where Calcazar is getting his information? Celeste said, looking at an equally concerned Heinrichs. No. I have suspicions, but he is a High Lord Inquisitor, it is his purpose to gain information. Achilles said. What is Mirezai having you do? Celeste asked. I'm to find Inquisitor Calcazar's informants and tell Master Izer Race. I'm also to serve as bait for Yerliet Lenovis. Achilles said. For me? Why? Yerliet said. The rogue traitor Celeste von Valancius is also someone who may know who has been betraying the droogery. Also, she has angered Master Izer Race. He wishes to bring her before the Archon. More than that I do not know. Achilles said. He believes that when Lenovis discovers I am his pawn, she will lead both herself and von Valancius into his grasp. How, I was not told. Just that I am to ensure Lenovis finds the transmitter inserted into my left thigh. Celeste was starting to sweat and breathe heavily. Heinrichs waved his hand and Celeste lowered her hand. Achilles collapsed in his chair, unconscious. The interrogator went up to his fellow agent, and with the temperature of the room lowering slightly, inserted his hand into Achilles' leg like it was water. He pulled it out, holding a surprisingly large looking droogery device. It was attached to an artery. Heinrich said. The only way to remove this, without biomancy, would be to kill him. That is designed for long-range communication between droogery. Yerliet said. It would have been giving him further orders. Can you use it to talk to Mirezai? Celeste said. Yes. Presumably that is how he would lure me into his trap, lure us. Yerliet said. We should destroy it. Wait. Celeste said. He doesn't know we found that, right? No. Yerliet said. Not yet. Can you make it look like it's still attached to Scalander? Celeste said. It's possible. Heinrich said. You want to set another trap for him? Sort of. Celeste said. I have an idea, it's very crazy, but I think we can pull it off. I'll need some time to get stuff ready, and get everyone on board. Keep that on standby, so Yerliet can use it later. Of course, Your Grace. Henrik said. You already suspected Achilles, didn't you? Celeste said to Yerliet. It is as the Kraden said, there were irregularities to his statements. I assumed them first to be the result of torture but, yes, I would have eventually looked into my doubts. Yerliet said. And not tell us, or me. Celeste said. Yerliet looked away, and I swear I saw a little red on her face. I oft forget your temperament Elatach. I am used to working alone. Well, you're not anymore. Celeste said. All right, Idria, thank you for helping. Echo, good catch. Everyone, this stays between us. Okay, get Achilles some help, and let's go. All right, I had done everything I could to stop Act 3 from happening. What was happening now was something I had no idea what was going to be, but as they say, you can change the direction of the river of fate as much as you can, but it will still flow towards the ocean. We were going to be stuck on Dargonis again for a while. However, the mood was very positive, everyone was very impressed with Celeste's ability to turn a trap set by the enemies of humanity in on themselves. True, it had been Winterscale's forces, but it had been Celeste's plan. As a result, her fame was now even higher than it had been before. Also, now that she had reconnected all the war brutes in the von Valancius dynasty, and solved all the problems, she was due to finally be publicly recognized as the true heir to Theodora von Valancius and the von Valancius dynasty, and not just the current person sitting on the throne. That meant, the planet was preparing for the Magni Accessio, which was the super big party that everyone had been preparing for since we had first arrived on this rock. It was where Celeste was acknowledged not just in the eyes of her people, but in the eyes of the Emperor as well. Everyone was looking forward to the occasion. First, however, the Grand Plaza had to be rebuilt, and even with an endless supply of slave labor and resources, it would take a while. Which was absolutely fine by me. I was done with playing isekai games, and happy to go back to dictating in my Dargonis apartments. Celeste was busy with the Accessio and whatever else she was preparing. Echo of Sha'era was satisfied with what I had been doing, and was glad to get some serious days of transcribing down. No one else seemed to want me to entertain them, so the week passed without me seeing anyone other than the servants who brought me food, and changed my sheets. A few days in, I was working into the evening as usual and someone knocked on my door, and didn't instantly come in. I stopped dictating and went and opened the door. It was Argenta, dressed in her nun's habit, and alive with energy. You must come. They're playing her speech again soon. She grabbed my arm, and pulled me out onto the city. You told me, oh I have so many thoughts. She said as we walked across the bridges of the spires. Once you told me that we could kill many heretics by making them never exist to begin with. You have slaughtered more than I ever could have. When you saw Sha'era's name you said that its story was a blade you could not wield yourself. I didn't understand, but now I do. We have done such wonder and impossibility. The Emperor himself gave me a vision and said. She took a breath. I must start from the beginning. You are aware of the Magni Accessio for Celeste? Yes. Is it happening? Have they fixed the plaza? I asked. Yes, it was repaired 2 days ago and the Accessio is to happen tomorrow. Argenta said. You will be expected to appear and perform. Of course. I said. But, Celeste wanted, on the day of, she will be distributing food and fuel cells to the entire populace. That's her all over, but before that she, was inspired by Sha'era. She attempted to do what she did. Just a little. Argenta said. So, in the weeks before, Celeste announced that there would be a day of service before the Accessio. Just as Sha'era did, on her planet. A day of service. I said. Well, she couldn't call it a day of kindness, like in your story. They'd have called her mad. Argenta laughed. All while the rubble is being cleared, she passes the idea around using words you gave her. 1 day of community service, 1 day of helping others, 1 day of reaching out to your fellow man. Nobles to the underhive. A whole hive planet? No, impossible. I said. So, it's today then? No. It was yesterday. Argenta said. We had stopped at a point where you could see the lights of the rebuilt plaza, and all the lights of the hive beneath it. Beautiful if you didn't know anything else about it. And yes, not everyone did it, and some kindnesses were exploited. Just as you said, an entire planet cannot be turned in a single day. However, I could feel it. The warp had shifted on Dargonis for just the barest moment, for just the slightest fraction. Hearts that would have been lost have been saved, and people awake thinking that the Emperor is with them. It is proof that Sha'era's dream can be made real, and that the archenemy can one day be truly destroyed. And it was all thanks to you. I shook my head. This idea was all Celeste. And I'm sure all the people who helped put her day of service, together. I'm just a storyteller. Celeste was the only one with the power and the ability to make this happen. Yes. Argenta said. But you placed this dream in her heart. You crafted this amazing blade for her. She'd just be another odd rogue traitor, and the galaxy is filled with them. They act strangely for a while, spread some food around, and then die and are replaced by someone new who most likely undoes everything they've done before them. You've allowed her to do something that lasts. Listen. I took a moment to hear what was being announced over the vox that were broadcasting over the city. It was Celeste's voice, and my, or should I say Cervantes' words. I have lived many years, and I have seen life as it is. Pain, misery, hunger. Cruelty beyond belief. I have heard the singing from taverns and the moans from bundles of filth on the streets. I have been a soldier and seen my comrades fall in battle. Or die more slowly under the lash. I have held them in my arms at the final moment. These were humans who saw life as it is, yet they died despairing. No glory, no gallant last words. Only their eyes filled with confusion, whimpering the question, why? I do not think they asked why they were dying, but why they had lived. When life itself seems lunatic, who knows where madness lies? Perhaps to be too practical is madness. To surrender dreams, this may be madness. To seek treasure where there is only trash. Too much sanity may be madness, and maddest of all, to see life as it is, and not as it should be. Celeste's voice echoed over the endless hive, and I felt it just as Argenta did. That feeling when humanity looks up from the gutter they're living in, and then decides to not only get themselves out of the muck, but also help the person they've been drowning next to. If for just for a moment. This is very dangerous. I said. Hope is a thing that belongs to the archenemy. It was stolen by the archenemy. Argenta said. It can be taken back. Which is why, he gave me a vision. She turned me around so that I was looking directly at her. Argenta's a little shorter than me, so she was looking up into my face, her hands on both sides of my bald head. It does not seem like my hair's ever going to be growing back after the fire. And she looked at me very seriously. In my vision, I am standing on a planet that has been born again. I am taking up my namesake's duty, protecting this new planet and the people coming to settle it. It will become the start of something new, good, and galaxy-shaking. I am doing it with the other person who is following in his namesake's vision. She took a deep breath. This person is my partner. We are joined in this quest, and we are joined in union. Do you wish to join with me in this vision? Are you? I blinked, and my hands went up to touch Argenta's. Are you asking me to marry you? She smiled and nodded. Yes. 1,000 times yes. I said, taking her hands in mine. Are you sure? Does this mean you are leaving the sororitas? I have so many questions. Are you so? And I stopped saying things at that moment because Argenta was kissing me. Argenta is a very good kisser. When she stopped, she stood back and smirked at my dumbfounded face. I just stared at her. Of course, she said, primly. Making it official will have to wait until after the expedition. The what? I asked. Celeste will tell you. Argenta said. Come, she has something she wants to say to you. We went to the palace, into Celeste's private offices, and I saw that the whole retinue was there. They had been discussing something, and there were data slates, and tactical maps, and everything you needed to plan a whole campaign. Celeste looked up at me and Argenta with glee. Well? She asked, excited. We both nodded. Everyone cheered. Well, Jay and Celeste cheered, everyone else was quietly happy for the both of us. Abelard gave me a good boy nod that actually implied I was equal to human beings. So? Jay said. Did you do anything to celebrate? We kissed. I said, and Argenta blushed deeply. Ha. Celeste said. You now owe me a planet hatery. Jay waved the rogue trader off. Your best day in the galaxy just got started, Maharaj. Not that it's going to be topped, but... She nodded a piece of paper on Celeste's desk. I looked at it and Celeste motioned for me to pick it up. Let it be known that the individual known as Echo of Sha'ira is now officially recognized as a citizen of the von Valancius dynasty, and first of his name of the House Sha'ira. He may own property, earn rank, and be worthy of all the fortune and glory afforded to one blessed by the Emperor. It went on further, but I put the paper down. I don't, this doesn't. You're not a noble with that. Celeste said. You're more at equal with the Worsrians, but once you find Sha'ira, well, I guess even the drive stem started with a tent on an empty planet. This is, why? I asked. Well, Abelard said I needed to do that so I could do this next part. After all, it wouldn't look good if a footfall beggar became my spy master. Would it? Celeste said. What? I said, my jaw dropping. You want me to, why? Well, why, in general, because I actually do need one, especially since I'm going to be gone for a while. Celeste said. Abelard will need someone he trusts to help run things, and he does trust you. As for why you in particular, you're smart, you have perfect memory, all those stories in your head give you a rather astute insight, you're good at guessing how people are going to react, I like your way of seeing things, and you are devout enough that a sister of battle wants to marry you. That's a pretty good resume. I have no idea how to be a spy master. I said. I was making it up as I went along when I was your storyteller. Well, the last spy master this dynasty had turned heretic, and tried to lead a coup against the rogue traitor. Edaira said. I think that's not that low of a bar to clear. No tales of cunning or deception in that mind of yours? Jay asked. I guess. I shrugged. All right, I guess I can't really say no. But I have a condition. Okay, what? Celeste asked. If I screw up and bring the von Valancius dynasty to ruin? I want to choose how I'm executed. I said. I want to be killed by poisoned lipstick administered by a kiss from Argenta. Celeste, Edaira, and Jay laughed, and I could see Abelard, Kasha, and Heinrich suppressing chuckles. You got it. Let it be known, that is how my Master of Stories shall be executed. Celeste said. Master of Stories? I asked. Yeah, I don't like Master of Whispers for you, and the title has a bad history. Celeste said. I get to decide people's titles, so yours is Master of Stories. Also, just because you have a few new assignments, doesn't mean you won't be giving performances anymore. That's still your job too. So, everyone will think I'm still just your Grace's storyteller. I said. We won't announce your new role, nor should you. Abelard said. However, things have a way of getting out on their own. Eventually, people who need to know will learn. All right. I said. Did the former spy master have quarters on Calamity's Fortune or Dargonus? Yes to both. Heinrich said. They've been searched for further heresy and then sealed. I think I'd like them unsealed so I can search them. Also, I have a tech priest friend in mind that I'd like to join me. Autolas 9, if my predecessor had any data hidden, she can find it, safely. I said. Good place to start. You can do it after the Magni Accessio tomorrow. Celeste said. Tonight, I'd like to get you acquainted with what I'm going to be doing a little after that. What? I asked, but I had a very sinking feeling that I knew exactly what, because I was recognizing what some of these maps looked like, and how the architecture they were depicting was very pointy and had lots of spires. I'm going to be raiding Komaruk. Celeste said. We have a way in, and we have a way out. In theory. Heinrich said, looking at Yerliet. We're going to go in, get as many prisoners as we can get our hands on, do whatever damage we can, and get everyone out. Celeste said. We're going to send a message to the Drukery that they're not as invincible as they think they are, and that the von Valancius dynasty is not going to tolerate them treating the Coronis Expanse as their personal punching bag. Your Grace, can I say my first piece of advice as your new master of stories? I said. Go ahead. Celeste said. This is a really bad idea. I said. I think I'd even call it stupid. Already he's better at the job than Kunrad. Edyra snarked. The mood from the retinue was that I had said something that everyone else had already repeated. Noted. Celeste said with a tone that clearly indicated that she was going ahead with this anyway. I looked at Yerliet. If the boss wasn't going to budge, I'd have to try the boss girlfriend. Are you in agreement with this plan too? It is, very foolhardy. Yerliet nodded. There is much that can go wrong, and the number of times people have escaped from the Dark City are in the single digits and relied more on dumb luck, and the internal politics of the Drukery. However, as a follower of the Path of the Outcast, I have the knowledge on how to activate and operate webway gates on my own. There are several in Komaruk, and I will be able to find one that opens back to real space. The idea that we might be able to find prisoners and rescue them is a feat that makes one feel that one should attempt foolhardy things. She nodded. Also, I believe in the Alataj. Great, so the elf's not giving up the hope that her human girlfriend will find and save some of her people. Congratulations, Echo, you didn't stop Act 3, you just reversed who the person dragging everyone into the Dark City was. The pluses were that Abelard, Kasha, and Edyra weren't going. Pascal was on the fence about it. The idea of obtaining or studying Drukery technology was anathema to a follower of the Omnissiah, but he was very keen on breaking that technology. He had gotten a taste of dismantling Drukery tech in his adventure on the ship, and found it was an act pleasing to the Omnissiah. Doing that kind of damage to the entire city of Komaruk, well, how does one say Diasvold in Bin Eric? Still, it wasn't exactly something he was as eager about as say Argenta or Heinrichs were. It was looking like he'd be cogitating about it until the time they sprung Mirazai's trap. Argenta was, of course, fully on board with the plan. This was the holy crusade of the Emperor brought to the Xeno's doorstep. Saving his chosen, and bringing down his wrath. How could she not go? Jay was going because she was seeing all the possibility of profit. Drukery plunder on a massive scale, and the tiny chance that she might get some insight into webway technology. It was worth the, admittedly large, gamble. Also, if she actually managed to not only escape from Komaruk, but rescue people too? A reputation like that was worth more than fortunes to someone who lived in Jay's world. Heinrichs was clearly going because he was Sherlock Holmes, and Celeste was his Irene Adler. He was pretty certain that if he didn't go, Celeste was going to get herself killed. It was also a chance to get information on Komaruk that the Inquisition would sacrifice planets for. At least, that's how they were talking themselves into going along with Celeste. All of them, including Argenta, were pretty sure that allowing the Drukery to take a person into the Dark City was a very good way to get that person dead. Still, Celeste could not be convinced otherwise, and she was intent on doing this. To be fair, she wasn't being stupid about this. She had gathered every scrap of information she could find about Komaruk, the few tales of people who did manage to escape, and everything about Drukery that wasn't just Imperial propaganda. I was pretty sure some of this intelligence was Inquisition-level information that not even a rogue trader would be allowed to have. Thank you, Heinrichs. There were also reports on how to deal with Drukery hallucinogenics and poisons, the best way to counter Drukery weaponry, and some very rare journals about how a human could survive on what the Drukery considered food. Abelard was very glad that I was on Team Bad Idea and was a bit less constrained than he was at saying it. Of course, we were playing a losing game. Celeste actually liked our doomsaying, as it allowed her and Yerliet to come up with solutions to all the various nightmare scenarios that I said. I gave up trying to be subtle, and started listing all the things that happened to the player in the game in Act 3. How the Drukery were going to drug, mind rape, and then mutilate Celeste, finally leaving her in a pile of discarded corpses. How the only surviving humans were people who betrayed others to the arena. That everyone who went would likely get experimented on and, at best, have to barter to get parts of their bodies returned to them. Celeste and Yerliet just took my advice under advisement. I gave up. I had tried. The river was going to the ocean. Hopefully, Celeste still had main character plot armor on her, and she would survive along with everyone else. If they rescued Ulfar, that'd be cool too. We'd need the Space Marine for Euphrates too later, anyway. The meeting broke up, and we split up to get ready for the party. Argenta followed me, and held my hand. I still couldn't really get over the idea that she wanted to marry me. So, this will be your last action as a Sororitas then. I said. I didn't try to waste my breath talking her out of going. No. In my vision I was still serving as a sister, just as Saint Argenta did. She smiled at me. The Orders Pronatus do not forbid relationships, however, there are rules. She said. Our union will be as two souls, two minds, and two spirits, existing together in one common purpose and journey. Our union will not be one where. She paused. Our marriage will be a chaste one. Until the Emperor gives us his blessing, we can live together, but that is all. Do you understand me? She said, sounding deathly serious. If I wanted something like that, I said. I could have gone to any of Jay Hatery's parties. I want to open my eyes, when I wake, and see the face of someone who shares in me, the dream I have for the galaxy. I want to learn how to cook mushrooms exactly how you like them, and then find a new way to do it, in order to see your joy when I get it right. When I pray with you, I feel closer to the Emperor than I ever have when I open my heart to him alone. I want the loud moments, when we're in combat together, and I want the quiet moments when we're in separate chairs reading in the same room. If I have to give up that for all of the other wonderful things that make up being with you, then I do understand, and I'm fine with it. Argenta kissed me again, and she told me what her last name was. She asked me to keep it private between the two of us, so I'm continuing to do so. The Magni Accessio was absolutely insane. I thought the crowds at Celeste's arrival at Dargonis were big. I had no idea. Streets for miles around were absolutely packed with people. Partially it was so everyone could collect their package of actual food and fuel cells. Celeste had huge depots distributing them across the planet. The PDF and Arbits were working like crazy to keep everyone in order. Add to this the day of service, and her defeat of the Drukari, and saving both Janus and Kieva Gamma, it was no surprise the common person was in awe of her. People made statues out of scrap of Celeste in her seizing the cosmos pose and started praying to them. I stood at the edge of the Grand Plaza, that looked down to the rest of the hive, and I could hear the chanting of Celeste's name. This is the kind of thing that makes my superiors nervous. Heinrich said, moving next to me with a drink. It's one thing for a rogue trader to be well considered by their populace. It's another when the citizens start worshipping them instead of the Emperor. All you have to do is say it, and Celeste herself will tear down every statue. She knows the Emperor is the only one that's worthy of true praise. I said. That usually only makes it worse. Heinrich said. It's terrifying what the kind can do when given power. He took a drink. So, I've seen all the requests you've given my office and aides. Normally the spymasters I deal with are much more subtle in how they try and extract information from the Inquisition. Most spymasters who try often get subtly shot by the Inquisition too. I said. I'd like to find out where our boundaries are now, so that we don't have to dance around each other later. There will be plenty of time later to hide secrets from each other, and play I know, you know, and other games. I have to pick up Kunrad's pieces, and put something together. I'm not so foolish to think the Inquisition is my friend, or ally. However, we share the same goal, you protect the Imperium, and I protect the dynasty. I'm sure you already know about my plans. The orphanages and the Servants' Guild. Heinrich said. Yes. Very basic, but on a scale that is impressive. If it works, well, as I said, nothing's so terrifying when the kind are given power. He walked away. I wandered over to the Worsrians, hoping to see some slightly friendly faces. They were all celebrating Astarsha and Vicent's engagement. The Void Beacons had been a smashing success. They announced their intent to marry earlier that day, and Celeste had just given it her blessing, and everyone was in high spirits. I bowed to Abelard, who was standing beside Clementia, who was giving marching orders to the family. Abelard actually bowed slightly to me. Master of Stories. He said. I couldn't help but chuckle a little. Excuse me, Seneschal. I said. To have you bow to me, after all that's come before, it is a tad surreal. It is a strange story. He said. Still, it has not come to one who was unworthy. That is very kind for you to say. I said. Chancellor, I just heard about Astarsha and Vicent, my very best congratulations to your family. Please send the happy couple my best. Thank you, Master of Stories. Clementia said. I am glad to see you've taken my advice and started to use some of that power you've gained already. Still, I warn you again, now that you're on the game board moving your pieces, be aware that people will move against you and your pieces, even on your side of the board. Thank you for the sound advice. I said. I chatted with the Worsrians for a bit, and then I made my way inside the palace. Celeste was talking to a barrel-chested man who was handing her a Drukari rifle, and laughing very loudly. Coligo's Winterscale in the flesh. His current retinue were a few of his personal guard, his archmilitant, and a SSLYTH. The archmilitant I knew was the priest of Kern who was corrupting Coligos. I was tempted to expose him here and now. Echo of Sha'era had more than enough power at the moment, we could force him into his daemon form. There were more than enough guards, and Celeste and Coligos were both capable of taking him out on their own. However, if Coligos was cured now, that might change how Euphrates II would play out, and it definitely changed Quetzal Temur. Euphrates II needed to play out a specific way or Celeste wouldn't meet the Hanyaman family member that was so vital to endgame. As for Quetzal Temur, the Ildari there couldn't be saved if Yurliet and Celeste didn't find them. Also, the planet going along as it did in the game was vital for their romance to continue, so who was I to stand in the way of forbidden Xeno love? Of course, you were talking to a guy who's never romanced anyone in Mass Effect except Talai, Gares, and Lyra. I got Celeste's attraction, I just didn't understand how she could talk to Yurliet for more than 2 minutes without feeling the urge to punch her. So, unfortunately, Coligos couldn't be saved just yet. I did want to see if I couldn't meddle a bit later in his story though. The entertainment was a little lacking, I had to say. The better musicians and jugglers were outside on the plaza showing off to the masses of nobles gathered there. Here, among the elite of the elite, there were only 4 mediocre musicians. I knew who, or more accurately what, they were. Mistresses and lovers, desperate to stay relevant. It was the sweet life, being plucked from the hive to be among the spires because some noble thought you looked cute. If you were stupid, you indulged in comfort until your sugar daddy or mommy got sick of you and dumped you back into the hive, usually the worse off. The smarter ones, well, they did what I did. Learn stories, learn music, be entertaining. That way, your patron would keep you around for a while, until your novelty wore off, then it was back to the hive. If you were that clever to stick around, you were usually clever enough to make it so you had a severance package with you when you landed. The really smart ones, along with learning skills, made connections and played the noble court game. They found themselves, once their service was no longer needed, being picked up to serve as private maids, or personal scribes for nobles. Again, being literate was a huge advantage. These four looked like they had been trying to be the third there, but hadn't had much luck. Still, they were playing music at the most elite event on the planet, had to respect the skill to swing that. They were punching a bit above their weight class right now, and were slowly realizing that. Well, maybe Echo of Shira, and I, could help a little with that. I was supposed to show off after all. I felt Echo of Shira touch the four lover musicians, and get them ready for their next performance. I walked over to the grand piano along the side, in its own special alcove, and then I paused and realized that there was someone hiding beneath the piano. Someone I knew. What are you doing here? I asked the little footfall girl as I pulled her up, and off to the side out of sight of everyone else. She just stared up at me. How did you get off the ship? Did you hide in a shuttle? I asked. She nodded. You wanted to see the party, didn't you? I said. She nodded. No one's noticed you or thrown you out, I said. She shook her head. All right, here. I grabbed a tray of tiny savories out of a butler servitor's claws, and gave it to the girl. Stay here, and hold this up to anyone who notices you. Don't eat any of them until we go back home. Got it? She nodded. Good. I'm not going to punish you. I'm going to tell Argenta about this and she'll be the one who decides what happens to you, I said. Her eyes went wide with fear. Yeah, start with praying, kiddo. He's the only one who can tell her to give you mercy, I said. I steered the girl into a corner that was out of the way. Stay here. Move and I'll make you listen while I transcribe something like the Eye of Argon. I have to put on a show. My fellow musicians had taken their places, and I stood next to the piano, and caught Celeste's eye. I nodded at her and she grinned. She went up to her throne and stood in front of it. Lords, ladies, and honored rogue traders. I present, for tonight's entertainment, Echo of Shira. She pointed at me. I bowed, sat down at the piano and started to play. I then decided to stay with the killers for a bit, and moved into Mr. Brightside. Then I slowed the tempo, and did some Billy Joel for a bit. Dargona's state of mind seemed to please everyone. It was just so nice to have other people playing along with me. Echo of Shira was hungry for good harmonies, and were using up all the power they should have been saving for chaos assassination attempts on enhancing the skills of these people jamming with me. Of course, that was what I had programmed it to be like. Help the person in front of you, and worry about things that could happen tomorrow when they happened the next day. Maybe not the fully wisest way to live in 40K, but I could go to sleep tonight knowing that these four people, who I would never know, would have another month or two of comfort among the spires. I hope they make the most of it. I finished the set, and bowed to applause. I then excused myself to go collect a drink. I found the servitor holding the water pitcher, and poured myself a glass. I turned around to look into the furious face of a pale-faced woman with red hair styled into an impressive-looking bouffant. Oh dear, this was Incendia Bastal Corda, the head of the third rogue trader dynasty in the Croronis Expanse. She was a hardliner of the Imperial Truth, and she was looking at me with a level of rage people like her saved for heretics. You are Echo of Shira, she said to me. I bowed. Yes, your ladyship. How may I be of your service? I hereby indict you as a heretic, blasphemer, and spreader of dissent and treason. Your sentence is immediate death. She raised her hand, and I saw that one of her rings was a digital weapon that would superheat the insides of my skull to liquid in a matter of seconds. Every guard in the room pointed their weapons at Incendia, and Celeste reached out with her hand and a snarl on her face. I knew that Incendia had tried this routine on Celeste earlier, and she had laughed it off. However, threaten one of Celeste's own? Incendia's hand involuntarily twitched in a painful-looking way. Incendia's aide ran up behind her and said, maybe a bit too loudly, my lady, again, we are on von Valancius territory and this is a member of the von Valancius household. It is not within our power to enforce the imperial truth as you see fit here. Incendia lowered her hand and scowled at me and turned to leave. I really should have just let it go at that, but I was not going to let this woman get away with threatening people twice at Celeste's party. My lady Corda, I said. I apologize for any insult I may have done. As a way of repayment, I have a story just for you. Incendia paused and looked at me with a combination of curiosity and derision. Once upon a time there was a little girl, who had a wicked stepmother. The wicked stepmother put the little girl in a cold dark place. It was so cold, that the little girl could do nothing but shiver and freeze. She felt the cold ice creep into her veins, reaching up, and up, with spiky spindly fingers of frost, right up to where it touched the little girl's heart and she could feel her body get slower and slower as the cold slowly worked its way into her s. Stop! Incendia shouted, a look of rage and terror on her face. Then she shot Celeste a look of death, and stormed out of the throne room. There was a pause, and then everyone broke into the hubbub of gossip and scandal. I sipped my water. Celeste and Caligos came over to me. Are you all right, Echo? Celeste said. Yes. I'm fine. Thank you, Your Grace. I said. I'm sorry about that, I lost my temper a bit. Ha. Caligo said. Trust me when I say that the bitch deserved far worse. She's wound tighter than a tech priest's knee joint spring. Your Lordship. I bowed. I have that poem for you, as you requested. Excellent. Caligo said. First, tell me how you knew Incendia had been placed in cryovats as a child by her predecessor Espis. From a skill check in the game. I thought. Her eyes. When the Lord Captain, or your Lordship speak, smile, frown, or do anything your eyes wrinkle and shift. Hers stayed frozen and still all the time. You only see that from cryo exposure. I said. I've heard rumors about Espis Corda, and I made a guess from that. Damn good guess. Caligo said, grinning. So good to see someone wipe that smug holier-than-thou look off her face. Alright, so, let's hear that poem. I think I remember you betting both your arms on me liking it. Of course your Lordship. I said. I was really hoping that was just him joking and not leaning into Kern-based bloodlust. This poem has lots of strange words, because as we all know, all words are made up. I'm happy to explain afterwards what all the words mean. Then I went into a slightly modified version of the Jabberwock. Starring Caligo's Winter Scale. Carol might have disapproved, but the man had a sword on him that very moment. I got a light scattering of applause afterwards, from other nearby nobles, and Caligos had a big smile on his face. Well said. He said. Keep your arms, just one question, what's a Vorpal sword? It is an ancient blade, said to be forged by the Emperor himself. Its blade glows crimson, and it is said that to be struck by this blade is decapitation, every time. Ah. Now that is the kind of poetry I like. Head piling up is so high that they might make a throne of them. Von Valancius, is your storyteller for sale? I'll offer you a very good deal for him. Caligo said. Celeste laughed. My master of stories cost me a very dear amount to buy him in the first place. You'll have to at least double his value if I'm ever to consider it. Caligos walked away laughing, and went to go back to chat among his own retinue. At least one of your rivals likes me. I said. Any idea why Incendia went like that? I can guess. Celeste said. Just like how Caligos said your works were getting smuggled into his realm, the same must be happening with Corda's. Let's not skirt around the fact, some of your works go right up to the line when it comes to disputing the imperial truth. To a person like Incendia, that might as well be blasphemy. Well, if you want, I can send her a proper apology. I said. Do you want me to recite some more, or do some more music? I think we're fine. Celeste said. Argenta said she wanted to tell you something in private. I think I saw her outside leading a group prayer. Go find her. Yes, Your Grace. I said, and left the throne room. I was heading for the main door of the palace, when Heinrich stopped me. There's someone who'd like to speak with you. He said, looking very serious. Just for a moment. Come. I was led down a wing, into a small office, which behind a desk, sat a man in black power armor, wearing a very distinctive rosette. I suddenly felt a wave of nausea, and I realized I was in far more danger now than when Incendia had a digital weapon inches away from my face. High Lord Inquisitor Xavier Calcazar motioned for me to take a seat. Echo of Shira, so we meet. I have several questions for you, and you will answer them. My first reaction was to grab a nearby vase and vomit into it. A good start. 10th story. Inquisitor Calcazar was going over my personal history, in detail. He knew Footfall's actual name, for reasons that will make sense later, I'm leaving that out, and every action that I had taken since KYRX Neb had taken me onto Calamity's fortune. I was sitting there, holding the vase in my lap, trying desperately not to go into dry heaves for the third time. It took me a little bit to remember, but I realized that the overpowering nausea wasn't just nerves and terror. Calcazar was a pariah. A blank. Unlike Shafas Kane's gunner Jurgen, he didn't just have a foul smell hanging around him. It explained how neither Heinrichs or Calcazar found my reaction to his presence surprising. Then I realized another thing. Echo of Shira was gone. I couldn't feel their presence at all. No stories but the ones I could remember. No perfect recall. No protection against warp energies. Nada. I was just a regular human now. My only thought was a familiar one, oh, I am so frocked. So, Calcazar finished my history. Tell me, Echo of Shira, what do you plan to do with your new power? I swallowed, still trying to not be sick. Serve the von Valancius dynasty and uphold the vision of Lord Captain Celeste von Valancius. Heinrichs nodded. I finally realized he had his hand on my shoulder, and I could feel the tingle of biomancy. He was reading my pulse, nervous system, and other biometrics to see if I was lying or not. Great. I'd be fine with it, if he had some Pepto-Bismol. I see, and if you received word that Celeste von Valancius has been declared an insurgent to the will of Holy Terra, to whom would you stay loyal? Calcazar said. I would beg Celeste to see reason and appease Holy Terra. I said. The Emperor's word is the truth. Heinrichs nodded. I see. Calcazar said. Your works have been very popular. Very varied. Very ancient. Such knowledge of Holy Terra's past can be considered to be very dangerous. So far, your works have not been outright objectionable. However, you seem to be very unafraid to get close to a line you should not cross. All my work is reviewed by my superiors before it is released for public reading. I said. I have never objected to a redaction or censoring. I know that ideas are very dangerous. Perhaps the most dangerous thing of all. Kalkazar said. You take pride in increasing literacy rates among the von Valancius dynasty, correct? Do you feel it is wise, having so many people able to comprehend such risky ideas? Literacy is one of the best ways for a person to rise from squalor to an acceptable life. I said. Yes, your lordship, I'm proud of that. So you believe a person can rise above their given station? Kalkazar said. An interesting philosophy. Again, not heretical, just approaching the line of dangerous thinking. He paused, looking at my pale face, drool dripping down my chin. My mouth was making a massive amount of saliva, so I knew I'd be puking again very soon. When I say the word epitaph, does it mean anything to you? He asked. The Lord Captain was asking that same question. I said. I've heard people mention it. Mostly in how they don't remember anything about it, other than Theodora led a mission there, but that was long before I got on the SHURP. I vomited again into the vase. Kalkazar looked at Heinrichs and the interrogator nodded. That one was way too close. I have reviewed your first plans as the von Valancius spy master. He smirked. As Van Calix has expressed, it is one thing to utilize orphans and servants, but to do so on so grand a scale is intriguing. Do you think it's going to work? I have no idea. I said. I just know of stories where spy masters would use young children and servants to serve as eyes and ears. I just thought of a way I could do it that would encompass entire planets. And what happened to these spy masters? Kalkazar asked. Well, one of them was burned alive because he was caught trying to poison his queen when he felt she had become an insane tyrant. I said. Although, that's just one telling of the story and it's not very popular. Kalkazar said. Sounds like a character to keep in your mind. You never know how loyal one should be to a queen with wild ideas. Yes, my lord. I said. For now, there will be an embargo on all your works from the rest of the galaxy. Kalkazar said. Your writings are part of the Coronis Expanse now, no stopping that. However, as rogue trader Incendiacorta has shown, not everyone appreciates your style. I assume you don't want your precious planet's name to upset people on Holy Terra. No, my lord. I spat into the vase. That sounds wise, my lord. Anything with Shahara's name on it that passes over the pit should be burned. Good. You do learn quickly. Kalkazar said. What is the nature of the relationship between Celeste von Valancius and the Xeno known as Yearliet? The Lord Captain is fascinated by unknowns and challenges. I said. Yearliet is a giant unknown that no one else has explored. Her Grace wishes to learn the secrets of the Ildari, and enjoys the challenge of winnowing them out of the Xeno. As far as I know, the Xeno is just with us because her own people don't want her. Also, something to do with her craft world. I've had no more than 2 full conversations with the Xeno, and they were just about how to pronounce their words. Yes, your little presentation to the Xeno on Janus. Kalkazar said. You had interactions with one of the Harlequins. Correct. Yes. He kept calling me child actor and acting very superior. I said. I was very surprised when he killed the Ildari leader. Did he tell you anything? Kalkazar said. Just that I should beware my superiors. Typical Ildari nonsense. I said. Heinrichs nodded. I see. Kalkazar said. The rogue trader seems to put much stock in your words. She searched to Kiavagama, and then Dargonis, after hearing you recite. You inspired her to do this day of service. Also, a tale from you inspired her to see through the Drukari trap. How would you manage someone who can sway the hearts of the powerful like that? Well, I suppose it's all about what ending you want. I said. It'd be very simple to make that person disappear, but then the powerful would then be following their hearts alone, without anyone to guide them. You could give them the words you want to say, but people will recognize when a person is saying a script, and hearts are rarely moved by words said without passion. I guess, I would be clear with the speaker, and let him know that he should mind what he says, be careful of whom he speaks to, and what kind of ending he should be aiming for. I wish an ending with the safety and security of the Imperium. Kalkazar said. I want the Emperor's truth to be known across all the Coronis Expanse. I want no uprisings, or rebellions from people thinking that they know better than their betters. Hope belongs to the archenemy and is as dangerous as heresy. Perhaps more so. I understand, my lord. I said. I am a servant of the Imperium, and the Emperor, above all other things. I will keep that in mind at all times. Heinrichs nodded. Very good. Kalkazar said. I think that's enough. You may go. Take the vase. The nausea lifted the second I left the room. Heinrichs was right behind me. He nodded. That went as well as could be expected. He said, patting me on the back. I now have to bring Celeste before his lordship. She may need this. I held up the vase. I think she's made of sterner stuff. Heinrichs said. Also Emlina has similar reactions to his lordship. Nothing to be worried about, it's just one of his lordship's quirks. Hopefully, you'll never have to encounter him again. I do hope that. I said. Go dump that out in the fountain. I think Sister Argenta still wishes to talk to you. Heinrich said, and walked away to find Celeste. I walked over to the small decorative fountain that was against the wall, and just plunged the vase into the water. I noticed a small movement beside me, and I looked down. The footfall girl stared back up at me. I told you to wait for me, but I guess I forgot. I sighed. Alright, come on, let's go find Argenta and get you back to bed. Echo of Shira was back in my head with a rush of information and data. It took me a second to realize where it had been. In the girl. The little one was capable of holding an Echo of Shira. A copy of my Echo, an echo of my Echo, you might say, had been in her head for a while. Guiding her to follow me. I had to take a moment to figure out why, and then it came to me, Echo of Shira had all of my knowledge of the game. It knew that Kalkazar would be in the palace at the party. So, either one of two things happened, and neither of them were good. When Heinrichs took me to Kalkazar, Echo of Shira ran from my brain and hid in the little girl's head, because exposure to a blank would be very very bad. I remembered how the Psyker Regal would have the equivalent of a seizure whenever she was near Jurgen in the Chiffa's Cane books. The other option, which was even worse, was that being near Kalkazar killed Echo of Shira, and the girl was here so I could get a fresh one from her brain. Echo of Shira was not helpful in figuring out which was the truth. It just remembered seeing Kalkazar and then nothing, but now they're back, and aware of another Echo of Shira in the kid's brain. That lends credence to the killed theory, but there's no loss of continuity in its thoughts, so the hidden theory isn't disproven. I decided that it wasn't something I could figure out just standing there. Either way, it had a strong conclusion, avoid Kalkazar. Which I was very happy to do. How come you're not rocking out on the piano, when you've got all those notes already in your head? I asked, as we left the palace. Little one frowned, and shrugged. New stuff is hard. She said. Oh, she speaks. I said. Then sighed. Yeah, new stuff is hard. We found Argenta standing in front of a shrine to Saint Drusus. Her prayer group had ended for a while. She frowned on seeing us. What took you so long? She asked. Then she saw the little girl. What's she doing here? Heinrichs grabbed me for a chat. I said. As for this little one, she snuck out to see the party. She got as far as the throne room, before I found her. Thankfully, none of the Officio assassins thought she was worth a bullet. You are in a lot of trouble, little one. Argenta said. Scrubbing duty for 3 weeks. To start with. Little one hung her head, and then looked up at Argenta with big puppy eyes. Kid was a natural. Fine. Just one. Argenta said. That's just because you didn't cause any trouble. Next time, we'll chain you to your bed. Little one nodded. We went back to the shuttle bay, and took a ship back to Calamity's Fortune. I looked at Argenta, she was, antsy. Nervous about something. I remembered that everyone was saying that Argenta wanted to talk to me about something. I blinked, no way, I thought, it couldn't be about that. However, Act 3 had now changed, Argenta had changed. She might want to get a certain something off her chest. We got little one back to the orphan's barracks, and put her to bed. She went right asleep. No doubt her Echo of Shira was telling her sweet stories of worlds far better than this. I didn't know if that meant the kid was lucky or cursed. I really would have to deal with this. No idea how. Echo, could you, come with me to my room? Argenta asked, quietly. Oh wow, I thought, she really is going to confess to me. I nodded, and followed. We arrived at her room, and she got out of her power armor, and said the blessings upon it as she hung it up in her armory. Then she sat at her table in her kitchen. She already had the spare chair out, so she had been planning this in advance. I sat down and looked at her. I'm about to tell you something and, I have no right to ask you to keep it secret. She looked at me. However, I feel I can ask you to be wary as to whom you tell. There will be ramifications. What kind? I asked. Anything you say, it won't change my feelings for you. I hope that to be true. Argenta said. I have been a coward. I also murdered a good man, a man who saved my life. He was just doing his duty and... She shook her head, and took a deep breath and looked me straight in the eye. I am the one who killed Theodora von Valancius. She said. I paused for a moment, and let it hang in the air for a bit. Then I reached out with a hand, and took hers. I held it. Start from the beginning. I said. It was during the mutiny. Everyone was running around like headless Janus Fowl. Theodora wasn't giving any orders over the Vox, and everything was uncoordinated. I went to Theodora's study to see if I could find her, and I did. She was holding this orb, and I could see the warp energy coming off it. It was an artifact of heresy. She was doing some kind of heretical sorcery. I knew my duty. I pulled out my auto pistol the second she saw me and, one shot right to the forehead. She sighed. Then, Mort, her archmilliant who had been standing there drew his melted to me, and, I shot him right in the forehead as well. Then I ran, to catch up with the rest of the guard that were fighting back. Then Celeste, Edira and Abelard found me and, I said nothing. I continued to say nothing when we reached Theodora's office again, and I haven't told anyone. Until now. I squeezed her hand. For what it's worth. I forgive you, and I think the Emperor does as well. I saw a part of Argenta sag in relief. But, forgiveness is easy, as it says the Emperor forgives all his subjects. Repentance, that is hard, and it is a thorny road. You know this, yes. Argenta nodded. All right, so Theodora was a heretic, and you're guilty of killing a rogue traitor. Let's set that aside. I also promise not to tell the others without you saying it's okay. I said. Let's get to what, or who, is truly bothering you. Mort, the arch-militant. I was searching for Saint Argenta's ship, and I was on a frozen planet with some other pilgrims. We were ambushed by cultists, there were too many. I thought I was going to be killed there in the snow, but then there was this glorious light. It was Mort's Melta, burning away the evil. He took me up to this ship, where I entered Theodora's service. Argenta said. He was no heretic. Just a good man serving his Lord Capitan. I've smiled at his son, and told him his father died proudly in the mutiny as a hero. He has a son. I asked. Grave. Argenta said. He was one of our orphans until he graduated out. I specially requested him assigned a duty, replacing candles at the shrines. Then you know what you have to do on your first step on the road. I said. Argenta nodded. I have to tell Grave the truth. I squeezed her hand again. You don't have to do it alone. I'll talk to the boy, too, and make sure his heart isn't poisoned. He may hate you, he may scream at you, he may never forgive you for the rest of his life. You have to accept that as a possibility. Argenta nodded. He should be working now. She said. You want to do this right now? I said. Best to rip off the poultice at once. She said. You know, if he tells other people, and the others hear about it, that's something you are going to have to live with. I said. Argenta nodded. The secret is out. The others will be next, but Grave deserves to hear it first. She sighed. Let's go. All right. I said, and we both headed for the door. A guy named Mort called his son Grave. Is there something wrong? Argenta asked, truly not seeing anything wrong. Nothing. I said. Let's go. Telling Grave was an emotional experience. The kid had a crush on Argenta, and then to find out she was the one who killed his father? He denied it for a bit, then he cursed Argenta out, threw a candle at her, and ran away. I chased after him, and found him crying, hiding in an alcove. I sat with him, asked him to tell me stories about his father. They were rather unpleasant. Mort wasn't a bad father, but standing aside while watching your boss do full-on heresy wasn't the only time he'd been witness to some shady stuff. Mort might not have done some actual heretical things, but he probably had a lot to explain to the Emperor when he stood before him. Grave had seen his father see things, and he was conflicted. He wanted to think of his father as a good man, and Argenta too. Being confronted with all these truths was jumbling up the poor kid's head and heart. I offered to tell the kid a story, to help clear his mind. I thought of all the stories about good fathers, bad fathers, in-between fathers that have a change of heart in the third movie. Grave needed to believe in someone. Someone who wouldn't let him down. However, someone that. This story starts with a funeral. I began. The person dead is a woman named Faye. She has left behind a son, a young boy named Atrus. He was named by his father, a man known as Kratos. I then went through both God of War, PS4, and God of War Ragnarok. Midway through, I had forgotten that Grave had been there on that first day all those months ago when I told the kids the story of the Aesir. So, Thor's a bad guy here? Grave asked. Well, no. You see, I said. This story is Loki's story, talking about Loki's father. Of course he would make Thor seem different in the stories that are told by Thor himself, or Odin. Especially Odin, although I think he'd appreciate how cunning Loki has made him in this story. So, people can be different people in different stories, but the same person. Grave asked. Yes. You have all these wonderful stories about your mighty father teaching you how to fire a gun, how to gut a grox, and the quiet moments when you and he just sat next to a heating lamp, loading magazines. I said. These stories are all true. There are also some other stories about your father, which we don't need to talk about. They are sadly also true. It is the nature of the galaxy. The problem is when we try to close our eyes to the stories we don't want to be true. They don't go away. We have to accept them all, then decide what stories we want to keep in our heart. I said. Anyway, I'm going off on a tangent, where was I? Fenris. Grave said. Yes, Fenris. The great wolf approached Kratos and Atrus. I continued on. At the end, Grave was feeling better, and said he wanted to talk to Argenta. I walked with him back to the shrine we had found him at. Argenta was praying at it. For what I didn't know, but she looked surprised when she saw me with Grave. Grave stood in front of Argenta, looking down at the ground, not wanting to look her in the face. I think I'm going to be angry with you for a long time. Grave said. But I don't want to be angry forever. So, you're sorry you killed my dad. I truly am. Argenta said. She started but I shook my head and she stopped. Okay, part of me wants to hit you, but part of me doesn't. Grave said. I think I don't want to see you for a while. I understand, Grave. Argenta said. Is it okay if the Master of Stories comes to visit you, from time to time? Grave looked at me. Yeah, that'd be okay. I nodded at Grave. Anytime you want to talk, I'm available. Okay, I have to go and get the next shrine ready. Grave said, and walked away from the two of us. We stood there watching him leave, and then we walked to the elevators, that would take us to the bridge. How was that? I asked. Argenta took a deep breath. The boy will need much guidance. He is in a vulnerable place and weak to the archenemy's call. I sense his strength holding for now. You will need to make him a priority. Of course. I said. You ready for this? Some of them may try to kill me. Argenta said. Yet, I fear them less than I feared losing Grave to his hatred. Well, he's the real innocent in all of this. I said. Really though, may I speak candidly? Of course, Argenta said. If you didn't plug Theodora, Celeste wouldn't be the rogue traitor. If that didn't happen, I'd still be on the lower decks hauling barrels until I dropped, or starving to death on footfall. I said. Sometimes our consequences have results we can't expect. Argenta smirked, and took my hand and gave it a squeeze. Do you know how to waltz? She asked. I want to do that at our wedding. How does a sister of battle know how to waltz? I asked. Scola progenium. Sister Abatine reverence. She was convinced that we should learn something of culture to properly round our education. She sighed. I remember her cane smacking my legs when I missed a step. It actually helped my battlefield agility. I promise you, we will waltz on our wedding. I said. Good. She sighed, and we had arrived at the bridge. I went over to Vigdis. Mistress Ptolemy, has everyone returned to the ship, or are they still on Dargonus? The rogue trader and her Xeno are still on the planet. Everyone else has returned to the ship. Vigdis said. Could you have a message sent to them and everyone else to please come to the bridge? Sister Argenta has something she needs to tell everyone. Something important. I said. No one has to rush, but she'd like to say this as soon as possible. It took a couple of hours to get everyone, and I killed some of it talking business with Janris. Argenta just stood there, quietly practicing how she was going to say her confession to everyone. This was a little different from the game. She normally confessed after hitting a low point in Komaruk, and only if she came with you to the Dark City. Otherwise, you never knew who killed Theodora. So, everyone was safe, everyone was in a good mood with the celebration, there was plenty of time to talk, this should hopefully go as well as it did in the game. Abelard demanded Argenta's head, and Edira had to be physically restrained from murdering Argenta with her bare hands. So, yeah, pretty much. Okay, everybody settle down. Celeste cried out after the pair had gotten tired of shouting. She was on her throne, and was staring down at Argenta who was on her knees before her. The only thing I want to know was, why didn't you tell us? If Theodora was really a heretic like you say. A filthy lie. Abelard spat out. I had never seen the old man so agitated. Thank you, Seneschal. If Theodora really was a heretic like you suspected, then you'd be within your rights to kill her. Celeste said. I was afraid. Argenta said. Rogue traders are known to be allowed to ignore certain tenets of the imperial faith. I felt that her crimes would be dismissed, and I would be punished regardless of what the truth was. I thought, you would not listen to me and what I had to say. Well, we had only just met. Celeste said. Still, not telling us that moment was one thing, continuing to not tell us until now? That's another thing. Also, I'm betting that Echo here is the one who told you to confess to us, right? This was the big thing you had to talk to him in private about. Yes. Argenta said. Well, your Lord Captain rating below your fiancé is acceptable. I suppose. Celeste said. If it helps, I said. There's more proof that Theodora was doing some shady things. Watch your mouth, storyteller. Abelard said through gritted teeth. The boy. Idria said. The boy saw something. The boy. Celeste said. What boy? I looked at Argenta, and she nodded. I turned to Celeste. Grave, the arch-militant's son. He saw something, concerning. The arch-militant's son? You told someone else before telling us. Celeste said. Some kid? Really? My soul could not come clean until I began my repentance with him. Argenta said. I murdered his father. He has chosen to not hate me, of which I am truly thankful to the Emperor. Okay, Echo, start at the beginning, cause now I really am starting to get mad. Celeste said, looking cross. I briefly explained Argenta's confession, and how she felt about killing Mort. Then I went into how we spoke to Grave, and then I dropped the bomb. And Grave saw his father. Well, if you really want, we can fetch the child and you can hear it from him. I said, knowing how Celeste would react. Let's not put the kid through anything more than he's already had. Celeste said. You know, go ahead. Grave was asked by his father to bring one of his friends to him. Specifically one of the orphans. Grave picked a girl named Key. He took her to the place his father requested. It was to Theodora's office. When the door opened, he saw Theodora standing there, in a large chalk circle on the ground. His only description was that it looked creepy and hurt his eyes to look at it. His father took Key into the room, told Grave to go back to his room, and closed the door. Key was never seen again. I said. This is nonsense. Abelard said. The boy must be mistaken, or lying. I don't think there's ever even been such a child on this ship. Key existed. I said. I checked. She's listed as missing, but who cares if an orphan goes off and falls into a reclamation vat, right? GHAA. No, I don't want to know. Edira shouted. Edira. Celeste said. The dark-skinned psyker just looked aside and winced as she shook her head. Shut up, shut up. I don't care about that. She shouted. Then she just looked defeated. She didn't suffer. It was quick. Abelard was still very much in denial, and shook his head. Rogue traitor, the laws are perfectly clear as to what to do here. She has violated imperial law, and has done an insult that goes even beyond the high lords of Terra, all the way to the Golden Throne. Thank you, Seneschal. She sighed. So Theodora was even worse than I thought. There's a surprise. But still, you did kill a rogue traitor, and there do have to be consequences. First things first, confinement, solitary. I understand. Argenta said. Second, you have to go on a suicide mission, with me to Komaruk. She grinned. Where you will save souls, which will serve as your penance. Argenta looked up at Celeste with her eyes wide. Lord Captain. Abelard said. I have spoken. Celeste said. Guard, take the sister to her cell, so she can prepare herself for what is to come. Seneschal, I think you should either go to your quarters and decompress, or go back down to Dargonis and be with your family. Guards came to take an unresisting Argenta away, and Abelard gave a stiff bow to Celeste, and then walked away quickly. Celeste. Edira said. Yes. Celeste said. Can the Cis Argenta have visitors? I think I need to talk to her. The Psyker said. You? Fine. Celeste said. You can talk to her through the door of her cell. Thank you. Edira walked away. Anyone else have any comments? Celeste asked. I speak for the rest of us, Shireen. Jay said. If it was Theodora sitting in that chair and not yourself? We would not be standing here, and be still in our own personal hells. The woman before you would obviously not give 2 thrones for any of our needs. I view it as the will of the Exalted One. Pascal and Kasha nodded in agreement with Jay. Yerliet looked absolutely unaffected by the entire drama. It is. Heinrich started. The allegations against Theodora are quite serious. I would like to investigate them, more thoroughly. Will Lord Kalkazar be involved? Celeste asked. I see no need to involve him, beyond a report afterwards. Heinrich said. Then fine, you have full permission to go through her office, and look into what happened to this key girl. Celeste said. But try not to get this grave kid too involved. He's been through enough. Yes, Your Grace. Heinrich said, and walked off. The others took that as their cue to leave as well. Okay, so now, what do I do with you, Echo? Celeste said, looking at me. I really don't want to have to kill your fiancé. I so wanted to officiate a wedding. Anyway, good work getting her to come clean. I would have appreciated being the first to know, but I get why you did what you did. Is the kid going to be okay? I'm going to make sure of it. I said. I plan to keep an eye on him, to get him through the tough times. Good. Ugh, this right after the Lord Inquisitor ordeal. Whiplash of a day. She sighed. You are dismissed. Get that spy ring you wanted up and running tomorrow, now that you won't be making out with Argenta. Yes, Your Grace. I said, and left. All in all I thought it went pretty well. The next day I was putting orphans in the lowest rung of society to work for me. As the Inquisition said, it was pretty simple, orphans were everywhere and this galaxy mass-produced them. Also, people scrubbing the floors and replacing the candles had ears too. I said that von Valancius should open up orphanages for wayward children that housed them, clothed them, fed them, and taught them how to gather intelligence with incentives for good work. The Servants Guild would give job training and placement for the unemployed, and a small amount of what could possibly be called a form of healthcare. In exchange, people working for the guild would be reporting on the things they happened to glance at while cleaning up the noble study. Also, how to make and plant listening devices. It wasn't exactly the most subtle thing, but literally nobody considered these people to be people, let alone literate. Kunrad had never done this kind of thing. I puzzled out why after getting a look at all his private records from his quarters on planet and on the ship. Ada's help in cracking his personal cogitator was vital. Theodora didn't exactly want a spy network, she wanted the noble houses to be entwined with each other so that no one would ever pose a threat to her. Also, she wanted the ability to manipulate any noble she wished at any moment. That resulted in Kunrad's blackmail file, which was very very long. I had dirt on everyone, but I knew that Celeste would order me to dispose of this if I told her about it. So, I carefully forgot about it, and decided that it was something that would emerge if there was an actual emergency. It would take Celeste a couple of months to get ready for the Komaruk trip, so I had time to put my ideas past her for her approval. She liked the ideas, but had misgivings. I don't like the idea of putting kids in danger. She said. This goes wrong, people are going to end up dead. There will be explicit orders to not do anything that puts themselves at risk. I said. All I'm asking is that they keep their eyes and ears open as they go about their day. Okay. Celeste said. Helping orphans, and getting people work are good things, regardless. Probably won't get much results for a while. It took 3 weeks to get the organizations up and running on Dargonis. Within 5 days, I had discovered 2 heretic cults, a gene stealer cult that had escaped detection, a small coup attempt in the making, and 7 spies from the other 2 dynasties. Celeste was ecstatic, and called me a genius. The fact that the majority of Dargonis had no idea how Celeste suddenly had all this information, only furthered my confusion. How was this so staggeringly simple? This was supposed to be the most deadly, decadent, court of all of fiction. Did all it really take was a few thrones to the guy holding the drink tray, and I had the keys to the kingdom? It was about then, I had my first real hiccup. I knocked on Heinrich's door and was allowed entry. Master of Stories. He said. I don't think I requested a new board game from you. Why the visit? This came to my attention. I said, handing him a rolled piece of parchment. The only people who have seen it are myself, and my agent. It's a copy of the original. Heinrich looked at it, and the copied seal at the top, and his eyebrows went up in alarm. How, exactly, did your agent acquire this? Well, he's just a boy, you see. I said. One of your orphans, yes. Heinrich said. Yes. He was being employed to change the sheets in one of the lodging houses in the hive. He used this task to snoop, particularly in people's luggage that they left in their rooms. He opened one person's bag, and found a box with a particular seal on it. He didn't know what that seal meant, so he unlocked the box. Inside was some parchment, which he copied down to the detail, and then resealed the box and placed it back inside the luggage. I said. I only realized what he had done, until after I was reviewing the collected information. That box should have been set with alarms, or countermeasures, to destroy the contents, and anyone unauthorized to open it. Heinrich said. I asked him about it, he just said it was trickier to crack than what he usually handles, but he figured it out. I frowned. The kid doesn't want to give up all his secrets because he thinks it'll mean he gets fewer apples. Apples? Heinrich asked. It's a term they use for the fresh fruit they get as a reward for good intelligence. I said. Anyway, I assume that whatever that is, and I do not want to know what it is, it's in code, correct? Correct. Heinrich said. I'm going to have a word with one of my agents. Okay, good. So no one saw anything they shouldn't have, and I have now made it very clear to all my agents that if they see that symbol again to stay away. I said. No one outside the three of us knows anything happened, and I think we can keep it that way. What are you going to do about the child? Heinrich asked. Do you want to kill him? I said. I can't exactly stop you if you demand it. Heinrich sighed, thought about it for a moment, and then shook his head. If anything, the boy has pointed out a massive gap in our own security. He may live. Oh, thank you Celeste for mellowing out this man. Edyro was so right, let him never get over his crush. I like radical interrogator. Great, cause I was thinking about making him one of my full-on agents. I said. He's sorely wasted just doing eyes and ears. Heinrich smirked. What was that character called in your story? The Artful Dodger. Sounds appropriate for a code name. Oh, he's going to fall in love with that. I said. Oh, if you want a new board game, I have one ready too. It's simple, but quite complicated. It's called Yenga. Eventually word got around that Celeste's new information web was controlled by the rogue trader's Master of Stories. I don't know where the gossip started, maybe it was Tabitha Lloyd, maybe it was Heinrich's and the Inquisition, maybe it was Celeste herself. Wherever the source was, people started to know I was the new spy master, and I was good at it. That's when the whispers started to come in, and then I realized that I had been playing on easy mode until now. 40K was a deadly cord of hidden blades, and subtle poisons. People told me about off-planet stuff about the other dynasties, and heretical stuff that made what happened to Key seem pleasant. The problem was that for every bit of information whispered into my ear, it was expected, almost demanded, that it be quid pro quo. A noble tells me a secret about one house. Now they want a secret on another in return. If I told too much, they'd think I wasn't trustworthy. If I told too little, they'd snub me and I'd never hear a word from them again. Now Coonrad's blackmail file became invaluable. I didn't respect the man for going heretic, but I certainly respected his craft. Thankfully, we didn't spend all the time in the spider jar that was Dargonus. Calamity's fortune made a circuit around the dynasty, visiting all of the other colonies in turn. The purpose was for Celeste to properly set up things so she could take an extended leave of absence and not have everything fall into chaos while she was gone. I spent the time setting up my eyes and ears on the other colonies. They weren't exactly the same as Dargonus was, but the tune was similar. Find what class of people had the most access with the least visibility, and organize them under Celeste's banner. Fruit pickers, dung spreaders, prison guards, candle changers, the list went on. Kieva Gamma was so stupidly simple I thought for certain I'd be caught the day after I tried it. But no, all it took was routine maintenance of the servitors, to equip them with a simple listening device Autolas 9 had developed. So it's working. She said, as she worked on her latest project in her workshop. I believe it was an augment for one of the ship's other tech priests. Full records of conversations between the new fabricator sensor and House Gapric nobles. I said. In Bin Eric, of course, but Celeste now will know if things go south again much quicker. I hope. You'll need someone to go and spike their cogitators regularly. She said. They'll keep the really interesting things there. Unless you're volunteering, I'm thinking about making one of the younger Gaprics do it for me, in exchange for sourback information. I said. Sound plan. She said. Hey, a while back I heard that you and Magos Pascal got into an argument. I said. It was over the games you make for me, and all the color cubes. Pascal believes in simplicity and efficient function to achieve goals in an expedient manner. Ada said. He's also one of the people who was closest to Magos Armanat. That means when he sees something that deviates from what he believes to be the goal, he can get a bit upset. I was reminding him that Magos Armanat's cry for the cycle to be discontinued meant that new data must be added to what is currently known, so that the path to the Omnissiah is made clearer, and we can achieve perfect understanding. He felt that I was misinterpreting Armanat's words. After that, we may have proceeded to personal insult about each other's work, but that was more anger than rational debate. Are you two okay, now? I asked. After I proved that I was right. She smirked and puffed on her ho stick. Oh yes, he came and gave me a formal apology and said that I showed insight on Armanat's words. As my own apology, I gave him the binaric cube. He found it fascinating. Binaric cube? I asked. It's like your color cubes, but only two colors, black and white. You can use it to make messages that transform into other messages. 122 cubes to a side. It's my finest work. I was intending on giving it to Abel, but Pascal's really contemplating it. Hey, well I'd love to see it. I said. Oh, don't ask. Pascal still very much thinks you've been sent to lure his people into tech heresy. He'll never forgive you for what you've done to Abel. Ada said, laughing. Abel hasn't come to one of my readings for months. I said. The last time I saw him was when I gave him the cube. I've not so much as said a word to him, except maybe in passing. Ah, but he's read every single one of your echo slates that you've printed. Such ideas within. Augments of all kinds, weapons of such devastation and subtlety, and let's not forget the time machines. She took a drag on her ho stick. He's spent solid cycles doing nothing but sketching schematics on how he could make your words into realities as gifts for the Omnissiah. He almost collapsed at his station because he had gone without rest or rebooting for so long. Oh dear. I said. Is there something I can do to help? Yet. Ada said. Write more. I've never seen Abel so active. He talked to one of our brethren for 2 hours about his ideas for a transforming augment. He's never spoken to anyone for that long, ever. He's very enthusiastic about accomplishing his tasks. Abel's happy. I said. Ada shrugged. If that's how you prisoners of flesh must describe it. Anyway, Pascal isn't exactly used to efficient Abel, and he's had to reconfigure how he reacts to the unit. This makes him upset, and since he can't get upset with Abel, he has decided to transfer that irritation to you. Wonderful. I sighed, and took my latest completed request from Ada. Thanks again, Ada. This is a big help. May the cycle be discontinued. She said, waving goodbye, and peering in on the wiring of what she was working on. It was a miracle that I found any time to dictate books or record music. I would get grief from Echo of Shira if I didn't do at least an hour's worth of work a day. Still, the output was slowing, and I was unsure if I was going to be able to keep it up when Celeste left for Comarak. I had a lot on my plate already, just as spy master. Add to that having to help Abelard manage the entire dynasty while Celeste went and got herself killed. I thought back to the time of my life where 4 hours of sleep was considered generous. It was looking like I was going to be inching back to those days. Mercifully, I got a small reprieve. Since Argenta was serving penance in her cell, I was on the hook for taking care of the orphans. They were all concerned about Argenta, and I told them that she had sequestered herself to pray about some things she did. True, she would be leaving with the Lord Captain on a quest very soon. True, and that she would be back afterwards and very happy to see everyone. I really hoped that was true. The kids accepted my story, and I managed to keep their usual schedule of exercise, prayer, and reading lessons together. I had the ones who could write, composing letters to Argenta, wishing her well. I was pretty sure Celeste would let me deliver them to her. I saw little one reading to 3 of the children who were just as old as she was. I went over to see what she was reading. I smirked when I realized it was Captain Underpants. Then it hit me. I'd never done Captain Underpants. She had it in her other echo. She had everything in her other echo, just as mine did. I let her finish, got the kids squared away, and took little one with me back to my room. I sat her in my big comfy chair, and handed her the dictation box's input handle. You know what this is, right? I said. She nodded. You know I'm super busy and can't do this as much right now, right? I said. She nodded. You okay with taking over? I asked. She nodded, and then looked thoughtful. I want to do my favorites. She said. That's fine. Just as long as it keeps coming. You know how they get. I said. She nodded, and then got right to work, quietly talking into the machine about the adventures of the Babysitters Club. I felt Echo of Shire relax a bit, and then I went back to running around the ship, dealing with my new life. Celeste did let me deliver the letters to Argenta. I went to her cell, and knocked on the door. I slid open the meal slot, and pushed in the data slates with the letters on them. I slid it closed, and waited for a moment. Echo. She quietly said after a bit. I knocked on the door once. Thank you. She said. I left. There wasn't any more that needed to be said until she had returned from Celeste's adventure. A skilled spy master rarely has to do anything. It's the same as with a good rogue trader and seneschal. You delegate. You make representatives, and you build a clockwork of people that work together in harmony, so that, in an ideal world, everything runs itself. Of course, then your job is making sure the clock properly works all the time. Theodora didn't really care for that. Look where that got her. Celeste, Abelard, and I didn't micromanage, but we were aware that sometimes things needed personal intervention. We were back on Dargonis, and Celeste was getting excited. Everything was ready, all the supplies were being loaded onto the ship, and the next stop would be wherever Marzipan told Yearlyet to go so they could fall into the trap. I, however, was dealing with my own personal nightmare. Dodger, I said to the young man. Please tell me we're not getting into a fight with the Inquisition again. I barely kept you from getting executed the last time. It's not the Inquisition, sir. He said. Dodger, he was a dead ringer for the kid who played Jim Hawkins in Muppet Treasure Island. I kept expecting him to break into an I Want song. It's the Administratum. That can be actually worse in some ways. I said. What happened? Well, my friend Click? He's a page for the scribes there. He's been listening, and apparently, someone there's made a mistake. A big one. Dodger said. I had Click get Russell, who's a recaf boy, to get the names. Why couldn't Click get the names? I said. Click's not supposed to talk to people, just fill the orders. He's just an ear. Russell's allowed to talk to the clerks to get how they like their recaf. He's got the best memory, so he's a great eye. Dodger said. Don't rely on one agent too hard, or they get suspicious. Just like you taught us. Good man. I said. I was really lucky, Dodger was a natural at this, a real find. Oh, by the Emperor, did that make me Fagin? Ah, dear. I shook my head and refocused. All right, so, who made the mistake? Cornelius Drivestem. Dodger said. One Governor Urban's sons, a legitimate son too. All right, how serious a mistake? I asked. Serious enough that someone wants to use it to execute the Worsrians. Dodger said. Oh, the Sourback conspiracy. That was an Act 4 quest, and I had caught it early. I pressed Dodger for more. Cornelius' mistake, a rather critical one that seriously hurt our resupply convoys, had already been spotted by someone who had sent him an anonymous message, which my eyes and ears intercepted, to let the mistake snowball into something serious and then shift blame onto Clementia Worsrian. Well, we can't have that. I said. Can we? I told Abelard and Celeste right away. Unbelievable. Abelard said. That someone would have the gall, or that Cornelius would be of such low character to agree to it. He's a terrified young man who's afraid of disappointing his father, and what your grace might do to him or his father when the truth of his blunder comes out. I said. He was given an out and in desperation he took it. I wouldn't have been that mad. Celeste said. We all make mistakes. It is fixable, right? I have already sent the adjustments. Abelard said. But, I would ask the Master of Stories why he asked me to do so covertly, and to not have Cornelius arrested. Because Cornelius isn't who we want, and I need them to further their plans, so we have proof of who they are. I said. Right now, the only thing that shows their involvement is a copy of the note which Cornelius destroyed. The conspirator has only just started their plot, which means there are no fellow conspirators who make mistakes or are willing to talk. There are no points of evidence that the conspirator hasn't been able to make vanish. The conspirator also hasn't made any mistakes of their own. Yet. I get it. Celeste said. We make them hang themselves. We grab Cornelius now, the conspirator will disappear, and probably try somewhere else, at another time. I said. This way, we've fixed the damage, and when Urbend announces that the Worsrians are guilty of treason, we'll have all we need to find the real culprit. I would like to inform my family of this plan. Abelard said. I understand the need for security, but I feel that they should know what is going on. Master of Stories. Celeste asked. Chancellor Clementia should know, so she's not shocked by the accusation. I said. But, as I said, if people find out we already know, then we lose our chance to get whomever this is. Seneschal. Celeste said. That is agreeable. Abelard said. Good. See that it is done. Dismissed. Celeste said. I was walking back to my quarters, when I felt a hand on my shoulder. I turned and saw Abelard. Master of Stories, thank you. My family is everything to me, and you just saved them from disaster. He said. I owe you a debt of gratitude. I thought about this for a second. I was still being tested by the old man. Too much pride, or too much humility. He wasn't measuring my worth as a human being though, this was my worth as one of Celeste's advisors. Ah, I knew the right answer. I am only doing my duty to the Lord Captain. The Worsrians are a good and proud member of her court, and it would be an injustice if they were falsely accused. I said. Abelard nodded. The good boy nod was gone and now was replaced by a good man nod. Trust me, there was a significant change in the near-identical head tilts. Well said. I look forward to working with you in the future. Well, that was going to hopefully make the next month or so far less uncomfortable. Actually, I had to make sure the worst-case scenario had a contingency. Seneschal. I know the Lord Captain will succeed on her mission, but just in case she's delayed for an excessive amount of time. Is the von Valancius dynasty secure? Abelard straightened up. In the case of a protracted absence, that would require someone to be upon Calamity's Fortune's throne, there is an individual. They are safe, and in a protected area. I am the only one who knows about them, and their status. That includes the individual themselves. I am sure there will be no need to consider them for any reason, at all. Of course. I said. In the very unlikely scenario that we need to though, and if you are unavailable, what action should someone consider taking? In that rare scenario. Abelard said. There is a data slate in my quarters on the ship. It is sealed with a password. The password is the Chancellor's name. That would be my suggestion. I do not think you need anyone else to be aware of that fact. Wow. That was a lot of trust. I really had impressed the old man. I nodded. It's all but forgotten already. If you'll excuse me, I need to see to my ward. We parted ways, and I went to my apartments. I found little one, asleep in the big comfy chair. I got a blanket and laid it over her. Tomorrow she'd have a fresh cup of children's recaf and an apple. I went to my bed, and slept. I woke up to find that little one had gotten up before me, had already raided my kitchen, and was slurping down rehydrated noodles, and midway into cloudy with a chance of meatballs. You know what happens to precocious little brats in this galaxy, right? I said to her. She just slurped a noodle in response. If you can get the true meaning of Smeet Day actually workable, I'll get you a pony. I said over my shoulder as I left. Today was the day. Comeric or bust. Yearliet had been in contact with Marzipan and the location was all set, a lone space hulk in the ass end of nowhere. Absolutely screamed trap with every part of your being. Everyone was there, and dressed to the nines for a long and bloody campaign. Argenta was there, and she looked refreshed, and ready. Like someone who'd just had a shower after an incredibly intense day at the gym. Seeing as she had been locked in a cell for the past couple of months, the shower part might have been true. Hey. I said. You look ready. Thank you. She said. I wish you well, and expect that the dynasty will be running as efficiently as it has been when we get back. And I expect to see you leading back at least 10 prisoners. I said. Only 10. She looked hurt. My fire, I will be impressed if you manage one. I said. Do not trust anyone there, the Drukari try to turn all things into reflections of themselves. Betrayal is how they live. You have said that many times, my echo. Argenta said. I will remember. All right. I said. Kiss for luck. Argenta blushed, and we kissed. Ah, Jay said. Now we are for certain to succeed. Sorry I haven't had much time to play, Jay. I said. Master of stories and all that. By the by, anything you want me to tell your business associates? Anything I should keep an eye on? Or more accurately, is there anything I should deliberately look away from? Jay laughed. Your eyes and ears can try all they want, Muharaj. If they see anything of Haderies, it's because she wants them to see it. I laughed, but remembered that Jay's smuggler gang gets into a bit of trouble in Chapter 4 result in this frack awful stealth quest. I'd try at least to keep an eye on things, see if I could save a life or two. All right. Celeste said. We've docked, now remember, look surprised and angry at Yearliet. Two emotions I find very easy to do. Heinrichs muttered under his breath, but I heard him and gave him a wink. He smirked in response. The ship docked with the Hulk, and the party went inside. Communications held on for about 3 minutes, and then it cut off. Then the Hulk detached from Calamity's fortune and vanished via a webway jump. Celeste von Valancius was now a prisoner of the Drukari. May the Emperor show them mercy. Seneschal, your command. I said, turning to Abelard. We will be doing a sweep of the dynasty, to search for the Lord Captain. Abelard said. If anyone asks, she is recuperating from her duties on a pleasure resort on Janus. If anyone on Janus asks where she is on a retreat on Dargonus. Understood. I said. Vigdis chimed in. The Lady Navigator has requested the Master of Stories to come to her chambers and entertain her. As Master of Stories, Abelard said. You are no longer required to do so. We can obtain a new storyteller. And let down my first, longest, and best fan. I said. Never. Abelard smirked, and turned to the galaxy map, to attend to his duties. The vision of Kasia Orselio walking among the shelves of her library, claws trailing over titles, a look of bliss in her red eyes, well, it just made me think of Disney princesses. I bowed, and she nodded. We didn't need to go through the protocol, she went over to her chair, and got out her chalks and sketch pad. I took my spot, just as I did about a year ago, and asked her what I did every time. What does her ladyship require, of this your humble storyteller? I said. Something stirring. Kasia said. The great adventure started today. I want something to make me know they'll be back victorious. Oh, the places you'll go. I said. By Dr. Seuss. Oh, I like him. Kasia said. So sue me, I had a fondness for it. I know it was probably quoted at nearly every graduation, but it was said at my graduation, so I have fond memories of it. Also, well, it certainly did apply to my current situation. I finished it. Kasia nodded, satisfied. Of course, that was just the starter. Does her ladyship have a request? I said. The one about the hound again. Kasia said. Please. The tale of Cujo. Of course. Kasia was really easy to perform to. She'd ask for the same story over and over again, and get new enjoyment every time. I was very certain it was because of her color vision that shifted each time she heard it. Again, I did so wish that I could see more of Kasia's artwork that came from my performances. The only one I had ever seen was the Raven one way back when this all started. I felt that I had a little right to see it, after all I was inspiring the work. Boy, did that thought come back to haunt me later.